watching closely, and everyone wants to know something special about the stars. The top three from the opening tournament in Weissenhaus, Germany, redefine their goals for Paris. Vincent Keimer, the surprising winner of the last Grand Slam, is focused and modest.
I'm going to give my absolute everything to perform as good as possible and play good games and hopefully even win. But that's not something I expect or feel the pressure to do.
Fabiano Caruana, who narrowly missed out on victory recently, appears relaxed and confident. He says he's in a good mood and hopeful to play well. The greatest of all time, Magnus Carlsen, only came third and has a clear goal for Paris.
I think even though I didn't win the tournament, I'm happy with a lot of the way I played in Weissenhaus. I felt that I learned a lot as well, so I have the goal here to learn even more and to play a little bit better, but most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
The tournament begins. 2 days of rapid chess in everyone against everyone mode. 11 rounds, 10 minutes thinking time plus 10 seconds per move. If you make a mistake here, you hardly have time to correct it. 6 rounds are played on the first day. The tension is palpable. And one player is an early talking point. Nodirbeck Abdusattorov, 20 years old, from Uzbekistan. He wasn't actually on the start list. Hans Niemann's withdrawal has opened the door to Paris for him.
I was really surprised. Suddenly, organizers contacted me and asked me if I'm available for this tournament, so I was really happy. I'm here and it was a great experience.
Nodirbeck not only brings talent with him to Paris, but above all, enthusiasm.
I like the complexity of the freestyle chess because you need to have a imagination and you have to create sort of your own openings, and it's very rich and it's very exciting.
4 wins, 2 draws. At the end of day 1, Nodirbeck is on top. A start that could give him a tailwind for his big goal.
My biggest dream is to become a champion. It's extremely tough because you have so many young players also. They're all very strong and you have extremely high competitiveness in any tournament. It's a challenge that you have to pass.
But he is not alone at the top of the table. Magnus, initially reserved, finds his rhythm and defeats the reigning world champion Gukesh Domarashu in round 4.
I am just super tired, but obviously I'm very happy with the score. Some days you just have to fight through.
Magnus, multiple world champion and exceptional player, sails confidently through the preliminary round. Nodirbeck, on the other hand, only manages 1 win on day 2. But thanks to his impressive start on day 1, he also secures a place in the knockout stage.
And there you have it, our 12 players that will be doing battle.
For Fabiano, the tournament is beginning like a nightmare.
I'll just take it one step at a time. I'll try to make it past the group stage into the quarterfinals. I think it's more difficult than in Germany because we have more players and there's the same amount of spots making it.
3 defeats at the start.
Of course, if the first day doesn't go well, then you get into kind of, you need to have a really good second day and you get into a bit of panic maybe. But I hope I'll play well. I'm in a good mood.
He fights and saves himself with a mixed record in the top 8. A young player who, at least on paper, has already reached the very top, caused a big surprise on the first 2 days. Gukesh, 18 years old, reigning world champion. a title that represents the ultimate goal for many.
I mean, the World Championship is one step towards a long journey. There is a lot more to achieve and lot more scope for me to improve my game. If World Championship is the end, it would be quite boring.
But he is not without his faults.
I guess sometimes I overthink. Like many games, I get into time trouble, which is one of the known weaknesses.
Time trouble is his undoing. One mistake in the opening is enough. In the end, Gukesh misses out on the top 8, a setback.
In chess, it's kind of underestimated that to go to the game or generally during the tournament to be in a good mood or have a good feeling about the tournament, the situation in general is actually quite important.
The champion of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam remains calm despite his triumph. He knows that everything starts all over again in Paris. New opponents, new challenges.
Of course, it's a bit different feeling coming here knowing that I won the last event. It gives some confidence, but I'm very much aware that it's a completely new tournament. The players also changed, and it will be very difficult even to get into the top 8. I don't think my approach to this tournament will be much different, also because I felt that, whatever I've been doing last time seems to have worked well.
But he has had a difficult time in Paris so far.
Chess is a brutal game. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
In the last round, he defeats Fabiano Caruana and qualifies for the knockout phase in 7th place with 5.5 points.
I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Fabiano can also continue to hope despite his defeat. With 4.5 points, it's just enough. Because Hikaru Nakamura wins the last game against Richard Rapport, who, due to this loss, doesn't make it into the top 8. The preliminary round of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris ends after 11 rounds. 8 players remain in the race for the champion's title in Paris. The tournament continues for them in the knockout system. Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi are in the lead, but in direct comparison, Jan has the better accuracy and finishes the preliminary round in 1st place. That has an advantage. For the knockout stage, he gets to choose his opponent first. The system works as follows. After the preliminary round, the top 4 players each get to choose their quarterfinal opponent from places 5 to 8, and also decide which color they will play in the first of 2 quarterfinal matches. The first place chooses first.
So you will be one of the players tonight that the top 4 can choose from. In Weissenhaus, you were the first to be picked. You went on to win the tournament. Do you think you will be picked first again tonight, or they are not going to there?
I'm going to see.
We have a winner of the round robin. Jan Nepomniachtchi has won. First of all, congratulations.
The Russian chess grandmaster has the first pick and makes a choice not everyone would have made.
I pick Vincent. So you play Vincent? Yeah, I play. All right. So good luck with that one.
Why Vincent? Obvious, like to become a champion, you have to be the previous champion, yeah?
The second place picks next. And so it proceeds until all pairings and colors are set. While the top 8 enter the knockout stage, the rest compete for places 9 to 12. The race continues for everyone.
Mr. Nakamura.
That's probably the best thing about chess is that I can still go out, be a normal person, go shopping, do these sorts of things, and it's not guaranteed that someone will recognize me. It's nice to have a little bit of fame, but not be famous to the point where everybody recognizes me. In small doses, it's fine. So it's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there. My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess, and we're here to do some filming.
As a well-known streamer, Hikaru knows and loves interacting with his fans. And on day 3, the fans can get up close and personal.
I really appreciate you coming here and supporting us.
Initiator Jan Butner makes a surprising decision and opens the doors to visitors on the 3rd day.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course, that made them happy.
It's not just the children who are happy. Many of the players also enjoy the interaction with their supporters. The closeness to the audience makes this day special. Then it gets serious. The knockout stage begins. With the switch to classical time control, things slow down, on the surface at least. But beneath that calm, tensions rise.
We are ready for the start of the quarterfinals. You may start the clocks. Good luck.
8 players, 1 goal, the semifinals.
Let's just key back into Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbeck Abdusatorov. Once again, things aren't looking great here for Nodirbeck.
Magnus is the only player to win his first quarterfinal match against Nodirbeck.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches? High class, but without a decision. They all played to a draw. But one player in particular caused a stir today. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nepo for short. The self-confident Nepo started playing chess at the age of 4. His grandfather, a passionate chess enthusiast, introduced him to the game. Back then, young Jan often struggled with time problems.
My coach, very strong Soviet and Russian international master, 2 times champion of Russia. He suggested me, okay, but you have 2 hours for the game, and it's quite a lot, but you try to play like if you have 1 hour, and if you need more time, then you use it like extra time, but normally 1 hour is also enough.
This advice has proven its worth. Today, Nepo is known for his speed. He rarely spends more time than necessary, and for finding dubious ideas. During the joint preparation for today's round, Nepo surprises the group with a provocative pawn sacrifice.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not so.
I mean, the worst is he's got on. Quite nice.
A bold suggestion, which he doesn't even play himself. But others go along with it.
Sometimes certain people have some outsized influence, and in today's case, I think we were looking at a couple moves, and we were unsure about this about this e4 move, and then Nepo's like f5 takes g6, knight g6, black's great. Develop your pieces. You're winning. Computer says is always great. And then I played it very early. I was upset, and I wanted to kill someone, or maybe kill Nepo specifically, because I just thought I was going to lose a game because of what he said.
He saw your position and he realized what he had done.
After an intense day of fan meetings and a nerve-wracking nail-biter, Hikaru is clear. The goal is the semifinals. But the way there leads via Arjun Erigaisi.
Whoever comes with the best plans of the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it. You can't really predict, but if I make it to the top 4 and I have a chance to win the event, I'll be pretty happy.
Day 4, Decision Day. Who will make it to the semifinals? Caruana wins confidently against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Carlsen secures his place in the last 4 with a draw against Abdusatorov.
Nodirbeck really put the pressure on, but again, they say tactics and attack, it wins you the beauty prize, but it's defense that wins you championship, and Magnus just did that to absolute class.
2 days in a row, I felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Nakamura also survives his second game, this time without drama. The most fiercely contested match of the day, Nepomniachtchi versus Keimer. The winner of this clash will face Nakamura in the semifinals.
If I had to pick someone, I would say Nepo, simply because Vincent has had a lot of experience playing these events. So I guess from that standpoint, since it's classical, I would prefer probably to play Nepo. If I could get it to like a rapid, then I'd prefer Vincent. Let's put it that way.
After 2 tense draws in the classical games, the match moves into the tiebreak. With the black pieces, Vincent surprises not only on the board, but also on the clock. He outpaces speed specialist Nepo and secures a commanding win in the first rapid game. A draw in the second game is all he needs. He calmly defends his lead and advances to the semifinals.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, yeah, I hope so.
Carlsen, Caruana, Nakamura, and Keimer. These are the semifinalists in Paris. Among the players who did not make it into the top 4, Maxime's defeat is particularly painful. He had hoped for a better result in his home match in Paris.
Some moments I just missed some good moves from Fabi, and it became tough. I tried what I could. It didn't pan out expectedly.
In the lower bracket, Richard and Prak emerged as the winners and will compete in the coming days for 9th place. After day 4, it is now unmistakably clear who will be the first to exit the tournament. Gukesh and Vidit share 11th place, a tough blow for the reigning world champion.
Again, a very bad tournament. At least compared to Weissenhaus, I won like 3 games. But okay, clearly need to improve in this format.
For Vidit, the result may be easier to digest. Just a few days before the tournament began, he got married, turning Paris into more than just a tournament venue for him.
To be honest, I was a bit distracted. I was not like completely in the mindset to play chess because wedding is a lot of emotions, and after that I was really looking forward to spending some time with her.
Together with his wife, he explores the city, savoring the little moments away from the chessboard. A special time in the city of love, despite a short-lived appearance at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam.
Yeah, I was more than a little bit sad, but I really like the format of freestyle because it's really refreshing as a professional player to just go over the board and start thinking from move 1, which is rare in normal chess. It doesn't really happen.
This is my first time at a chess tournament, so it's very new to me. So I was kind of figuring out what all is happening there, and I really like how everything was managed. I'm not someone who follows chess, so it becomes easier if there is commentary for me. So overall, I loved it.
First day of the semifinals and the first round are on. Four players, 2 games. Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana engage in a strategic duel at eye level. Neither risks too much, neither makes the decisive mistake. In the end, it's a fair draw.
At some point, I just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
I mean, compared to yesterday, for instance, today I was kind of more focused on trying to be solid, simplify, and yeah, I did a much better job than I've done in some other black games where I've been in trouble. I think we're getting a lot better, yeah. I think we especially saw that in the rapid phase here, where we're still clueless at times, obviously, but especially the openings, we're doing a lot better.
The second semifinal game also remains without a winner. Vincent Keimer plays courageously against Hikaru Nakamura, but despite an active position, the game ends up in balance. It is Nakamura who offers a draw, and Keimer accepts.
That was just a big mess, which then, kind of fizzled out into a draw. I think it was fighting, it sets a good mood for tomorrow, and my move Queen E6 I think was like somewhere between very unnecessary and a big mistake. And after that, it was just a big mess. Knowing that my position should have been better at some point, I would have loved to push for more, but okay, sometimes that's the way it is.
It wasn't a great game, but I think, a draw is always good in a match format.
The placement matches are about more than just prestige. Nodirbeck and Nepo show that they are far from being written off. Both win their matches and move closer to the game for 5th place.
I feel that my, general understanding of chess has improved since the first tournament, and I'm feeling more comfortable in the starting positions, and it's becoming easier to handle the first moves, and that's the feeling that I got playing freestyle.
The first semi-final matches have been played. Balanced, controlled, still without a winner. But the decisions will be made the next day. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keimer, and Hikaru Nakamura will have to fight for a place in the final. A draw will not be enough for anyone. The ranking duels also remain exciting. It remains to be seen whether Arjun Erigaisi and MVL can fight their way back, or whether their opponents will use the advantage from the first leg to secure their places. Day 6 in Paris. Today will decide who makes it to the grand final and who has to fight for places. In the first semi-final rematch, Fabiano Caruana puts a strong position on the board, but under increasing time pressure, he makes a mistake. Magnus Carlsen remains focused and seizes the opportunity.
I was a little bit up on time, so I thought I'll try and pressure him, try and make something happen quickly. And yeah, fortunately for me, it worked better than I could have imagined.
Magnus Carlsen is the first finalist of the Grand Slam Tour 2025 in Paris. In the second semi-final, Vincent Keimer once again plays at a high level, but in the end it is Hikaru Nakamura who prevails.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this H4 move, which I think was bad to begin with, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win. It's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next. I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
The El Chessico is perfect. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a duel of giants for the title. The finalists from Weissenhaus meet again in the match for third place, Keimer against Caruana. All eyes are on the first final day of the Grand Slam Tour Paris. The fans show their support and give their favorite players strength and motivation. The El Chessico begins. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a showdown between the world's top grandmasters for the trophy. In the final, Magnus Carlsen opts for an uncompromising approach. He plays b4 on move 4, an aggressive advance that immediately leads to a dynamic position. Nakamura defends long and precisely, until an inaccurate bishop maneuver tips the game.
An opening! No! I said it at just the wrong moment!
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
Why would he not pick up that pawn?
Hikaru realizing now, he shook his head.
That was the moment. It was in his hands.
There was no reason to move that bishop.
It wasn't even
makes no sense.
This game, I mean, he literally...
Oh my goodness.
He was in such a tough spot the entire way. He held, he found his way back into it. He was right there.
And he knows it, and Magnus knows it as well.
Carlsen recognizes the opportunity and strikes.
Yeah, it feels great to win, of course. I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday, that I had some very good faces and some very weak faces as well. In the end, he kind of made the last mistake. I thought it was a draw, and then he played bishop 8, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. A lot of tactical misses. It wasn't perfect, but it's a win.
While Magnus takes the first point in the final, Caruana controls the third-place match against Keimer and wins convincingly. And the tension is not only palpable on the boards, off them too. Jan Henrik Buttner, the founder of Freestyle Chess, follows the games with enthusiasm.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and especially like when you have really not draws, boring, exciting games, decisive games with like a scene where all our commentators started to scream, you know, when I was in front of the door. I said, what happened? So I had to later understand what really happened. I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're gonna have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
Can I take a picture? Let's go. All the best.
Thank you.
Today is the moment of truth. With the first point in his pocket, Magnus needs only a draw. One more game stands between him and the title of Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion. But against a fierce opponent like Hikaru, there are no guarantees.
My position is very healthy. The one bishop that he will have left on H1 is not super effective at the moment, and because it's sort of being blocked by my pawns and the other bishop, I can maybe trade off for a knight at some point. So I think I'm doing well, very, very solid, and yeah, it's up to him to try and create something.
While the tension builds in the final, Fabiano secures third place. After a win in the first game, a draw today is enough for him to secure bronze. In the meantime, Hikaru pushes for complications and looks for chances in a seemingly equal middle game. But Magnus stays undeterred and refuses all invitations for complications.
I don't think I really ever had anything special today. I mean, maybe somewhere I was better, but if I'm better, it's like in the first couple of moves, so yeah, that's what it is.
Move by move, Magnus guides the game toward a textbook draw. With that, he secures the match 1.5 to 1/2 points.
We inch ever closer to our next champion here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Drawford, Magnus about to win the Paris Slam, and there it is.
He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
I would like to welcome Gukesh, Magnus Carlsen up on stage.
He lifts the trophy and claims the $200,000 first prize. El Chessico has delivered on its promise, a glorious winner and a satisfied runner-up.
Looking at all my results, honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, mainly because freestyle finishing second is very acceptable. Before the tournament, if you told me I'd finish second, I'd be happy. I always try to look at things or try to be positive, and I mean, it's good, so I'm happy.
No, it feels great to win. I'm very, very satisfied with being able to seal the win today with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances. So today, I think I did everything as well as I could.
Paris has worked out spectacularly. And freestyle is a big movement. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
Thanks to its success, freestyle chess keeps evolving beyond its classical roots. And the next stop will be Las Vegas, bigger than ever, with more top players, special side events, and for the first time, a live audience in the stands. How will the new format evolve under the neon lights of Vegas? Who will rise to the challenge on July's Freestyle Chess Grand Slam stage? And who will be the next Freestyle Grand Slam champion? As the lights dim on this chapter in Paris, a new journey begins in Las Vegas. The board is set, the pieces await, and the chess world will be watching.
Welcome to Las Chess. Freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it. Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Baby.
everyone, and welcome to Las Vegas for the fourth leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025. Couldn't be happier to be in Las Vegas for this one as the events get bigger and better, event after event. And of course, as always, I'm joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to bring you all of the action. The Wynn Resort has played a fabulous host already, though. Vegas, the two of you, we've been here for a couple days. How you been enjoying it so far?
Well, it's been awesome, right, James? We've kicked it off. We had the Chestival a few days ago. I mean, this is Vegas. We've started with Germany. We went to France, Paris. We've landed here. Everything's larger than life. Vegas, it's chaotic. It's big. It's awesome. Fortune favors the brave. Can't wait.
How about this stage, David? I mean, seriously, it just keeps getting bigger and better.
Yeah, it's my first time in Vegas. It's my first time in front of an audience like this, in such a venue like this. It's incredible. The players as well, it feels like this is special for them. The nerves will be tingling, and hopefully that brings out some fantastic chess to watch.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we've got 8 tables set behind us. That means we've expanded our field of pros up to 16. So let's kind of work you through how things will play out here in Vegas. There's a bit of a new format, of course, with 16 players. We've had to break each of our 16 players into 2 groups of 8. They will play a round robin. That's 7 rounds of game, all to be played today within those groups of 8, which will then determine our seeding into the quarterfinals, upper and lower bracket. The way you can think about our bracket stage is essentially a double elimination bracket. The only catch is that if you end up falling into that lower bracket, the highest place you can end up playing for is 3rd. So if you want the title at the end, if you want that top spot, you have to keep winning the whole way through. And there's a lot at stake here. $750,000 prize pool, as we know, all important circuit points as each of our players continues to accumulate in those year-long standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the players who's running away with the whole thing currently, no surprises there, Magnus Carlsen at 65 tour points. He's at the top of the leaderboard. You know, we've got Fabi right behind, we've got Vincent right behind, but all these guys, including Hikaru Nakamura, are looking for a big performance in Vegas because the big grand final coming up in December. So much on the line here. New format, new dynamics, new storylines and narratives, and a certain Hans Neman in the mix.
Exactly. You talk about Magnus being the #1 in the overall standings. We can take a look at what is available, or rather up for grabs here in Vegas. Top spot, $100,000, a whole bunch of circuit points on top of that. We'll see if Magnus can further his lead over the pack, David, or if anybody else will have something to say about that.
He's the man to beat, Magnus Carlsen. He's won every single tournament he's played so far this year. 6 big tournaments in a row in 2025. He's got a target on his back, though. So many new players entering the fray. The hands factor is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, we had that discussion at the beginning of the year, right after he didn't take the victory in the first event in Weisenhaus. How much of an angry Magnus, a furious Magnus, would come raging back through the field, and it seems like he's done just that. Leg 2 in Paris, then Grenke as well, taking the top spot in both to solidify his top spot as of yet. But like we said, there's still plenty of room to run, and I am curious to see which of maybe the new faces, whether or not they can ultimately climb to the top of the table by, you know, virtue of this maybe being their first event. How messy can they make it for the rest of the contenders will be an interesting point as well.
I think today is going to be absolute chaos, right? For all the players, the 8 players in each of the group, it's all about finishing in the top 4 and trying to get those games, those wins going early on, because it can be such a mind tilt otherwise if you're not able to perform well. And again, the role is clear. You've got to qualify for the quarterfinals tomorrow. You said Magnus is the man to beat. The form that he's been on, you know, historic 9 out of 9 at the 3rd Grand Slam in Karlsruhe, winning Paris in the style that he did. Man to beat, but is there a man on earth right now who can do that?
There are a few, but maybe Magnus wouldn't be at his best in that scenario. It's tough. Today, it's not going to be easy. It's a sprint, basically. It's a 7-round sprint. Even Magnus Carlsen has some weaknesses, and starting fast, that is maybe the one thing he likes to build up into tournaments, but it's all about today, and it's going to be hard for all of them.
Yeah, well, as I had mentioned, this is the 4th leg on our year-long stop. Of course, all eyes set on South Africa as the final stop, where eventually a tour champion will be crowned. But of course, you got to get it done every event along the way. And so I think I turn back to you guys and I say, let's talk format. 30-30, 10-10. There's been a really significant switch up this time around, with games getting faster and, of course, the field expanding. Do you feel like in our field of 16 here, there's anybody that maybe benefits more than others with a switch in format?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big point, right? Because when the tour started with freestyle chess, just the importance of classical time format, to have those extra minutes on the clock, to have that much time to get familiar with the positions. We've seen the first few moves, just how important they are, how quickly even the very world's best players can get into trouble when it comes to freestyle chess. So especially with 10 plus 10, and then only 30 minutes when it goes into knockout. Who adapts to that? Magnus said he's happy with the change. Hikaru said he absolutely hates it. He would have loved to have those extra minutes, that proper classical time control. James, I think today will really set the tone and let us know what form the players have come in. Players like Arjun who like to play fast, who always got that upper hand on the clock. Players like Hans, Hikaru who do play fast. Perhaps today we will see them at their best.
Yeah, on paper, the more experienced freestyle players should benefit from this quicker time control because they've been there throughout the Grand Slams this season. They've been playing positions, studying these new chess 960 positions, and I don't know. It feels like Magnus, he's asked for this quicker time control, but it should favor the younger players too.
Okay, well, you say the games today will set the stage for the rest of the tournament. Why don't we set the stage for today by taking a little stroll down memory lane, rather, the last couple events and how they've played out on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Take a look.
In Paris, 12 grandmasters came together as the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrived. 8 days and 100 games, they brought creativity and bold ideas to the board. From wild openings to breathtaking tactics, the freestyle format once again delivered. The final? A clash of giants, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. And it was Magnus who sealed the deal, with focus, precision, and brilliance. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana edged out Vincent Keimer in a thrilling battle for third. Paris gave us passion, surprises, and stories to remember. But freestyle chess wasn't done. Next stop, Karlsruhe, Germany. Magnus Carlsen made history, delivering a masterpiece at the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open. 9 rounds, 9 wins. A perfect score. The traditional tournament brought more than 3,000 players from around the world together, from ambitious amateurs to the very best on the planet, giving players the freedom to choose their battlefield, classical or freestyle. Magnus claimed the crown once again, and now the story continues. Will the greatest of all time keep his winning streak alive? Welcome to Las Vegas. To Las Vegas.
Welcome back. Now, of course, that's how we got here, and we should probably set the table for what those current standings look like in the overall tour competition. Magnus Carlsen sits atop the table. We've got Fabiano just behind him, though, Vincent Keimer and Hikaru. And notably, Hikaru sitting in fourth without even putting up a score from the Grenke Invitational. So, I mean, it does mean that he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to break into the top 3, but I also think it speaks to his level of prowess to have missed an event and still be sitting in number 4 position.
Yeah, Hikaru played fantastically well in Paris. He was unlucky to run into an informed Magnus towards the end in the final there, but yeah, Hikaru, he's maybe the one player, despite not liking the time control, the new quicker 30-minute time control here, who might get his first Grand Slam of the season. Vincent Keimer, though, and Fabi, super consistent so far.
Yeah, and speaking of time control, I mean, we all know about Hikaru in Title Tuesday as well as his Freestyle Fridays performances, including Hans as well in that mix. He just had a Freestyle Friday win. So they've got to be feeling good about it. I think for Hikaru in 4th place in tour standings, this tournament incredibly important, looking at trying to be in the race to be the champion of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But we've got 16 players, never been done before, so it's going to be quite a ride. And interestingly, 2 groups, right, James?
Yeah.
Magnus, Hikaru, they start in different groups. So much about finishing in top 4. There's one matchup I know everyone's looking forward to, Magnus versus Hans, but for that, both these players will need to finish in that top bracket.
I love where your head's at. So yeah, with a field of 16, we've had to break the players into 2 groups of 8. As we said earlier, they will play today only within their own groups. 7 total rounds, so they'll play every other individual within that group in a 10-10 format. The top 4 records from each group promote into the upper bracket. The bottom 4 from each group demote into the lower bracket. Everyone's still alive in the tournament to a degree, but exactly to Tanya's point, depending on the matchups you want, depending on your favorite players and who you want to see going up against each other, you are hoping that they exit the group stage in similar standing.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Magnus, we just assume he'll be in the top half of the bracket. It's not actually going to be easy for him, but yeah, Magnus hands, that's the one we all want. Magnus Hikaru, we want that too. He loves playing against these players with the initials HN, and yeah, it's all about who gets off to the fastest start.
Absolutely, and I also want to point out, I mean, you know, we're talking about all the big names, the names we're all familiar with, but just how much this tournament also means to Hans. Let's not forget, he did make it to Paris, but did not arrive. It's still a bit of a mystery why he wasn't there, and now this is his opportunity, right, for chess to speak for itself, because he is here, he is in the building, and he will be playing against all the top guys, an opportunity that he's hungry for. So I think finishing in that top 4 today for Hans will really mean everything, David. He's so hungry for it.
Yeah, and we were calling the shots, Tanya. He qualified for this with a play-ins. It was 3 days of long, hard freestyle chess, and he rose to the top ahead of some phenomenal grandmasters. So he deserves the place here, Hans, and he just has to put his money where his mouth is now.
And he did that on his birthday. Happy birthday, Hans.
Happy birthday, Hans. I mean, he's gassed up. Obviously, we've had the pleasure of being around a number of the players as they've arrived over the last couple of days, had dinners, and I can tell there's a lot of energy coursing through that body of his. He's ready to get out here and show the world what he's made of when it comes to the freestyle chess board. Those top 4 finishes are rather the importance of today. I think there's a different level of stakes here in the groups than we've had at previous events because of that fact that if you don't finish in the top 4 of your group, you cannot get first or second. Your absolute maximum placing from that point forward is 3rd, and that would be winning the entire way through the lower bracket regardless. So, David, you have a bad day today, and that could spell disaster for you here on the circuit.
Exactly. We've seen it before. We've seen Fabiano Caruana start these these group stages, these round robin stages with a few losses at the beginning, but later rise up. The players have to adapt their mindset, especially those who've previously featured in the tour so far, because in the past it was 8 qualifying from 12 in the previous Grand Slam from this round robin stage, but they have to go for the wins now. They have to take risks in order to get that top 4.
Now, I've been up here doing my best to explain what is a somewhat complex tournament format for you all at home, but I can do you one better. We got a little video package that's going to break it down from start to finish here in Las Vegas. Take a look.
16 of the world's best players, a brand new competition structure, all competing for the ultimate title, Freestyle Chess Champion. Here's how it works. The tournament begins with a round-robin format. 16 players are divided into 2 groups of 8. Everyone plays everyone else within their group, 7 games in total. The time control, 10 minutes per player, plus 10 seconds increment per move. At the end of the day, the top 4 players from each group advance to the upper bracket, where the title is still up for grabs. The bottom 4 of each group fall into the lower bracket, where they can still fight for bronze. Then the knockout stage begins in both brackets. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time controls increase to 30 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. In the upper bracket, the winner of each group chooses between the 3rd and 4th place player of the opposite group. The group runner-up automatically plays the remaining opponent. All 4 top players get to choose their color, white or black. Winners advance to the semifinals, and losers drop down to the lower bracket. The lower bracket follows the same logic. 5th place players from each group select one opponent from the 7th or 8th place finishers in the other group. The remaining matchup is then assigned to the group's 6th place player. Winners of the lower bracket quarterfinals move on to the intermediate matches stage 1, where they will face the losers of the upper bracket quarterfinals. In the lower bracket, quarterfinal losers are eliminated and share 13th place. The tension rises. The upper bracket semifinals take place. Winners move on to the grand final. Semifinal losers aren't done yet. They will later join the lower bracket semifinals, where they face the last challengers for a spot on the podium. Meanwhile, the 4 upper bracket quarterfinal losers now face the 4 lower bracket quarterfinal winners in the intermediate matches stage 1. Each match again consists of 2 games played with 30 plus 30 time control. Win and you continue your journey. Lose and you're out, finishing tied for 9th place. The lower bracket heats up. The 4 winners of the intermediate matches stage 1 now face off in the intermediate matches stage 2. Here, time control switches back to 10 plus 10, but the 2-game format remains. The winners earn the right to play against the upper bracket semifinal losers in the lower bracket semifinals, also played with 10 plus 10. Everything comes to a head. The 2 losers of the intermediate matches stage 2 play for 7th place. The two losers of the lower bracket semifinals play for 5th place. Both matches use the shorter 10+10 time control. Then comes the lower bracket final, a 30+30 match for bronze. And finally, the grand conclusion. The upper bracket final, played in 30+30, decides who will be crowned the Freestyle Chess Champion. Chess Champion.
All right, now if that felt like a lot, it was. But don't worry, we'll be here all week long to help walk you through it as the players play through this amazing tournament bracket over 5 days. Now we're moving on, though, to something that I know is a personal favorite of Tanya's. As we narrow the scope here towards each of the players, we're going to pull up or return to those take player cards that I know David Howell had a hand in making. We're going to talk about the guy who sits atop the tournament standings right now. It's Magnus Carlsen. So, David, take it away.
And in front of you, you'll hopefully now see the Magnus Carlsen player card. These are based on his performances throughout the Freestyle Tour this year in 2025. Of course, everyone remembers Karlsruhe, 9 out of 9 against some top opposition. Almost unheard of in chess history to score 100%. Magnus, he's got many skills. These days, he doesn't necessarily rely on attacking the opponent from the beginning. His technical ability, his strategic skill, and his endgame prowess tend to be what highlights, what helps him dominate games. And I've given him a 95 out of 100 overall score. It was hard not to say 100 after his last 2 Grand Slam victories, but he is the man to beat. I think on paper, at least, his universal style, his skill set there, it's proven to be so effective.
Now, I know in Paris, given only one event's worth of data, there was still, kind of using an assessment of their 2024 performances and stuff. So at this point, have these cards been entirely reworked just to freestyle performances in 2025, like you said?
Yes, the stats you see in front of you and that you'll see all week are based just on freestyle chess throughout this season. For some of the players who are brand new here and haven't taken part in the tour, it was a bit harder, but a lot of them have been playing online as well in Freestyle Friday on Chess.com. So yeah, they're players, they've been adapting to this new format.
All right, well, let's take it from his personal score to how he matches up against his first opponent of the day here. It's Vincent Keimer, the one guy who managed to take him down in any of our Grand Slams so far, all the way back in Weissenhaus.
Yeah, and Vincent Keimer, he's a bit of a freestyle chess specialist, it seems. Weissenhaus, I don't think anyone predicted his success there, but just the way he's controlling games, Vincent, the way he's getting out of openings with an advantage more often than not, it's very impressive. He just has this intuitive feel, strategically very strong, and he showed that in Weissenhaus, beating the likes of Magnus and Fabiano on the way.
Let's talk about the rest of the matchups then, right? One by one. And what's great about it is we're on the stage, so we can just take a look behind us and take a look at each of these boards. So let's work our way from one side to the other. Wesley So, Levon Aronian. We missed Levon Aronian as well in Paris after seeing him in Weissenhaus. But Wesley So making his first appearance here on the stage live with us, Tanya.
And he's a big guy when it comes to freestyle chess, right? The first ever FIDE Fischer Random World Champion in 2019. And he won the finals against none other than Magnus Carlsen and absolutely crushed with an insane score. I want to say they played in different formats and Wesley was on top in each one of them. So the first ever world champion in this format, he's taking on Levon Aronian, known as the artist on the chessboard, one of the most creative players. But Levon, he did have a disastrous start at the tour. In Weissenhaus, finishing 10th, he's looking to redeem himself. A big start on this one. I think Wesley's a name you cannot sleep on when it comes to Fischer Random. Just about anything, actually.
Yeah, for both of them, it's just about recapturing that previous form. Levon, I remember him playing in the mid-2000s, all of these freestyle chess 960 tournaments before it officially became a world championship, before it became a bit bigger, and he was the man to beat. But yeah, for Wesley as well, the 2019 match, I think recreating even a little bit of that would give him great chances here.
I'm also wondering if this city holds a little magic for him. For those who might remember, a little over a decade ago, Millionaires chess tournament here in Vegas. Wesley So came away the winner in that one. So is there a little magic in this city for him? We'll soon find out. The players, of course, getting ready backstage to hop on in just a bit. Let's move right along. Nodirbeck versus Prague. Nodirbeck, he was kind of a hero for us in Paris, coming in last minute to replace Hans, if anything. And once again, he returns to the stage here up against Prague, Pride of India.
Yeah, it's a clash of the youngsters, and it's always a big fight when these two play against each other. I think we're going to be watching them have these incredible matchups over the next many, many decades at the very elite level of chess. And there's this fire, this extra fire, I think, when these kids, I want to call them, when they face each other, but they're the big boss on the board. I think for Nodirbeck Prague, there's so much of rivalry as well going on. It's going to be a big fight, and it's clear, right? It's about the top 4 finishes. You want to get those early wins as quickly as possible. Nodirbeck, he was a last-minute entry into Paris, but what a run through, what a performance he had in the round robin, finishing at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Nodirbeck has been unlucky so far. He's bumped into Magnus Carlsen. He's been drawn against Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals of the Weissenhaus and the Paris Grand Slams. Of course, that's tough, but in the round robins, in the quicker time formats, he's been one of the guys to beat, so I wouldn't bet against him.
And even considering that, he still finds himself in a tie for 9th place in our overall standings, and he's in that tie for 9th place with the man at the next table, Javokir Sindarov. He'll be playing his first match against Bibisara, who's making her debut on stage after playing in Grenke, but here playing live on the big stage for us the first time.
Yeah, there's so many firsts in Vegas, right? The first Grand Slam to happen on the US soil, a brand new format, first time with 16 players, and again, breaking barriers with the first female player on the tour, Bibisara, and extremely strong. She's been the World Blitz champion twice. She's just 20 years old. She's the 43rd, I want to say 43rd women player ever to become Grandmaster. And that is a huge achievement. And Bibisara, she had a great performance at the Grenke Open as well, where she took down some of the big names. I think she's hungry for this. She actually decided not to play in the World Cup, to be here in Vegas because of the opportunity to play against these big guys and just how much it means to her.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that. Next up, of course, we have Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen. We already talked about that one, David. So instead, I'm gonna push you along here to a couple more newcomers to wearing the jackets. That's Ray Robson and Sam Sevian.
Yeah, and shout out to all the fans here. I'm guessing there's a lot of American fans, and these are two home favorites making their debut in the Grand Slam here. Ray Robson, he's so quick, so sharp, the puzzle world champion 5 times in a row, and Sam Sevian as well, equally dangerous. He prefers freestyle chess over classical chess. These are 2 of America's top 10 players, and they're here to make a mark.
Also, Ray getting in on game night last night with Fabi, so he was quick to jump on that train and joining the circuit tour. From there, we go to Hans Neman, Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun Erigaisi, I think, continues to be a name that's maybe not talked about enough in the freestyle circuit. He absolutely lit up the stage in Paris and started creating that conversation. I think because Magnus feels so far away in the standings that maybe he's being overlooked in what he can get done here in Las Vegas.
Paris was his debut, but he came in with 3 back-to-back Freestyle Fridays, victories in that. He made it through to the quarterfinals, but lost in that matchup. He had quite a performance in the round robin. I think Arjun's one player to watch out for sure when it comes to the 10+10 today. I think he's somebody that the players will be taking very seriously. And for Hans, he's got to be feeling the hunger. He's got to be feeling the motivation. Again, both these players, clash of the same generation, clash of sort of a similar style where both want to play attacking, aggressive chess. I think this is going to be an absolute firefight on the board.
All right, moving right along, just 2 more matches to talk about. Vidit, Fabiano next. Vidit, maybe a disappointing finish for him in Paris. By the same token, maybe also a bitterness for Fabiano. He's been so close, yet so far at a number of our events so far from that absolute top spot.
That's true, although consistency is key in any sport, and it does feel like Fabi, he's creating the chances. He's always there or thereabouts, and if he's in top form, if he can just push it up 1 more gear, then he's going to have a great chance. For Vidit, meanwhile, Paris, he was on his honeymoon. He just got married. This time might be the one.
And that brings us to our final matchup, Tanya. It's Lenier Dominguez up against Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, Hikaru having that incredible 2nd place showing in Paris, missing out on the Grenke Invitational. So can he come back in that exact same form? Can he pick up where he left off is, I think, the big question here.
And again, I think today is going to be so important to see what that form is that Hikaru brings on. I mean, he's got just so many fans here. Everyone wants to see him to make it to top 4. Dominguez as well wants to prove himself in this one, and never an easy opponent. I think that one's also a bit of a clash of styles. It's going to be so much about the clock control in this matchup, and also where you decide to use your time. In freestyle chess, it's really about the first 10 moves. So you've got to keep the accuracy, but also the speed. And I think Hikaru, with his experience, he's got to be a favorite in that one.
All right, well, there you have it. The stage and the stakes are set for the next 5 days of freestyle chess action. There's nothing left to do but to meet the 16 players who will do battle to see who stands above the rest here in Las Vegas at the fabulous Wynn Resort. First up, she's a two-time Women's World Blitz Chess Champion and the youngest to ever do it. Please welcome to the stage, making her first appearance live on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, it's Bibisara Asabayeva. Next up, breaking all of the U.S. age records on his path to becoming a Grandmaster and making his debut here today on the Freestyle Chess Circuit. Please welcome Sam Sevian. Next up, he's a five-time Puzzle Battle World Champion with a peak rating of 2704 and returning to Vegas where he finished second in the Millionaire Chess Tournament, hoping to do one better this time around. It's Ray Robson. Now playing in his third freestyle event in 2025 with an impressive fourth place finish in our first event of the year. Currently sitting at his peak rating of 27-22 and tied for ninth in our overall tournament standings. It's Javokir Sindarab. Next up is the other half of that two-way tie for ninth. Joining us for the third time here on the Freestyle Circuit, he's the youngest ever World Rapid Chess Champion. It's Nodirbeck Abdusatora. Our next player is a two-time Chess Olympiad gold medalist who returns to the Freestyle Chess Circuit following his first appearance in Paris. We're happy to welcome back Vidit Gudrathi. Next up, we have a 22-year-old Grandmaster, currently at his peak rating of 2736 and ranking as high as 16th in the world, looking to leave his mark on the freestyle chess world. It's Hans Neman. We now turn to a three-time U.S. chess champion and the fifth highest rated player in history. He was the first World Fisher Random Chess Champion. Give it up for Wesley So. Rejoining us on the freestyle circuit is the fourth highest rated player in history. He's a World Rapid and Blitz champion, leading his national team to 3 gold medals in Chess Olympiads. It's Levon Aronian. Next to the stage, a 5-time Cuban champion and world champion in Blitz, following an impressive 5th place finish in the Grenke Freestyle event. We're excited to welcome Lenier Dominguez. Next to the stage is the winner of 3 separate Freestyle Fridays, with impressive showings in the previous 2 Freestyle Chess Grand Slams. He's the second Indian player ever to cross the 2,800 threshold and currently holds 6th in our overall standings. Give it up for Arjun Erigaisi. He was the winner of the first leg of 2025 in Weisenhaus. At 20 years old, he's Germany's strongest Grandmaster and currently number 3 in the overall Freestyle Chess Grand Slam standings. It's Vincent Keimer. his second appearance on the circuit, following his debut in Paris. A Chess Olympiad gold medalist, having won this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament and ascending to the world #4 position. We welcome back Pragnananda Ramesh Babu. Following him, we have the reigning and 4-time U.S. chess champion with the 3rd highest peak rating of all time. He's one of our most consistent performers and the current #2 in the overall standings. It's Fabiano Caruana. Our next player is coming off an impressive second-place showing in our Paris leg of the Grand Slam and currently sits 4th in the overall standings. We're excited to welcome back a 5-time U.S. chess champion, winner of this year's American Cup and current world rank #2, Hikaru Nakamura. Finally, please welcome to the stage 5-time world chess champion, 5-time world rapid chess champion, and reigning 8-time world blitz chess champion, holding the world #1 position by rating since 2011. He's the winner of our Paris and Grinky legs, making him the current points leader for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It's Magnus Carlsen. And there you have it, folks. A stacked field of 16 competitors ready to do battle over the course of the next 5 days. It kicks off today with our 7-round round robin. There's only one thing left to do, though, and that's to find out what the shape of the battlefield will look like that they play for the first round of the day. I'm bringing back Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to help me out with this one. Normally, we're in the studio locked away when the position is drawn. This time around, it's your 2 responsibilities. So, Tanya, whenever you're ready, let them roll. All right, David Howell, pick us a good one.
Position 575.
Position 575 will be the first position for our round robin today. All the players now have 10 minutes to discuss within their pods, strategize as they please before stepping towards the tables. As they do just that, we'll reset towards the studio and we'll be back to break down all the action in just a minute. We'll see you there.
Okay. It's rook, knight, king, knight. Rook, queen, bishop, bishop. Rook, knight, king,
E4, E5, F4.
Can I play E4, F5?
E4, F5.
G5? Or no, F4 is more. Makes more sense.
Ah, so maybe not.
G4 first?
I assume G4, F4.
G4, G6.
No, but E4, F5, like if you take in 93, F4,
No, I don't know. But G6, G3?
I defer Queen F6.
Okay, knight C3.
G5.
E4, F5. Ah, yeah.
G5. The bishop's good, but still.
It was more of a G4. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this 93 Queen F6.
Is E4, G5 bad?
F4?
Take it.
Take 96.
Yeah, fine.
E4, G5 also is there.
That's why I said.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So G4 you said?
But E4, G5, G3.
E4, G5, G3?
F5, E5.
F4.
Are we generally happy with this?
I think we're good.
That's what we're playing at, right?
Okay, so before?
No, but before G5, before okay, it's 96.
Let's say F1. Yeah, I don't know.
C3, C3, D4.
Looks very bad to do.
Maybe H5.
What do you play, sir? What do you play?
E4, G5. 4. Yeah,
No, 96 quite up.
Yeah,
C3, D4.
yeah, C3, D4.
H5.
we play C5.
Huh? C5?
Yeah, C5, 96. The bishops are not great.
Here,
Maybe.
and then we start with H5 maybe?
No, C5, C5.
Yeah, C5.
No, I just want to get this bishop and like H5 bishop.
Yeah, but we have one bad piece. And a lot of bad.
No, G3 is more annoying here, but you say F5, yeah?
Yeah, G3 F5.
Okay, this is principled, of course, yeah? This will have to D4. So D4.
Replay. Get away with C5.
C6, C3.
Because C5 we're probably running into Queen C4 now.
Because there's much here.
Oh.
No, wait, C5, D5?
D6.
D6.
F3
Yeah, I think after D5,
like C5.
knight and 7.
But what about like D6?
We cannot play E4, G5, knight E3 first. No, it's idea G3 F4.
Yeah.
If you play E6, then I can play F4.
D6 right now. So here you
Or knight C6 first, fold D6.
G5, knight E3.
Knight C6, you play C3.
Now I think F4.
If I go knight C6, let's say, G4. H3, yeah?
Yeah, H3.
H3, H5, what's good?
Takes this queen E2 and
Then C3.
what was mine? The E4, E5 on the 4, E5, yeah? I'm sure there's no terrible one. No.
Can't be bad.
F4, let's say, yeah? Ah, F4 takes F5.
F5,
But then rook F1.
oh, bit scared.
Yeah, rook F1 is there.
I mean, we still have G6 there, but
But that's already a stretch. You can just take and go G6 probably.
Wait,
but it doesn't like it's B2's always perfect.
one second.
Oh, if I can't.
Yeah, this is very interesting actually.
F5 rook F1 queen before.
And Queen F5 we
G6,
gain a
G6,
tempo with G6. But even then, okay, let's look at that though. Rook F1, Queen before, Queen F5.
Queen before knight C3 also. No, D5.
This is a good trick. I like it.
I don't know if we're tricking or getting tricked. Okay, Rook F1, Queen B4.
Queen F5.
Yeah, Queen F5, G6, Queen F3, let's say.
Can we take and play symmetrical and tempo off? You take good knight. You got the whole thing, yeah? I mean, D4. Yeah, I'm not sure. Slightly better, no? For one? This one? And long castle? Long castle, long castle. Long castle, long castle. Yeah. Knight c4.
Take knight c4. Or here immediately. We can go to d5. Maybe immediately, right? Not sure. We can. Here, queen h6.
Queen before.
Yeah, queen
So takes. Ah, there's queen before. Mate. Refine.
I mean, I don't know why white is better.
D3? What? That's like that now.
Oh yeah, now D5, D6.
Yeah, yeah.
But he has nowhere else for it.
Yeah, maybe this is...
Yeah,
sensible.
maybe not like take D5? I take knight F6. Yeah. Do we have knight F6?
But do you think so? Take D5?
Yeah, take D5.
But
Knight C5. The D5 is hanging, no?
B6?
C6 and then long castle?
No, but
No, I mean C6 maybe bishop G2. Sorry.
then why don't we play D4 directly? It's my question. Yeah.
yeah,
First
after knight E5, yeah? Immediately.
Might as well.
So the players will start in 2 minutes.
Really, is that it? But then all the tennis players can play.
So good morning, dear chess players, dear audience.
And off we go here in Las Vegas for the fourth leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. It's a packed day of chess action. We have 7 rounds here of 10-10 play in each of our groups. And of course, we're going to start with one of our marquee matchups. That's your tournament leader there on the right-hand side of your screen, Magnus Carlsen, up against the current number 3 in Vincent Keimer. And as we are here in the community stream, I'm always joined by David Howe and Tony Sanchev. We are also welcoming in Danny Wrench to help us set the table, though, here at the start of the day. You got to sit there and see as our expanded field of 16 stepped onto the stage. What do you make of just, again, how we have, continued to build event over event and even introduce this interesting 2-group group stage into a double elim, pseudo double elim bracket now?
I don't know that there's much more table setting to be done. You all killed it out there. That looked amazing. It was incredible to watch as a fan. I will say that I don't know that I've ever seen chess presented in this way. I think the layout is incredible. I think the audience feels like they are front and center to all of the players that they love. I thought it was incredible. And so as far as the event goes itself, there's a lot about Vegas that is new and interesting, right? I mean, faster time control, slightly adjusted format. There's a lot of things that will be new and different for the players, which I think fits right into freestyle because every position is new and different every time. And so here we go.
Well, Tanya, I turn to you then. You and David are responsible for drawing position 575. What are your first reactions to what we see on the board?
Well, speaking of first, one of the things that I noticed are the players with the noise cancellation headphones on. You know, this is the first time we've got the Grand Slam being played in front of a live audience, something that I think chess has been missing out on, and it's happening here right now in Vegas. Magnus looking very focused after that last move. I mean, the first thing that really comes to mind when we see the starting position for me was that all the long-range pieces were on the right side of the board, the queen and the two bishops, you know, and apart from that, not a single pawn undefended. So each one of the pawns were guarded by a piece, so no clear weak spots. I really like the structure that Vincent Keimer has started with, opening up these long-range pieces, getting the bishops on the diagonal, creating a square for the queen to come out into play. And this is the one thing, David, that's always impressed me about Vincent, is his understanding of the openings when it comes to freestyle chess. He did it to perfection in Weissenhaus, and I like the way that he started against Magnus in this one.
Yeah, arguably openings-wise, Vincent's been the most impressive player this season on the tour. And I do, in the meantime, like what Magnus is doing. He's trying to block the center, trying to blunt the power of those bishops. The last move by Black, defended by Black's bishop. Remember, Black's piece is also on these long diagonals. It just prevents White from blowing open the center. White has the honor, the luxury of the first move. So Vincent, he wants to get the first strike in.
I have to say, I'm on the edge of my seat, though, looking at the clocks. I'm so used to everyone else following the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. One of the defining factors is that this has been classical time controls, right? That was what Magnus Carlsen wanted in the initial vision of the event. They have evolved the format, and it puts everybody on notice and on the edge of their seat. So agreeing with Tanya that Vincent continues to impress and just how comfortable he is here. But I don't think anybody's going to be comfortable here in a few minutes. We are going to have a very different style event here in Vegas. This is going to be wild.
Love it. And let's not forget, right, Vincent's the player who knocked down Magnus Carlsen in Weissenhaus. And what a match performance that was. So for Magnus, this has definitely got the makings of a grudge match. He wants to try to get that revenge in as well as the players continue to develop, to take control of the central squares. You know, the idea, Danny, that David pointed out earlier, Vincent doing a bit of copycat with his own pawn moving 2 steps forward, making sure that Magnus doesn't get any of the early breaks in.
Yeah, well, oh, sorry. I was just saying, well, what a first match for you to have, too, at the beginning of the round robins, because of the importance of qualifying into a top 4 spot here at the end of the day, right? You want to be upper bracket to start. That's the only way you have a shot at the 1 and 2 positions. If you fall to lower bracket, the best you can do is 3rd overall.
I want to talk a little bit about that, because what's the feeling there? We've got Magnus in this group, and then this whole other group of 8 players, which includes Hikaru, it includes Fabi, and I think Wesley as well in that mix.
Yes.
It feels like there are a lot of these big heavyweights that rely on experience when it comes to freestyle are in one group, and Magnus with the youngsters in the other.
I agree, although I don't know that that's an advantage for Magnus. I mean, at this point, I think the younger players, in many ways, I mean, you're looking at one of them who's won an event, right? The younger players in some ways have proven to be more dangerous, but maybe because of their freestyling, you know, ability, which pun, I guess, accidentally intended or unintended. I think it's going to remain to be seen. Obviously, we'll see what happens also with the faster time controls. I don't know whether that's an advantage or a disadvantage. Wesley So also hasn't played in a freestyle event since I think the inaugural in 2024 that kicked it off, if I'm not mistaken. And so despite the fact that we do have more household names, Tanya, in the other bracket, and here we have some chess, so I'm going to shut up and I want to get everyone, David, I don't know what to say here, but yeah, I don't know who has the better bracket at this point.
Yeah, no easy games, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I'm going to say Magnus has the better bracket.
Okay. Just because he's in it and he's expected to beat everybody he plays?
Also, I mean, imagine being in one where you're fighting for top 4 with Hikaru and Fabi in the mix. Not easy.
All right, let me put a picture to it just so that everybody at home can kind of imagine it. We're going to pull up the 4 boards from our first group, and then we can kind of swap over to the 4 boards of the other group, just so you can see which are our 2 groupings of 8 players here that are battling it out. So we've broken them lovingly into a white group and a black group to stay close to chess, our chess world. And this would be our white group here.
Yeah, and so those are the players, to your point.
Yeah, and now I feel like taking my words back, because there's Arjun Argaisi, world number 6 in there. There's Pragnananda, who's been having such an incredible run over the last few tournaments, winning tournament after tournament. And the first ever Fisher Random World Champion, Wesley, in the mix.
Yeah, and you've got that board there. You've got Hans Neman against Arjun Iragaisi in the lower right corner. Crazy position. Hans taking the similar approach that we see Keimer employing against Magnus, but a very different position developing there.
Yeah, and so perhaps we can figure out a board that we want to dive into. We can go back to Magnus for now, see how he's developing up against Vincent Keimer. I can kind of turn things over to David. We've watched it develop. We haven't necessarily talked about how it's developed and which player's position seems to be advantaged. Computer just ever so slightly favoring Keimer.
Yeah, still early days. This one is definitely the most congested, the most blocked position out of all of them so far. Magnus took an opportunity to throw a pawn forward earlier. It looked like he was trying to create some tension. No, he was just trying to gain space. This was because the black bishop was earlier hitting a central pawn, but everything now is looking very, very symmetrical, and it might just be about the knights, the outposts. We talked about the queens, the bishops being the potentially most dangerous pieces, but those have been totally blunted for now. And it's all about a white knight maybe posting up on a nice outpost in the center, and black can try to do the same in the near future. This is going to be maneuvering heaven over the next few moves.
David, and it was a bit of a gambit that Magnus played a few moves ago, right? When he pushed that G-pawn, which is now on the other side of the board, on Vincent's part of the board, so gaining space. And perhaps if we can just quickly do an action replay, because there were tactics involved. Magnus sacrificing for piece activity.
Yeah, he played this move, pawn to G5, and this could be captured now, but this would also come at the cost of white's central pawn, since the white knight has temporarily blocked its own bishop, and here we would see the eval bar slide, I think. So right now, Vincent instead deciding to bring his knight into the center, re-protecting his pawn, and if we catch up with the current position, doing what Magnus loves to do, push those corner pawns, those rook's pawns up the board.
It was a good call out that Magnus found that opportunity to play that timely G5, Tanya. I think that could prove to be critical based on the space that he now has over there on the, I want to call it the king side, even though the queen's over there. There is no king side and queen side in freestyle. But I also want to go back to your point, David, because when we had that bird's eye view, the one observation I had was the one that you pointed out, that almost every other board had a position that had already started to be blown open. This is the only game currently, I think, that has made no trades. We'll see if that continues with the knight popping into E5. But a very different dynamic on this board. And Magnus also has an extra minute on the clock, pointing that out because we are in a different world given the freestyle format changes here. This is not a world where they have hours to figure it out. You're going to feel like you're under time pressure very quickly.
And Magnus is interestingly inviting a trade, which would mean that he would lose all rights to castle for the rest of the game if Vincent was to grab that central knight, forcing Magnus's king out into the game. So a brave decision here by Magnus, trying to reroute his own knight to D6 to that central square, and then eventually plant it on that E4 red highlighted a moment that David's pointing out. Magnus looking pretty chill. Who are we picking? I know early days, but dynamics forming already. Magnus with a space advantage, but potentially with a king that can't castle.
Yeah, I actually prefer black.
Really?
The eval bars in the... yeah.
That's only because Magnus is playing black.
No, but it's not just... but I'll prefer black for two reasons. Yes, we all have Magnus bias-itis because he wins chess games more than anyone else on the planet, but he's also up 2 minutes on the clock, and white has really gained nothing with the extra move at this point. The symmetry, I think, favors black, given that you're so worried about being put on your back foot in some of these dangerous openings and dangerous positions white can have in freestyle. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like a very maneuvering game, Magnus's wheelhouse, and with a little bit more time, I'm a little nervous for Vincent.
Yeah, and he moves his rook, so Vincent's king is not going to be jumping all the way over to the right side of the board. It's not going to be castling towards that flank anymore. And like you said, Tanya, the black king might have to move in the near future, but since the center is blocked, it isn't the biggest issue in the world here. Don't try it at home, everyone. But yeah, for now, it's okay with the black king.
All right, now I'll make sure to bring us back to this one before it finds its way to a thrilling conclusion, but we do have 8 games in play. So first, what I'd like to do is maybe hop over to two of our newcomers in Ray Robson and Sam Sevian, guys playing on home soil, David Howell, but this is maybe one of the matchups where it feels like one of our players has actually found a solid advantage fairly early on. I see the computer giving slightly over a point advantage here towards Ray Robson with the white pieces.
Yeah, and another position that's almost symmetrical, but there are 2 big standout factors. One, that White has a pawn in the center, which now pushes forward, creating some momentum, creating some threats, but also a black knight on the edge of the board that doesn't create a great impression. So it does feel like Ray is playing with that initiative now, and talking about those diagonals that Tanya mentioned earlier, things are starting to open up. The queens are staring off against each other as well, so maybe those will be traded, but initiative White.
This is also a game that feels so familiar to me in the freestyle world, where so many of the minor and major pieces are sitting still on the back rank, just kind of staring at each other from across the board. Not too many of them having developed, but plenty of sight lines opened regardless. When will those queens come off? Right now is the answer.
Definitely feels like advantage Robson. Obviously, we can see the computer agrees here, but time again, also big in Ray's favor. Fun to see these two young American players that I feel like I've been watching since they were like 6, 7 years old play in this event. I think this is the first freestyle event for both, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know where I would rank their chances coming in, although Sevian does make a living of winning online events a lot. He's won himself at least a couple Freestyle Fridays since we launched that event. So. But right now, Ray's position just looks way more comfortable. He can probably grab the bishop here if he wants with something like knight f6. If he's into that, maybe find some other way to keep the space.
Huge platform for these youngsters. I will point out there's a poison pawn hanging at the edge of the board. The bishop from one end of the board could slide all the way across. But you've got to do so much calculation for that. Yes, you grab a pawn, but potentially trap your own bishop at the edge of the board if Black was to push his own pawn next to it, one step forward, and then get the king close to it. But I see the eval bar stays.
Yeah.
So this could be an opportunity for Robson.
Maybe d6 is your move, Tanya. d6 starts to undermine because you take c7 with tempo on the rook. That's the maybe. I mean, there's a discovered check if the king goes to b7.
But Robson doesn't do it.
He doesn't do it.
Okay, gonna play a little bit more conservative. Not jumping for it just yet. Oh, so he goes for the pawn move, that inducing pawn move earlier.
But it's a natural human thing. I mean, taking a7 pawns is so scary. I know that freestyle positions have to challenge all of our previously held beliefs, and we have to consider things like that more often, so good eyes, Tanya. But I can understand not wanting to grab it. It feels scary.
Yeah, well, oh, go ahead.
If you have more time on the clock, you sit, calculate, and you take it. But with this little time, I think you have to make objective, practical decisions on the board. d6, one of them.
Yep. Yeah, it's all Bobby Fischer's fault. 1972, taking a pawn like that. He got a bishop trap, he lost the game, and ever since, nobody really wants to grab the
legacy lives on.
But went on to win the World Championship anyway.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
All right, A7 pawns to a World Championship. Let's go. From here, let's zoom out. Let's put some faces and some names to the whole of this group. This is our black group, as we're calling it. And so 8 players here all doing battle over 7 rounds today. So each player will play every other player once today. Of course, you want to kick things off on the right foot and get a victory as quickly as you can onto your side. And taking a look at eval bars, fairly even across all of the boards, it looks like. So maybe we hop over to Hikaru Nakamura. I had asked the question, he was our second place finisher in Paris, of course, missed out on the Grenke Invitational, so we didn't get to see maybe if his form would continue. And the big question is, would he return to the stage here in the exact place where he left off in Paris?
Yeah, in this position, we talked about symmetry in other boards. This one, the pawn structure, totally symmetrical. Queens have disappeared. Rooks are staring at each other. Hikaru doesn't look too flustered here. He looks very, very calm. It's just a question of whether this is totally equal or whether either side can create some imbalance a bit later.
I do like what Dominguez is doing. He's rerouting the bishop. He's moved it one step forward. He might get it to another diagonal to try to combine it with the knight and pressure those central pawns. So it's going to be a slow game. Another thing I noticed is that Hikaru is one of the only players without a noise cancellation device.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. Although I saw Vincent Keimer was also not wearing a noise cancellation device. The environment in the arena, all the fans are wearing headsets so they can hear us. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
there.
hey.
Or the expert stream, whatever they're choosing to tune into. But the layout is pretty secure. I think everyone feels comfortable. I think the players were given the option. I'm not sure if it'll remain optional or obligational, if that's a right way to add to that in the future. But most players opting to make sure they are not distracted at all by any fans in the room and opting for headphones.
Our in-house resident grandmaster, right? David, what would be your pick? Would you want to stay in your comfort zone, not have any device on you, or would you like to block the noise out?
Yeah, I just hate wearing headphones in general, earphones. I don't know. I mean, I have to wear one as a commentator, but
they're so comfy though. So we did this in Oslo, I think, for the first time ever. I don't know that anyone had ever required over-the-board chess to wear headphones, but in Oslo, we brought the fans so up close and personal to mitigate all potential risks and ensured that fair play was a big box that we had checked. It was not a negotiation, and it was not optional for the players. It was required, but we got good feedback. Going in, there was some skepticism, and there were players who were like, I'm nervous about it. We'll see how I feel. But in the end, the players wore headphones over the board. They didn't feel uncomfortable about it, and ultimately, it was a bit of that hybrid model because the players are used to wearing headphones online if we're talking about esports chess.
True.
So the fact that we're sort of combining the elements, we think about chess having moved digital in the new era. In some ways now the digital expectations are reverse engineering back to over the board chess in order to accomplish these goals of having the fans in the arena and super close to the players.
Yeah, well, I know you didn't ask me, and I'm not a grandmaster, but I think I would take the approach of Hikaru. I think I would start trying to go in without the headphones. And then if I felt the need at some point to put them on, I would do just that. How about this, though? Checking in with Hans Neman. A lot of questions about what kind of fireworks would be on display with him early on here in the freestyle chess circuit. He has been itching to get out there and play. Computer doesn't love his most recent move, but he's also up against Arjun Erigaisi, who is such a formidable opponent in this format. The only concern I have for Arjun is 1:40 on the clock to the 5 minutes of Neman.
I think it's a huge concern. And I mean, that's not a lot of time at all, especially given that there are a lot of opportunities to blunder in this position. Tactics will be flying here very soon.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for both sides. We talked about the bishops. Tanya mentioned them on the long diagonals earlier. And look at this, already a mistake by Arjun. Things are coming to life. This white bishop now is attacking a poor double exclamation mark, a sacrifice here. Things are happening. Arjun's in big trouble.
Hans had this idea in the pocket when he played 94. You see, he hesitated for no time at all. The moment Arjun took that pawn, he popped knight c5 on the board. I think he knows that he's in a great spot.
And that's a brilliancy on the board, right? You don't automatically recapture. You're going for the black king there, and the clock tells the full story. Arjun's one of the fastest players on the circuit. He's always the player who's got extra time on the clock. And right now, more than 4 minutes down to Hans Neman. Hans on the attack. And one of the most difficult things in chess to do is to defend a position where you're feeling you're getting checkmated at any point. I mean, David, he's got to find a way to block that bishop diagonal. The move that will come to, I think, most of our minds is, can he just simply push a pawn to make sure that the b7 pawn remains defended?
Yeah, I think he might be reduced to playing moves like that, but after a knight trade, the black king will be out in the center for a long, long time. Just to point out the trick here for Hans Neman, it's all about a back rank checkmate. If you here currently take the knight, the white bishop will recapture, attacking the black queen, and it looks like black can win a piece by trading rooks first and then simply winning a bishop, taking a bishop. But at the very end of all of this, white gives a check with the queen. And unfortunately, in freestyle chess, you can't castle when you're in check, otherwise the black rook would just jump over.
And Arjun only has 20 seconds. Okay, he moved and got 10 seconds back, but he's down to 30 seconds on the clock. I mean, this is crazy, and that's how blunders happen when you don't have time to think through complications. Hans can play bishop h3 here? Is that the move? And just simply gang up on the pinned knight?
Yeah, wins material.
It's looking like it. I mean, look how much empty space is on this board. It's just such a fascinating position to end up in, where, you know, all the pawns have been vacated from the middle of the board, and most of the pieces are finding a way to be of service to the goal here from the opposite corner.
It's all about the diagonals here, right? Look at Hans's knight. That's made so much way forward towards Arjun's king. The bishop ready to strike, as Danny, you were pointing out. Meanwhile, Arjun, all his pieces on the back rank have barely moved forward, have barely managed to even put a threat on the board. And with 30 seconds, I think this is looking incredibly grim for the Indian Grandmaster. And what a run Arjun had in Paris, you know, when it came to the round robin. He had to be coming in feeling confident. But Hans, he's done his homework.
Yeah, key moment for Hans Neman. He should be winning if he finds this idea. You could trade rooks as well first. Maybe there's some small details, but it's all about bringing the bishop to this diagonal. And black can castle. The black rook here will swing over to kind of save the knight, but it will come at a pretty hefty price of material there.
An excellent start for Hans. I mean, he just won the Freestyle Friday, so he's warm. He qualified his way to Vegas, so you could argue that of all the players in the field, he's been one of the most, if not the most active, right? He's earned his spot, and he has been practicing the discipline of undisciplined chess, which is freestyle. And look at how he managed his time. I mean, this is how you win games in rapid fashion. This is clock management for the young players watching versus taking your time. He made sure he played quickly when he felt confident, and the moment Arjun played f3, he paused. He's letting everything play out and making sure he calculates it well before rushing forward, because he can smell blood in the water. He knows he's he's about to get his first Freestyle Grand Slam Tour victory.
Yeah, using his time at the right moments.
And your idea on the board, doubling down on that knight. I don't really see another way to keep the game going, but get the rook to defend it, give material, but at least keep the fight on. But you can see it on Arjun, you know, he hates his position. Arjun's a player who often lands up into trouble, but as long as there's chaos on the board, as long as he's got ideas to trick his opponent, he's still feeling confident. I don't think any of that exists right now, David.
20 seconds on the clock, and look at this. Both sides have castled. Castling is the toughest thing in freestyle chess for people who are new to the game, but essentially the rooks jump over their kings in this scenario, and look at the pressure on this.
Just overloaded.
It's over. I mean, like, castles, by the way, was also the best move from Hans. You didn't have to take d7. Just build up more pressure on the pin piece, as they say. He's going to win a full piece, not even the exchange.
Free knight. You can take it.
Yeah. Trying to offer the queen. That's going to be, I assume, ignored for now.
Yeah, I think White is happy to allow a trade on his own terms.
Exactly.
Maybe taking would allow the black pawn a bit closer. Probably still just winning, but Hans...
Crazy, he could even take with the rook, allow the trade on f1, and then bring the bishop back to h3 and pin. Okay, he doesn't do that. Taking with the knight seems to be the most straightforward, but I'm pretty sure there were a lot of roads that led to Rome there for Hans Neman.
And Arjun's trying to create a mess on the board. He's trying to keep the game going. You know, if you trade those bishops, the queen comes to a square where a certain pawn is attacked on the left side of the board. So Hans still has some calculation to do, but it's a whole extra piece. He finds the next 2 good moves, Arjun resigns.
Yeah, it's just about finding them, and Hans looked like he was peering forward. Arjun, meanwhile, frozen, it seems, with 18 seconds left on his clock. Feels like there should be multiple ways to win this, but trading off pieces, is that the way? Do you trade your bishop and then try to run away with your knight? The black queen, though, might be looking at some pawns. It's not 100% over yet.
He's got a fun little knight b6 check he could throw in if he wanted. Something like queen takes on e2, then you check with the knight, you win the bishop with check before capturing back.
Someone's done their puzzle rush today.
I'm just trying to see. In fact, he sees it. Yeah, this is actually, this was, I think, the cleanest way for him to solve all of his problems, and now he will win the bishop on e6 with check and just be up a piece. I wouldn't be surprised if Arjun resigns at some point here.
Yeah, a couple of moves flying out onto the board exactly as we expect. King will slide out of the way, but that's that extra piece picked up that you just talked about. Now the rook repositions to stop any more forward movement. That pawn will not promote.
It's close. There are almost some tricks with the black rook coming down and a black bishop distracting the white king, trying to make a new queen in the process, but it doesn't quite work for Arjun. This might be the final move of the game now. Yeah, let's see a handshake.
I don't think he plays. I think he's just going to resign.
Yep,
and
there it is. Our first result of the round robin here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Las Vegas. And the victor is Hans Neman over Arjun Erigaisi. Still 7 boards in play, though. So we're going to go quickly to the 4 board of our white group just to take stock of all of them. But from there, pretty quickly, we will dive back in to Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer to check in on how that one has developed. Vincent Keimer seems to have found himself in a little bit of time trouble and a disadvantaged board position. Just 15 seconds on his clock to work with here up against Magnus Carlsen. Of course, Magnus Carlsen's move to make as we zoom into that marquee matchup.
All the other games are relatively level there. We're diving in as we should here. Keimer down on the clock and down on the board. But real quick observation that just about every other game seemed very close to level. So I'm excited that I have no idea what the results will be. This one looks like a game that, as we kind of predicted, was going Magnus's way early, and this is a tough spot for Keimer.
It's an extra pawn for Magnus, right? And you compare the bishops as well. You've got Magnus with the stronger pair of bishops, that's especially the one on h8, eyeing the white king on the other side of the board, can set up a battery with the queen with huge threats on the pawn in front of the queen. Meanwhile, Vincent's bishop out of play. Yes, there's one weakness, and it just feels like, David, White is one move short of picking up that e-pawn, the central pawn, and creating play. It almost feels like tactics should happen right now. Checkmating ideas is what Magnus is looking for.
Yeah, and that's why he's spending so long, Magnus. He's spending a lot of his time advantage. He's actually threatening checkmate within a couple of moves there. The black queen was trying to get in on the diagonals, but Vincent keeps it blocked, and Magnus, he needs something over the next few moves, and ooh,
A breath of life?
Yeah.
A breath of life?
Magnus also doesn't have a lot of time. I mean, we were focused on Keimer's clock, as we should, and it's about to go under 10 seconds, but a minute is not that much more in such a complicated position.
And that gets a double question mark. That's a blunder on the board. Is Magnus aiming to get a central break in? Is that his idea? Because he is giving material back right now, which is picked up by Vincent.
Yeah, Magnus still has the advantage, but he had something very direct, very concrete. It was all about trading rooks, conquering the open file, bringing his other rook into the attack, and actually there were some very cute tricks in the future there, but Magnus, he's playing a longer style of attack here. I think he's going to trade rooks. There are still some ideas of the black light square
We've
bishop
seen
coming out.
Vincent defend resourcefully before against Magnus. I feel like I've seen this show before, deja vu. If Magnus lets this advantage slip, Keimer, one of the things that's been most impressive about him has been his ability to hold under pressure. And look at that, instantly responding with the best defensive move.
And he's such an intuitive player. I think that's been the thing that's worked out so well for him on the, in freestyle chess, is that he just kind of has a feeling for the positions, both from, the initial starting position, even to these middle and end game states.
It's completely turned around. I mean, Keimer's a little better here. Probably we're about to see massive simplification with a ton of trades, so I don't want to overdo the advantage for Keimer. But certainly from a defensive perspective, he has seen the worst of it already, and he's almost up on the clock.
I mean, this is fascinating. We dove into what looked like an entirely lost game, and within the last minute, Keimer has completely breathed new life into this. Of course, it had to come off of the mistake of Magnus Carlsen, had to be given that opportunity.
But that's the one thing Magnus has said. Sometimes he struggles to find that knockout blow, and he tries to do it the positional way instead. But this, strategically now, is really nice for white. The white queen very active, open files galore, big pawn weakness for Magnus Carlsen that's about to fall off.
Yeah, and he just shook his head there. We see a visibly unhappy Magnus. He knows that he's on the worst end of this endgame. There are weak pawns everywhere for black. It's a little early to call this, but are we about to see a full turnaround here? Like Vincent Keimer doing what he's done before?
I think we're watching that unfold. I mean, Magnus really unhappy with his last few moves, with the decisions that he's made. He's sort of given away his own advantage, the gem and glory of his positions, those two bishops gone, and now he's stuck with all these pawn weaknesses across the board. Barely any time on the clock. The clocks are pretty much leveled out. We could see Magnus with that head shake, extremely unhappy with what's happened right now. It's Vincent on the front foot, but 20 seconds, is that going to be enough?
Most recent move got a miss. Maybe not enough time to explore that one. We can talk about it a bit later. But
I think it will be enough, because remember, they have increment. They're getting 10 seconds added back with every move. So it is 10 minutes as the base time control fans, 10 seconds every move.
And now it's Vincent who's got the extra pawn.
Yes, this is 5. Wow. Wow. Vincent Keimer.
Does he get the dub?
He's stone cold under pressure.
Yeah, I think he gets the win, Vincent. He's never going to lose this. He can even force a draw with white at any time by giving a bunch of checks, but this is just so unpleasant. You're going to be stuck defending for Magnus Carlsen for 50 moves or more if you're going to save this one. And in the meantime, he's going pawn hunting. That was a great spot, by the way, Magnus. He's identified the only weakness in white's camp here, the h2 pawn in the corner.
Queen has to slide back to protect that, right?
But if she does, the c5 pawn hang. So that was actually a double attack sneakily by Magnus on both the 8. That was a very good move by Magnus, and that might be the kind of stuff that saves the draw here.
So then actually, the better would be to just counterattack a different pawn, as opposed to try and save one or the other?
But which one? It's not easy for Vincent. If the white queen ever goes too far away from her king, the white king might be the one getting checked. Commentator's curse, I said Vincent had great winning chances, but this might be the key defense.
Yeah, my concern is letting that black queen gobble up the pawn chain from the rear, right? But it looks like he's going to give him that opportunity to do so if he wants, trade off that central pawn in return.
But then it gets very messy, right? Because there's another pawn hanging, and Magnus gets his own passer going up the board. If we see these calculations play out right now, Magnus doesn't go for it. He first defends, keeps the pressure on that white pawn right now. Magnus, arguably the best ever player when it comes to these queen-pawn endgames. And I know, David, I felt it too, that Vincent, he's going to be pushing this one. But I think Magnus has found the best squares for his queen, and he holds this to a draw.
Vincent might want to just recognize that he also kind of got away with one, given how much worse he was earlier. Maybe don't push too far, because if you get in one of those weird positions where the queen does get h2 and g3, that g4 pawn is the furthest advance on the board. And who knows what can happen when you only have seconds on the clock.
Repetition?
Okay.
Yeah. That was kind of my suggested prediction here.
Magnus says yes. Will Vincent concede? You're up a pawn, but how do you keep those pawns on the board right now? I think Vincent will not find a way. Will he slide the queen back? He doesn't.
He does.
He's playing for the win.
He does.
Wow, with just 5 seconds left making that decision, that is brave.
Yeah, he's going to show some fight You love to see it. Fireworks on display here. First round
I do love to see it, James. I just have to say again, even if he goes on to lose, I'm so impressed with Vincent Keimer, his nerves and the fact that he doesn't have the fear of Magnus. I think some of these younger players don't have the same Magnus sort of fear that the players in Magnus's generation rightfully have, because he's been beating them forever. So I love that he's playing for the win here, even though it may come back to haunt him.
I know I've only been in the chess world for so long, but the story, to be here for the story of Vincent Keimer, at least in 2025, has been just one of the most special things for me, to watch this kid make a statement early on and then still live up to that statement in a number of ways. I mean, for such a young player, he's got so much poise, like you say. He's operating up there against the world's best, and he's not showing a single nerve.
Yeah, and what a dream run it was for him in Weissenhaus, right? Taking down Alireza, Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, on the way to becoming the champion in the first ever Grand Slam. And then just not the scoreline, but also the quality of play he showed. And this one as well, he keeps the fight going. Danny, to your point, the Magnus effect does not run through in these youngsters. We've seen it with Nodirbeck, with Gukesh, and perhaps taking inspiration from each other as well. But what about the position?
Yeah.
Pawns are level. Kings equally weak. I think Magnus is out of trouble here, David.
Yeah, I think he's at least out of trouble, and he might just feel that momentum is on Black's side now. If the queens ever disappear, you always have to ask yourself what happens, and the Black King may be a bit more centralized than its counterpart, ready to run in. Of course, this should now be a draw, since things are level, but this is Magnus Carlsen, it is a queen endgame, and he has an extra minute on the clock.
So we saw Vincent shake his head there, the Magnus grimace earlier. Now Vincent returned it. It's like, okay, actually maybe I pushed this a little too far.
And that's the thing, right? The psychological warfare. You knew you had a draw in hand. You could have just repeated and bailed out in that moment. And now suddenly you are on the defense. And let's point out that H-pawn that White has, which can be a long-term weakness that can come under target. I think Magnus, even though he knows objectively the position's equal and should end in a draw, he's going to push this out. He's going to make Vincent sweat in this one.
Yeah, trading off the pawns, though, with a tempo and the check on the king when that queen recaptured. Allows him now to slide up and connect those two pawns on the right-hand side of the board. So we have symmetry when it comes to the pawn positioning. And, of course, equal pieces to play with here.
And again, it should be a draw, as David said. Objectively, this position is dead equal. The computer doesn't have it wrong. Sometimes it says 50-50, and the computer is saying that, but it doesn't really highlight the dangers in the position. This should be a draw, but without time and will the nerves hold up, I'm going to bet on Vincent, because I've now seen him fool me once, whatever it is, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not actually going to bet against the kid's nerves, because he has already shown that he doesn't really have them against anybody. And it's why he's one of the few who have actually won a Grand Slam Tour event. So I think we will see a draw here.
Yeah. Magnus could even somewhat force it with king checks, right?
Yeah, I think he will. This might be the final moves of the game. Normally he loves to centralize his queens, Magnus Carlsen. He's decentralized her just to start giving some checks, and it makes sense because the Black King is a bit open, White with threats of his own here. This should now end in peace.
But he's taking his time. What do you think? Do you think it ends right here, right now, or will Magnus push for more? He hasn't made his decision just yet. He's looking for ways to keep the game going. And he goes for it.
Moment of truth.
But not yet. Okay, he's... The only way to really win these types of endgames, David, to correct me if I'm wrong, or Tanya, is the king can the king run in? Like, if you could go king f5, king e4, king f3, right? But I think if you move the king up, the queen will likely check on the light square diagonal, something like h7. But one of the things that's counterintuitive, I think, for beginner players is you try to think about keeping your king safe to the queen. But in reality, the only way to win these is to actually find a way for the king to run up the board and be a fighting piece that helps the queen do the job of winning pawns. And I just don't see a clear way for Magnus to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He will need a helping hand. He'll need Vincent to put his queen on a bad square that doesn't allow too many checks. In the meantime, he puts everything on protected squares, Magnus Carlsen. All the black pawns protect each other. The black queen controls everything. So he's not risking anything, Magnus. He's still prolonging this game. The question is whether he can prolong it much further after all of these checks that will now ensue.
He's trying to find a way to just keep the game going. And that's the thing, right? You spoke about helping hand. And the pressure just piles up. The more that Magnus plays and finds a way to avoid a perpetual immediate repetition, which might not be easy right now, but I think another check. And Vincent's doing it from all the right squares. If Magnus can get a way to keep the game going, it's anyone's result, this one is. Magnus wants it. He doesn't just want to agree for a draw just yet. He's trying to make this happen.
And he's trying to trick him right now, because I think queen a8 is the best check. This is a good example, David. I know we shouldn't do too many lines when under time pressure, but if you check on c8 and the black king comes to d5, okay, so Vincent didn't do that. He came back similarly, because you actually don't want to let Magnus do exactly what David is drawing on the board. This is a subtle threat. You think the king is trying to hide from checks, but no. He's trying to trick the white queen into giving the wrong check so that the king can escape up the board and get to g2.
And that's an important square because it also controls the b5 point, the other side with which the black king could have come forward, and the central square as well. Do not trade queens. The black king would have been super active in that case. And now Vincent going again. I don't think this is over. I think there are twists and turns that lie ahead in this one.
Crazy to think there could be. The queen is still hunting that king, just looking for the right angle, the right mismove, you know, by Magnus Carlsen that opens things up.
Vincent taking a look at Magnus there like, hey man, I got this. I know the geometry of the board. Did my geometry lesson in school. The queen is on the E file so that she can pop to E2 if you go to C4. And he's just trying to make sure the black king can't run in. But I'm with you, Tony. This is not over, especially again that even though the eval bar says it's equal, there is the possibility of a landmine check. You know, where you step on the landmine, you wish you could go back, but it looked the same as it was before, and it wasn't the same. You check on E8 a second time, and it's not the same thing. The king actually gets its freedom into the center.
Yeah, see, this feels weird to me. The black king has now traveled all the way from the center of the board to the left-hand side, away from, you know, those all-important, you know, pawn chains, those connected pawns on the right-hand side.
He's just trying to sneak in. He's trying to get as far down the board as possible. It doesn't even matter what angle right now, as long as he somehow creeps into the white camp. And the big question is whether you can cross into the white half here without getting checked. Occasionally, you put your king on a bad square. The white pawns might be attacking pieces as well. I don't think Vincent's kind of messing this up at all. Like Danny said, yes, it's equal, but black is the one on the better side of equal. It's just whether he can transform that into more. And Magnus is going for it. He's going to try and use his king now to come in. And if the checks dry up, then black is the one with all the fun.
It's just so much harder to play these positions with the white pieces, right? Yes, you know that this is a draw, and yes, you're making it right, but you have to continue doing that for the next 20, 25 moves. For Magnus, the plan's clear. Get the king to the right side of the board. Just maneuver it around, waiting for that wrong check to happen, while it's Vincent who needs to be extremely precise with little time on the clock. And that's when the pressure adds up and you crack.
I agree with you, and the more I'm looking at it now, like Vincent is looking at the clock while looking at the board. That's usually not a good sign, because he's nervous. He knows he doesn't have enough time that he would like, and he knows that he's actually closer to a landmine than he thinks. The wrong check, and that king goes c4, d4, e3, and you've got real problems. Okay. He plays king c1.
It's a classy move.
So for a first move without a check in a while, though.
And black can win a pawn here. Black can go pawn hunting with a check in the corner and to pick off a pawn, but that is super dangerous. Kind of sidelining your queen like that, and suddenly the black king will have no defenders around it. White will easily be able to give a draw by perpetual check, or maybe...
I was going to say, or checkmate the king over there. Yeah, you got to be careful.
So Magnus will not move his queen too far away from its king.
Oh, we're in Vegas. What are our bets on? A Magnus win or a Vincent hold in this one? I'll start with you, Jay.
Are you setting the lines? Do we have odds on this? That would be the first question. Or what are my odds?
We were almost close to a mate if Magnus played king c4 now. Like, it doesn't quite work, but like it's very, very dangerous. The queen comes down. Okay, queen to e4. Interesting. This is good stuff, because often when in doubt in these types of endgames, if you can play a subtle centralizing queen move, you just lay the groundwork for someone to give the wrong check again. You highlighted earlier, Tanya, that the queens can't be traded because black likely going to win the king upon ending. That's another reason why that kind of move is smart, is because you create crossfire check opportunities, meaning the queen in the center can block the checks that come to your king. And if you make the wrong check, that queen actually might be able to force a trade.
You know, in these positions, it's just so much about asking questions to your opponent.
Yeah.
You keep the balance, but you just keep playing on. Every move, white needs to find a way forward, losing little critical time, and perhaps also walking in dangerous territory. Magnus, just the queen and the king combination. He does it over and over again. A centralized queen activating the king, pressures on Vincent. It would be incredible to watch him hold this one.
That king has been on such a journey just to move 1 or 2 squares down the board in essence, but he is moving ever closer to getting into the fight.
But that time pressure's gotten very real for both players there. You see the uncomfortable shifting in their seats, because this is nervous stuff here.
Oh, whoa, no,
Whoa.
Is that it? Is that the landmine check?
That's
the landmine check if he finds it. But is it king e3? I think it's king e3 to run that way, not c3.
Oh,
Magnus sees it. Yeah, we were right. The engine agrees.
Paradoxically, the only move to save Vincent a couple of moves ago was to trade queens. But that's so difficult. So difficult when the black king was so active. That's what Magnus does. He pushes you into only move territory. And look how the white queen now, totally frozen, cutting off the black king's further advance. But now the black pawn is coming to create a checkmating net around the white king. And yeah, any queen trades now are terminal.
It's crazy. Nobody would have faulted either of these players if they had found their way to a draw, you know, some 20 moves ago based on the position. And yet the fight from each of them, refusing to let it go to half a point apiece, but this is the situation you end up in. Now somebody is going to come out the loser on the end of that trade, and it's looking like it will be Vincent Keimer who falls down to Magnus Carlsen.
It's not totally over yet. Magnus can also blunder, given he doesn't have a lot of time, and queens are very good at finding perpetuals. Check, check, check forever. But yeah, no, this is completely turned around, and Magnus is saying, hey, may not be afraid of me, kid, but this is what I've been doing for 20 years.
And how incredibly beautiful it's been to watch Magnus combine the king, the queen, with that c-pawn moving forward. Just all the forces slowly and steadily, you know, tricking Vincent into this position. This has been the unfolding of a vintage Magnus Carlsen masterpiece in a queen-pawn endgame.
Vintage Magnus, completely agree. And yeah, I think it's actually about to get real simple here. Here he goes. H2 is falling, G3 is next. And it's not enough for Vincent.
Yeah, you can just take the pawn. The white queen can come back and give one check, but the black king will step forward. You can go for no more checks because the other pawn will drop. And yeah, that's the one thing you can't do against Magnus. Give him an equal endgame where he can slowly improve, where he can test you, push you to the brink. And half a point is going to be vital, by the way, in this round robin stage. Yeah. Yes, it's 7 games, but this could be so decisive come the end.
He lures you into that end game, lulls you into a false sense of security. Yeah. As simple moves are being made, and then you step on that landmine, and it all blows up in an instant.
It's simple now. He's already done all the hard work.
He looks devastated, Vincent Keimer.
Yeah. Yeah, now he'll play queen f3 if you check again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see
I think he's
resignation.
Yeah, and you can see it on him. And this reminds me of Vidit Gujarati's story from the previous tournament, right? A draw position. You're holding it for 100 moves, and then Magnus does Magnus things, and you lose that. And that really is one of the most painful experiences.
Yeah, no, that's a great callback to Paris, where time and time again we saw Vidit, you know, midway through a round in very solid position, even winning positions at times, and it ended up slipping away to what ended up being a disappointing tournament finish for him. Of course, this is just round 1, but remember, all these players are fighting for a top 4 position within their group by the end of the day today. So you want to be kicking things off on the right foot at the very least with a draw. And now Vincent Keimer will likely find himself at the bottom of his group coming out of the first round of play.
Yeah, we can see the heart rates there. Yep. Vincent's heart rate's pretty high at 124. Magnus much lower, much more chilled now. And yeah, this is just what he does. He's been doing it for so many years now, Magnus Carlsen, since he was a kid. And wow, great start to the tournament for him, but he did it the hard way.
Yep.
I can't believe White started this endgame, this queen endgame, a pawn up. And this is the final result.
Talk about a turnaround, right? You started a game up a pawn, and now you're down 2 pawns. This is what Magnus Carlsen does. As commentators, we've been watching him as you know, friends. David, you've been watching him do this probably in a lot of sessions that aren't even on camera, you know, late night blitz, and then sessions that are, and like he like you said, he lulls you to sleep, waits for you to step on a landmine, and then pounces. There it is.
Everyone countless times, and Magnus takes the win. Vincent had to resign there. Tough result for him.
Yeah, very, very tough start to the day here for Vincent Keimer. And what could have been a win, a draw, ultimately ends in a loss. But Magnus Carlsen starts out hot with a full point to his name. There's one more board in play. That sports 2 of our newcomers in Sam Sevian and Ray Robson. They find themselves in a very interesting endgame from the perspective of Rook versus Bishop, 2 pawns to 1 pawn, something that will likely be a draw, but I'm always scared now to say something will be likely to be a draw given what we just witnessed.
Well, I mean, I said it was likely to be a draw here between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. I wasn't betting against the kid's nerves, but I stand by. I don't think Vincent's nerves failed him. I think that position was just way trickier than he realized, and he got a Magnus Carlsen lesson that he's been giving out to his fellow chess. He's so generous with the lessons that he gives. Magnus has been giving them freely for too long.
And that's the kind of game that reminds you of Magnus's greatness, right? Any other player playing with the black pieces and perhaps would have ended in a draw 30 moves ago, and Vincent would have held it confidently. But Magnus just has this way of just move by move, posing problems, putting the pressure on, just never stopping the game. Just don't go into an endgame, especially a queen pawn one against him. This, I think, is an easier hold, though. Yes, if you do the math, it's 4 points for bite against 5 of the rook that black has, but the pawns are far advanced, the king active in the center, the bishop can be used to block the checks at the right time. Black's king not finding activity. I think this one, a lot easier to hold than Vincent Keimer against Magnus Carlsen.
But obviously both players playing on, so perhaps you can help me understand. Who is playing for the win here?
Well, only black can win unless you take your eye off the ball and allow the white passed pawn here in the corner to run through. That's unlikely to happen. The problem is you need to start winning the white pawns. You cannot trade off. If all of the 3 pawns disappear, it looks like 2 for 1 for black. But a rook versus a bishop is a relatively straightforward draw. Imagine all the pawns disappear. So the fact that the black king is tied down defending the pawn next to it, the white bishop kind of keeping an eye on that pawn means that Ray here...
The kings would check, so it's okay. I was looking at the same thing. It's not a pin because of the check. But yeah, I was watching nervously with Tanya that this might happen. You are going to win that pawn on a5. But to David's point, to answer your question even further, Dash, this is a theoretical draw and one of the easier ones. I'm going to say that knocking on wood because you know things happen. It's one of the easier ones to hold potentially. King, rook, and bishop versus king and rook is actually much harder to hold. But king and bishop versus king and rook is usually a straightforward.
And the defensive plan strategy is clear. You want to put your king, if you're on the defense here, you're the side with the bishop, on the opposite color as your own bishop, as we're seeing that happen. You get to the corner, which is the dark square. In this case, you've got a light square bishop, so that the bishop can do the job of blocking any rook checks from either the flank or from the row at the bottom. And he knows this. He's doing it just to perfection.
Gotcha. So I sack that pawn, just slide my bishop up and tuck my king into that corner.
And what you'll see, David will highlight it for us in a second, is that stalemates happen naturally. That's a weird thing to say, but the reason it's so easy to hold is because, yes, there is one maneuver that we will probably see Sam try that kind of forces the king out temporarily, but for the most part, the stalemate is organic, and it's very difficult to break through because the king and bishop just sort of shield each other in the corner.
There you go. So a nice instructive moment for you at home. If you find yourselves in a similar endgame and you're the one with the bishop, find your way to that draw, snag your half a point and get away with it.
Yeah, essentially you can always pin the bishop, but you can never win the bishop because the black king can never come any further. This is what we're seeing unfold. He will try for 50 moves, Sam Savian.
Yeah, he will try. So this might be a time for us to, you know, like this is where, what do they do in baseball games when it's a blowout? They think of other, no, I'm kidding. Like this is going to be going for a while, but we shouldn't take our eye off the ball just yet. Given that they just entered and we see Ray is under 10 seconds, like, you know, this is probably the most likely moment where a blunder could happen in the next minute or so if it's going to happen.
Yeah, he's doing it to perfection, though, right? As white, you want to keep the bishop on these two diagonals close to the king to be able to block a check out and to also be able to give your own check, which now has been stopped with the rook moving to the 4th rank, controlling that e4 square. But it looks like Ray knows exactly what he's doing. He slides it back. He keeps it on the right diagonal. The king on the right corner of the board. This should end in a draw.
Yep. And Sam's just trying to do the thing where keeps Ray under time pressure for a trick. In these moments, you'll now get a check on the first rank, and the king will have to come up to a2, which opens up the idea of that sort of skewer where you attack the bishop, let's just say on g7, and a7 is checkmate, if you can visualize the king being forced up. But as long as Ray doesn't blunder here, any move like that works because you will check the king on the light square diagonal, and there you go, which means the king has to move. So Ray knows how to do it, like Tanya's saying, but there's a reason why it's being played out. We should give Sam credit. You wouldn't play it out if it was truly just a dead draw. There are chances for blunders.
So if I'm understanding, play with the white pieces, I just have to keep my bishop in a position to check on that light square diagonal, like you said, but just not on the file that rook is ever protecting. So I always have to make sure it can get to that diagonal off of the file that the rook is attacking.
Yeah, the only way to checkmate the white king is for the black king to establish the opposition, to stand opposite it with one square in between, but as soon as that happens, there will always be a check on the light squares. So you just have to be ready for that. I have lost this endgame myself, but that was in a blitz game with no increment. I think with the 10-second increment here, it should be plenty for Ray Robson.
I've actually won such an end game, having the rook on my side in one of the very important tournaments at the Tata Steel. So to your point, it's not over till it's over. The idea of the skewer did happen in that game where you, as black, the dream is to threaten the white bishop and the checkmate at the same time. You want to come in with a double attack when your king can't be checked. I think these players know what they're doing. What about the other guys? Are they glad that this game is going on for a while and to get some time off?
I would bet they are, because sometimes the first round, first round jitters, you get your nerves out of the way. I think those... we haven't seen all the results yet. Maybe those who lost aren't feeling that way. Often when you lose, you just want to get back at it to get that sour memory out of your mind. But overall, I think the players like to take a breath. So maybe they're just going to let these two guys battle it out for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully they're making use of that sweet setup backstage. We got some beautiful player lounges and plenty of snacks and refreshments for them in between their games so they can stay rested, because these will be marathon days. I mean, they are 10-10 games, which move pretty quick, but you got to play 7 of them in a row, and these are at the highest possible level.
All right, so checkmate in 1 is being threatened currently from the square on the file that the rook is there. What's the etiquette here? If a player wants to off or draw, is it the one on the defense or the one on the offense?
Offense, for sure. Yeah, the defense is like, it's unspoken rules of chess for those listening and wonder what those are. Every sport, every culture has them. Whether they're good or not, they do exist. And the unspoken rule is, if you're the one worse, you're the only one with losing chances, it's not good etiquette that you offer the draw. It is up for the other person to offer it.
I agree.
So we find ourselves back in a familiar position. King and bishop hugging each other in the corner.
Yeah, he's tried every angle. Sam Sevian, the white bishop was previously on a different diagonal. Now it's going to have to walk somewhere along this diagonal. There are some landmines, but they should be easily avoided here. He's done everything right, Ray Robson. And all it will take is to play on and on until the arbiters step in a bit later when the position has been declared to have made no progress.
Well, David, you've got the computer over there, so you're the arbiter here in studio. You can scroll back and look at the move number. Right as I started saying it, you knew what I was going to ask, so you're already scrolling back. What move number did we first enter the king and bishop versus king and rook, which means the last pawn and piece were taken, so that's when it counted.
Yeah, it started at move 85. This is now move 108. So they've played 23 moves.
So about halfway there.
About halfway.
Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar with the rule, if no pieces have been removed from the board for 50 moves consecutively, at that point, a draw would be declared.
To win this position, you basically need your opponent to make a 1-move blunder.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the only way, to walk into a double attack. Sam, he's trying to set that up. You know, he keeps the king close to the white king. He's keeping the checkmating ideas. For example, now you either give a check or keep it on the diagonal. You move it anywhere
But I was
else,
just going to say that this is one of those spots where bishop b1 is the blunder, because then rook a5 check would actually win the bishop. And that's what David was highlighting before I could jump on it. That in a bullet game or online, this is where you could blunder Ray calmly. He almost moves the pieces extra calmly on purpose, right? Another, again, note that bishop a2 would allow the same idea, but on a different rank with rook to g1. So this is one of those only landmine spots where you just keep the bishop on that diagonal, as Tanya said, but don't put it on the square that feels coziest next to the king.
Yeah, I only see 2 safe squares, actually. Of course, he's going to find one of them, but that's the thing that Magnus Carlsen does so well. He narrows the path. There were only 2 moves not to lose on the spot. The square he chose and another square on c4. But yeah, that's the trick in these endgames. You just have to wait, be patient, then finally set the trap when your opponent might be low on time. Sam here, he's building a big bank on the clock, but it's not going to be enough to win.
Yeah, he's going to keep poking and prodding until he's told he has no more moves to make.
And ultimately, these two, they are some of the underdogs. They know that they'll be rivals, most likely, to get into the top 4. So a draw would be a great result, especially for Ray, considering what's happened. But just in general, I think they would have taken a decent start to the tournament to ease themselves in. But yeah, these two, they will be targeted by others.
Too early in the day for it to happen, but that will be a discussion later on in the day as results come flying in, how aware the players are of where they are in the standings and what kind of results they need to hunt just to get into a top 4 finish in each of their respective groups.
And let's not underestimate the mind games at play, right? You know that this is an elementary draw in these at this level. You know everyone's watching. You still have to be precise. And in those moments when you have only one move, you better find the right move as well. There is that pressure that keeps building up as well for the player who's on the defense. And that can play mind tricks, especially when the game goes on, especially when you play like 40 defensive moves.
Yeah, I agree. But it will also feel good to Ray if he holds it, because sometimes the best type of way to start an event like this is with one of those grind-out games where you got it all out. You know what I mean? You were winning. I mean, at one point, Ray was much better in this game, then you were losing, and then you held. And sometimes that roller coaster, just speaking to being in a tournament early, sometimes the roller coaster ride can help you get in form, right? Shake off the rust. Oh, what's going on?
It gets settled in.
Ooh.
Is he claiming a 3-fold repetition?
Ah, interesting.
Wow.
Oh, the arbiter steps in.
Ooh. Was that that wasn't a 50 move draw?
No, 50 move rule yet.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a 50 move. Did they call him over, or did he step in?
I don't know. Unfortunately, I was kind of making my point about shaking off the nerves, so I apologize for that. I don't know if the arbiter has the jurisdiction to just step in. Depending on the rules being used, they do. FIDE rules, the arbiter does.
Well, what I could make out was that he was pointing to a square that the bishop moves to, and what I understood was that Ray Robson said if he plays this move, this position has happened thrice already. Can you confirm that?
Wow.
Interesting.
That is incredible. That position occurred on move 90, move 100, and that would have been move 117.
Wow. What a memory to have. What a steel trap of a mind to even be able to call that out to the arbiter. But that is the conclusion of our final game from round 1. Ends in a draw, but now we're reliving some of the highs and lows. There were 5 draws across the field and 3 solid victories. I'll break down some of those for you guys as we come back on camera. It looks like Levon Aronian managed to come out on top over Wesley So. Of course, we saw Hans Neman get his victory over Arjun Erigaisi, and Magnus Carlsen with his win with the black pieces over Vincent Keimer. All other 5 boards were draws, so half a point apiece to each of those. But from here, the round robin will roll on. Like I said earlier, within those groups of 8, everybody's going to play everybody. So 7 total rounds. And of course, we'll see how they, react to coming off of those victories or those long drawn out draws, with just a few minutes now to kind of rest, relax before a new position is thrown at them and they have to immediately start to evaluate that one. I think that will be really interesting today as compared to previous events where there are going to be 7 different starting positions. You got to keep those all very clear in your head and make sure that each one that you're evaluating, you're stepping into with a very fresh mind. Let's pull up our standings just to put a picture to the results from the first round of the day. Like I said, we have 3 players who should be sitting at 1 point apiece atop the table. That would be Magnus Carlsen, Hans Neman, and of course Levon Aronian. And then every single other person in the field sitting at half a point apiece. But don't forget that their standings within their groups is what matters the most. So you're not competing with somebody else who's got a point atop the other table. You just have to find a top 4 finish within your own group of 8.
I think it's huge for Lev to get a win against Wesley to start off his campaign in the round robin. Magnus Hans scoring some classic textbook wins, one to study. But I just want to take a moment and just think about what Ray Robson did there. He claimed a draw that happened in a space of over several moves. It wasn't one after the other. David, you were pointing out the move number, and to me, it just feels like that was a sneak peek into a mind of an absolute genius to be able to recognize that.
Yeah, Ray Robson is a genius. His mind works so fast. He sees so much. That's why he's been puzzle champion for so many years. And yeah, the final position, 27 moves earlier, was the first repetition. That's the 3-fold there. And here we see the scores in front of us. This is Group B, and it is Hans Neman, the happiest of them all.
Hans Neman, the happiest of them all in Group B. Sorry, I'm breaking down how this works here. Group A and Group B. Okay. Yeah, Hans got the victory. We didn't get to see Levon's victory over Wesley, so that's the only decisive game that never caught our attention, so apologies to fans on that. But yeah, we should go back to shouting out Hans's victory, right? Maybe the most decisive game of the round. Magnus Carlsen doing what Magnus does in vintage fashion. But I've told so many Ray Robson stories, I feel like an old man. I don't want to tell more, but literally he is a genius, and he was one of the first people who actually forced us to add more puzzles above the 3,000 level, because get this right, James, he had literally solved every puzzle above 2,800 in our database and memorized the answers. And this was at the age of 14. His coach emailed me. He's like, "Hey, Danny, is Chess.com going to add any more puzzles?" Like his brain works differently.
That makes my intro for him make a lot more sense. 5-time Puzzle Battle World Champion, and not just 5-time, 5 consecutive years he won that. That is
this was the first year ever that he didn't win. Shout out to Andy Woodward, another genius on the rise, young American talent. Maybe we'll see him in one of these events someday. But no, Ray is special, and that was a very impressive thing that he did to recall that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add that though. It's not just 5-time Puzzle Battle World Champion. It's the only man to force an entire internet website to change their back end to give him more puzzles to take on. That's wild.
And how do you even do that? With seconds on the clock, you recall that this position's happened twice before at different moments in the game, and then have the presence of mind to call the arbiter. Because if you mess that up, your opponent ends up getting extra time on the clock, something perhaps you don't want. So just the confidence to be able to make that call, I mean, memory, well, that is just at another level than out of this planet stuff.
It really is. And especially because it wasn't even needed, right? I mean, he was clearly displaying that he understands the defensive technique. And so I think anybody else, I think I would literally have done the thing I think what Tanya's saying is I would go, maybe it's 3 times, but I don't want to give him extra time. So I would just make a move and continue to show that I can defend. The confidence to do that, the memory that he has, Ray's brain is unique, and we'll see what he can do. Obviously, the rest of the week here in Vegas, now that he's got his first game under his belt, maybe the nerves out of the way with that draw.
A few minutes till that position lottery for round number 2. I want to throw a couple matchups at you guys and just see how you think they might play out. First, eyes are drawn to Magnus Carlsen stepping up against Levanaroni. And I know we didn't get to see that victory like you mentioned, Danny, but this is now 2 guys coming away from round one with a full point going head-to-head in the second round robin. So I expect to see a lot of fireworks there, and both guys with a lot of momentum.
They both won with black, too, right? Hans Niemann was the only other person to get a victory. He won with white in impressive fashion.
Yeah.
But Magnus Carlsen and Levanaroni both won with black. Now, I don't know in freestyle, maybe I'm doing the traditional chess commentator thing to highlight that that's a big deal. And David and Tanya, you're the experts in freestyle. Is calling the attention of someone getting a win with black a bigger deal than getting a win with white in the first round a thing in freestyle, or do we not do that anymore?
It's funny because at the beginning of this season, I remember in Weissenhaus there were several rounds where it was just a whitewash. White was winning every single game as players just couldn't handle the openings. They weren't able to strike back. But over the last couple of events, it's becoming more and more even, but still impressive, I think. It's always a bit scarier starting with black. You know you'll be facing the first hit.
Yeah, I'd say that colors don't matter as much in freestyle chess because you don't have that opening prep to rely on. The first move advantage perhaps slightly diminished, especially in this time format when you don't have enough minutes on the clock to figure out the opening subtleties as much. But just getting a win to start the day with, you know, for Magnus, for Hans against Arjun, Magnus, the way he did it against Vincent, for Lev to take down a former Fischer Random world champion. I think that's the big storyline. You just feel like you're coming in your good form. You need that top 4 finish, and it's a dream start.
Yep.
Yeah, I also feel guilty. I was the one who drew that position. I was like, oh, it's so symmetrical, and several of the games ended in quick draws. Yeah, ultimately, it wasn't one of the more dangerous ones for the black.
Good news for you. You're locked in the studio for the rest of the day,
yeah.
so you won't have anything to do with the remainder of the positions drawn. Now, we talk about Ray Robson there in the most marathon-esque of a game there, round 1, and how he kind of went through it all, right? The highs and the lows, a moment of a winning position, perhaps a losing position, gets away with the draw in the end. He now has to step into the arena against Hans Niemann, who played so fast. And I think that change of pace might be very interesting for Ray to come up against, right? Where after a very kind of lengthy game, that might lull him into a slower sense of pace. We know Hans Niemann is going to come out the gate firing on all cylinders.
Well, it's funny because those dynamics can work both ways. I think sometimes when you grind out a first game, whether you barely hold or get a win like Magnus, it can play in your favor because a lot of this comes down to form. These guys are all here because class, they say, is permanent, form is temporary, and the person who wins these events is often who's just playing better. And so you have to be careful if you win your first game. And it was like, I don't want to say it was easy for Hans, but it was a very impressive game. And so you have to make sure you don't step into the next one overconfident. It can be a bit of a trap if you're not careful, given how quickly you took care of the first one. So
Well, just moments away from the position lottery. Danny, I'm going to let you go enjoy the festivities of the entire playing hall and not keep you trapped in here for too long. But thank you as always for
this will be. I think this will be the last time I'm here. So I'm going to watch as a fan at home. All three of you. I'm not going to be sticking around for the whole thing. So thank you for having me. I love doing this. Chess commentary is my first love, along with family. Okay, but the chess commentary is my love. So I won't be back. I'll be watching as fans, and thank all three of you for what you do.
You'll be dearly missed. We appreciate you. Go enjoy the rest of the day. And with that, we are going to throw things back into the player hall as we dive into round number 2 of our round robin play. It's Fiona on stage, ready for the position lottery. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the rest of the day as our commentators are stuck in the studio breaking down the action. We just saw a very exciting first round with wins for Hans Niemann, for Levon Aronian, as well as Magnus Carlsen grinding down a win against Vincent Keimer. We're ready now to draw the position for the second round. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Grenke, Sebastian Hirsch. Please give him a warm round of applause. Ready? Position 685. Position 685. And Sebastian, let me ask you, as the CEO of Grenke, you have supported chess for so long, and your tournament in Karlsruhe was part of the tour this year. What does it mean to you, and what are your first impressions of Vegas here?
Yes, thanks. A warm welcome from my side. Thanks for making it happen here in Vegas. Thanks also to the audience and to all the players. And for Grenke, it means a lot, especially we combine the freestyle this year with our Grenke Open with more than 3,000 players. And it is an amazing sport, a great opportunity to bring that sport to everyone in the world. And thanks for making that happen here in Vegas.
Well, thank you very much for what you do, and please enjoy the rest of the day. To our audience, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare, so please enjoy the rest of your day.
What do we do with the special? I was thinking maybe, you know, if you take, even. I know, you want to
It's interesting. E4 is interesting.
Maybe not D3 first? And then C4?
No, G2 is F6.
Oh, sorry, G2.
But okay, maybe it's not clear.
F6. F6, E4? Oh, but knight C5, because I also bishop G4. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But maybe E5.
Also, instead of B4, we can also play A4, right?
The A5?
Oh, right, yeah. I mean,
if we can get this bishop.
Yeah, I think this. But why do you get this? Let's just go back and see after B4. What else is there? Let's play. Yeah. E5.
E5 or A5?
No, I don't understand what you're doing with this before A4. Aren't you just weakening your position? I'll just get the center.
You want the bishop E7 position? Yeah, exactly.
I don't like this before A4.
So why don't we take the center then? B4.
Maybe B4, F6, F4?
Maybe it's very low. B4, F6, F4.
Let's say B6. I'm just not sure about B4 somehow.
The black's bishop is a little problem. We're just trying to limit the bishop.
What do you play for E4? I think you can play E4 like it's his idea, bishop E2. Like if you cannot play B5, like I can play F3, bishop to A4.
So why F3 on my G3?
I want to go knight e3.
Because I thought maybe with f4.
Hey, let's say e4.
Yeah, e4.
e5, f3, something like this.
Yeah.
Or e5, b4?
Yeah, e5, b4 also. But I'm not sure. After b4 also, we should can take this pawn.
b4, f6. I don't understand what b4 is doing.
No, just and then we play.
But then he has this bishop b7, a5 in mind. Once you commit to b4.
What about
I think if black gets e5, then we should have won b4.
No, I think
I like Sam's idea with e4,
yeah,
f3.
f3, yeah.
How does black play f3? Does black play f5?
No copy. Let's say b6.
b6, knight f3?
d5. d5, knight d6.
Okay, so b3.
Knight to d6,
Yeah,
c5.
c6, bishop c7, c5.
But c5, I think.
Yeah, c5. Yeah, e4, I think.
d5.
e5. No.
You should also maybe consider like e4, b6, f3, d5, this type of stuff. So quickly remove the queen from it.
Bishop e2 maybe?
Ah.
I don't know.
No,
Or
no,
maybe
no,
even bishop e2 here.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Ah, it's a good move.
No, I think e4, they should e5.
Well, maybe this quality.
b6, bishop e2, a5 also not so clear.
Knight e3.
Just take knight e3 is that? Probably it's better. Or here knight
Queen
So knight e3 there after that.
Yeah,
f3,
yeah,
f6,
probably
d4.
a5 is too.
Yeah.
Although if black plays a5, it's hard for us to get the queen out without
Maybe I think they should play knight e6, yeah.
Maybe a4 b4.
No, anyway, we cannot have b4 here.
Okay, endgame should be better. So.
Oh, okay, well, let's say I go b3, f6, yeah?
Bishop b7.
Ah, he can also.
Okay, so but we can do maybe a4 and then just play it slow.
But then long castle. c6, d5, we will go for it. I don't like this. So, okay, 96. Okay, we go
We play
f4.
f4 for sure.
Maybe 93 is the better.
No, we cannot play like f3.
I mean, we can do this kind of setup. Or
93 I don't like.
we want to.
No, my idea was play b4.
Yeah.
If you play f3.
But if I play d6.
Maybe or
Yeah, but then might have three long castles
before f6. Yeah, let's say f3.
Now, each of our 16 players still has a few more minutes for them to talk through with each other, develop their strategies as best they please here for position 685. But this gives us a good opportunity to showcase something new to you at home that we have in store for you here at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in 2025. That's a starting position heat map. So what we've done is we've taken data from all games, Chess.com, that have been played in these starting positions. And the colors here represent the first move of white and black. The redder the square is, the more often the move is made to go there on the outset.
Yeah, this is fascinating, and from the white side, so just looking at the white half of the board, the first 4 ranks, only really 3 moves have been made, or maybe 4. White pawn pushing in front of a rook there on the left flank just to open up the white queen. Also some stuff towards the other side, towards the center. The reddest square is what we would normally say is the f6 square. That can be occupied by a pawn and or the black knight. And from what I've seen so far on the cameras, at least, it doesn't look like the players are necessarily discussing some of those squares, some of those moves. And Tanya, what speaks to you in this starting position?
Well, the first thing that strikes is we've got all the minors at the center of the board and all the majors that are on the flank, right? And we often speak about how important it is to get the queen as active as possible early on. And what we have in front of us, what the players are also looking at, is in fact moving that pawn in front of the rook next to the queen, move it 2 steps forward, one of the squares highlighted on our heat map as well, to get the queen diagonal open, also eyeballing that pawn on the g7 square in front of black's bishop on the right side of the board. I think the central play, David, all of these squares which are highlighted, we're going to see this happen, but in different move orders. Because once white is able to move those central pawns, we can see the minors coming into the game. You want your knights behind the pawns, not in front of them. So also moving that e-pawn 2 steps forward makes a lot of sense. And there's Hans Neman, who's sitting by himself, going through the position. He's not joining the party in there.
Yeah, that's always been a curiosity of ours, event over event, right? Which of the players are going to divorce themselves from the groupthink and go their own way? Hans may be feeling very confident in what he put on display in his first game of the day today, saying, hey, I feel like I have an intuitive understanding of these positions. I'm going to rely on myself and have, you know, confidence in that intuition, and maybe it'll work out brilliantly for him.
Not to play devil's advocate, but Hans Neman, he's playing with the black pieces. Normally you analyze with players of the same color. Magnus Carlsen also has the black pieces. Magnus was with the group. Hans and Magnus not analyzing together. So very interesting. And there we see Gerard Piqué, a very famous footballer, soccer player, who was most known for his time at Barcelona, won many, many trophies there. And with Spain, won the World Cup.
Kidding me, we get to the precursor to the event is basketball. Now we've got footballers in the stadium. Truly a global sport is chess.
If I disappear for a moment, you know I've got selfie hunting for Gerard Piqué.
We'll probably spot you on the camera there with Piqué, and there we see Magnus. He's ready to take his place, but I agree with you. I think we saw Hans early on sitting by himself, and probably that did have something to do with the fact that Magnus was with a group of players analyzing. I mean, that rivalry, Magnus versus Hans, that's a personal one.
I think one of the interesting things that felt missing from the heat map for me is the lack of symmetry from this pawn move that you're highlighting, right? We saw that was occasionally, you know, the first move for the white player, but almost never the response from black to mirror on the other side with their own pawn push in front of that rook. Is there a specific reason why, an easy trick at play early on?
Yeah, and just to put it on the board while these two legends of the game get their headphones on, get settled, like you say, James, pushing the pawn forward. Black would love to create symmetry. Often that's what black wants to do in freestyle chess, but here there is a symmetry breaker immediately. White can push this pawn at the corner. The white queen suddenly on this line makes it impossible for black to continue copying. And normally, if the opponent can break the structure like this, especially in the flanks, that means it's very undesirable for the opponent. So I think that's what attracted all of the players, at least with the, actually both teams there, the white and black teams, to this move that black cannot copy.
Well, you saw the clock ticking down on the big screens. All of the boards soon to be in play. I think it makes sense that we're going to zoom in on Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aroni, and at least to start things off here in the second round. This is round 2 of 7 here in play today. Top 4 finishers from each group move on to the upper bracket of our double round robin and make the case for the top spot in our 4th leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
And the marquee matchup that you're talking about, Magnus versus Lev. In their recent games, Magnus has come on top so many times. He's a huge favorite in that one. I think for Levon, getting that first round win in, having to face Magnus, that's exactly the start that you want. It's handshakes, it's go time, it's round 2, and we're off. And Lev there starts with a different move. He pushes the pawn, the central pawn in front of the bishop. But to me, this is surprising because it doesn't open up the diagonals of the bishop as such. It takes control of certain squares. It's aiming at getting that knight to the square behind the central pawn. But David, it also blocks your own queen at the corner of the board.
Yeah, this move has never been seen before, at least according to that heat map. And I just want to point out that all of the players, or at least the majority of the players with the white pieces, settled on this move.
Only one player with the white pieces did not go for that move, and it's the game between Ray Robson and Hans Neman. We'll check in with that one in just a bit, maybe, to see how it goes its own way. But we can stay here and see how Magnus Carlsen is going to deal with kind of that inventive or unique opening move.
I like the second move by Lev because it blunts the black queen at the corner of the board, which was targeting a pawn, defended currently by the knight. You know, Levon's aiming to get that knight to the d3 square to develop it on the center, but he couldn't have done it without blocking the queen from attacking the g-pawn. But that's just the first part of it. The second plan is to get a big center as white. You next want to advance your other central pawn 2 steps forward, gaining more control. Magnus, for now, stops that from happening, opening up his own bishop as well.
Yeah, Magnus is aiming for a light squared bind. That means the black queen as well, controlling this long diagonal, and the the light squared bishop, sorry, also making it just impossible for white to launch the pawns forward on the light squares. The white queen is currently caged. She will be opened up at some point by this pawn. But James, just before the game started, just when we saw the players discussing, you said to me, pushing that pawn forward, it's easy to do, but it's also likely that the white king is kind of settled on this flank, so it comes with some risk attached.
Yeah, definitely. You know, all the time we talk about castling, or rather just the, you know, the starting position of the king and where it lends itself most likely, you know, to be played towards king safety. And it does feel obvious that the majority of kings will stick over to the left-hand side of the board just because of the number of pieces that would have to vacate first in the center of the board to achieve a castle towards the right-hand side. But also the fact that I feel like the center is going to be blown open pretty early, and it'd be dangerous to make that long journey across the board.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, both players just starting to improve their pieces. This pawn push might just look very innocent, but the white bishop is getting out of the way. I have a feeling Levon is kind of slowly going to prepare, moving his bishop out, moving his knight out, maybe then moving the bishop out, the other bishop, and going the long way. But as you say, it's very, very slow, and it's very rare at the top level of chess that you get the luxury of 3 or 4 moves without the opponent trying to cut across your plan. So Tanya, who do you think has the favorable chances coming out of the opening stages here?
It does feel like white has got this healthier position. Magnus going all out with his pawns. You know, he's really moving forward, which means he's got to prove it, or he might have just overextended himself with some weaknesses. Meanwhile, Levon keeps everything defended, has made no move that's hard to fault right now. The plan that you earlier pointed out, improve your bishop, get your knight out, get your other bishop out of the way, get your king to castle, and then you're the one with the better pawn formation. At the right moment, strike in the center with that e-pawn moving 2 steps forward as well. And we see he does step 1 of that, brings the knight, also eyeballing that e4 square to get the break in eventually. Meanwhile, Magnus, you know, he's playing aggressive right now on the left side of the board. He's moved the a-pawn ahead, the b-pawn ahead. Is that far too ambitious by him?
Oh, he's confident, Magnus, after the ending of his last game against Vincent Keimer, beating a former Grand Slam champion with black. Of course, the confidence is coursing through your veins, but yeah, it is risky what Magnus is doing. He's not paying any attention to the center, and they do say the center, it is like the midfield in chess. You need to control it. And yeah, it's going to be high energy chess that Magnus needs to keep up his plan of action here.
These are our group leaders here for the white group, and I did mention that the majority of boards went the same way, at least in terms of the first move made by white. We can zoom out to see all 4 of the boards here, and the 8 players competing in this white group for a top 4 position and a berth into the upper quarterfinals. You can see a few deviations between each of the boards, but all of them starting with that initial pawn push in the center. We see a lot of knights getting active and involved towards the center of the board as well.
It's pretty much copycat chess across this pair that we are seeing right now, except that bottom left board where there's a new position, a new square for the knight that's been chosen by the player who's playing white. Before we deep dive into one of these boards, David, we've got all our players from this group. You know, Vegas is all about predictions, man. So I'm going to put you on a spot. Early days, it's only round 2. Who would you say are the top 4 who go through to the quarters tomorrow?
Magnus Carlsen.
That's a safe one.
Hot pick them. Hi, David Howell.
Okay, give me 3 more.
Pragnananda, Nodirbeck, Abdusattorov, and Levon Aronian.
You're saying Vincent doesn't make the top 4 in this group?
It was Levon Aronian or Vincent Keimer that I was going to say.
Wow.
Between, but I just have a feeling it's just that Vidit storyline that we had in Paris. You lose your first game in heartbreaking fashion. You're exhausted after being taken down, ground down by Magnus Carlsen. It's hard to recover.
Okay.
But then again, Vincent, yeah, track record is pretty decent.
I'm going to call Magnus, Prague, Nodirbeck, and Jabokir. Jabokir has been so impressive, you know, in his run in the tournaments, in the round robin, in Weissenhaus, exactly what he did going through, I think finishing finally 4th in that event, only losing to Magnus in that final match in the fight for 3rd. So I think Jabokir makes it through.
James, break the tie.
Oh, break the tie. I was going for something entirely different. I'm going Magnus, Vincent, Levon, and Wesley So.
Ooh.
Nice.
I think Wesley So, he did take a tough loss in round 1, but I think he's gonna fight back, and this is a format for him, right? So I think he's just got to settle in and rely on, or, you know, on
got the pedigree,
his
right?
instincts, yeah.
Let's get our chat involved right now.
Okay.
Let's see what chat thinks at this moment. These 8 players, who at the end of the day, it's all about finishing in top 4, who gets those spots and has the run for the championship. Because whoever falls back into the elimination bracket in that bottom 4, they'll be fighting for the best 3rd spot. They've lost all hope of winning the Vegas Grand Slam.
Yeah, make your voices heard in our chat. We definitely want you all to get involved. But as you said, now we can maybe zoom in. I want to talk about one of our other newcomers. Haven't had an opportunity to dive into any of her games yet. Bibisara is stepping up onto the stage, and she's against one of your picks to go through in the top 4, Pragnananda here. This is a game looking very similar to the development of the game over on the Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian board. I think major difference
There's almost
is a pawn in the middle, but that's about it.
The white pawn moving 1 step forward would be the difference. And like you said, here we've got Bibisara, who's taken sort of a leaf out of Magnus Carlsen's book. She's advanced those 2 pawns on the left side of the board in front of the rook and the queen, opening up the majors. And in case that C pawn in front of the white king that David's highlighting was to move forward, you always have to watch out for breaks, right? That pawn becomes a bit of a hook. With the black majors already in place, the B pawn can eventually strike, move ahead, and look at countering the white king. So that needs to be kept in mind, David.
It's actually fascinating. This position looks a bit different to the Aronian-Carlsen game, but it's essentially the same position, just 3 moves less progressed. The Magnus-Carlsen game, just to recreate what would happen if Pragnananda tries to copy here. If he pushes his pawn forward, one of the most logical moves, you need to at some point evacuate your centralized bishop. Those bishops are often clumsy. What Magnus has done is brought his knight forward, the white bishop continues advancing, and now there would be a strike in the center. And this is actually exactly what has happened in Aronian against Carlsen. So same position. It's just Prag who's hesitating here. Bibisara just spending a bit less time, but it could mean that both roads end up converging a bit later on.
Yeah, and again, I have the benefit of seeing all 8 boards at the same time here. A majority of them looking very, very similar, and more than anything, looking very congested in a lot of places. Still waiting for them to start to break open in a number of places. Maybe Magnus Carlsen and Levon are the ones leading the charge there with just a piece or 2 off the board as of yet. But perhaps a little slower going with this starting position than our last round.
Yeah, I do fear for the white queen. Sooner or later, one of the players on the 8 boards needs to push a pawn forward just to get the queen out. It's been one of the biggest themes of the tour so far this season, that players are neglecting their queen development, and they are the best piece, your queen. I know we say in normal chess, don't bring her out too early, but you need at some point to at least open up some sight lines for that piece.
Well, I'm going to quickly make good on our request of chat and just call out a couple people, I think, who threw out a few lists here. As I scroll back up, let's see, Ranveer says Magnus Abdusatorov, which is a name that I think can't be overlooked alongside Javokir. So he's saying the 2 tied for 9th are going to go through in the top 4 alongside Magnus and Levon. It looks like Vincent as well snuck into Mabashka's list. But a lot of people very similar. I think it's pretty decided, of course, that Magnus is going through. Levon feels like a solid pick behind them, and then it's maybe a battle for 3rd and 4th place between them. From here, let's go to the 4 board, as you can see on your screens from our other group. This is the black group. I kind of asked the same question to the 2 of you as we look at how these boards develop. Who do you feel like are the front runners here? Who do you feel like are the easy picks for going through, and who will be the ones fighting for those last couple slots?
Well, I'd love to see Hikaru and Fabi go through. Fabi's been Mr. Consistent the whole of Grand Slam Tour, right? We've got him in Weissenhaus finishing runners-up in Paris as well. He had a great performance there too, and he finished 3rd. I think he is currently 2nd in the overall tour standings, looking at catching up Magnus. He's got 39 tour points right now. He wants that big finish here as well. So Fabi, he's still hungry for that title because we've only had 2 winners. He hasn't had a championship yet. I'd love to see him go deep into this one. So it's Hikaru, it's Fabi. I want to see Hansen for sure. I think he's a player we all want to watch. You know, he brings in the entertainment on the board, off the board. And for the 4th, I'm going to pick one of the Indians. I hope it's either Vidit or Arjun who makes it through.
I think I'm in full agreement with you. You can't bet against the consistency of Fabiano. I think Hikaru, I'm expecting him to have similar form to what we saw in Paris, so they have to go through. And then from there, Hans, I just feel like it's meant to be. It's written in the stars that he goes through and sets us up for a clash. And then I'm going to make a pick between the two Indians. I'm going to go with Arjun Erigaisi. I think he really is, you know, the Freestyle Friday guy. And I want to see that continue to be on display here.
Yep, agree. All for.
Okay, then let's dive into one of these boards. Let's take a look at Hikaru, though, because while I say I expect him to go through, I do see that Sam Sevian, the computer, liking his position just a little bit. Of course, you know, nobody too worse for wear. But at the end of the day, computer ultimately would favor jumping into the white side of the board at this point in time.
Wow, this is fascinating. This is already getting quite concrete, quite dramatic. Firstly, look at the clock time. Hikaru down at the 4-minute mark as early as move 7, which is very, very rare for him to spend so much time this early, and it's because he's calculating. And just to show, there is tension between these knights. The white queen, meanwhile, trying to break free, trying to come up this corner file. And if the knights do disappear, which is the most likely outcome, because it lures the white king out into the open. Hikaru doesn't do this, actually. I was just going to point out, black can win a pawn. The black queen can jump out, but she might find herself embarrassed. The white bishop now would mean the black queen has to retreat, almost trapped, and suddenly the white queen would be the one coming in, doing some serious damage to the black king. So this is what Hikaru was just thinking about. After a long, long think, he did, in the end, decide to go a different direction, keeping some tension, but given a question mark, to my eyes, a very odd move because it allows a capture of a pawn, and the white queen is going to deliver a very nasty check in the near future.
I think Hikaru is in big trouble out of the opening in this one. You know, the most natural move that, David, you're pointing out, pawn takes pawn, opening the file of the queen. Not easy for black to recapture the pawn. He also has to think about what you're doing with that knight at the center of the board. And the square that Hikaru's chosen for the knight, you know, even in long run, white's pawn on h4, that can move one step forward, hitting that knight and asking all kinds of uncomfortable questions because you don't have a beautiful square for that piece. Complete central control for white here. For Sam here, he's the one who's targeting those pawn breaks on the left side as well as the center. I think it's pressure on Hikaru.
And it seems to be solving kind of the big weakness of the white position that we talked about earlier, the trapped queen in that corner. Looks like she'll soon be involved into this game, and it's going to be very good for Sam Sevian moving forward. Most of the players of the white pieces, as I'm taking kind of a bird's eye view, have found slight advantages. Only a couple players with the black have managed to reverse it in their favor. Will probably come as no surprise that one of those players is Magnus Carlsen over there in the white group up against Levon Aronian. But I am curious to see how this one develops. Does Sam, you know, is he rather able to take full advantage of this question mark that was given to his opponent's most recent move?
And look at the clock situation as well. It's Sam who's slightly ahead on it. I think he's going to put big pressure. But should we do a quick tour around? Should we jump to another game? As Hikaru, this one we can say is on the defense here, and it's not going to be an easy middle game for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go back to Magnus then and check in on that one, because like I said, I see two boards that have seemed to slide in the direction of a slight black favorite, and you can see there the exclamation point given to the most recent queen move here from Magnus. Maybe walk it back a little bit, David, because we had caught up with this one with only like one or two pieces coming off the center of the board, and from there we can maybe find our way to where we are currently.
Yeah, let's jump in and show some moves, because this is the live position. Huge threat on the board, I should mention. The black pawn stepping forward, hitting this white bishop, and there are actually two minor pieces skewered in a central file. But the way Magnus got here was very impressive. First, he broke out in the center just when it looked like Levon Aronian was ready to castle and run away with his king to safety. Magnus struck, and already big threats, big targets in the middle. We saw a trade of pawns, followed by a trade of knights. But it is white losing the time here. White's bishop has moved once, white's knight have moved twice, the bishop moving yet again. Levon's lost a lot of time, and again, the white queen is by far the worst placed piece. And just to follow this line, the white bishop had to move yet again, attacked third move by that bishop, fourth move by that bishop, and if we catch up with the current position, that is why Levon, still with his queen sideline, his bishop back home where it started earlier, and Levon definitely on the back foot. I don't really see a comfortable way to stop this this breakthrough in the middle now.
No, and I know that that bishop, that dark square bishop, is currently defending the king, but it just feels like such a liability in the late game that we are on that exposed diagonal if that bishop is ever removed.
It's just a very practical problem right now for Lev. I mean, he's being threatened to lose big material at the center of the board. You know, you're pointing out strategic ideas of the dark squared bishop, but the big problem here is how are you stopping this move e4, which Magnus is directly threatening. Magnus is looking around. He knows he's done all the work. He controls the center, the d file under control, huge threat on the board. Levon, meanwhile, head in hands. You know, he might be forced to make a move like get his own rook to the center file to defend the knight that's behind the bishop, so that at least you're not losing on the spot. But then you still have to calculate what happens if that pawn was to move forward. Also, I want to point out that would give black, that would give Magnus the chance to advance the a pawn one step ahead, really clamping down on the left side of the board, controlling white's 2 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, and just making the white queen feel sorry for itself, sitting in the corner like that. The black queen better than the white queen, the black rooks better than the white rooks. It's all of these small things, they add up to a Magnus Carlsen advantage. Looking pretty chilled on the camera.
Guys, our chat is screaming for the hands game. Let's take this opportunity and jump. Magnus Carlsen looking good.
Now, we'll get there in just a moment. First, we're going to Nodirbeck versus Wesley So, because Wesley So was one of my picks to go through in the top 4, and it's looking even more disastrous for him now than it was in the first game of the day. This is our most lopsided board here in the second round robin. Obviously, Satorov sitting pretty. It's his move to make. He'll centralize that rook. Where did it all go wrong here for Wesley So?
It was a disastrous opening, unfortunately. As early as move 5, move 6, he was already in dire straits here, Wesley. If we do a quick count, black has an extra pawn. Black, not just any old extra pawn either. Black has this powerful passed pawn, only 2 squares away from touchdown. That's going to keep the white pieces immobilized for a long time, but it's also the king situation. The white king is never really going to castle on the long way now that the white rook has just moved. It's never going to feel safe on the flank it currently sits. It's so open there. Meanwhile, its counterpart, the black king, safe as houses behind a wall of pawns. Dynamically and kind of numerically here, white is behind.
And dynamically especially, right? Because there are threats on the board. The black bishop and the rook are lined up against the weakness that white has, which is the b3 pawn. And I think right now Nodirbeck is calculating what happens once he gets rid of that defender on c5. Can he immediately go in for those tactics trying to win material here?
Yeah, definitely tempting, right? Already up 1 pawn, you could go 2 pawns up. Other tempting moves would be to maybe double up, stack up the black rooks. This is an open file in the center, big targets in the process. In the way, you could do what Magnus Carlsen has just done, bring the black queen out. That looks like a very powerful move. The only thing that could stop Nodirbeck here is the abundance of choice.
Yeah, so Nodirbeck, the saving grace of our Paris event, coming in last minute to fill the slot that was left vacant by Hans Neman. Now we can give the people what they want, Tanya. Let's hop over to that Hans Neman board and check in with how he's doing up against Ray Robson. This one looking fairly even, at least by the evaluation bar's standards. And I just see one open file, rooks staring down across at each other. So perhaps some trades to come soon enough. Just on whose terms is the question.
Yeah, this is the only position out of the 8 that I can see that looks a bit like traditional chess. Kings are castled, tucked away in the corner, one open file. Most likely the trades will happen here and now. And you ask on whose terms. It's kind of been forced here, Hans Neman, by bringing his bishop forward, eyeing up 1 white rook. At least there'll be a trade of 1 first, maybe followed by another. But ultimately, it's just about who can activate their queens a bit later. There we go. Rooks, at least 1 set leave the board. And the pawn structure, other than just on this flank, no real tension, no real pass pawn potential. And here we go. Tanya, do you think this is level?
I think the big question is that now that he's relinquished the control of the d-file, does he want to trade queens? And he does, because I think the endgame has this one key point for white. Notice how that a5 pawn of black is on the same square as the bishops that exist on the board, which give Ray Robson a clear target if the queens were to come off the board. You know, you're the one who's got the more active bishop, and I think what Robson's hoping for is that in the endgame, he plays on, you know, he's the one who's pushing, he activates that bishop to the square that you were highlighting, the king comes to the center of the board, and perhaps most likely draw is the outcome that we're looking at, but white will be pushing.
Okay, if I'm following that, so queen takes queen, knight drops back to pick that up.
Let's say there are some trades and...
Okay. But now I can kick that bishop out exactly by moving that up, and we still have that open diagonal to swoop in behind.
Win the pawn,
and now
win the
we
game.
find ourselves up a pawn. Wow, look at that. What a beautiful line.
Yeah, Tanya seeing the future, and this is what is forcing Hans Neman to hesitate. He actually does say you can trade the queens, but again, it's on his terms. This would activate the black knight in the process, which might be required in the defense of that corner pawn there.
Okay. Very stable position Like you said, resembling maybe, or most resembling, a normal game of chess of all of our boards here.
Yeah, look at the clock situation. Hans is just so speedy, so practical. He's 4 whole minutes up. I would say Ray, we talked about what a genius he is. We saw it earlier in the day, but he is a bit of a time trouble addict. He's a bit like myself. He likes to get low on time, likes the adrenaline rush of that. This is a pawn sacrifice, Tanya, though.
The pawn at the corner of the board, can it be picked up? Because it does allow the white queen to swoop right in and start targeting the black pawns as well. And I think that would be too much activity because you're threatening some deadly checks on the board. Black's pawn formation starts to fall apart at the center. So it might be just too dangerous. So here we see that Ray Robson setting up a little trick. And... Hey, David, I know you're a pawn grabber, though.
I would think about it. I'd probably spend like 4 minutes thinking about it and then decide against it in this exact scenario.
You're just being very modest. You take about 4 seconds to make that decision.
Yeah, I'm also scared of allowing my opponent too much activity, which in this position it seems like it would. The white queen infiltrating would spell disaster for black. So I'm expecting Hans Neman to just make a general improvement move, just like Ray Robson did. The white king slightly closer to the center in an endgame. That's important. We saw that in the Magnus Carlsen effort earlier. I'm expecting maybe a move such as this one, just to push a pawn or move his king. There we go. A bit of symmetry playing out.
It's sort of like copycat chess, and you're preempting the endgame, right? King is a piece in the endgame. You want it towards the center of the board, and we see the trades happen as the bar levels itself back up. Again, the knight placed beautifully in this endgame for Hans, which can now slide back and defend the only weakness that exists in the position. So everything under control. The one trade that white wants to avoid is pawn takes pawn, because that would give black a clear path, a passer on the board once you swap those pawns, the a pawn moving up. And that's super dangerous to allow that. So I think both players will maintain this. But is Hans looking at jumping the knight forward and perhaps forcing those trades, David?
Yeah, definitely. He wants the trade to happen on his terms. We talked about the black pawn being weak, but the white pawn lacks a bit of protection. The white pieces are on the other side of the board. So yeah, Hans definitely trying to create some threats, trying to confuse Ray Robson, who's down to around the 1 minute mark. I wouldn't write off Hans in this position at all. High heart rate here. He feels like he's getting excited.
Yeah, also, it feels like the white knight kind of isn't in the best position anymore. Can't really jump forward too much, so would have to reroute backwards if it wants to get more involved or even just get out of the way of the dark squared bishop.
Good move. I think that might be the best move in the position. Definitely the one I would choose here. And Ray Robson agrees. Nice call.
Great call there, James. Just, knowing that you can't just sit on this position, you have to look at the threats that your opponent is creating. I mean, we're on Chess.com, but Hans is in the endgame right now, and he's going to try to make the most of that. Will he find a way forward? This is going to be a long strategic battle. I think draw is the prediction that we're looking at, but it's going to be a hard-fought one. And if anything, Hans is pushing.
Yeah, so it'll likely extend. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen, looking to put the clamp down on Levon Aronian. Again, both of these guys came into the round with victories out of the first round of the day, but it's looking like Magnus might be cruising to a 2-0 start here. 2.5 minutes to his name, to the 1 minute on Levon Aronian's clock. Not over yet, but it's not looking good for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, this looks terrible for white. I love the bishop pair at the best of times, Tanya, but this is a phenomenal bishop pair, especially the black dark square bishop, like a thorn in white side.
I mean, I'm looking at checkmating ideas on the black king, right? Magnus is beautifully placed to bring the queen out. Do a rook lift. Do you even rook lift in this position? You get the rook to f6, you slide it all the way across, and you're threatening big checkmates on that H line. Magnus with another response there. He's blowing open the center. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, but the knight on d2, you look deeper, is pinned currently. A lot of pins on the board.
Yeah, a lot of pins. There's a rook trade first of all, but I'm assuming Magnus is going to recapture that with his queen. There we go, just to avoid any checks. And the white rook is going to get out the way. There was a pin, as you said, Tanya, along this diagonal, along the central file as well. And Magnus here, he's looking at giving up his queen somehow. I think it might be here and now.
Okay, what's stopping me from taking that white knight with my dark squared bishop and then sliding down and snatching the rook with my queen? I guess just that he would take the queen with check first, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what Magnus is looking at, James. Just to put it on the board before Magnus moves, this is just a variation. Rook takes queen here. You would be threatening a back rank checkmate. Eval Bar says it's not quite working, but this type of idea where you would win the bishop next is what Magnus is looking at.
It's that, or the other way you do it. You grab the bishop with the same checkmating ideas and say you've got a poison pawn there, which is coming up. Magnus goes for it, sacrificing the queen. He's done it before with great results at the Freestyle Tour. Right now, you can't capture the pawn. Bishop takes knight, gets rid of the defender. There will be back rank checkmating ideas coming in, and that pawn is going to be a thorn in White's position on the very next move.
Yeah, the bishops are so strong, the rook is strong. You can use your knight to block the black rook, but the pawn would just continue its advance. Not just that, but black also has a very powerful pawn on the edge of the board that's going to kind of keep the white queen distracted in the near future. This is beautiful. First queen sacrifice of Vegas so far.
This is wild. Not just that Magnus Carlsen is looking at starting his tournament off in 2-0 fashion, but to do it in this way, you know? That's just incredible.
It's been awesome, you know? I feel like over the last 6 months, sacrificing his queen has been one of Magnus's favorite things to do at tournaments. We've seen him do it over and over again, and it's usually not for checkmating ideas, but just getting these long-term compensation going in the position, and he converts that flawlessly. This is the first one, David, like you pointed out, of the Vegas Grand Slam, but I'm going to make a prediction it won't be the last one. I think we're going to see more queen sacrifices.
Yeah, he did it in Paris a few times. Magnus Carlsen gave up his queen. Here we go. The pawn, so close to promotion now. We might see a queen reborn in the next few moves. If the white knight takes it, the white knight will be removed. And checkmate is still a big, big theme in this position. I wouldn't be surprised if Levon resigns. This is actually what Levon used to do to players at his prime. He was the one always sacrificing. He was super dynamic. But unfortunately, this time the shoe is on the other foot.
And Levon's been struggling with Magnus in their recent head-to-heads that we've seen over the last couple of years. I think Magnus with a lopsided score in that. And he does it incredibly in this one. Lev forced to give up more material. You can't grab the bishop back. Once again, the rook would slide in. That would have been checkmate. So Lev, he creates a luft, a breathing space for his king. But that gives Magnus enough time to get his bishop defended. And that's 2 bishops and a rook for a queen. And that's just too many pieces.
Yeah, 2 bishops. That's worth 6 points, 3 each, plus a rook worth 5. That's 11 points in total. That surpasses a queen, which is worth 9. Not just that, but black still has 1 very strong pawn. And Magnus is going to go for a checkmate in the near future. The checks continue. This is, final few moves here. Magnus's heart rate, 40? That can't be true. He's that ice cold.
Yeah, he might have ice in his veins, but that's... that might be hospital worthy.
This is over. You just got to get your other bishop now on the diagonal, threatening all kinds of checks. Levon too slow to activate his queen to produce any threats on the black king. Bishop centralized looks like it would be handshakes.
Yeah, it's just about how you checkmate the opponent. Magnus will calculate. You never can relax against a queen. White's queen is finally threatening to get in, but it just shouldn't be quick enough. And Magnus, he's got time, 1 minute and change to work out the final exchanges here.
Yeah, Magnus going to use that time to make sure that he doesn't accidentally throw it away. And as you can see there, the bar goes completely black in favor of Magnus Carlsen.
That means it's checkmate coming. The white queen is hit, and black is actually threatening a checkmate as well. Magnus takes the win. That was very dominant, very impressive.
In the city of spectacle, Magnus Carlsen, he puts on a show. The queen sacrifice and a victory to move to 2-0, our first and only undefeated player so far through 2 rounds. The first board that completes here as well in the second round. From here, I want to jump over to Vincent Keimer to see how he might be rebounding against Javokir Sindarov. He has 4 seconds on his clock, as I can see here as we hop on over there. He made a move just now with 2 seconds, buying himself 12 seconds back onto the clock. But as he does that, double question mark, we get there just in time to see the eval bar completely flip, David. We got to go back and see this.
Yeah.
But this is just a blunder. He's about to lose a rook. It's a check. You win the rook on the spot.
Wow.
Why is Javokir not playing it?
He takes the pawn. He misses the rook.
Oh my goodness.
Still advantaged. Still very advantaged.
But James, that was a rook up in 1 move.
He must have thought some kind of trap. So, you know, that's...
You just expect these elite grandmasters not to blunder. You just expect them not to hang a rook. But that is why we say, ladies and gentlemen, always look for checks first in every position. Yes, he took a pawn with check, but there was an even better one, winning the black rook. That black rook was hanging. It has moved away. Vincent's still in huge trouble on board and clock. 2 pawns down, but Javokir... I think the good thing for Sindarov here is that he hasn't realized he could have won immediately on the spot.
I hope he really hasn't, because that was just a 1 move game over. And it was a check, but from another square, right next to the one that he played on. He does attack the rook, one that he could have won forcefully just a move ago. 10 seconds now for Vincent. He defends it. This is not over. Yes, white has the advantage. Yes, white has 2 extra pawns, but black with the more active bishop. Black's queen attacking b3 as well. I think Kaima, he's going to try to make this as tricky as possible.
Yeah, I do see some chances. It's not 100% over. Nice move there from Sindarov, who's just going to tuck the white king away to safety. Unfortunately for Kaima, it's one of those queen endgames as well. Yes, there are rooks and bishops in the mix this time, but we saw what happened last time against Magnus in a queen endgame, and here the black king is never going to be safe.
You saw there real quick on your screens, Bibi Sara getting a quick look at this very board. Unfortunately for her, she fell down to Prague just moments ago in their game, so Prague will add 1 whole point to his scoreline, moving into the 3rd round.
And Sindarov continues to do the professional thing. He brings his king to safety. For Kaima, it's so important to get that miracle in this game. You know, he lost the 1st round to Magnus, a 2nd round loss, and that's what sort of plays mind games in you. It's so hard to come out of that. He gets the rook out of the way of the attack of the white queen so that the black queen can in turn be free. And now lots of good options if you're playing white. You know, you can simply grab the pawn. You could even defend that b3 pawn with your queen. He goes for the central pawn. Kaima steps in with his own queen.
2 pawns up, though. You can even start offering queen trades with white just to keep things safe here. That's what he tries to do, Sindarov. He goes back with the white queen, and ultimately, if there are any exchanges, whether it's rooks, bishops, queens, whatever, it just simplifies the equation for white here. The clock is the only thing that can stop him, Sindarov, but everything under control.
I still can't believe he missed that move. Queen e6 check, win the rook, win the game,
and
wrap it
don't
up.
tell him about it until the end of the day. If he's not aware of it now, we don't want that getting into his head. But this is the exact kind of situation where I would worry about Kaima coming out of this round if he falls down, 2 games in a row. How well and how easily can he rebound? Out the corner of my eye, I just saw another eval bar completely flip in the opposite direction. We're going to go to our other group where Hikaru Nakamura and Sam Sevian were doing battle just a moment ago. And if we were to roll it back a few steps, I believe you'll see Sam Sevian in pretty dominant position, with it flipping most recently here back into Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, this is the game position. Hikaru has the 2 bishops with black on an open board. Hikaru has an extra pawn, but just to show a few moves ago, white was doing very, very well. This was the position earlier, and white still had a very nice passed pawn. But if we catch up, it looks like Hikaru's doing the business. This is a Hikaru type of position as well, that he wins online all the time. He's going to start bringing the black king in the near future, start bringing it in just like Magnus did a bit earlier today, and the white king sidelined, cut off on the edge.
And so those are the major elements. It's just the king activity and then the extra pawn, right, that are really giving him such an advantage.
Add to that the bishop pair as well. So white's king feeling extremely unsafe, cut off on the edge of the board. You've got to watch out for checkmating ideas as well, and Hikaru going for the plan that, David, you highlighted. You perhaps don't even care about the c-pawn anymore. The king's coming in. It's going to start picking up the pawns at the center of the board. You said Hikaru, this is the kind of position that he loves. I think this is the kind of position any chess player would love with black.
Yeah, white's pieces, the minor pieces, are also both big problems. The white knight only had 1 safe square. It goes up to the top of the board. But the white bishop, this is what we call a French defense structure, when white has pawns on dark squares in the middle, blocked by pawns on light squares. And here, white's bishop on the dark squares has nothing to do for the rest of the game. It's going to be hitting thin air, sitting behind its own pawns. And Hikaru, like Tanya says, doesn't even care about the amount of pawns anymore. He's going to use his king, combine it with the bishops and rook, and go on the attack in the endgame.
You mean he literally doesn't care about that?
Literally doesn't care.
I literally don't even care.
He's done it all, take 6 takes, logical. You give up a pawn, the king comes in, checkmate white, game over. Let's move on to round 3 is what Hikaru's thinking. It's like, Chad, I got this. Take the juicer.
2 seconds there, makes a move, gets 10 seconds back on his clock, up to 12 is Sam Sevian, but just some shuffling, and it looks like he knows he's in dire straits. It's really up to Nakamura to blow the position open as he continues to infiltrate with the king.
It's all about getting the king in, dislodging the white bishop, and eventually checkmating ideas will start to appear. Patterns will start to appear where the black bishop and the rook, or both the black bishops, will start targeting. And that's why Sam has no time to pick up the pawn on the other flank of the board. He instead brings his own knight to defense. And now, for Hikaru, some pleasant choices. For me, just slide the bishop 1 step forward, start threatening checks on the 2nd rank, winning big material. Hikaru, with 14 seconds, makes the decision.
Yeah, that is the clincher. The black rook is coming in. The black king is coming in. We'll see a resignation any moment now from Sam Sevian. This one is just over. A great demonstration of king activity in the endgame. Hikaru getting winning ways started here.
Meanwhile, Hans looks like he's about to wrap his game up.
Yeah, hoping for the handshake here. He makes a move. I think we know this one is lost, so I think it would be wise for us to hop over to Hans Neman and Ray Robson to see that one come to a conclusion. Once again, it's Hans Neman sporting near 3 minutes on his clock still to the mere double digits over there for Robson. Robson looking for a way to fight his way out of it, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, Black's pawns are just too strong. It's going to cost White the bishop. Even in the best case scenario, that White bishop is going to have to give itself up. The one counterplay for Ray Robson is the fact that the White king has gone pawn hunting and the White h-pawn is running. The bigger threat actually out of them all is for the Black knight to drop back and block the White bishop's diagonal of stopping this pawn. So White is going to have to lose a move now with his bishop. But yeah, this is hopeless for Ray Robson. There we go, he retreats.
And that just gives Hans enough time to defend his own g-pawn. You don't need to rush in, giving up your key pawns in the position by trying to get the other one to queen. I think you just simply push the g-pawn 1 step forward, 2 steps forward even on the next move. And Hans, he's peering in. I think he's figured all of this out. What's been equally impressive as much as his gameplay has been his clock play. Just always up on the clock. Against Arjun Erigaisi, he did it. Against Ray Robson, he's doing it.
Yeah, and while this one was definitely a battle, let's just call back to the pre-round. Sitting on his own with the black pieces, completely in his own headspace. And so far, through 2 rounds, it seems to be working out for him.
Yeah, very impressive from Hans. He's done it 2 different ways. The first game was just pure explosive brilliance against Arjun Erigaisi. This one, it's an endgame grind. But he's getting the same result either way.
And he's done it flawlessly. Now notice when that f-pawn moves forward, as it does, the bishop captures it. The knight will defend the remaining pawn on the right side of the board. So Hans, he's calculated it to perfection. I mean, getting a second win in a row would be a dream start. I mean, he's spoken so much about this tournament, just how much it means to him. David, we called the action in the qualifiers, how excited he was to be in Vegas, to play on his home soil. And what a way he's playing. He's proving it, that chess will speak for itself.
Yeah, he described it like a Hollywood script, his way through the play-ins, how he kept getting these clutch wins at the critical moments, and here he's doing it again.
Yeah, just waiting for this one to come to its conclusion. We did get that result that we expected on Hikaru's board, where he gets the victory with black over Sam Sevian. So that's going to be a nice point in the win column there for Hikaru Nakamura.
And what Hans is calculating is what happens if he was to sacrifice the knight and just march with his king towards that only remaining pawn on the left side. He's doing the race, the pawn race that would ensue, and making sure that he's in time. You could see it from his eye movement right there.
Literally head bouncing with each of the moves, with each square.
I push my pawn, you push your pawn. I push it, you push it, I push it, you push it. I queen first, you resign.
It's good to know that grandmasters do that as well, because I have to literally count out every single end game.
And this is where it's so important to have 2 minutes on the clock rather than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10 seconds you can't count. You just have to guess and rely on intuition. But chess is so much more mathematical than that. And Hans does give up the black knight. He has countered that the black king now is going to be quick enough to eat this white pawn. And the black c-pawn is the one that's going to be promoted very, very quickly. Ray has no choice. He has to go for this race, but the white pawn is unfortunately facing a bit of a handicap here. Black has a head start, and it's over.
Yeah. Black king slides out of the way, making room for the pawn to run. And as you can see there, far fewer spaces for him to traverse. The handshake is extended. We don't need to see the promotions. Ray Robson admits defeat against Hans Neman, who moves to a clean 2-0 through 2 rounds. A very hot start for him. Only 1 board left in play. As we did just a moment ago, see Javikir Sindarov take that victory over Vincent Keimer that we expected based on their endgame state. But here we have Wesley So. He's kind of fought back, clawed back into an even game state from what looked like totally lost.
Yeah, incredible. It just looked like he was getting destroyed, dominated Wesley So, but this endgame, it looks level according to the eval bar. I'm going to say there's still tricks ahead. Here, Nodirbeck is trying to use the black knight to kick away the white king, which is currently the only blockade over a very powerful pawn. But if Wesley's careful, he should be able to hold this. Oh, there we see already a bit of a mistake, a bit of panic. This is a trap. If the black king takes this pawn, which is checking it now, then the white rook would slide across with a check, double attack, and pick off the black knight. But of course, Nodirbeck's not going to blunder that trap. And it's broken the integrity of the white pawn structure. Now that white pawn is doomed long term.
It's a little offsides, right? Yeah.
And as black, you're just threatening to give a knight check and eventually gobble that pawn up by either falling back with your knight or picking it up immediately. So I think Wesley is in big trouble. The bar might say the position's level, but from a human evaluation, a human perspective, it's extremely hard to hold this one against the two minor pieces. That A pawn, which is 2 steps away from promoting, really clamping down, paralyzing white's king there, and black's king all the more active for that.
Yeah, extremely hard, and looks like it just got harder with that most recent move, given the double question mark. Now the king's just looking to shuffle.
Wesley's just given up that pawn, though. He could have defended it with the rook, maybe last move. Ultimately, he's got a similar position to the one we hopped in on, just down a pawn. And maybe it was just deceptive earlier. It's like that Magnus Carlsen game we saw earlier today. Yes, it was 0.0, but only black is the one who could have won this endgame, and Nodirbeck doing all the right things.
Okay, we get a pawn back.
Ooh. The white rook is offside. I wonder whether black can do something with the knight in the meantime. To go for the white king, kick the king out the way. Yeah, still not easy. Still a 3-result game, I'm going to say.
It's very tricky, and especially playing on seconds, and I think Nodirbeck, he's trying to find that maneuver. You want to dislodge the white king to push your own A-pawn up the board, but it's not easy to figure that construction out. I think he's about to reach for the knight. He does. He chooses another square that attacks the white pawn on the edge of the board, which can be pushed forward. But Wesley calculating what happens after the check, so he stops all of that. No more checks for Nodirbeck up to Satrov.
Yeah, and the big question now, though, is whether the black knight can go pawn hunting on the other side of the board. You have to kind of time it well. Knights are short-range pieces, so kind of combining threats on one flank and the other flank is often very difficult, but there are targets that are fixed. And white doesn't have too much counterplay in return. It's just 2 versus 1, a bishop and a knight versus a rook. And all other things equal, it should be the minor pieces that triumph. There we go, an important pawn drops.
Yeah, don't get fooled, I guess, by all of those suggested missed wins here that the computer's giving us on our screen.
And what Wesley's relying on is activity and counterplay with that B pawn. He's cut off the black king from coming into the defense of the promotion of that pawn, so he's 4 steps away. And does Nodirbeck have enough time to go further pawn hunting? Does he have enough time to bring his knight back? You know, Wesley's managed to create some chances of his own. And you can just push that B pawn. Don't care about the pawn on the right side of the board.
Yeah, the knight's an effective piece, but it's a slow piece, right? Just because it has to make that kind of intermittent move before it can actually threaten the pawn. So there we have, off to the races, is that one remaining white pawn on the B file. King's going to look to kick the rook away. Bishop gets involved now. We just gave up our pawn, though.
Yeah, great move. He's giving up one pawn. The black pawn here can be captured by the white king, but he's relying now on the other side of the board. The black knight is ready to capture. And it looks like Wesley is trying to create a counterplay, but is it quick enough? He wants to bring his rook to the top of the board, promote the pawn, grab black's bishop in the process, and black's knight, black's pawns, they're the only ones that can win this game now.
And that's because you're also, as black, going to pick up that only remaining pawn on the right side of the board, right? You give up your bishop for the queening pawn, eventually slide your knight forward to g1, pick up that h-pawn, and you'll have enough passes to win. But Wesley, he's creating threats every single move, and Nodirbeck just doesn't have enough time to calculate all the complication. He does slow down, 40 seconds on the clock. Will he jump in with his knight to attack that h3 pawn?
That is the winning idea, according to the computer, but it does come at the cost of black's bishop, and for humans, very difficult to calculate that, very difficult to evaluate it with such little time on the clock. Wesley, oh, he was relying on that move not to be found, but Nodirbeck does find it.
Yeah, so now are you forced now to try and find a way to play defense again? No, you just commit to the bit. You're going for the trade, trying to pick up this bishop and hoping that your rook can get back in time to defend.
He has to move his bishop out of the way now. The bishop attacked. It will have to give up its life here, but it's a race. It's white's rook fighting this race alone. In the meantime, so many potential future queens for black. That is the big issue here.
And the white king completely offside from defense. You know, it's tied down, stopping that a-pawn too far off in the game. So it's all going to be about the f and the h-pawn that Nodirbeck has. He moves the bishop to the right square where it can't be targeted by the white rook. And now Wesley, yes, he can win that bishop by promoting the pawn, but it's not going to be enough in the fight against the remaining pieces.
Yeah, you saw him reach and grab for the piece off the board, and yet he still hasn't made the move. So a bit of calculation still to be done before he maybe commits to it.
Does Nodirbeck get this win, David?
I think so. Wesley's definitely not getting the win. Whether he can hold it, He just needs some favors, though. The white rook alone, the white king is just not playing a part in this game. That is the big problem.
And for Wesley, he lost the first game to Levon. We're seeing this line being played out. And if he was to go down in his second game in a row, you know, that's a nightmare you don't want to be facing right now with this field, wanting to finish in the top 4. And there we have it, Nodirbeck pushing those pawns forward.
That was the only winning move, I should mention. The Black Knight didn't get sidetracked. Taking that white pawn would have cost a valuable move. The white rook would have been able to come across and start pawn hunting as well. So right now, Wesley needs a miracle to survive. Look at that eval bar dropping. The Black King and Knight need to combine to help that pawn through.
I'm surprised even that he would take the time to spend a move to pick up that pawn with the king as opposed to trying to get this rook back in defense.
It's just too slow. I think the Black King is just in time here, just quick enough to enter the white position, help out its knight, and that black pawn is going to cost white his rook here.
And that's classy, classy technique by Nodirbeck Abdusatrov, just not wasting any time going pawn hunting. He knows that the king is the more powerful piece right now. He needs to play assist to that f-pawn. It's marching forward. White king, meanwhile, too far away from all the gameplay. The rook not strong enough to defend. And now if you give a check, the knight blocks that check. And then who's stopping the f-pawn? Nobody.
Yeah, Wesley so buys himself a tempo with that king check and maybe looking for some tricks. But as Tanya pointed out, all of those tricks are defended.
Only winning move. The Black Knight has to retreat and block this check. It is maybe the most obvious move in the position. There we go. The white rook has to find a new angle, but that black pawn is just paralyzing the white army. Tanya, he's done everything right. So impressive, Nodirbeck.
Beautiful endgame technique here by the Uzbeki Grandmaster, the youngster, the youngest ever world rapid champion, just showing his class in this endgame. Now the knight will move forward, defend that key pawn on the f2 square next, and nobody's going to stop that king from marching ahead. Once again, just power performance in this endgame by Nodirbeck Abdusatrov. For Wesley, he just never got a chance.
Yeah, this is just disaster for Wesley. So the former world champion at Chess 960, and this could spell the end of his tournament chances. That is the clincher. The Black Knight is coming in with a check. The Black Pawn is promoting. He's going to resign, Wesley. So look at Nodirbeck, the death stare, his famous death stare coming in here.
He does it every time when he knows the job is done, when the ball is at the back of the net and he's got the point in, you know, that look that he gave to his opponent. It's time to shake hands, and there we have it.
There you have it. Thrilling conclusion to that one. Wesley So, a bit of a bummer for him that he will still sit on 0 points in our overall standings here, though. Nodirbeck Abdusatrov gets away with a full point, 1.5 to his name now through 2 rounds. That puts him in fantastic position when it comes to battling for the top 4 spots out of his group and a bid to the upper bracket quarterfinals. Just 2 rounds down, still 5 to go, though. So for all of our players, there's plenty of room for them to turn their day around. Much more decisive games here in the second round than we saw in the first round. Only 3 of our boards in the first round went in a decisive fashion, with the other 5 being draws. This time around, there was only 1 singular draw up on the stage, while all 7 of the other boards managed to go 1 full point in one way or the other.
Magnus and Hans, the only 2 players at a full 100% score. I mean, that is a Hollywood blockbuster in the making.
They're on collision course. That's what the whole world wants to see, those 2 great rivals. And yeah, I think that whole round and all the results speaks to 2 things. Firstly, the position was much more dynamic than the one we saw earlier today, but also the players, they know they need to take risks if they want to come in the top half and qualify for that all-important winners bracket.
And we just saw one of those players who might need to take risks. We're seeing him again right now. It's Vincent Keimer, right? There's so much expectation on this guy because of the performances that he's put up through our tournaments of old. But here today, it's not been a good start for him, so he's going to have to start generating some steam quickly.
Yeah, it's been an absolute nightmare. I mean, in this format, when you have to finish in top 4 to lose 2 games, I think the next one is almost a make or break for players who are on 0 points, including not just Vincent Keimer, but Wesley So as well.
That's a very good point, right? And again, he might be thinking back to a couple moments within that game where it became equalized. And like you said, he goes for just that one aggressive move with the pawn. It moves off sides and everything crumbles from there.
Yeah, that's the danger when you have no time. You set a 1-move trap, but if the opponent avoids it, ultimately you might be kind of left in a dead end. And Wesley So, it just feels like he's over this past 12 months, not just in freestyle chess, he hasn't recreated that form that he showed a few years back when he was kind of the dominant force with Magnus Carlsen in rapid chess when he won the 960 world title. And yeah, for Wesley, it's been difficult.
Yeah. I'm going to say one thing about Magnus, though, you know, getting a 2 out of 2 there, just in different styles, right? He gets this big strategic win in that queen pawn ending in round 1 against Winston, and second one just demolishes Levon in this tactical play that he shows. And that's got to be bad news for everyone else. Magnus, one of his weakness is always getting a slow start. You know, he takes his time to find the rhythm. A 2 out of 2, I mean, the guy looks unstoppable already.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the standings and see who might be able to challenge him or put a stop to the run that he's making through these early round-robin rounds. It's a 2-0 scoreline there for Magnus Carlsen. You can see just behind him 4 different players, in fact, that all have 1 win apiece. That would be Prague sitting in second place, Abdi Satorov, Sindarov, and then Levon Aronian, who did fall down to Magnus in that most recent round. Still 3 winless players in this group, as we can flip over to Group B and see how things stand in that one. Of course, Fabiano Caruana, picture of consistency. He was the one player who came away with a draw, and he sits at 1 out of 2 points in total. But Hikaru Nakamura, he did come away with a big victory. But I think talk of the table here has to be Hans Niemann, the only guy, once again, with sole possession of first in his group there, almost on a collision course for Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals.
Hans Niemann is a name that you can't stop talking about and can't keep your eyes off, right? 2 out of 2. What a performance it's been by him. What a start it's been. He's really making a statement in this one in Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know many people, no matter what their age is, experience levels, who can handle pressure as well as him. The whole world has been looking at him for the last 3-4 years now, and he keeps delivering.
It absolutely keeps delivering, but can he keep it going, right? We know that freestyle is such a fickle game, right? And we've seen, even within the games themselves so far, a number of them flip on a mere dime. And so will his intuition, sitting alone on himself, will he be able to continue to find these incredible positions, or will something switch, you know, midway through the day and start to fall apart? That's a big question.
Yeah, also as he gets nearer that kind of goal of top 4, you start to get a bit tense. You see the finishing line, and yeah, we might see him slow down at some point, Hans Niemann. But ultimately, if he just draws the rest of his games, he's there. He's in the top 4, and that's a great spot to be in.
Well, with 2 rounds complete and the 3rd round just on the horizon, we are very happy to be joined once again by our founder, Jan-Henrik Buettner, joining us. First of all, Jan, Vegas, the win, the stage we have out there. I mean, the spectacle just keeps getting bigger. Has it lived up to everything you imagined it to be here in the U.S.?
I told you so. You know, has it lived up to what I told you, right?
Absolutely. I came in absolutely aghast at what I saw the first day for rehearsals, and
it's really amazing.
So
a big shout out to Torsten and his team. What they have built here together with the Win Resorts team is a fantastic combination. We are so happy to be here. We are so glad. Everything is so spectacular. Everybody who comes in, obviously there's a World Poker tournament here. Everybody says, well, you have a much better setup than even them, you know, so we are very happy. We even have more spectators I saw like online than Live Golf, you know, and so it's like we are moving up there. And I don't want to take too much of your time right now, because we have a very special guest here today. We were just talking about he's not so much into chess. He doesn't know a lot, and he's a little bit, I don't know. So it's even better if you come into the community stream, because then our experts can explain it to you like to a normal person or to a chess person. And so he's also an investor in our company, and I would like to welcome Gerard Piquet.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so very much, Gerard. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to meet you. For those of you who may not be unaware, I don't know how you would be, of FC Barcelona fame here. We're talking a world champion, a European champion. I mean, you've done it all. You've been at the highest highs in your respective career. What's the experience been like for you so far, stepping into the world of chess and seeing some of the best on display here under the bright lights?
It has been incredible. I love freestyle chess because at the end of the day, the fact that you change the position of the pieces, it makes a completely different game. And at the end of the day, is trying to disrupt this amazing game, which is chess, and make it even more difficult for the players, because I can imagine that they have just 10 minutes to decide what will be the strategy and how they will attack or defend. I think it's fantastic. And I had a great time. I was watching now Magnus playing and winning. and it's a great experience. The first time I watch it live, and it's great.
Gerard, I must admit I'm a bit starstruck. I'm a big Manchester United fan. I was gutted the day they sold you back to Barcelona. But yeah, what are your kind of experiences now that you've kind of stepped away from playing football? I know you've got so many projects going on.
Well, I'm enjoying life a little bit. After 20 years traveling a lot and training every day, I changed my entire routine. I've started different projects that are going very well, and now I came here to Las Vegas to enjoy freestyle chess. As he mentioned, I'm an investor of the company, and I'm very proud to be part of it.
You're a huge fan here as well. Do you have a favorite player who's playing out there in the mix in this one?
For me, Magnus. I mean, I think that for everyone is a legend. It was fun because obviously I follow a little bit, but I don't understand much of the movement. And I saw that he lost the queen at some point during the game, and I was surprised because I was saying, oh, he's not in the best position, but I think that he did it on purpose a little bit to gain some good position. So it's fun. It's fun to really learn a little bit how they think and how they move the pieces.
That's actually very interesting you bring that up, because that was one of the key moves in his game. Now, Magnus, he's spoken so much about the crossover and the similarity between football and chess as well when it comes to strategy and making use of all the resources. Do you feel that as well?
Well, in a way, in a pitch or in a chess table, I'm sure that I don't know much about the inside of the movements and everything, but it's all about the strategy. It's all about putting the players in the right position and to maintain the ball in order to create chances. I assume that the chess, with the pieces, you try to do more or less the same. Try to have a good position in order to attack at the right time.
If Magnus was a footballer, where in the pitch would you place him?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question.
I don't know. I assume in the midfield because he will move all the team around. So.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's true. He'd probably be a pretty good manager.
Maybe you ask him a little bit about the Kings League, what he's doing also.
I don't know about Kings League. We try to do something similar to what Freestyle Chess is doing. At the end of the day, he's trying to disrupt a little bit football or soccer now that we are in the US. But we don't want to compete against them. I think that we can be complementary. It's two different products. We are focused much more on entertainment and trying for people to have fun when they watch us. There is a lot of goals, crazy rules, a little bit similar to what we are seeing today, and it's quite interesting that you can do this in different sports, not just in soccer.
Absolutely. We're going to keep this conversation going, but just for you at home to know, we're going to have the position lottery run behind for the third round. That way the players can start their discussions, get ready for that third round of play, and we'll continue to get some words here from Gerard. My question to you, you're a person who's so familiar with big arenas, a lot of spectacle, but that's something that's a bit new to chess, right? And that's one of the big endeavors of freestyle chess. So what has been your experience so far? How do you see, the world of chess, this older traditional game that at times was played in a much slower setting, now kind of getting this injection of energy, live audiences, and moving in the direction of maybe one day filling a stadium in the round and seeing mano-a-mano battles between Magnus Carlsen and the world number 2?
I love that people think how to modernize or to improve the game and to make it more adapted to our time and much more quick and dynamic. It's true that at some point, I think, I don't know how, and I know that traditional sports are very against that, like tennis, that when you go to Wimbledon, for example, and the crowd is very quiet because the players, they need to concentrate, and I assume that here it's more or less the same. But I could try to find a way where it's what it is. It's a show, it's entertainment, that people can shout and that you have to concentrate even with the shouts of the people. We do in soccer and they do in basketball. So when I see in tennis that, I know it's respect to the players, etc., but it's part of the entertainment. There has to be a lot of loud atmosphere and for people to have fun. So I know that here you have to be respectful and you have to be quiet. But if we can find a way where people can express what they are feeling and shout, I think that I'm going against the traditional people, but I'm trying to put my point of view from the outside and just, if you can think about it, it would be great.
I'm with you. Perhaps slowly we can chip away at those barriers, right, and break them down. Now, just a couple days ago, in mentioning some of these other massive sports, you called out basketball. We brought in a bunch of NBA players who are all familiar with chess. What's your experience in the football world? Is chess as pervasive between players in your world?
There are some of them that they play. Obviously, the level is not good, but at the end of the day, I think it makes you move your brain. It makes you really think about different strategies and how you move. And I think it's good for soccer, for football, when you go and you have to be very focused, very concentrated on the game that it's happening, I don't know, tomorrow or in a couple of days. The fact that you can activate your brain doing other sports or activities like chess, I think it's fantastic.
Well, in our chess table, we had Quinton Post, who sort of dominated it. He won the blitz there. Is there a footballer that comes to your mind who you know in your personal experience, who loves the game or perhaps gets some chess in as part of the mental training?
Not that I know in Barça, in my team, because we were playing poker, for example, Hold'em, or we were playing Parchís, which is a Spanish game. But I remember when I was a kid, I used to play with my coach, and he teach me a little bit about chess and different strategies, because at the end of the day, you have to go with bus, hours of bus or planes, and if you have right now everything is with tablets and it's much quicker, but at that time I remember that we bring the table and the pieces and we could play there, and you have an amazing time.
Jan, if I could turn a question back to you, just maybe your reaction to the growing roster of support that freestyle chess has found from endemic and traditional sports. Again, citing all of these NBA players, Derrick Rose, of course, being the preeminent figure there in connection to freestyle chess, but now Gerard Piqué as well. I mean, just to have all of these massive names, come in and say, no, this is the right direction. This is an exciting direction to be pushing chess.
Yes, I mean, we are a baby company. I mean, we exist since 5 months, right? So it's basically our first event was in February in Weissenhaus, a Grand Slam this year. Of course, we had the pre-event in Singapore in November, and then we had Paris Grand Slam, and then Karlsruhe with 3,000 chess players at the same time. Now here, first of all, with spectators. And what we also are so happy about, this crossover between chess and basketball, what we have done a few days ago with Derek and all his friends, is a fantastic thing. As you see, that what also excited me is how happy Magnus was, for example. Like, he was in his element. Like, he was really up. He really. It was the first time that I felt that he owned the company, right? He was with the basketball. He was explaining like the positions and so on, and he was spending much more time than he usually would have done. And as he is such a sports fan, also, I'd like to see the same. Maybe we can do something with Kings League. Maybe we can do something with some great soccer players, bringing them together with the chess players. We had this hand-in-hand format where we had all the great chess players, and they have formed even friendships, like with top basketball player, top chess player on a team, like even with Judith Polgar and so on. So it's this is perfect. Of course, we are also in the meantime doing something with tennis. I even heard, David, I heard that Andy Murray is following you, I've heard, and even Magnus. So maybe as we are looking forward to do something maybe in Australian Open in January, maybe we do something with, and I think that Alcaraz also is a very big chess fan. So maybe we do something in the tennis world, of course with golf, because Magnus is a big golf fan and so on. So we're trying to do this not only to kind of get the Magnus and the other players together with the sports people, but of course we are a marketing company. We want to have the fans, so we want to have the fans of Gerard be interested in our league, right? In our freestyle. We want to have the fans of Derek and all these people who said, oh, if Derek does this, well, it must be interesting. So let's follow this, and we add to our audience.
And speaking to your point about just watching Magnus on the stage, just glowing, for the entire event through basketball, Gerard, I think that to me kind of speaks to this shared respect between top level competitors, knowing what it takes to get to the top of your field, but how that to a degree feels maybe like a shift to me in some number of years where of old maybe there was some tribalism between different sports, you know? I'm good at what I do, you're good at what I do, and this is really trying to take two worlds and smash them together and find those unique similarities, while maybe, yes, yours is a more physical, you know, representation of eliteness, that there can still be this incredible respect for what it has taken to get to your level and what it takes to become the best chess player in the world.
Yeah, for sure. These crossovers right now are working very good. And at the end of the day, we are talking about winning and about having respect for the other and about having a strategy to at the end of the day, fight to win the game. And this happens in all sports, no matter what, if it's football, basketball, or chess. So at the end of the day, you really respect the others because you know how difficult and how the amount of sacrifice that you have to do in order to arrive to the top, doesn't matter which sport. So the fact that I spent some time here and I see, as I said before, it's the first time I see it live, and it's a completely different experience. It's very fun to watch.
The Kings League, freestyle chess, these being disruptors. And one of the cool things about freestyle chess is what we see here, right? The players get this opportunity to actually sit and talk to each other, discuss for the first few minutes this new position that they've never seen before that they have to go play. And to me, it feels like there's this camaraderie that gets formed. And it's sort of like the locker room talk right before you go on the football pitch, where you feel like you discuss these ideas and just how important that is.
No, it's. I mean, in our locker room, it's very, very important. I assume that here it's the same. But this is one of the things that freestyle chess, I think, that is doing differently from more traditional chess, and it's. Although it's very difficult to follow the conversation because at the end of the day, they obviously they talk very technically and. The positions, sometimes you get lost if you don't manage much, but you can see how they try to manage to start the game and try to get the better position, and they find they try different ways of doing it, and then I was checking because you have the 8 games at the same time in the screen, that most of the players are doing the same, obviously with different. Small detail difference, but at the end of the day, most of the positions, most of the pieces are in the same places. Means that they are going in that direction that they discussed before.
Yeah, we have what I really like about this. I mean, this is something that only works because of freestyle chess. Because in a normal chess position, the players are preparing, like David. Everybody is like really bored about. You have to learn the lines by heart. Okay, against this player, this and this and this, and then everybody is to himself. And here you have this community aspect, and we have like the white table where all the players with the white pieces are, and the black table where all the pieces. So you have this team effort, kind of just for a moment. You know, all of these are huge competitors, and they really, you know, like I saw like the. Magnus won against Vincent, and then next day, next move, they sit together at a table, try to strategize how do we, as a white team or the black team or whatever, win or make a great trap for the other one. And I think this is also what I enjoy very much when we have part of our whole concept of the company is like this paddock club atmosphere. You know, that we have these dinners together, and then you see like they have these huge fights. Like I remember in the first Grand Slam in Weißenau, there was this incredible fight between Fabi and Levon, like it went to Armageddon and so on, and they were really like playing, and then half an hour later they sat at the table and they played a little other game, and so it's this really fierce, I think, and I'm sure you have the same like with maybe your soccer players, where you are in one team but then you're playing together in a national team, and so somehow you have these rivalries, but on the other hand you have the friendship at the same time, right?
Yeah, you understand that sometimes, I don't know, you play in the same club, but then for the national team, you have to face each other in the final of the World Cup. And it's what it is, it's part of the game. You know the other player much better because you share a dressing room every weekend. But at that time, you have to share all the information you can with all your teammates of the national team because you want to beat him. So yeah, it's more or less similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, and for us, it's new for us. I mean, I'm also outside the chess world. I have nothing to do with chess like 2 years ago, but I just started this because I thought it was a great idea to use all of the potential of all these players, these interested people, like 700 million people play chess in the world. But what is here, when I watched the chess tournaments before, it was basically they play chess, and then somebody wins, okay, bye, and then they leave, yeah? And everybody goes to whatever, McDonald's or whatever, and then the next day they're, and so we are basically, I think it's the first tournament, I mean, you are much more like into the tournaments, the first tournament where we are really trying to have this community aspect. That's okay, we have the dinners all together, of course. It's of course also important for our VIPs and investors and whatever to be able to meet the players and so on. So yeah, we are very new to this, which is of course very like for decades, like in soccer, of course.
Now that you're mentioning this, one of the things that I would try to change is that it's not possible to resign. And you have to play until the end. And because if not, it's also tough for the spectator, because all of a sudden you are trying to follow and they shake hands and that's it. There's like, what's happening here? It's not done. So most of the sports, they teach you that you have to fight until the end, until the last second. I can imagine that when they resign is because they have absolutely nothing to do. But in my opinion, they should play until there is the end. I mean, to resign, I don't see it very sports.
It's a very interesting, it's a very interesting thing, because it's also like when we are talking a lot about this, and this community stream we have here started here, we have also developed. I mean, it's now the 4th time that we are doing this all together. I mean, we have, of course, David is the best British chess player currently, so he's really expert, right? Tanya is a very fantastic Indian chess player, but also very much known in the commentary world. And then we brought in James Dash from League of Legends, who has nothing to do with chess. And then so the first thing, after the first Grand Slam, I said, you know, let's get rid of the R2D2 talk, what I call it, just like king to E2 or whatever. Because as a non-knowledgeable chess person who is like, okay, he's following, and then they are to the next, and you feel like checked out already. So we are very open to these ideas, and we are talking also to the players. If we're gonna, I think we can. So because let's just take this little, and then I think we should go back to the hall. But let's take this one example. What does it mean basically? If you would say play to the end, is it like for the players like, okay, just is it another 3 or 4 moves, or is it basically maybe sometimes it carries on for a long time? We say if you say you are not allowed to resign, you have to play it to really mate.
Checkmate, I assume, and that's it.
No? I love it. I mean, in no other sport it happens. And speaking of first in Vegas, I know we're about to start, but I'm going to disrupt the stream just a little bit. We're all such big fans of you, Gerard. I don't know if this is possible or not, but can we all get a photo in front of this desk? I don't know if this will be on camera, but this is a bit of a moment.
All right, forgive us. We're being selfish on air.
Perfect.
Let's hand a phone off to somebody who's willing to take it for us. Don't worry, you're not on camera. You can slide in here. Get in here, David.
You go next to Gerard. You go next to Gerard. You're the biggest soccer fan. No, you go next to him. So.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gerard.
Thank you very much.
Such an honor. Such an honor.
Thank you.
Jan Henrik, as always, it's a pleasure to have you joining us. We're going to let them go back and enjoy the games as the players are just diving into the 3rd round of play. What a special treat that was. Chess really is the most global game.
I mean, I love it. We had Chestival with all these basketball superstars, having Gerard in the studio, and how excited he is about freestyle chess and the parallels between Kings League football and chess is just awesome, becoming more and more global. And where better place to do it than the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas.
And here we go. The entertainment doesn't stop. Away we go into round 3. We might be playing a little bit of catch-up here, and for good reason. So it is position 96, if I recall correctly off the top of my head. We already see a couple moves being made. We're starting things off on Carlsen versus Sindarov here. It's 2 points to Carlsen's name. He has only had victories today, but Sindarov coming hot off a victory over Vincent Keimer in round number 2. Let's see if he can get some momentum rolling up against the world number 1. What do we make of this starting position? First thing I see, Bishop, Bishop, Queen in the corner.
Queen, that is danger. That literally spells an attack for either side. It's a ready-made attack, and this is something that Magnus Carlsen was able to conjure up earlier in the day on opposite flanks, but against Vincent Keimer, there was an attack along these 3 diagonals. Those will open up. We noticed that kings are already pretty safely tucked into one side of the board. We might not see castling anytime soon, but just to go back and recap the first 2 moves here for either side. Magnus started by pushing this pawn forward, hinting that he wants to bring his queen out in the very near future. Here, Javelkir Sindarov has played a very provocative move, asking Magnus to step forward, gain space in the midfield here, in the center of the board. And Magnus, he, above anyone, maybe alongside Levon Aronian, they value space so highly. It means you have more space to maneuver, more squares, and already the white bishop has been unleashed, the white queen has been unleashed. That cannot be said of their counterparts. I think this is a great success for Magnus.
Yeah, right away, computer not loving the position here for Sindarov. Like you say, just so much more space already controlled here for the white side of the board.
Connect 4 coming. The white pawn will step forward, and the long-range pieces, the archers in the corner, they will be unleashed.
And I know once we see Connect 4 on the board, that's already a win, a dub for David Howell on the board. And I'm sure Magnus is in sync with his good friend here. It's also a great move. It opens up the bishop. You know, you can set up a battery with the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal, start targeting that g-pawn already. Also, just a few moves away is the knight jumping into the attack. The white knight can land on that e3 square, eventually on the g4 square, closer towards the king side, threatening some checkmating ideas, which is why I think it was so important for Javelkir to immediately strike, to try to get that counterplay in, because here you can't afford a slow game as black.
Yeah, this next 2-3 moves, Magnus could just knock Sindarov out. He could just win. Just want to show for everyone at home a very logical variation. It looks like white has sacrificed a pawn here, but if you do try and take the bait, as Sindarov might be tempted to do, and capture in the center now with your bishop, this is simply the end immediately. Queen jumps out, threatening a checkmate on this square and hitting the bishop simultaneously. If you, for example, bring your knight out and defend a checkmate, you just end up a piece down. So already Magnus setting the traps, and Sindarov is already living life on the edge.
Yeah, lots of tricks in play here. So maybe on the ropes already is Sindarov, but still some time to work with. Gonna try and grab back some space here with those pawn moves. Only pawn moves so far for either of our players. Now 8 moves into the game.
And Magnus now might try to deal with the hit in the center, maybe by bringing one of his knights out. There's one trick: you don't want to step forward with your pawn in the center, because it turns out that you are pinned in the middle of the board on the e-file, but ultimately it's still very pleasant, the choice here for Carlsen.
Yeah, can Magnus get a 3 in a row is the big question in this one. Still very early days, but Magnus has done everything right, activated his 2 bishop, forcing Sindarov to make pawn moves on one side and then on the other to block those diagonals. It's going to be an uphill task for the players to defend. Should we do a quick tour? Where do you guys want to go to next? Again, just a heads up, James. Everyone wants to go to Hans.
All right, and we will go there in just a moment. But first, let's take the bird's eye view of this group, because Hans is in the other group. So just so we can take stock of how the 4 boards rest in this one. Again, it is Magnus Carlsen who leads the group. Don't pay attention to the score lines at the top of your screen. They're not all updated as of yet. He has 2 points to his name, to the 1.5 of Sindarov. But you can pay attention to the board states just to see how they have worked out to this point.
And I think they've worked out in such similar dynamics, because we see all the 4 boards, white has managed to get that deep pawn across the central line. You know, getting that space has opened up the bishop diagonals across the boards, except one, that's that top right board of Bibisara against Wesley. So Bibisara's light squared bishop still a bit stuck, not in the open diagonal, but I think the other 3 boards are on the attack, on the aggressive, and that's just the starting position by design. It sort of invites that.
And now we'll get the people to what they want. We're going to go from this 4 board to the other 4 board. That's Group B, the black group, which sports Hans Neman, currently up top the table, sitting with 2 points to his name. He's in a battle up against Sam Sevian, and you can see already a very interesting board state over there. We've got the queen now sliding all the way over, creating a little battery with that bishop on the left-hand side of the board on the dark squares.
Yeah, very interesting what's happened here. It just feels like the team with the black pieces who were discussing it beforehand, they might just have struggled to understand the nuances of this opening. And maybe it was just one of those positions that was just very strong for white due to the long-range pieces. And yeah, I'm ready to jump into one of the games, but ultimately, I think dream for the side with white here.
I completely agree with you. I mean, just the way the long-range pieces on the left side are placed in the starting position, having that first move advantage means that you can set up those long diagonals and trick across the board, and that's what we're seeing being played out for Hans as well. You know, the queen and the bishop lined up on one side. That's a top left board that we're seeing. He's the only other player apart from Magnus Carlsen on a 100% score right now, looking for that third win in a row. And I think when you're doing that, this is the starting position you want. He has one eye on that tender spot in front of Sam Sevian's king, which currently is being defended by the black rook.
Yeah. And Hans, Magnus, what do we make of it? Are they driving each other on? Are they spurring each other on, motivating them with their winning streaks this early?
There has to be an underlying extra motivation at this event, right? I just couldn't see a world in which there isn't with these two guys, again, seemingly on a collision course, and so far seem to be playing at their full potential.
I mean, their story, their rivalry just goes back to the 2022 Sinkfield Cup, right? With the infamous game after which there were cheating allegations that followed, after which there was a $100 million defamation lawsuit that followed, which is now settled. But the rivalry does continue, and I think the whole world is waiting. And let's not forget, they just played a match against each other in December of 2024, the World Blitz Championship. And what a match that was in the knockout. Magnus eventually getting the win 2.5 to 1.5, but not before Hans himself also got a big win, checkmated Magnus's king at the center of the board. End of that match, Magnus planting his king, showing that action just how much it means. And I think the whole chess world is waiting for that rematch. Magnus versus Hans, classical time control over the board.
So what's your opinion on the overall position in this one, Tanya? Because the computer evaluates it as relatively even. For me, I think the scary thing of Sam Sevian's position is the fact that he's removed so many of the pawns from his own king's defense. Just has that one single solitary pawn right in front of him.
It's such a difficult position for black, even though the bar says that it's level. You know, everything that you pointed out, the pawns have moved forward, clearing up the 7th rank for the black rook to step to defend that pawn. But what about the rook that's next to the king? And I'll answer that question. It is going to find itself very hard to get into the game. You want to get that castle going, but the H pawn, it's overextended itself. It is under attack. And we see Sam, he moves the bishop all the way back. I was expecting him to plant it at the center of the board, trying to get rid of Hans's very strong dark squared bishop on b2, but instead a different approach. And I wonder if Sam Sevian wants to get his own attack going, push that f-pawn one step forward. But we'll do an action replay here, David. Take it from the top. How did we get here?
Yeah, let's jump in and talk about some of the earlier decisions. And it was the pawn stepping forward in the center, not what we saw in the Magnus Carlsen game. Hans, because he is sitting alone, because he's not discussing with his teammates here, he went his own way, and very quickly there was tension in the center. Hans was the first to blow things open, and that's how we got the pawn structure. And to catch up, this is what has happened. The white queen sliding into the corner looks a bit counterintuitive, but one to remember for everyone at home. This is actually a very, very nice battery in all these positions. And I just want to point out Hans, he's just playing logical moves, and he's keeping a huge time advantage in every single game. He's just going to wait for Sam here after a bishop trade to make a mistake, and then he's going to start changing the pace.
Yeah, he's already got a 3-minute time advantage over his opponent here. This is incredible, and he just seems to be playing smooth.
Wow, big move.
Whoa.
Literally and figuratively, he castles the whole way to the other side of the board. The white king jumping across a whole 5 squares. It's going to side. It's going to kind of sit next to its own queen here, and I don't feel like it's the safest decision. The white king, it looks a bit airy.
Yeah, I mean, Tanya and I were just talking about how, the black king seems to be the one in the precarious position with just that singular pawn in front of it. And now Hans has opted to slide his king over into what feels like a more open and vulnerable spot.
But what he's got is all his pieces around it, right? You've got the knight, the bishop, the queen, the rook, and you feel like black, all the army on the right side of the board. How are you going to get to attack it? It is far away. Meanwhile, Hans making his intentions clear. If he gets the possibility, the option, he's going to strike on the right side. The f-pawn will move one step forward. Perhaps the g-pawn strikes with g4 at the right time as well. It's very difficult for Sam to involve that second rook at the edge of the board into the game. The moment you castle, the moment you get that rook to f8, and I wonder if he does it, he doesn't do it just yet. He's eyeing a break on that left flank, wants to get that b pawn moving up. But just to finish that point, the moment that rook moves away, that h pawn, which has overextended itself, will be a big weakness. Also to point out, the bishop from b2 suddenly sliding up to a3, and there is a skewer on that diagonal. So Hans killing the play of that black rook.
Yeah, very important point. And this move, given a question mark, maybe it's just a bit too slow, but it's a very logical one from Sam Sevian, so we shouldn't criticize too much. He just wants to open up that left flank now. And okay, Hans immediately kicks back the black knight from the center, and Eval bar rising. He's just playing natural moves, Hans. I'm going to say the only difficult move he's played is castling to this flank now, but everything else so logical. He's now going to bring his other knight out the way, and things are going forward.
You said the only difficult move he's made is the long castle, right, to the left side of the board. And it's one of the moves Hans played so quickly.
Yeah.
What does that tell us about his form?
Locked in.
Locked in.
Yeah, it tells me he hasn't lied to us either about his form in the dinners, where he's talking about how confident he feels, how much he loves this format, and how he feels like his play style is geared towards a freestyle chess format. And I would have to venture to guess even more so for these 10-10 portions of the tournament. Of course, if you make it up into those quarterfinals, we do move to 30-30. So there will be a time format switch up, and we'll see if he can continue to impress there. But the thing that speaks to me about his play so far is that he also seems to just be controlling the pace of his games. He's dictating the way that the games are played, right? As soon as that king is castled over, you saw Sam Sevian, now I've got to start rerouting everything to that side of the board if I actually want to launch an attack.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, there is history between these two. It's not just Magnus who bangs kings. Sam Sevian once broke a king in a physical game between these two in St. Louis. He picked up the king. I think there's some words were said as well, but he snapped off the head of the king.
Wow.
And yeah, these two, track record.
Things seem to get broken with Hans around. It feels like that is the narrative. But here we've got Hans just playing incredible chess. I also want to remind everyone, you know, Danny spoke about this earlier, how Hans has earned his spot into Vegas, going through that qualifier. David and I were calling the action on that, and he took down the former world champion in that. He beat Dingler, and he beat the super prodigy Denis Lazovic in a thrilling final. And he was just so dominating throughout that event, taking down Yu Yangyi on his way. It was clear that he was a man on a mission, and he made it happen. So coming in here, keeping the advantage on the clock. Look at that, the way he shuffled his queen and bishop around. It just shows, you said locked in, he's in the zone. Hans Neman is, he's playing chess to perfection so far. He wants to slide that bishop back at the right time, start targeting g7, also get the queen more active on the d line when required. The knights are moving forward as well, planting itself on the g5 square. I'm loving the way Hans has handled this position.
Playing brilliantly so far here in Vegas. And while I will be sure to get us back to this game quite quickly so we can see how it continues to develop, I do want to go to a player that we haven't talked about too much here on the first day of play. That's Fabiano Caruana. Now, he's up against Hikaru Nakamura. So again, these are two of the guys who are sitting in the top 4 of our overall freestyle Grand Slam standings. Fabiano, typically talked about as the picture of consistency when it comes to freestyle chess, just always keeping his name in the conversation. So far today, he's got 2 draws to his name, so nothing super crazy has happened in either of his games. He's up against a 1.5-point Nakamura here. David, this game looking a lot different, though, when it comes to where the pieces ultimately are placed, and I do still see 2 kings tucked over to the right-hand side of the board. Very different than the Hans one.
Very different. Fabiano, his last move given a question mark. We see that graphic appear next to the black light squared bishop, but I don't think we should read too much into it. It's a very logical move. He's trying to remove one of white's king's defenders, and once that happens, the black queen might be given access on the first rank, the black knight ready to jump in. And although this pawn structure we talked about in the Magnus game, white has more space, yes, but are white's pieces necessarily better placed? It's unclear. I really love what Fabiano has done with his rook here, Tanya. Maybe getting ready to slide the black rook up and across to hit the white king. It feels like potential for both sides to start attacking white. Also, Hikaru with some ideas of his own.
And that has been the problem piece in Sam Sevian versus Hans, right? The rook that we were talking about. And Fabi here finding this creative way. He's managed to get the H-pawn steam rolling up, a rook lift, which can then start targeting the king. I also agree with you that that question mark, take it, chuck it out of the window, because I think it's directed against any ideas of white eventually pushing that F-pawn to F4. You want to keep that square as much under control, not only stopping the pawn advance, but also bringing in your own knight. Again, just doubling down on that central D-pawn, combining itself with the black rook that you were earlier highlighting.
And I think Fabiano, he's happy that this is freestyle chess, because in traditional chess, in kind of classical chess recently, his score with black against Hikaru is abysmal. It's so one-sided. He's lost so many games in the last kind of 2 years alone to Hikaru. So the fact that this is freestyle may be a bit refreshing for Fabiano Caruana, as we see another question mark appear. It's just one of those positions. Just so much choice on kind of every move. It's going to be tough to find the computer-approved top lines every time.
When the world number 2 and the world number 3, you know, make all these inaccuracies in the very first 10 moves of the game, you know it's got to be freestyle chess.
Yeah, it very well must be. A couple more pieces off the back rank here for Hikaru, though, and a little bit more space, it feels like, overall on the board.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to understand why the bishop is on that square. Like, bishops are the one piece that don't enjoy being in the center. Queens love being in the center, knights love being in the middle of the board, controlling everything, but bishops actually prefer to be sniping from afar.
David, there is a tactic possible on the board. You know, there are pins across, and it's a bit of a long line. It didn't happen, so it didn't matter. I think Fabi just didn't like it. It involved a lot of trades at the center. He didn't go for it, and I think it wasn't an easy one for black, and so he rightly does find, and I see the eval bar doesn't move. He rightly does find the best move in the position going for the trade.
Yeah, before that move, I had two ideas here. One, it forced the defense of that pawn if you want to unlock the dark squared bishop that is currently defending that a7 pawn, right? But as well, looking maybe for an opportunity to set up that same queen bishop battery by sliding our own white queen back and then attacking that pawn in front of the king. Of course, now that Fabi has moved his own queen out onto the same file, he's offering that trade and making it an ineffective battery.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. That's probably what he was trying to achieve. If the white queen were sitting in the front, then the black bishop could have come out and blocked, but that would be impossible with it this way round. And Fabi, he's happy to trade queens. I just want to point out the worst piece in this position. That is the white rook in the corner. That rook is struggling to get into the game. You can never really castle by bringing your rook across because you're just walking into the firing line of this black bishop. So essentially, Fabi, he's saying, let's simplify it. Let's get your active queen off the board. I'm going to trade off all your active pieces, leave you just with this bystander in the corner as he, again, consistently tries to get those pieces off the board. Knight trade offered now.
Yeah, calling the miss there, but as just a moment ago I was talking about all this space that Hikaru had managed to grab with the queen sliding back, it's starting to feel rather claustrophobic again all of a sudden over there on the king side.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces that can't really breathe. And Fabiano, okay, trading pieces. Maybe that's why the computer gave a red cross a miss, because actually when kind of the opponent's pieces are congested, when there's a bit of a traffic jam, trading them off only liberates things. And maybe that just liberated it slightly for Hikaru.
And there are still a lot of questions to be answered here. You know, the pin on that knight means the d5 pawn, the central pawn, is extremely vulnerable. There are all kinds of threats and ideas in the position. Let's not forget the clock factor here, with Fabi almost 2 minutes ahead on the clock in a position where trouble is just brewing on every single move. For white, it seems more than for black, with all the threats coming in. Fabi could slide over the rook line itself against the white king as well, slowly and steadily piling the pressure. Again, I'd pick black here. David, if you had to choose a color, which one would you go for?
Black. Fabiano.
Okay, well, I'll rely on you as the GM on that one, but I'm going to rip us away from this game and send us over to the Magnus Carlsen versus Javokir Sindarov game, because as we get there, you might notice something. It's Javokir Sindarov who's got a very favored board state here. The question is, can he be the first one to deliver a loss to Magnus Carlsen here in Las Vegas?
Wow, this is a crazy position. This has really exploded. I'm just going to very quickly take us back while Javokir thinks, and I'll take us back around half a dozen moves or so to a very congested board. Magnus, though, has been pushing pawns in front of his own king. The white king here very open and not approved of by the computer. Bishop takes knight, a mistake as well. Giving up bishops in open positions seems counterintuitive, but this move was what Magnus had missed. The black knight coming to the corner to defend his rook. Maybe Magnus thought the rook was trapped, but a few moves down the line, we see some exchanges, a check, hitting the white king, and to catch up with the live position, this is where we stand. The black rook has just kicked the white queen even further away and sacrifices itself for the white knight. White's attack is dead, and now Magnus, his other knight is dropping off. It will be a rook in return for bishop and knight. That material imbalance we saw earlier in the day.
Wow, this is amazing to watch. And Sindarov with the classic piece twirl there, he's feeling the pressure that he's built up. He's up on the material, and let's not forget, Magnus is king under fire as well, with the 2 open diagonals and the queen ready to line up with one of the bishops. I think it's going to be Magnus Carlsen's king that's going to be in far more danger than its black's counterpart, currently defended with that knight on h8. Knight on h8, no checkmate, and the pawn on g7, keeping everything defended as well. Javakir, will he be the first to beat the world #1?
And if he were to do it, he would actually move himself up right above him in the standings. Up to 2.5 points he would go with a victory here. Magnus Carlsen giving a think, deciding, I guess, whether to take the pawn or, yeah, to lock it out in that sense. But that does mean it could be a persistent threat later in the game.
The big question is, can Magnus still castle from the starting position?
Oh, great question there. And
is that possible? David's doing a quick check.
He's doing a quick, yeah, David's doing a quick scroll through all the moves to make sure that king hasn't moved prior.
It can still go this way.
Oh my
White
gosh,
king.
so that's a defensive resource that Magnus has.
So if the opponent here, if Sindarov tries to throw everything at the white king on this flank, the white king might be able to run to the other side of the board, if I'm not mistaken here. Wow, that is a really important detail to remember. And let's watch out for that white king shooting all the way across. Still doesn't look entirely safe yet on that side of the board, but something that's easy to forget for the opponent.
And why that's so important is because once the black queen lands on those dark squares and is looking at checks on the right side of the board, you need an escape route for the white king. So that's going to be super important for Magnus, that he can just run away across, also placing his own rook on an open D line, targeting a weakness in black's camp. Sindarov does the right thing. He brings all the forces to the party into play, improving the knight's position, blocking out any check the white queen was threatening on e8, so freeing up his own queen from the back rank defense.
And Tanya, I was curious in this position. White's best move is to castle. Has Magnus remembered the rules of freestyle chess? That also allows the white rook later to use the square vacated by the white king.
Did you see that? David, you're the hand expert, I know, in the studio. He almost reached out for the king.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's hesitating.
What would be holding him back? Nothing. Nothing is holding him back from it. That's the answer. He finds the move. What an incredible resource to be found. You got to wonder if Javakir Sindarov had forgotten about that. Still advantaged in this position, with a bishop and a knight to his name for the rook of his opponent.
But suddenly it's no longer one-way traffic. This white rook has a 2-move threat. If you slide across, you combine with your bishop on the long diagonal. This is just a knockout blow. The black king only has its knight as a shield, as a defender. White already has a queen and bishop attacking, and joined by a rook, that could prove deadly. Apparently black here has only one move to maintain the advantage, and I'm going to say it's not an obvious one.
Queen to e8.
I mean, I'm trying to also guess.
Second best move is queen e8? Okay, yeah. I was thinking because you're setting up just to bring the dark squared bishop out to defend that diagonal.
Great.
That's why I'm doing that.
Great move.
But it's not the best move. So, Tanya, can you do one better?
I am struggling, actually. I'm impressed with queen e8 because David pointed out rook g1. There's also the idea of lining up the rook with the white queen. And is this the best move found by Javakir Sindarov?
It is. We see the exclamation mark appear. By far the best move. The only way to keep the advantage for black there. And he's going on the counterattack. So he's basically going for a race. He's abandoning the defense of his own king, but he knows that the black queen on its own can create a lot of damage.
That's incredible. It feels so counterintuitive to be moving away from the threats.
But it's full board awareness, right? He realizes that there's this square that gives him this counterplay, and he's going for those weakened pawns right now, just not giving Magnus enough time to line up his rook on either the G line or the H line. Love this play by Javakir. Queen to a6, gets awarded the exclamation mark. That's a good move right there.
Great move, and Magnus has hesitated. Only 20 seconds on the clock, though, for the world #1. 2 of his pawns are hit simultaneously with a check. Magnus hesitating. He was about to move his rook. I think that's the most natural move, to slide it across and just go for the black king. But it takes a lot of guts. As Wesley So lurking in the background watching. The rook slides. Magnus is threatening checkmate within a couple of moves himself. Can Sindarov deal with it?
And that's the big question, right? Because yes, the obvious response here, if you're black, is you pick up that c-pawn with a check. But Sindarov needs to find the follow-up. What happens when Magnus slides his king away, as he does right now? Does Sindarov have anything better than the checks that are possible on the board, allowing Magnus to at least escape for a draw? What happens here? Does he keep checking? Or will Sindarov find the winning defensive resource here? Because rook takes pawn is a massive threat.
Yeah, and as we know, if you give Magnus just that 1 second to breathe, right? You give him that one opening where he can equalize the game and then start inching it back ever so slowly in his favor, like we saw him do against Vincent Keimer in our show opener today. That's the thing that's got to be eaten at the back of Javakir's mind right now, while he does know it's his for the taking.
But that's the big question. Does he know that it's his for the taking? We have the evaluation bar telling us, but if you're playing black right now, you're also looking at all these ideas against your own king, right? That g-pawn is super tender. White's queen beautifully placed for the attack. The rook, bishop, and the queen ready to strike in. How much of an advantage does Javakir believe he has is what will determine what he'll play for. He might just give checks and bail out at this moment. Or will he find a defensive resource? And what is that resource, David?
The defensive resources might be based on some checks, but then it's very cold-bloodedly running away with the black king. I don't think that's findable. Like, just to walk out, even allow some checks on the way. First, you should maybe reposition the black queen to better squares, but to run away with the black king, I think, is just impossible with 20 seconds left on the clock for Sindarov.
Yeah, and he is eating through his time right now, down to just the teens. Does make a move. He will slide the queen over, looking for the check. Now he infiltrates
and
with
look
support
at
of the
He's
pawn.
repeating. This is what I was talking about. But he changes his mind now. He gains those extra 10 seconds on the clock per move. And head in hand, he's trying to figure it out. Can he run with that king? And will he play for more against Magnus Carlsen?
Last moment. This is the only way you can play for a win now, to run away with the black king before you start getting checked. The whole idea is that if the white rook then jumps up the board, you leave yourself abandoned on the back rank. But Sindarov, only a few seconds left. Surely he's going to bail out now. It just feels impractical to go for more.
Is that the only move in the position that keeps the advantage? The king slide?
The only move. If you check again with the queen, it's going to repeat itself, the position.
Well, he's reaching for the bishop.
Oh.
Okay. And there you go. Right, just like that, the eval bar goes right back to zeros. And now we're in danger territory.
And Magnus takes the pawn with his bishop, not with the rook. Taking with the rook would have left you up a dead end, but taking with the bishop sets up a check. And now Sindarov checking himself, but there's nowhere else to go. I think you have to keep checking with the black queen. The white bishop covers the diagonal, and Sindarov looks to the heavens. He looks frustrated. I think he's about to bail out with the draw now.
Because there's nothing else to be done. That's why the king slide was important. You needed the time to run away with your king to the other side, which is now in the kill zone for white, threatening to fall back with the bishop. Sindarov, you can see it on his face. He realizes there's nothing better to be done than to repeat. He gets the draw, but it's not the result he wanted.
Yeah, most players would trade an arm for a victory over Magnus Carlsen. And Sindarov was just moments away from finding it. Couldn't find that all-important move, running the king away. He does go for the handshake. It will be a draw in the end here against Magnus Carlsen. A half a point apiece. Magnus Carlsen maintains his lead in Group A. From here, we're going to go over to Vincent Keimer, who's still struggling to get a point on the board up against Pragnananda Rameshbabu. Prague has a small advantage in his game. Our first time hopping onto this board, and you can see here time trouble for both players. 15 seconds on the clock. It's Prague's move to make.
Wow, this is chaos. Look at that white queen just infiltrating the white knights as well. Often knights that protect each other, we say they get in the way of each other, but these knights look super strong. But the white queen now, the check was blocked, the black rook dropping back. And Tanya, I'm trying to do a quick material count. White seems to be down an exchange, a rook for a knight. But the pawn structure is bizarre, and anything can happen with the king, especially the black king so open.
But it's understandable why the bar likes the black, right? We know the engines, they're always materialistic. You said the exchange, also black has this extra pawn, but what black really wants is to get rid of one of those pawns to open up the bishop, but that's not going to happen, so perhaps that extra pawn is more of a Vincent Keimer friend as Magnus stops by to take a look, to take a peek at what's happening on this one after surviving his game as he did against Javakir. Prague, with seconds on the clock, trying to push, he advances that pawn. It's been given a question mark, a bit harsh, according to me, David.
Yeah, but these are his group mates, and that's probably why he's taking an interest in this game, because Prague, if he can manage to get the victory here, moves up to tie at 2.5 points apiece with Magnus Carlsen.
Also his teammate for the Esports World Cup, Pragnananda, is Team Liquid. Shout out.
That's true. Him and Fabi.
And maybe Magnus also doesn't want to face Vincent Keimer in the knockouts a bit later. Vincent, if he loses this, if he's unable to save it, 3 losses in a row. They call that castling queenside in chess. You don't want to try that. And I think Vincent might just have no chances to progress if he loses this game. Just confidence will be shattered. Question mark, though, given to Prag's last move, putting the king on a slightly different square. To my eyes, that's a very natural move, just getting off the same line as the black queen. And the white king does the same, shuffling into the corner.
Not only shuffling the king away from the same line, you're also vacating a square for your own rook to line up on that g-file along with the queen, trying to threaten some ideas of checkmate in the future, forcing that white knight to stay exactly where it is to defend the king. Prag continues to improve his pieces, gets the bishop out from the corner of the board, looking for some rerouting squares. It's just so much harder to find moves from white, and so much easier to be black in this position.
Yeah, the white knights can't move. They have to defend each other. The white rook cannot move apart from where it just came back from. The white queen stuck. The white bishop in the corner has just moved. But as Tanya says, the one thing you cannot do, you can never remove that black knight in the center, which is glorious. It will only be replaced by an even stronger pawn. So yeah, white here struggling for ideas. Prag just needs a breakthrough. It's not so easy. All the black pawns are blocked. That is the one problem for him.
Well, when he plays that move, he does voluntarily get that knight at the back, hitting the white bishop now. And not an easy move to make, because that's a move that that's a knight you wanted at the center of the board. He's also eyeballing the white queen that's under attack. The queen slides over. And now do you trade that bishop? Do you want to play for the bishop pair, but you just feel the black knight is such a power piece?
Yeah, I guess you could install a very powerful black rook in the center after a trade, so there's some temptation, but doubling up looks even more tempting. The double stacked rooks here threaten to get in behind enemy lines. A check, double attack. Oh, Vincent moves his king up the board, but that's only walking into the eye line of the black bishop as well. It definitely feels like Prag here, he's working the magic. He's found a great plan.
Yeah, now some pieces are coming off the board. Computer loves that move, giving it the exclamation point. It's a quick snap back here from Vincent Keimer, but it looks like the position gets only worse from there. More pieces infiltrating. It's looking good right now for Prag.
I love what he's done. You know, he's destabilized every single sort of structure, the formation that white's pieces had taken. Now the rook slides over, again inviting another trade. He's got this material advantage when you're up on the material trade-off pieces. And now the queen swoops in, but there's some calculation required here because two bishops under attack. Perhaps you could think about falling back with your bishop, pinning the white knight, and that might be the idea here, David, because you're attacking the other knight at the edge of the board.
Only winning move for Prag. He finds it. Wow. As you point out there, Tanya going for the white king on the diagonal. He was forced to find it there by Vincent's last move, but both players around 12 seconds. This is blunder territory now. Who will hold their nerve? Prag should be winning the bar, all in the black's favor. Drops his rook back, Vincent Keimer. And
drops a knight at the edge of the board as well.
Yeah, basically playing with their increment at this point, and that is about it.
But he's got to make a move. 1 second on the clock. Oh my goodness, he made that move in just a second.
Do you see that? Yeah. He apologized as well with his hand because that move was very frantically played. He was lining up a checkmate. Vincent Keimer gets his king off the dark square diagonal. Prag goes down to a few seconds again.
The nerves are coming in. You can see it. Every move that Prag makes. I mean, that was literally, almost, not literally, but almost lost on time for the black pieces there. Barely getting a move in.
Yeah, heart rates are absolutely skyrocketing right now. Look at that. Near 150 a pop.
Attacking the white knight now, which cannot move because there's a checkmate on that g2 square.
Yeah, that was the only winning move for Prag. He narrowed the path there, but he still found it. Vincent, he keeps looking off at the clock. He takes the black bishop, but the knight drops. How cornered is that white king? It looks disastrous, but you still need the killer blow for Prag. The longer this game goes on, the more chances, the counter chances might start arriving.
Look at Prag. He's shaking so fast on his chair right now, you know. He keeps glancing at the clock as well. And this is really when you need strong nerves. As you see Nodirbeck, he pauses to take a look at this fascinating battle that ensues. Now the rook slides in, attacking not just the bishop, but the pawn. That's going to be a key defender. If you're able to grab that pawn, that will be game over.
He's the king of tiebreaks, Prag, this year. Tanya, he's won 3 huge tournaments in the tiebreaks, in the Blitz. He has nerves of steel, and Vincent is the one who plays that move with 3 seconds left, attacking the black queen, but now it feels like this is just over. No way to defend the pawn in front of the white king. Vincent shaking his head. Imagine losing 3 games in a row. That was just unthinkable for an expert at freestyle like Vincent, who leans back now. He looks resigned. I think he is about to offer his hand in resignation.
Yeah, would have never expected an 0-3 start to this tournament here for Vincent Keimer. It's going to be an incredible uphill battle if he wants a chance at any of the top 4 spots with only 4 more rounds to go today. I'm not going to call anyone mathematically out just yet, but it's looking grim. Still need Prog to put the finishing touches here, though.
He's got so many good options. You could also just grab that bishop, which to me looks like a free piece that's hanging. That'll give you an extra rook in the position. Prog, he uses these extra seconds to make sure he instead goes for a very clean maneuver, gets rid of any ideas of checks, and I'm still expecting Vincent to resign any moment. I mean, for Keimer, this was a story that he was looking to prove that this was no fluke in Weissenhaus, but he's down to 3 games in a row.
Yeah, disaster start for Vincent Keimer, but what a beautiful start it's been to the round robin here for Prog Granada. He's now up to 2.5 out of 3 points and sharing the lead with Magnus Carlsen in their group. There's only one board in play. I promised you we'd get back to it before the game ended, and we will do just that. Let's go check in on Hans Neman up against Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian has been basically playing with 10 seconds on his clock for the entire last few minutes, while Hans Neman still has 1 minute and 30 to his name.
And it is a winning endgame for Hans Neman, or at least it looked that way a couple of moments ago. The white pawn is so close to touchdown, and ooh, a disastrous check now for black, only helping the white king to step forward. But the Black Knight is the only one holding the gates. It feels, Tanya, like Hans might be moving to 3 out of 3.
And if he does that, he'll be the only player to take pole position in both groups combined, because Magnus at 2.5 now. So Magnus will be the early leader of the round robin. And I love what he's doing. You know, he doesn't want to pick up that knight for the pawn. He wants to drive that knight away. Knight's not enough. I want an entire queen on the board. And there's no black piece that can actually come to assist that knight. It's going to be out of that square. And the a-pawn looks like it's going to be unstoppable. A few checks only delays the inevitable.
Yeah, it's only helping the white king up the board, actually. And the white king, this is a brilliant move. Given an exclamation mark, it's allowing itself to get checked by a black knight. Just don't step forward to this square, the c4 square. You'll get checkmated by the black knight. But here we go. He's walking up the edge of the board. It's Magnus Carlsen-esque what Hans Neman is doing right now, walking with the king. And ultimately, the black knight has been driven away. There's no more guardian of the a-pawn. The black rook is the only thing that can stop it now.
Yeah, all of his pieces working so beautifully in concert with each other.
Yeah. Promotion feels like it's inevitable. It's just how to force it through.
And Sam, he's trying to get his rook into the defense from that A line, give a check, at least stop the pawn from promoting to that 8th and find, or will he find something even stronger?
Yeah, the options are pushing your pawn forward. The black rook will come behind with a check and stop that. Or you can move the white rook. You can give a check yourself, try to ask the black king where it's going. Or you could step 1 square further behind the only source of counterplay, that black pawn that is advancing. Decision time for Hans Neman, who's down to 40 seconds. Suddenly, he's actually below on the clock for the first time in the event so far. Can he hold on to this advantage he's built up?
He's trying to calculate what happens with the series of checks that will follow. Your hand is itching to push that pawn to a7. That's the human move that you really want to make work. But Sam has ideas of his own. The rook will give a check. The knight will give a check. And he decides, Hans does make a decision. He goes in with a check of his own.
When in doubt, give a check. That's what the experts say, especially at blitz chess.
David,
save a few seconds.
Exactly what Sam did, and you said, hey, wrong checks.
Whoops.
Yeah, but also just buying himself 10 more seconds to think, right? If he's identifying this is really the crucial element here, the crucial point towards converting this into a victory. Make sure you're spending a proper amount of time under anything away. Now the black king's trying to get a little bit more involved, splitting the knight and the rook.
Yeah, he wants to slide the black king actually closer to the white king, Sam Sevian, because then the white king is actually caught on the corner, caught on the edge of the board, and then the black rook will come across with some checks. So I wonder whether that's his idea, to slide the king across, or will he be checking immediately? Those are the 2 candidate moves. I don't think you can consider anything else here. Sam Sevian, he gives a check first. Now the black knight will start checking. And yeah, he's fought really well, Sam, despite how difficult the position was. Hans now down under 20 seconds.
And you've got 2 options, right? You could move the king forward or backward, defending the b4 pawn. And he decides to get it back.
This invites a repetition, though, no?
Potentially, yeah. If the black knight gives a check only from this square, because otherwise the white king will run away. And the white king has to stay in contact with its own pawn on the edge of the board. So the black knight should retreat now with a check. By far the best move for Sam Sevian. And yeah, I don't think Hans will take the repetition necessarily, but he's asking for the game to continue. He's asking Sam to be accurate here.
But he does come back, and I was about to ask you about this move, because it looks like you're losing the a6 pawn, but there are all kinds of ideas David, and I say that, I realize rook a7 would run into rook c1, so the pin really doesn't work out. Knight takes pawn. What does Hans have in mind?
Yeah, that is a tricky one. Maybe there are some checks. The white rook has some annoying checks in the air in that position. Oh, he pushes his pawn instead, Sam, and look at the eval bar rise.
Oh.
That's for sure.
And maybe white is just relying on that b pawn. You know, you take that a pawn if you can, but instead Hans doesn't go for the trade. He gives the check. The king slides over. That a6 pawn's still weak. You don't have time to push the b pawn, get it in to defend either. Wow, now it's all about the clock. Players playing on mere seconds.
That was a weird check from Hans. He went there, he went back, so he's just lost 2 moves, and Sam is not going to repeat the position. The black king is actually better on the square it currently sits than its earlier square. Sam moves it the other way.
He's getting it closer onto the defense, walking away from any potential pawn forks that would have happened had you captured the pawn earlier.
Just get that pawn off the board. Knight takes pawn, just get rid of it before it comes back to haunt you. Finally, he does.
Now, do we trade the knights, or do we try to keep the knights on the board?
Yeah, I think with the knight off, it's just a draw.
Okay.
There we go. Hans plays it reluctantly. The black rook is super active behind. The black king will guard one pawn. The black rook will go hunting of another. So I'm slightly surprised. I thought Hans would keep them on. But maybe he's realized that the advantage has now disappeared completely.
And Sam's definitely got to be feeling the relief. I mean, he's just survived an entire nightmare of an endgame, you know. And big kudos to him for finding those resources that he did, bringing his knight back to defend, sliding with the king, and making sure everything remains intact in that position on the left side of the board. More pawns are about to get traded. You can pick up a pawn with a check, but nothing's going to save that h4 pawn from falling as well next. And it looks like this is about to end in a draw in the next few moves.
Yeah, it'll be rook and 1 against rook and 1. And yeah, when it's level pawns in rook end games, you need something special to be able to win. Here, you just don't have that. And here we go. The game will soon fizzle out. The white b pawn, and it's actually the worst pawn to have because the black king will never, ever be booted out of the way in front of it.
And that's not an absolute disastrous result for Hans, right? At 2 out of 2, getting the draw in. But he's got to be feeling the disappointment because he was also so close to getting that 3rd win in a row. I mean, he had played a beautiful game from start until that end game that we saw. But again, with little time on the clock, the inaccuracies that followed, and Sam Savian with some brilliant defensive resources. And there we have it. We'll see more checks coming. There was a checkmate and one idea on the board. So black driving Hans's king away. And you could also give up the h-pawn. This is the perfect defensive structure, the perfect defensive setup that Sam Savian's taken. It's called the Philidor defense.
The Philidor defense, that means you cut off the white king from advancing further. You wait for the white pawn to advance, then you come behind, and now the white king has no shelter from checks that will inevitably occur, and we'll see a handshake now. And there we go. It is a draw. Hans Neman, his 100% record over Sam Savian. Great result for him.
Exactly right. By all accounts, still an incredible start to the round-robin stage here for Hans Neman, now at 2.5 points to his name through 3 rounds. For Sam Savian, he'll be happy to get away with that extra half a point. He moves up to 1 in total in the standings here through 3 rounds. A bit of a more tempered round, this one being much more even. We had 4 decisive victories and 4 draws across our field. In just a moment, we'll relive some of the highs and lows of this round, from the position draw itself to the play across the board. It was position 96 before the players had their 10 minutes to wax and wane on strategies and approaches to the starting position. Hans Neman sticking true to what he had designed in round number 2, going his own way, sitting by himself. And while it didn't net him the victory, he still holds a commanding lead in his group.
Yep, still in a great position. Hans Neman, Magnus Carlsen getting to 2.5 points as well, but also doing it a different way. Magnus on the brink of defeat there. I just want to point out that the 4 decisive games were all won by the players with the black pieces. White won 0 games in that round, despite the fact that the starting position looked promising for white. It did feel like missed chances, missed opportunities for some of the players. Sindarov not putting away Magnus. Fabiano letting Hikaru off the hook. That could be decisive a bit later on. And as we saw there, Hans, if he loses a bit of steam now, he might trace it back to that missed opportunity in the endgame.
Through 3 rounds, we have a moment to take a breath. I feel like we've just been grinding. Well, how do you guys feel about how it's broken down? Has anybody completely shirked your expectations so far? What's been the major surprise?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm ready for more. This has been so thrilling to watch. It's been amazing, right? And speaking of expectations, I think Javokir putting that pressure on Magnus. You know, he keeps doing this in freestyle chess. It just feels like the format's so suited for his style of play. And then Hans coming in, meaning business at the very start. 2 out of 2, almost 3 out of 3 at the same points as Magnus. Magnus surviving a scare. Fabi going for the win against a player who he's been struggling with. I mean, every round, Magnus's queen sacrifice that Gerard earlier pointed out to. I mean, it's been a day already of thrilling chess, and it's just 3 rounds down. So many more to go. Bring it on.
Moving right along towards round number 4. Before we get there, let's take a look at our standings just so we make sure what the playoff picture looks like for both of our groups, because it's a reminder that we are in a 2-group stage. This is Group A with Magnus Carlsen sitting up top the table with 2.5 points to his name. He's in a tie, rather, with Pragnananda, also 2.5 points. Levon Aronian, he picked up a victory for himself in that 3rd round to move to 2 points in total. And Javokir Sindarov shares that 3rd place with him, 2 points to his name as well. Nodirbeck Abdusartorov, he's the one who's sitting just outside that playoff picture, but everybody is still very much in it. But time is starting to run out for players like Vincent Keimer, who are going to have to start getting results out there in order for him to have any bid towards the upper bracket and an eventual 1st place finish. Flipping over to Group B, here you can see it's Hans Neman who stands alone atop the table, 2.5 points to his name. Hikaru, though, sitting pretty in 2nd position as well. So very much still firing on all cylinders coming out of Paris, it looks like, from him. And then Linier Dominguez, I think maybe somebody that we haven't really talked about too much. We'll have to track him in the coming rounds as he shares 1.5 points with 3 other players, though. So that, I think, is the interesting thing here. Group B, a lot more of the group or the players are really sitting on that line right now. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's very tight. It's neck to neck in this one. And this is what we were discussing earlier, right? Group A, Group B, who has it harder, who has it tougher? Not a single player on 0 points right now. I think for Vincent from that other group, as you mentioned, it's not just about getting a win, and it's what's going on in your mind. I mean, 3 losses in a row is really hard to come back against, especially in the field that he's facing right now. With just 0.5 point, needs to do it's a make or break for him in this round 4. I think he needs to get a win in to have any shot at all. But again, such heavyweights in Group B, that's going to be a very, very tough battle going into this final rounds. I mean, 4 players at 1.5, it's already super spicy there.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone at home, if those players stay on the same scores, we will see tiebreaks, we'll see playoffs.
This is true.
That all-important top 4. It could be a very, very long day, but it could be a very fun day as well. And I think the difference in the groups is that it's clear who's struggling in Group A. There's several players who are so far out of form. Group B, yes, Vidit struggling, but everyone else still with a great chance.
Yeah, but gee, you're calling it out. A possible marathon day. Grab some snacks, grab a drink, make sure you're in it for the long haul. I'm looking ahead to some of the matchups that we have in our 4th round. And as we talk about Vincent Keimer just needing to get something generated here, he's going to have to do it against Wesley So in this 4th round. So I think an opponent that he should be capable of beating, but I do wonder his familiarity with Wesley as an opponent.
Yeah, Wesley, I would say his peak years were kind of the round 2, 2019, 2020, when the online kind of kicked in, when he was dominating in freestyle, dominating in these rapid tournaments. So for Vincent, of course, just coming up in the last 2-3 years at the real elite levels, maybe not so familiar with each other. But Wesley, on the bright side for him, he did just take down Bibrisara. He has scored a win, so confidence slightly higher than Vincent, who must be fuming right now. And it's something we haven't seen so much from Vincent.
In that very same group, Prague, Magnus, they're going head-to-head in this next one. So there will be a decision in that current tie at 2.5 points apiece, unless, of course, they come away with a draw in this very matchup as well.
That's got to be a marquee matchup of Group A, right? You've got both these players at 2.5 right now. There's so much mutual respect that they have for each other. Prague's grown up looking up at Magnus Carlsen as his big idol, but then now, you know, from idols to rivals has been the storyline there. Magnus also speaking so highly of Prague in so many different situations. I think that's a huge one. These youngsters always motivated to play against the world #1 every opportunity that they get. Magnus somehow does not have that same effect on them as he does against some of his own colleagues. I think that's going to be a huge, huge fight, and we might get a tournament leader in that Group A from that one.
Exactly. Meanwhile, for Hans, he's going to step into the arena against Vidit Gudrathi in this one. It's not until the 6th and 7th rounds of the day today that he will go up against Fabiano and Hikaru. So a bit of a home stretch that he's going to have to really battle through there if he wants to solidify his top spot over in Group B.
And that's a great point you make, because before you meet these heavy hitters, these big guns, you know, these these elite players who've been at the top for so long, you want to try and score as many points as possible. And now Hans has played a couple of matches against Vidit in recent past, and he's come out on top. He has a good score against Vidit in these shorter time formats, and I think he's going to try to make the most of that in this next round. Vidit struggling with form at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, and I was at dinner a couple of nights ago, and Hans was sitting just opposite, and he was kind of speculating with Nodirbeck. He was like, how many points do you think will be needed after 7 games to make it? And they both kind of agreed that 4 points out of 7, you're very safe. You're pretty safe. You'll be top 4. 3.5, if you get 50% middle of the pack, you probably get a playoff for that top bracket. But he's getting closer. If he beats Vidit, he'll be half a point away from safety almost, with several rounds to spare.
So if we know 4 is the golden spot, that's the number you're aiming for, how much do you think is going on in the player's mind that when they get to quarterfinals, they want to have a position where they're not playing against Magnus Carlsen?
I mean, that's a bonus.
I mean, I'm sure it's on their mind, but I just don't think you could really devise any strategies around it.
Yeah,
right?
or maybe you start thinking about it at the end of the tournament, you know, in the end of the round robin section, where you know you've already solidified your spot, and then you're going to try to avoid certain opponents in the quarterfinals. We've seen that hasn't turned out well for the players who've played in Weissenhaus, in Paris. Definitely a player you don't want to meet in the quarters.
Well, the important thing to remember is that if you finish as the first or second seed out of your group, you get to choose between the 3rd and 4th seed of the opposing group as your quarterfinal opponent. So in reality, just keep winning, right? Just get first or second, and then you don't have to choose. Guess what? You get to choose. You don't have to choose Magnus Carlsen. So that would be my first recommendation. Yes, maybe if you're seeing yourself right on that line of 3rd or 4th, and you're really concerned that Magnus might choose you, even still, it's up to Magnus at the end of the day. So
early days, but hypothetically, if Magnus finishes at the top and Hans finishes 3rd, 4th, what are the odds of Magnus picking Hans as his opponent for the quarters?
Close to 0. I think if there's a choice, Magnus would prefer to delay that moment as long as possible. If Magnus gets a choice, he'll pick Nodirbeck, because he always plays Nodirbeck in the quarterfinals.
And always crushes
wins
him.
Beats him.
Wait. Good news. He will not be able to pick Nodirbeck, because Nodirbeck's in his group.
Maybe in the semis.
You're welcome, Nodirbeck. You get to it. Yeah, you're right. It would all go the other way in the following round. But yeah, Magnus would be relegated to choosing between players in that other group.
And I think Nodirbeck's super happy about that. I mean, just the bad luck that he's been having incredible performances in the round robin the first few days of each of the Grand Slam that he's played, and then runs into the world #1 and then gets knocked out of the championship fight. So this time, that's not a narrative, a story that can be written, but still a lot of chess to be played before we get to that bridge.
Yeah, and you know who else is sitting in a really solid position? Levon Aronian. Again, kicked off the day with a win. He's been a little swingy, right? Win, loss, win to get to 2 points. So that's, I think, kind of an intriguing run so far. If he can find some more consistency, I think he's a very good bet for solidifying a top 4 spot.
Yeah, his last result against Nodirbeck, he was actually struggling for a lot of that game, but he turned it around, and to win with black is difficult. He's done it twice, winning all of his black games so far, but to beat a big rival. I think Nodirbeck, we all assume, will be fighting for the top 4, and to get that win there for Levon could be key. But then again, he's always been a fast starter. Yeah, whether he can maintain it throughout the day as the oldest player in the field, that's the big question.
Speaking of Levon, earlier today, we took our first look at one of the player cards that David had a hand in making. Take. Let's look at Levon's player card. These have been updated since the last event, because we're forced to use some data from 2024 since there wasn't enough known about these players on the freestyle circuit. Here we have Aronian sporting an overall 86. What was your thought process here? Where are his strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, overall number 86. That's not an average. That's based on other factors as well. But I wanted to go higher. But this year in freestyle, in Weissenhaus, struggling, coming 10th, and yeah, it just hasn't felt like his best necessarily. I would say intuition, fantastic. He's a very naturally talented player. He has a great feel for things. I went quite high with the attacking, because as we've seen actually in the first 3 rounds here so far, if he gets a chance to attack, he more often than not delivers. And defensively, just in the last couple of years, it feels like maybe not at his best. But Tanya, break it down. What do you think? What could be higher? What could be lower here?
Yeah, get critical.
Well, I would agree that creativity and playing sort of intuitively on these abstract concepts has always been Levon's biggest strength when it comes to chess, and we see those ideas. I have been surprised that we haven't seen a bigger performance by Lev so far. Well, he's only played 1 Grand Slam this season, given that, but finishing 10th was definitely disappointing there. I think if I had to give give slightly higher marks to anything. I would perhaps put him on attack, maybe slightly in the early 90s. David, simply seen some beautiful masterpieces by Lev once he gets his kind of position. And I agree, time management at 87 sometimes has been good, sometimes it's been bad. His defense as well has been something that he's struggled with. You know, I love taking David on with these player cards and usually have a lot of critique on it. But I think 86 for Lev, it feels like the average score where I would put him. Also, we perhaps need more data on him, more games.
All right. So it's Tanya approved.
Yeah, I'm
all right, so far so good. We're doing well at this event already here, David.
All
right, yeah, we'll keep bringing more of them up, and we'll see if the consistency is there. But we're looking for Levon to put a shake up in the standings. So far, he's well on his way to doing so, but we'll see if he can continue just that in his game against Javalkir Sindarov. We're diving into round 4, back into the player hall for that position lottery. Fiona, take it away.
Welcome back to round 4. We are fast approaching the halfway mark here. No player is left on a perfect score. We have 3 players on 2.5, Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda and Hans Neman. In order to draw the next position now, I would like to welcome to the stage fitness influencer, chess enthusiast and budding magician David Lade. Give it up. David, are you ready? Dramatic reveal.
Position number 253.
Position 253. Thank you so much. David, it's your first time attending, an elite event. We are in Las Vegas. What are you making of it?
I mean, I think it's a great event. It's like very well organized. And just for me personally, being able to meet a lot of the top players and just even play some games and just even watch their games in person, it's a very, very great experience.
Well, it's a pleasure having you here. I will let you enjoy the rest of the show. Maybe the ball you can put on the stand there, and we are gonna go to the players now as they get 10 minutes to prepare. To our wonderful audience, please have fun.
Maybe rook on f1, knight on h1.
It was not the same position. Yeah, but it was not the same position.
No, it's on rook on f5, knight on h1. Yeah.
Okay, I think f4 will be clear. Knight g6. e4.
e4, yeah. No, then bishop d5 here, it's like.
Sorry, e4 what?
f5, yeah.
Knight b3?
Knight b3 take bishop d5 and yeah.
Knight g6?
Yeah.
Very similar. Very similar.
Okay, knight b3, f5 here. It's more.
Isn't bishop d4 a move? Bishop 5, bishop d4. Okay.
Knight e6 here.
Oh, yeah, knight e6.
You can also play f6, not necessarily.
Yeah, also f6 also possible.
Sorry? But f6 is
Knight g3, yeah, here.
Yeah, knight g3.
Why don't we play f6?
Okay, e4. Is this what the structure is good or bad? But why not f5? It looks nice.
Knight g3?
e4, e5, f5 also okay.
e4, e5, f5.
Although knight g3 we do have e5, right?
Yeah, but it's, important was e4, e5, f5.
But the structure is good or not after e4, e5, f5? What's the shit?
We have knight g7.
Are you sure? It was okay.
I don't know.
e5, f5?
Sorry?
e5, f5?
After here, this position, e4,
Probably.
e5,
Yeah, probably.
No, f5, knight g3, e5.
Firula will talk completely better.
I think f6 is fun, no? e4, e4.
Yeah, this looks more solid.
I mean, e4, e5, f5, d5. I feel like this is a good version.
f5 in this version doesn't feel so good.
d5, d3, and c6, knight d7. But d5 too.
Bishop takes, knight e2, bishop f7.
Bishop f3, then castle d4, it's very fast. I don't know. You have e4 also, yeah.
Bishop f3, I also have e4, right?
Yeah, you have e4.
We're going queen a4 at some point, no? On that line.
Yeah, also the queen can go on a4. And on d7.
No, I have no idea. Maybe I'm not. So this f5, yeah, first. f4, e5.
Also, white is not threatening anything.
Knight g3,
right? So
we
don't
didn't
have
have
to take
e5, yeah.
E5, knight f5, I wasn't so sure. Take, knight
Take.
g7.
Queen g6, bishop d4.
Yeah,
I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
yeah, bishop e7.
Take on b3.
But knight g7, queen. Yeah.
Bishop e6,
Queen g6, bishop d4, take, bishop b3, take, rook g8, something. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Huh? So after.
This is fine, right?
But knight e6 and knight g7. Yeah.
We didn't like this.
I think it's completely fine.
Bishop f7. How would you do that? Or e4?
Queen e4, yeah. I mean, yeah, e4 as well. Why not?
But what's the idea? Queen e4?
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
Bishop d7. Castle.
maybe I should take on d6 and then do ed.
Take where?
d5, bishop e6.
I'm not sure it's queen e4, like d3, c4 is not
Sorry, I don't
coming.
understand. After knight e3.
Okay, first I will
Oh, take on b6.
And ed knight e3.
No, but then bishop goes to c6 also. Or just play rook a8.
We cannot play first c6 and d5.
Well, what's,
I think this is not critical.
so what's good?
And then d65, yeah? Or back. Or d65. d6.
Yeah, maybe 93 is critical. This is the move, yes.
Why is bishop d5 there? Bishop takes b6.
Go bishop b6. Brings up one.
I like this position for that. I think no problem. Yeah? Yeah, this goes.
Debate.
Okay, I mean,
Okay, what about the 4 f5? What about the 4 f5? Sometimes these things work.
Okay.
But then take it's slightly better.
This is not good. Sorry.
Yeah, this looks.
Yeah, it's 5. I don't like it.
Should we consider other moves here?
Maybe we need to be conservative for that.
No, 3 is.
3 is really good.
Yeah.
Can you fuck an exchange or that's stupid, yeah?
That's too much, yeah.
Stupid.
And we're back for round number 4 out of 7 today, at least for regulation play. And it's position 253. I'm going to turn to you first here, David. How the first thing I notice, many or multiple undefended pawns on either side of the board. Usually the first thing we look for when evaluating a freestyle chess opening.
That's right, two undefended pawns for each side. And looking from the white side, there's one pawn on the far left there in front of a white knight. There's also another pawn on the other side, on the G file in front of the white dark squared bishop.
And Tanya, how about this, though? There's not too many games in the database of this position, so we can only read into that heat map so much. But there were really only 2 squares and 2 initial moves in that database so far, and that was pawns on the right-hand side of the board, meeting in the middle for some immediate tension.
And that's fascinating because I also saw that exact line play out in one of the player analysis board where white moves that pawn in front of the queen 2 steps forward and black sacrifices by moving the pawn in front of the knight, giving itself up to open the diagonal of the bishop. You know, you pointed out 2 undefended pawns. Let's highlight them, David. There's the one on a2 and the one on g2. Now, we don't have so many games for that data, so one of the other moves that the players are looking for, apart from that e-pawn, is the pawn in front of the knight to move that 2 steps forward, opening up the long-range pieces, the bishop and the queen on the board. You attack the pawn. Next, you bring out the queen to a square where you attack another undefended pawn. So kind of developing with tempo every move.
Yeah, that's the dream in chess, ultimately achieving 2 goals at once, whether it's a direct double attack or whether it's one threat that buys you a bit time to set something up on the next move. And we see some players laughing there, but I think those are very likely to occur. Both of those moves activate the queens. We've seen that issue occur several times throughout today already. Trapped queens in the corners. And yeah, I do feel like this is one of the positions that you can get a big initiative with white if you're very accurate, very energetic from the beginning. If not, it might just become very symmetrical.
Last time you said that, in that match, every game was won by black, David. How? Just
yeah,
saying.
Yeah.
Although,
what can I say? No defense.
but every player had an advantage with white in that position. I mean, starting into it. And that just shows how complex it is. The players are ready to take their seat. We're ready to get this round started. I'm predicting F4 on a lot of boards. What about you, James?
I think exactly that. It feels like a majority of the discussion was about, those same, similar few opening moves, and that the deviation will really come a few moves further into the game. I want to know what Hans is going to do, though, right? He's been the guy who's often off on his own, maybe blazing a bit of his own path. What has he ideated in this amount of time, as he will be piloting the white pieces?
I think he'll bring his knight out. He'll go a different path to everyone else.
Really?
That's what he's been doing the first 2 rounds. It's worked for him. He might even take a look across the other boards, being like, oh, what are you not doing? I'll do that. And there we see a handshake, Magnus against Prag. This is, wow, looks like Prag is head bobbing there, listening to some tunes or something. But
yeah, why not? And we have to start here, right? Because it's 2.5 points apiece. These guys are fighting for sole possession of their group right now. Either one comes away with a decisive victory, and they slot well ahead of the rest and are pushing themselves towards having that first pick of opponent in the quarterfinal round, which you definitely want.
Yeah, just getting points on the board, just banking it, just knowing that the nerves will kick in a bit later today, no matter where in the table you are. That is often a huge, huge head start. And Prag has a decent record, I'm going to say, against Magnus in rapid chess. He beat him online in rapid when he was 16 years old. And yes, it's tough to beat Magnus in classical, but if anyone can, it must be the informed Prag.
Actually, this group, Group A, the white group, has a really interesting setup here for round 4, because it's the 4 top players playing each other and the 4 bottom players playing each other in this round. So again, pressure really is starting to be set on these bottom 4 players to get wins over each other, right? You at least got to claw above those people before you can maybe challenge and take a spot from somebody who already occupies the top spot. The clock hits 0, the arbiter gives them the okay, and soon away we go into the game.
Yeah, we have liftoff. We have the handshakes already been made, and Prag thinking about his first move, keeping us guessing which one's it going to be. It's the knight that comes out first from the corner. That was going to happen sooner or later because of the tension we talked about, the white pawn in the corner hanging. But Tanya, he chooses to go that way first.
And so do a lot of games, actually.
It's actually a move you predicted, that Hans might be taking this path to bring the knight out first. And I think one explanation for that is that the players are keeping the pawn moves flexible. Which one do you get moving to activate your queen? Will it be the pawn in front of the knight or the pawn in front of the queen? Magnus does a bit of copycat because that knight really does belong on this square sooner or later. Any other square would sort of come in front of his own pieces. You want to leave the c7 point for your own bishop. If you just highlight that, once the c pawn ever moves forward, it will be the bishop that will land on that for activity. Eventually, Prag does go for the idea of pushing the pawn in front of the queen. So again, knights behind pawns. That knight, the other one that hasn't been developed yet, will come to the center of the board from the e3 point.
And I just want to point out there's a move order trick, or that's what we call it in chess, when you have to play one move first in order to get a certain position that you want. Because if we go all the way back to the start, we talked about the heat map. We saw the white pawn pushing forward in the center. Now black can sacrifice a pawn, or it looks that way, because the black bishop now comes out not just gobbling up a pawn, but hitting and trapping the white rook in the process. This, in the move order played in the game, was impossible because the knights came out first, and only then did Prag kind of push his pawn in the center. Now sacrificing does not make any sense at all, as the black bishop cannot grab that pawn in the corner. So Prag avoiding that heat map that we talked about earlier.
Amazingly, the computer didn't even still seem to hate losing that rook when you had worked through it, which is confusing to me. Either way, none of the players are going to find their games seeming to go that way. Almost every single player already finding a way to get that knight out in protection of those previously undefended pawns in the left-hand corner of your screen.
Symmetry so far, but the question is, will Prag break the symmetry sooner or later by pushing this pawn forward? You want to kind of achieve it at the right time, because the black bishop is actually poised to jump out and give the white king a check. That's why Magnus did not copy what Prag was doing and block in this bishop. But in the meantime, I've got to say, symmetrical positions like this, Tanya, more often than not, they do favor the side that does kind of break out in the center first.
That's going to be absolutely key. And Magnus is also looking poised to do just that at the right moment. And I think we might even see a pawn sacrifice like the one that you pointed out on the heat map earlier for piece activity, even if it doesn't regain material immediately. Now this knight, which has moved to e6, is also eyeing another juicy square to come forward into the game and start targeting the undefended pawn that we had earlier highlighted. So pretty much healthy development here by Magnus. And Prague slowing down, to me, that is a bit surprising because it feels like these early moves, you want to get your own knight into the game, get it to the center of the board. Is there something that worries Prague? Because we've seen how important the clock is. You know, you want those extra minutes when the real questions are being asked, and they will be asked because you're playing against Magnus.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily worrying him, but maybe he's just concerned about missing the moment. If he doesn't strike out in the center now, will he get a second opportunity? Or is it just time for some kind of casual maneuvering here?
Yeah, and also while Magnus Carlsen has an amazing 2.5 point score, if the players have at all been paying attention to the way his games have been going today, they may have noticed that at many times throughout some of his games, he was in losing positions. And so maybe still feeling like this is a vulnerable Magnus Carlsen that you can come out on top of, you know, but you have to start out on the right foot.
Exactly. You have to kind of make it a bit crazy, a bit more complicated. That's where Magnus struggles. You can't just make it super dry. You can't just go for a quiet endgame because Magnus will eventually seize the upper hand. So yeah, maybe Prague's just aiming for that type of position.
Let's go wide on this group real quick. Take a look at all four, and then maybe after we get the big picture, we can zoom in on Levon's game because he was one of the ones who got that queen out early. And take a look at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Levon against Sindarov. That queen is way off sides, already infiltrated into the 7th rank there.
But it's picked up a pawn, right? There was a big pawn there, the undefended one. So he went with an idea that we were earlier talking about, and that's the top left board that we're looking at right now. That is fire on the board already. We see similar ideas across where White has managed to get a center pawn moving, get the queen out early, quickly. Meanwhile, Prague on that top right board does eventually make a decision, and it's not one that was on our radar.
Oh, Prague pushing a pawn against Magnus's knight. This is the type of move Magnus likes to play on the edges of the board, inspired by Alpha Zero. Bit of AI help there, understanding chess. But yeah, I think we have to go to the Iranian game.
Yeah, that's such a classic. I don't know what move to make. Moving a pawn up to a4. But yes, absolutely. Let's dive into Levon Aronian versus Javakir Sindarov because I do want to explore the idea of allowing this queen in, right? This was something that Javakir consciously did.
Yeah. Wow, Levon's last move is just chaotic. Embracing it here, the older player, Levon. And I think we should backtrack to the start, just as you said, James, to investigate why these moves were played, how that white queen even got there. It looks like there was no path through, but it started by white pushing this pawn forward, hitting the pawn in the corner, forcing black to block that diagonal, bringing out the knight. Tanya even mentioned this idea earlier, the queen coming out, trying to gain some time and not even defending this pawn. You can push it forward, keep it safe, but a sacrifice.
So what's the idea, right? Typically, you're looking for some kind of compensation for giving away material, and that would be piece activity in some regard. But I don't necessarily feel like the current board state speaks to a lot of piece activity for Javakir Sindarov.
Yeah, I think he's trying to trap the white queen, or at least force the white queen to lose maybe 1, 2, 3 moves to get safe. This pawn is also hanging in some variations. The white knight came out, there was chaos in the center, and now there was a trade. And Javakir plays this move. I did hear him in the kind of pre-game discussions with his teammates talking about a rook landing on g8, hitting a queen. So I wonder whether he spoke about this exact position. That would be incredible foresight. But now the white queen doesn't have too many safe squares. She has to step to the right, either by taking a pawn or running away.
I mean, we're move 7 into this game, or 6 moves into this game, and it's absolute chaos already. That move by Levon, pushing the e-pawn 2 steps forward. Imagine a red chaos button in front of you, and that's what he hit. With that tension that we saw in the center, there was so many complicated lines, and it makes me think about the player card that David had for Levon. He relied on that 92 intuition mark to make that move, because he barely took any time. You know, he's the one who's up on the clock right now. And look at the craziness that's on the board. This is Levon playing on feel here.
It's a perfect analogy. I haven't known Levon for that long, but in the time I've known him, I am very certain that if you put a red chaos button in front of him in any situation, he will slam that thing as hard and as fast as he can.
Yeah.
Smash down with E4 in this one as well. You're absolutely right.
And that's where he bucks the trend. As you get older, he's now 42 years old, Levon. Normally you become a bit quieter. You like your end games a bit more. You want to kind of reduce the risk, bore your younger opponents to death. But he's just getting sharper with age. And yes, it backfires sometimes. Yes, it kind of leads to less consistency, but it makes him a fan favorite. It makes him kind of maintain his love of chess.
And also the position that we have right now, just concretely, just suddenly it looks like we see the bar saying that white is completely better here. The last move hits the knight, forcing Javoquet to return with on a square, which is not ideal at all, because Levon's about to capture a pawn on f5 next. Again hitting that knight, forcing another move. And you know what? He's not going to stop just there. The queen's attacking another pawn on the right side of the board as well. I mean, Levon's going to be up a bunch of pawns, trying to do the math really quickly. That's 2 extra pawns. And move number 8, with an almost winning advantage here.
It really makes me wonder what Sindarov may have missed, because as you said, it sounded like he was recognizing the possibility of this rook trying to kick the queen out, and he seemed okay to play into it.
Yeah, and just to backtrack a couple of moves, I think what he might have missed in this position, he should probably have taken a pawn in the center, but this whole variation, he didn't realize that the white queen isn't trapped. I think he was just assuming the black bishop would come out and trap her, no safe squares, but she can grab a pawn, and again, just as it looks like she's getting trapped, she runs away. And not just the fact that she's escaping out and back to safety, but she's grabbing pawns in the process. So unfortunately for Javoquet, his knight did have to retreat. He's a full pawn down. Maybe Javoquet was also relying a bit on intuition, because it does look like white has abandoned his whole army. That's how a lot of kind of beginners play chess. They only bring out their queen. They forget everything else. That's what Levon's doing, but it just happens to be very good in this scenario.
Well, I mean, Levon taking the fight to Sindarov, and so far it's paying off dividends for him. We'll come back and check in on this one as it finds its way towards a conclusion. But let's take our first look at the other group, Group B, just to see how some of those boards have developed. We'll go bird's eye view first, and then we'll pick one that feels like it's most exciting for us. At least at first, I'm noticing top right of your screens there, Nakamura, the only player with the black pieces to at least have convinced the computer that he's the one in the driver's seat, whereas the rest of them seem relatively level by computer standards.
Mm-hmm. A couple of them look very quiet. A couple of them look like they're about to heat up, especially that Hikaru board. And just as we say that, he makes a questionable decision, according to the computer. Fabiano Caruana facing some threats against Sam Sevian on the top left. Dominguez has been super solid. He's the one player to have had 3 draws so far in the event. Rock solid, former World Blitz champion. And yeah, Neman against Vidit. At least in the form books, it feels like Neman a favorite, despite the fact that's leveled so far.
Yeah, we could take a little trip around the horn. Let's start with Nakamura up against Arjun Erigaisi there. Again, these are 2 players who are sitting at 2 points and 1.5 points apiece. Nakamura with that half a point lead and the advantage in this game. As you said, the most recent move made by Nakamura there, given the question mark by the computer, but still well advantaged for him overall in this one, and an extra minute on the clock for him as well.
And let's also point out that Vegas is just so incredibly important for Hikaru in the full tour standings. He's currently on 4th position, you know. He's behind Magnus, Fabi, and Vincent Keimer in this one. And if he gets a good result, if he runs deep in Vegas, that will put him at the top spot going into the grand final in South Africa. So this match, he's on 2 points. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi had 1.5 out of 3, which puts him amongst one of the 4 players fighting for that spot. You know, you want to get into top 4. So this game, incredibly important for both players. I see the bar says that Hikaru's done well here, despite getting that question mark on the last move. And it does invite white to win a bishop pair early on, right? You could snap up that bishop. And David, at first it felt like, 1 second, has Hikaru just blundered that pawn at the edge of the board? Because after the knight recaptures, let's just have that quickly on the board. Bishop takes pawn, and then you remember, you know, it's Hikaru Nakamura. He doesn't blunder these things. The rook will slide over, attack the bishop, attack the pawn, and thank you very much. It's black who gains back the material with interest. And by interest, I mean incredible attack on the left side of the board.
Yeah, the white pawn also hanging, and the white king is the one that is feeling the heat with some checks already in the air. This does feel like it would backfire on Arjun Erigaisi. So this is the live position. Greed not being good in this scenario either. And black is only one move away, by the way, from castling. The black rook could slide over, and the black king feels pretty safe with 3 pawns in front of it. The white king has a couple of pawns nearby, but somehow on the dark squares feels vulnerable. The white light squared bishop is a bit of a problem child in this position. Bishop's in the center, we've talked about it, and kind of past days on the tour. They're just clumsy pieces, and that one seems to get in the way of all of white's heavy pieces, just coordinating, connecting.
And I'm trying to make sense of this evaluation bar giving such a big edge to Hikaru as well. And I think if you look at the position, you realize that, you know, it feels like Arjun's barely made any moves. All his pieces are on the first rank, while Hikaru's managed to get the development going. Yes, he doesn't have the bishop pair, but the piece activity compensates for that. He's also putting pressure at the center of the board. And once trades happen, it might be Hikaru who'll build a perfect, fluid, big pawn center if he's able to get that F pawn up as well. This last move by Arjun, a passive move. It defends the G pawn with the queen, but still lacking behind in that development here.
Now from here, I'm going to push us to another board. It's Linier Dominguez up against Ray Robinson, and in part because we saw a version of that sequence that you just talked about with the A-pawns falling. Not quite the same, and I think there's a couple subtle differences that would just be wise to call out as to why it didn't play out exactly as we had mapped it out in the Hikaru game.
Yeah, and something that Prag was also trying to achieve in this game. And I'll just take us back 4 moves to this position. Apparently a small mistake by Linier Dominguez, and Ray Robson tried to capitalize by pushing this pawn forward. Prag did similar. Knights on these squares and kind of their countering squares on the other side of the board, they're often vulnerable to these pawn hits. And here, rather than just sit and wait for the blow to land, brace for impact here, he took the pawn, allowing the white rook to slide across, so similar concept as you point out there. And this time the knight is actually defended by its queen, but that is not kind of held on to for much longer after a hit here. The A-pawn drops anyway, and we see very awkward tension along this A-file. It looks like a pin, although it can be broken by the black knight stepping back, defending its rook in the corner. Just feels like something's about to happen, but for now, Dominguez, he's the picture of solidity.
Yeah, and both of these guys sitting at 1.5 points apiece. Again, this is the group that has that massive tie at 1.5 points between 4 or 5 players even. So a lot of them right there on the bubble right now. Getting it done against one of the players who has a similar scoreline to you can be one of the most important things you can do in round-robin play, qualifying towards a playoff picture.
Yeah, that's a great move, booting away the white knight. And if it has to step away, retreat, then Dominguez will be very, very happy about it. Tanya, who would you pick in this position?
Very hard to say. I think it's still pretty early, but I do like what black has done, you know, kicking that knight out to the edge of the board. By the way, which has moved too far into black's camp there. That's a brave, gutsy move there. I think it forces a trade for the first imbalance in the position, trading the bishop for the knight one way or the other. But I do like black with that knight on a4, beautifully placed. Can't come under fire right now. The A line open. Perhaps there are also ideas in Dominguez's mind to move the king away. You know, a concept that we've seen happen in other boards. Magnus voluntarily trying to get his king also to not castle, defend the rook by the queen. And just feels like maybe black's the one with more activity with the break on f5 at the right moment as well.
Yeah, pawn breaks in the air. Yeah, feels like it's in the balance. Whoever plays best over the next few moves will be rewarded. But Dominguez down 1 minute, and Ray just coming off the back of a win against Vidit, probably pretty confident. So we'll see.
From here, we go to Hans Neman up against Vidit Gudrathi, and one thing remains to be true across all of our rounds that involve Hans Neman. He has a very solid time advantage, nearly 3 minutes on the clock over his opponent in Vidit. Vidit still struggling a bit in this group stage, only a half a point to his name here, but a fairly even game state.
And he's up against Hans, who's on his A game today, right? 2.5 out of 3, almost 3 out of 3 in that last round if he had gotten the win in. But again, it's not just about the story on the board, but his clock management. He's putting pressure on the board as well as the clock. We often see him with this huge lead just a few moves into the game. It feels like he's really feeling these freestyle positions, knows where the pieces belong early on, develops with harmony. And what we have right now, it kind of tells the same story, right? We've got the queen and the rook nicely lined up on the only open line Hans has. You know, he's taken control of that. There's tension on the right side of the board. And that last move, which improves the position of the bishop, he keeps the tension on. He holds on to it, which just shows that he's playing from a position of strength.
And the one thing I'll say about Vidit is that in Paris, it was the clock that cost him. He had so many promising positions, he just couldn't finish them off, or he would crack, he'd blunder under time pressure. And Anish Giri recently came to my hometown. We had a chat about these player cards. We were talking about numbers. He was like, Vidit, like, time is just by far his biggest weakness. It's his Achilles heel, and it costs him in so many big games. And unfortunately, when everyone knows your weakness like that, you get targeted. And here we see some tension, some action finally happening. But when the calculation part of the game does begin, we're starting to get there. It's going to be Hans Niemann with a huge time advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So few pieces have come off the board, and to only have 1 minute and 50 seconds to your name, yes, I know they get 10 seconds per move, but at a certain point, that's not enough to keep up with the number of calculations you need to run to be certain by the end game.
It's definitely not, you know, and especially when your opponent has extra minutes on the clock. If you're both playing in seconds, that's still fine. This is a big move by Vidit. He made it quickly, and James, something catches your attention.
Yeah, well, we're going straight back to the other group because Javokir Sindarov once again has found himself in dominating position over one of his opponents in this group, very akin to the game he had against Magnus Carlsen. Now the question is, can he put the clamper down on Levon Aronian?
Levon has blundered.
What?
Something's happening here. I don't know why he's neglected to defend his rook in the corner. Has he just forgotten? He could have traded queens on the last move. Let's just backtrack one move to show what's happened. He defended his queen here when he could have just traded off and then taken the black knight, and it would have been a level position. He's just pushed his pawn forward, saying, trade on my terms, but he's just forgotten about his rook in the corner. It's that simple. The knight can drop as well. Bizarre blunder by Levon Aronian. So much time on the clock.
What makes it even crazier is that, you know, we see sometimes these blunders happen by the best in the world because you've got these pieces placed differently in freestyle chess. But here the rook is where it is on the standard position. It's just attacked. It's a one-move attack by the queen that's centralized. This is a massive blind spot to miss this. And of course, Javokir, he reaches out. He does take the rook. And now Levon, he recaptures, but that's just down in exchange. Your queen's under fire, the knight's destabilized, black's queen's super active, the bishop beautifully placed. There's a pin along the first rank.
That white king is not a happy camper right now. It's being stared at down so many diagonals, the black rook as well, poised. Yes, you have a knight in exchange for that rook you've just blundered, but that is a material deficit, and the other black rook is coming. White can never castle either, because this silly, clumsy white bishop's been sitting there since move one.
Yeah. Now, perhaps the only saving grace for Levon here could be the time that's on the clocks and the idea that Javokir, with the advantage that he has, needs to actually see it all the way through with the 1 minute and 45 that he has on the clock. But wow, he resigns. He even knows. Honestly, a baffling finish to this game.
Javokir can't believe it. I mean, this was a gift given to him, right? The rook just falls in one move, and that beautiful last move by Javokir just puts the ribbon on that gift, because there was more material to be lost by Lev in that one. We saw the handshake there, and what a moment to get that. I mean, Levon, just when he looked like he was playing for that top 4 finish at 2 points out of 3, but this one, an absolute disaster.
I'm stunned, honestly stunned.
He keeps winning with black and losing with white, Levon. And it's just the consistency. We talked about that. When you play chaotic chess, that happens. But 5 moves before the end, he had 2 extra pawns, a winning position, and pretty much 5 minutes against 1 minute. 5 moves later, he had to resign. It's, yeah, it's a tragedy, unfortunately.
Yeah, so back we go to see how Vidit is doing in his battle against Hans Niemann here. Again, take a look at that clock. Just 38 seconds to his name. It is Niemann's move to make. But he has just built small incremental advantages, it looks like, there by the evaluation bar. And yeah, we have a pawn creeping forward, as David highlights.
Oof. I mean, that just looks like such a powerful pawn. That's an automatic, that's a pre-move. You can play that without even calculating the black bishop forced back home to its starting square. But yeah, it's not just the clock, it's the fact that Vidit, he's going to be dropping a pawn. Oof, there are targets as well on this central file. All of these black pieces are feeling the heat now, and the white queen moving in, threatening to capture this knight, win 2 pieces for just a rook.
And if you move that knight away, you lose the f4 pawn, right? So the material advantage is gone, and white's the one with all the initiative in the position as well. There's a super strong pawn on that g6 square. The rook lined up on the pin on that central line. Everything playing beautifully out for white here. Vidit does fall back with the knight. I would just go pawn grabbing here. Pick up that pawn that's undefended right now. Keep the pressure on the clock. Hans about to make his decision.
Yeah, so dominant, just his performances so far. Yes, he kind of missed a chance to beat Sam Savian, let him off with the draw, but every other game, it's just the manner he's doing it. This is just one-way traffic. This is almost resignable for Vidit. He's about to be down a pawn, and he's just tied up. He's bound here, immobilized completely.
Yeah. If the draw to Sam Sevian is his low for the day, that is an incredible start to the Las Vegas leg.
It really is, especially given the fact that how close he was to winning that one as well, right? It came down to those last few seconds, the inaccuracies that are only human right there. But he did draw from a position of strength in that one. But he's just been incredibly powerful so far. And there's something about these hands versus Vidit matches. Vidit always seems to struggle against hands. You know, they've played a few of them over the last few months. Hands always getting the upper hand. And I think that psychologically also plays on the players' minds.
I'm going to say there was a bit of a slip by Hans. He moved his king to the side. He didn't need to. He basically lost a move and allowed Vidit to untangle his pieces, defend a very weak pawn. So Vidit's actually back in the game, at least on the board, but the clock is going to decide this one surely. I think Hans, with a bit more kind of composure, if he'd sat on his hands a little bit longer, he might have just brought his knight forward and ended the game immediately while the black pieces were still asleep. But okay, still alive for now, Vidit.
And Vidit does have this resource of sliding the other bishop, attacking the white queen at the right moment as well to keep the left side of the board defended. I think we'll see that being played out just about now, and he does it. So defending against any battery threats. Hans was ready for it, jumps in with a knight. Still the one putting pressure.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to pull a little switch up on production here because David just pointed me towards a game back over to Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda, because that's a battle for first place in Group A, and it's Pragnananda who's just had the board swing in his favor here in the last couple of moves. So getting over there as quickly as we can. Thank you so much. David, walk it back for us. How did this happen?
Yeah, first a check. White is a pawn up. Prag has an extra pawn. There was a pin on the black king, so that white rook was untouchable. I'll just take it back 2 moves because we saw a brilliancy by Prag, and it was a temporary sacrifice. Knight takes pawn with a check, destabilizing the black knight, and this won a pawn for him. And then now after the check, we see another pawn drop, another pin, so the white rook cannot be captured in the corner. And once the dust has settled, Prag is 2 full pawns to the good. It's not just that, but the white rook is going to make it very difficult for the black pieces to get off their starting squares.
About equal time for both players. Does this feel like the kind of position that Prag can convert, or is Magnus going to pull some endgame magic?
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Magnus has got enough solidity, it feels like, Tanya. He's also got the connect 4, but the white bishops aren't in the game yet, so he's not dead. Still some counter chances.
You can't put magic past Magnus, you know. I mean, the first 3 letters are the same for a reason. But what we've got right now, it is an uphill defensive task for him. He's down 2 pawns, but I think his idea is to get the king closer to that white pawn in b5, try to at least win that one. For Prag, it's about getting the last rook into the game, the one that's at the corner right now. You're still 2-3 moves away from doing that, but Prag's feeling it. I'll also point out Prag was the first Indian amongst this new generation, the golden generation, to score a win against Magnus, which totally blew up in the Indian chess scene. You know, we had our Prime Minister tweeting about it, and I think that just sort of motivated and inspired all his compatriots to try to achieve the same feat. And Prag at Norway Chess as well last year managed to beat Magnus. He's had some of these good results against him, so he does feel confident. He's still up 2 pawns in the position. It's a dream one against Magnus Carlsen, and now it comes down to the technique that Prag will have with 25 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, apparently a big mistake, though, blowing most of the advantage. He's just set himself up for a pin. He's lined up the white bishop and the white king on the same line. That isn't a great square for the bishop either way, as Magnus reaches for his rook.
Yep, he finds it. He always finds it.
Great move.
So we just need to spend a tempo getting our king away from the bishop, yes? There it is.
That way.
This also opened up that light squared bishop as well for Magnus to get into the game.
But with 20 seconds on the clock, you can't fault Prag for getting the bishop out of the way. Remember how we spoke about, you want to get that rook that's at the corner of the board into the game. So a very human approach there. But I think the reason is that the bishop is not on an ideal square right now. It's still not very clear to me why down 2 pawns is this fine for black, David.
Yeah, okay, he actually gives a check and transforms it. He should have set that up with the black rook, and the black bishop coming in with a check was a big threat. Instead, he's jumped the gun here, and this kind of little transition trades off light squared bishops, but white's bishop was so bad that trading it off actually helps Prag, and still 2 pawns to the good. The black rook can't get into the game either, the one in the corner. And yeah, I think Magnus missed his chance, but it was difficult, very difficult. He was still 2 pawns down, even if he'd found the right path.
And now all Prog's dreaming of is get that rook to the other edge of the board, move the king away, and you're on a beautiful open A line, ready to penetrate onto that 7th rank. The last few trades have just worked into Pragnananda's hands in this game, and now Magnus on the defense. You know, he can't free up that bishop until the f-pawn was defended, so he places his rook on a less than ideal spot. Another pawn hanging, but Prag, I think he's just going to improve his pieces. Jabakir, he just is still sitting where he was, even though he won his game. You know, a bit of a gift there by Levon a while ago.
Well, Tanya, you had mentioned that Prag of the younger generations was the first Indian player to be able to take down Magnus. It's looking like he's going to be the most recent player to take down Magnus as well, if he can continue cruising ahead. And he would also snag, as we talked about, sole possession of first place in this group, moving up to 3.5 points. We had already set the line at 4 points for your berth into the quarterfinals, and it looks like he is well on his way to booking that ticket into the upper bracket.
Yeah, Magnus is just looking for tricks. The black rook is active, has some pawns to just grab at the moment, but Prag is going for the black king. The black king is a bit of a target out in the open, and I really like what the Indian phenomenon is doing right now.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. He's giving up his whole right side of the board to activate the rooks to destabilize Magnus's king, give some checks, bring the other rook into the attack. Prag's on the hunt right now. Despite the queens of the board, he wants to start winning big material, combining his rooks for the attack. Magnus not rushing to grab that g-pawn. I think that would be a massive mistake in the position.
Yeah, big moment. Magnus takes the other pawn instead, but now the black king is about to get hunted by the 2 white rooks. Both super active, and okay, he actually uses the other rook, but same idea. He's trying to break through on this 6th rank, double attack this black bishop that's in the firing line right now. It's going to be a 2-pawn advantage and an attack for Prag.
Yeah, it just creeps, the bar creeps ever closer to the top of your screen there. Things are looking good here for Pragnananda.
Yeah, the black pawns are collapsing now. Earlier I said at least he has a solid pawn chain, Magnus. At least the skeleton was good to his position, but that's being destroyed right now.
Prag, pawn by pawn, targeted the base of that pawn chain. He first picked up the pawn on the G file, then the F file, now the E file. The entire chain has evaporated from the board right now. He keeps the material advantage going as well, Prag does. He's played this out to perfection so far, but can he put the finishing touches? It's not over till it's over when you're playing against Magnus.
Yeah, gobbling up more pieces, and you saw Vincent Keimer on your screens there. He finally came away with a victory in his game. So going from 0 points scoreless up to 1 point now to his name, he's taking a look at the leaders in his group, watching over the shoulder of Magnus Carlsen there, looking for Prag to put the finishing touches on before we hop to another game.
I just want to point out, Wesley So blundered a knight fork. He blundered his king and queen getting forked by Vincent's knight. So for Wesley So, that's uncharacteristic, but a godsend, a lifeline for Vincent Keimer.
Without a doubt, a godsend. That's exactly what he needed to start generating some steam and moving his way up the standings. Still plenty to do, though, or work to be done, rather, for Vincent Keimer if he wants to catch the likes of these kinds of individuals that you see here on your screen now.
Magnus is about to resign, I think. I just don't see any resources. The black king and bishop are abandoned. The white rooks are so active, and white has 2 extra pawns. It's 0 chances of a fight back in this one.
And there's a massive threat that you're highlighting. Also, the rook could slide over to the 7th rank, giving some checks if black tries to block it. If there are any trades with trying to get those rooks off the board, if the black rook went to the g6 square, I think Prag happily trades everything off, wins all the pawns on the board, and that would be equal to resignation. Magnus, he's shifty on his chairs. He goes for that resource, but I don't think it's good enough. I don't believe in black's position, even if Prag went for all the trades. Rook takes rook, bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, you can even win all the black pawns. You can take one with a check with your rook right now, then take another with your bishop. You'll be several pawns to the good. And Magnus, he's hoping his rooks get active, but it should not be enough. And look at those white pawns. So strong. Prag in full control. Magnus gives the check. Nodirbeck in this group as well, looking on with a lot of interest.
And Magnus starts targeting some central pawns. He's hoping for a blunder by Prag. That's the only thing that can save black in this position. Prag, he's using his forces against the black king. He reached out for that rook at the edge of the board. I wonder if he'll simply slide it back and pin the bishop. That's exactly what he does with the idea of coming in with the other rook or the bishop. You pin and you win. Magnus sidestepping it.
Craig's just winning a piece. If he brings this rook across, that black bishop is doomed. Craig
Magnus
hesitating.
about to resign. He does it. Is this the moment?
There it is. The handshake extended. Pragnananda picks up a massive victory here over the world #1 Magnus Carlsen to move up into sole possession of first place in our white group. All 4 games concluded in this group. Still 2 more boards in play in the other group. Let's hop over to Lenier Dominguez against Ray Robson to see how that one is playing out. Lenier as well looking to put the finishing touches here and add another point to his total. Things are looking good. Computer didn't like the most recent move here from Robson as we dive into it. Also trying to take a quick stock of everything. I actually see an extra pawn on the board, it looks like, for Lenier. So working with that slight advantage.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised he's gone for that pawn, Lenier. And he's hunting the base of the white pawn chain. He could also have gone greedy and grabbed a different pawn. And now suddenly there is counterplay for Ray. The white rook is about to get active, so this one is definitely not over yet. Even saying level now, the computer, and I think it's all about chasing this pawn. Maybe only move territory. You have to go for this pawn before it runs away, before it can be defended by the black king or rook. Ray is fighting back and he finds it. Only move. Back to level.
Oh, we got here just in time to see that.
Yeah, I'm just so surprised Lenier went for such a slow plan. He could have grabbed a pawn with his rook. It would have been so much quicker.
Right, he spent two turns to take a pawn as opposed to the one that was offered to him.
Yeah, and this was his idea, but once this pawn gets recaptured, still no way to defend your pawn in the center. And it's 1 versus 1. Well, it's going to be 1 versus 1 in terms of pawns. The white king is offside. That's the only hope for Dominguez here. He needs to win a game, though. He's been so solid. Is this going to be his chance?
Wow, and a huge update. Hans Niemann, streamroller. He does continue. He keeps crushing the field. He won his game against Vidit, so he moves on to 3.5 out of 4 as well.
Yeah, he just continues to impress here on the Las Vegas stage. There's actually not been a single draw yet in this entire round. This would be the game. It looks like that might go that way. But a lot of victories have been had here in round #4 of 7.
Still not over. Black is the only one who can win because the white king is so far away. Tanya, do you see any chances here for Dominguez?
The last move just seems to hint exactly what you said, right? There was a way to just swap the pawns off, handshakes, you draw and you get off. But Dominguez here, he is trying. If he wins that pawn, then white's king so far away, like you pointed out, might not be in time to come for the defense. What white is hoping for is just give him one move, get the king closer to the central pawn so that eventually you can sacrifice your rook and then be close enough to queen your own pawn. So if Ray Robson's able to achieve that, bring the king back in time, he's relying on some checking defenses as well as the king move. I do believe this has to still be a draw. But Dominguez making it difficult. He cuts off the white king on the flank.
Yeah, he's trying to do a Magnus, trying to test the opponent even though it should be a draw. And the white king is really cut off. If black gets one more move, if the black pawn starts running, then things could really change. But white does have a disruptor himself. There is the white pawn, and he's going for counterplay.
He needs to start getting his king into the game. So he first deflects the black rook to stop the pawn from moving forward, and the white king will start marching up closer. And I think Ray Robson has done his job with this last move, because now it forces the activity of the white king.
Yeah, it's going to end in a draw now. The black rook has to block, and both sides will give up their rooks for the corresponding pawns, and it will end king versus king. A decent result for both, but Dominguez really should have got the job done, given the position he had a bit earlier in the game. Well,
with this one then heading towards a dead draw by all accounts, we should head to our final board in play. That would be Fabiano Caruana up against Sam Sevi. And again, Fabiano and Sam both sitting at, I believe, no, Sam actually at 1 point, so half a point behind Fabiano Caruana. I'll correct myself there. But this one's still plenty of pieces in play between these players. Of course, with only 30 seconds apiece on their clock, things might get messy here pretty soon.
There is an extra pawn that Fabi has, the A pawn, which is a passer, which of course gives him a lot of chance to play. But the reason he's not rushing with pushing that pawn is that that would leave some key squares behind, allowing Sam Sevi and some activity to jump in with his pieces on some big squares. But I think Fabi's going to try to push this out till the very end. It's sort of a game for 3 results when you're playing, 2 results even, when you're playing with black. You know, your opponent plays well, you draw, 1 mistake and you win.
Yeah, and we haven't had much progress on the last 10 moves. There's just been 1 pawn push in recent times, and now the white rook is getting in. Fabi is just trying to close the door on the black rook. It didn't go to that square. It moved across. We saw the bar rise there for a moment. It's not a double question mark move. It's actually a good one, defending the entry points for the white rook.
Well, look at that. Our featured chat by Laserbear just jumping in, thought the hearts were likes and didn't know that. Well, those are not likes, but get the likes going on the channel if you're watching this. But the hearts, the heart rate monitor, that just tells us what's going on inside the players. Because they look calm, composed on the outside, but you know, the heart rate monitors, they don't lie.
Yeah, and Fabiano has admitted that he does get more nervous these days, especially in these big time scrambles. Occasional blunders creeping in. He's trying to do it the slow way. He wants to first trade off rooks, maybe then trade off another set of pieces, then eventually, when the dust settles, start pushing his extra pawn. But this is going to be a long, long game. We've already had 55, 56 moves here, and I'm predicting at least 50 more.
Okay. Yeah, so settle in here. I'd say then that it actually bodes well for Caruana that he's actually building time a bit in his bank with every move that he makes, where Sam Sevian kind of, again, continues to play with his increments, and that's about it.
Yeah, he has made progress just over the last two moves, Fabiano. The black rook is now super active on an open line. The white rook is not making a great impression, but we see a trade of knights. Sevian accelerating the play. I'm not sure he should have rushed. Maybe making things a bit easier for Fabiano Caruana here. The black knight is definitely superior to the bishop. Knights are better than bishops when the center is blocked. That tends to be the mantra.
The computer's okay with it, but it's weird to me that it seems to be okay with this situation.
But black also has this idea, exactly what Fabi's doing, right? Simply slide the king over to the left side of the board. And even if the computer says what you're pointing out, James, that it's level, it's balance. From a human perspective, again, very difficult. You have to hold this for the next 20 to 30 moves right now. Fabi, he's going to continue marching the king, eventually push that pawn forward. And Magnus, he's peeking over, you know, the endgame maestro, trying to see if he can build up a fortress for white here.
Yeah, eventually Sam Sevian is going to run out of useful moves. He's just going to have to wait. He's just going to leave his king where it is, bishop where it is, rook kind of guarding the A file, and he's going to say, you cannot make progress. Whether that's true or not, the computer seems to agree, but here we go. We will see Fabiano try every trick in the book. 10 seconds for Sevian, that might be the decisive factor.
Yeah, the big question is, where is the breakthrough coming in? Because he's doing just that, right? He'll again plant his rook on the square, which stops the black pawn from moving any forward. And then, where is Fabi's progress? How is he going to create his chances? He might have to reroute his knight in that. Another defensive approach by Sam. Slightly surprising for me, because this just allows Fabi to keep pushing that pawn.
Yeah, I thought he would just block with the rook. It's sad to do nothing and just be a blockader, especially such a strong piece like a rook. But okay, he's going for counterplay. He wants to maybe give up the white bishop for that corner pawn and just start checking, grabbing pawns with his rook. In the meantime, the white bishop will be the sacrificial lamb in this case.
And Fabi's ready for it. He's ready for that fight. The bishop will have to fall back before or after the check. He goes in with the check and then give itself up. And the question will be, will Fabi's knight be just in time to stop the counterplay? Will Fabi be able to make use of that extra piece that he's about to win on this very next move?
Here we go. The bishop gets ready to give itself up when the black pawn eventually crosses into third rank. And the white rook, it is going to grab a bunch of pawns. The black knight isn't so well placed right now. Here we go. Piece up for Fabiano, but is it enough?
Also, I wonder if he rushed with giving that piece away, because there was this moment that he could have waited further on. The bishop would have defended on that promoting square as well. So perhaps a move, I saw the bar drop, perhaps a move too soon. The material was lost by Sam Sevian. He puts pressure on that central pawn next. But Fabi's got a pawn hanging as well. He can just pick up the d3 pawn. Next, he pauses.
I'm confused why he didn't take the g pawns first and then slide down and threaten the d pawn.
Yeah, it felt like that was maybe the quicker way. All the pawns kind of drop in. In
succession, right? Yeah, and each move plays into the next. This was taking an extra step to attack a different pawn, and yeah, seeming like you gave away the tempo to allow this. I guess you do get to take with a check here. That's the difference, right?
But is it the most useful check? And Fabiano, with his last move, he's actually created a path for the black king to walk into if the white rook stops cutting it off, if the white rook gets greedy right now. Knight, rook, pawn, and a king combined should spell danger for the white king, which is maybe about to be caught in a mating net here.
And that knight's going to become a nightmare once it reroutes itself from c2 to that central d4 square, and then start pushing that pawn as well at the center of the board. As the players look on, Fabi, will he be able to get this in the bag? It looks like he's doing everything right so far.
Yeah, he's drawn his way through the first 3 rounds, but might be staring down his first round victory here to move up to 2.5 points. That'll set him up well for the second half of our day.
That's how they used to do it in the good old days, chess. You would target certain opponents. You're like, okay, I'm just going to draw these 5 games. I'm going to try and press against this person, try and press against that person. Very professional, Fabi, Mr. Consistent. But of course, you need to kind of finish off your chances for that strategy to be valid. And here we go. The Black King is about to march into the center, and it's going to support the rest of its army. The white pawns look quite advanced, but I just feel like they're too slow.
And that's the big question, right? What happens if Sam Sevian starts simply pushing that h-pawn up the board? And we're going to find out.
Will the Black King continue its journey? Will the Black Knight start relocating as you advocated, Tanya? That looks like a very tempting way to get the White King out of this blockading position. Moves his rook. Getting ready to give some checks from the side to the White King. Also ready to go back, given a question mark by the computer, but I think very natural from Caruana.
He's trying to set up some mating ideas against the White King. The h-pawn keeps going up the board. Sam Sevian, he's back in the game. The thing is, for White, it's easy to make the next few moves. I mean, the h-pawn is just coming up. Fabi needs to find that mating net that he's so desperately trying to set up, and I don't really see it because the White King's running towards the right side of the board.
Yeah, the Black Rook can come behind and stop. That's why the White King is moving this direction. The White King is going to slide across. And if you cannot defend from behind, it means you have to go to some really bad squares from the side with the Black Rook. It's crazy to me that the eval bar says that this is tenable now for White. Black still has an extra knight. It just looks winning, but Sam Sevian doing all the right things. Shout out to our crowd.
Absolutely.
Wave if you can hear us.
yeah, they can't shout, they can't scream. We did get a thumbs up, I'll take that.
But I absolutely love that. I mean, chess played in front of live fans is really the dream, and they get to hear the commentary. You know, they can choose from the pro stream, from the community stream. They see the players in action, they see all the boards, all these cool screens that are in front of us. This is the future of chess, and it's happening right here in Vegas.
And this is just V1, right? This is just attempt number 1 with a live audience. It'll only get better as we iterate event over event. The chess has always impressed.
Fabiano, down under 10 seconds, Tanya.
Wow, I hope he hasn't forgotten about his clock. Make a move, and he does.
So he'll beat the king to that side of the board there. But again, computer doesn't love it.
Yeah, the rook doesn't have many safe squares on this line, unfortunately. If you go back, you just get hit by a pawn. And that pawn is about to connect the dots, and the 2 pawns teaming up now suddenly. Also, this runner.
Yeah, another pawn on the run, because that was previously being defended by the rook as well as the king.
Fabiano is losing unless he pushes that pawn.
Wow.
Big move there. He had to create some counterplay of his own. It's a race, but look how the black pawn is about to land as well. And it promotes with a check.
Oh my gosh, because this is absolutely crazy, right? You've got this idea, but White's king is also super close to stop that pawn.
Now Sam Sevian has to move the White King across 1 square, otherwise he's losing.
Only move.
5 seconds left. He has to move the White King to stop the black pawn.
Make a move.
He finds it. That's big.
And now the White King has to go back where it came from. Only move. You have to hit that black rook, otherwise it's over. The black pawn is going to give a check. The black knight is coming. Are we going to see a repetition?
And I think that's why the bar is in the balance here.
Are there any outs here for Fabi? It does still seem like it's just to keep running the pawn.
Yeah, got to make a new queen, but then White has 2 very powerful pawns. You give up your rook in the process. This position's about to be crazy.
Oh my goodness. What a find by both of these players. Whoa. Queen's on the board here. Loses a rook for it. He's got a queen and a knight.
But he needs to push that pawn, because Black Knight, give it 1 move to come into the game and you're too late. He has to push that h-pawn. Sam Sevian, he does it. He's played the absolute best moves, move after move.
Okay, now we're looking for checks.
Okay,
but you just hide. You go back and forth with your king.
Yeah, the problem is for the black queen, you can stop 1 pawn. You can even come this way and stop 1 pawn from behind, but the other pawn will start running. How do you stop them both? That is the tricky part The only way to stop them both is to sit on the back rank, the 8th rank, to cut off the promotion for both squares. But the white rook will then disrupt you.
And right now what's going on in Fabi's mind is, I've got a queen, I've got an extra knight on the board. I have to be winning this position, but he's not able to find his way forward. He doesn't know that the bar says this is level, that Sam Savian has this under control. He's attacking the rook, but you don't have time to pick up that rook because white queen's with a check.
Wow, this is miracle stuff for Sam Savian, but it's working. It's working so far, and maybe that's what he will be reduced to, taking the rook, allowing one white queen to be born, then taking the white pawn off the board. You still have an extra knight, but queen and knight versus a queen, if all the pawns are removed, is a drawn endgame. I think that's what we might end up with, and it's a tricky one, but at least that will keep the game alive for Caruana, who will not bail out with a draw. There's nothing to risk by playing on.
Okay, so he does pick up the rook, invites the promotion.
And now we're
another queen on the board with the check.
We're going to see a bunch of checks because black's going to pick up that pawn, and then all the lateral checks that will follow, the players are counting. What happens? Can he go for that pawn, or to keep the game going, will Fabi take extra risk? And he does.
Great move there from Fabi.
So
and now,
not taking the pawn.
Not taking the pawn. He's going for checkmate. He's actually hitting this pawn, and the white queen now has to come back with the check. Only move yet again to save this game.
All right, plenty of only moves. Can they find it?
Well, they've been finding it move after move, every single move.
It will be found.
Again, and now the white pawn is running through and promoting. The black knight will have to give itself up to prevent that now. I'm going to say only move, but also the most obvious one there. To promote the pawn, the black knight will give itself up, and it's going to be very similar to to Carlsen against Vincent Keimer earlier in the day, a queen endgame. What's he thinking about? He's going to promote to something else other than the queen. You can make a knight, you can make a rook. Maybe don't make a bishop. There we go, he makes a new queen.
Okay.
Now you can just defend your g-pawn, either with the queen or the king. And the game continues because Fabi will try to push his c-pawn, which is assisted with the king right now, and it feels like the more dangerous one. You know, any queen trade and you'd be lost here as white.
The black pawn is closer, but ultimately it's so difficult to push it. As soon as the black king pokes its head out, it will get checked. Going to be here for another 20 minutes.
Both kings are wearing their party hats, and the queens will now do some maneuvering around the board.
Yeah, Magnus would give a check. He loves centralizing his queen. Fabiano might also be thinking about moving his king out the way.
And then you have to calculate what happens if white's the one that starts giving checks as well. In 20 seconds, Fabi has to find a way. He's just trying to keep the game going. I think he fully understands that this is an equal possession. White's done all the hard work and survived the worst. And he does take a leaf out of Magnus's book, channeling his inner Magnus, centralizes the queen with a check, gets it closer to the black king to improve the position of the king next, block out checks with his own queen, and start pushing the c-pawn.
Just a good tip for everyone at home. Queens in the center of the board, they control the most squares. They can block checks. They have so much vision over everything. So if he's going to get his king out of the way, if he's going to push his pawn Fabiano, a centralized queen is a good start. And there we go. He pins the white pawn for now. Predictions? Are we going to see a decisive result? Or is Fabiano going to trick Sam Savian a bit later on?
I'm going to go with yes on that. I think Fabi gets this.
Okay, I see raised eyebrows here.
I was shaking my head no, but once I hear Tanya disagree with me, I'm tempted to change my mind.
I think there are bigger chances that I would be proven wrong, but I just think, again, it's a kind of position that might be slightly easier to play as black, and with seconds on the clock, that counts for something.
Yeah, it is torture defending queen endgames when you know that your opponent is the only one who can really win here. White is only playing for a draw, but 10-second increments should be enough. If this was blitz, I would say win for black. But 10 seconds should be sufficient. Magnus watching on with interest.
And Magnus did it against Vincent, right? So I think that clouds my judgment as well, having seen one equal queen-pawn ending go black's way. Maybe this one might be the second one.
Yeah, well, and Magnus here, right, he's essentially scouting the other group. These are possible quarterfinal opponents if he promotes through and has the option to pick.
We were talking about Magnus potentially finishing at the top of his group, but right now with the loss that he just had against Prague, I mean, that's got to be playing on his mind as well. He needs to strike back pretty immediately. A tough pill to swallow for the world #1.
Very much so, very much so. Yeah, he's still well within that top 4, but like you say, he's slipping out of the top 2 spots, which would give him the option to pick his opponent. 3-4 are relegated to being chosen while still promoting into that upper bracket quarterfinal.
Can I take my words back? I think this ends in a draw.
You think it ends in a draw?
Very, very soon.
That's right. Join my camp.
I think Sam's found the perfect geometry to keep checking the black king and not allowing it to get to safety.
Yeah, don't step across to this square with the black king. If you step across to the diagonal, you end up getting skewered against your queen. So he's going back the whole way back, and we might well see a repetition of moves in the near future. A queen trade this time is totally fine for white if the black queen slides across, because the white king will be able to run back and prevent the black pawn from promoting. It's just in time, and this game is about to end in a draw.
Let's just highlight these three squares, right? D7, A4, and D1 is being the key checking squares for white, where black finds it so difficult to actually get his queen on to defend the black king. And there we have it. It's a handshake, and in a draw.
Huge missed opportunity for Fabiano Caruana, but great tenacious defense there from Sam Sevian, as they're both decently positioned after 4 rounds.
And that's one of only 2 draws in our fourth round of the day there. Half a point picked up apiece. The other draw between Ray Robson and Linier Dominguez in that very same group. All 6 other matchups went decisively one way or another. 3 with white, 3 with black, taking the victories. We'll check in on those standings in just a bit to see how everything played out. But of course, we can also relive some of the highs and lows from the position lottery itself and through each of the games.
And big results in this 4th round. Fiona started it. We saw a position being drawn, and 2-5-3 led to a lot of decisive chess.
And I think our marquee matchup, right, Prug versus Magnus Carlsen. Prug getting that win in was absolutely spectacular. I think great technique there by the Indian youngster, really shaking up the leaderboard in our Group A. Magnus tasting his first defeat of the tournament when he looked like in such incredible form. But not just that, you know, we saw Levon Aronian there just gift away an entire point to Javaki right out of the opening.
That was the shock of the round, I think, was that one move blunder there from Levon Aronian. Again, an interesting journey through the group stage so far, with 2 victories and 2 losses to his name, but that's one that he's going to want back at the end of the day if he doesn't find himself within the top 4 of our standings. Speaking of our standing, let's take a quick peek at how the groups stand before we head into a short break ahead of round number 5. We still have 3 rounds to go, but through 4 rounds. First, we'll take a look at Group A here. You can see Prague there sitting atop the table alone with 3.5 points, right in front of Javakir Sindarov at 3 points himself. It's 2.5 apiece there for Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbeck to round out the top 4, and then Levon Aronian sitting just outside on that bubble. If we flip things over to Group B, we can see how that one shakes out. This was the one that had far more players sitting on the bubble or on the line, at least going into round number 4. 3.5 points for Hans Neman. Again, he is just blazing through the competition and setting the pace round after round. Hikaru, though, nipping at his heels. 3 points to his name, and they are on a collision course at the end of the day for their round robin battle, and that's going to be a sight to behold. 2 points apiece for 3 players. That's Linier Dominguez, that's Ray Robson, and Fabiano Caruana. So they're all tied essentially for 3rd, but one of them isn't going to make it into the top 4 if things hold true till the end of the day. We wait on bated breath for round number 5, but we are going to take a short break here in the studio to grab some water ourselves, refresh, grab a snack, and we'll meet you right back here for round number 5 in just a bit for the Las Vegas Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. We'll see you there.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is the start of something new.
Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me.
me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Specifically apple, like the tartness, and then something within the green apple, like
Clears up there.
in your mouth, and then all of a sudden,
Shit, I'll have to try.
again, it could be a total superstition, you know, like just witch's brew.
I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken
This might be a problem, yeah?
Yeah, C3 looks logical. Yes, C64.
D4. G6, C3, C5? Okay, let's finish the diagonal B5. Wait, not? C4, F4, C3, G7, C3.
Yeah, C5 looks logical. Thanks.
Yeah, but C5,
Okay, let's take C5.
and
pieces are terrible.
Strange.
What?
I think like it should be fine for white.
This is fine for white.
That bad, but doesn't look good.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, but black is getting everything, no? 96.
No, it's bishop 5. I feel like I'm going to go for this one.
I kind of like 1c4 actually.
We can play g3. Here.
I think after c5 they take c5 with d5.
This is also possible. But I mean, anyway, it looks very comfortable. Like the pawn on e4 is awful.
Okay, so let's play
No,
I like first move c4.
C4 is like most logical, yeah? Because, okay.
C5 is again possible, right?
What?
DC, right? Bishop 5, E4, take, queen 5.
Yeah. Actually, here's c5.
No, but we should look at c4. We should look at c4 too, though. Maybe.
C4?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I was thinking about. It's not stupid.
I mean, e4, you want to take with bishop?
No,
but okay, what
C5 here.
Yeah, c5 take, bishop f5, e4.
No,
what about c4?
You have G4, yeah?
Yeah.
But this is good or not? I mean,
Well, let's try with c4. Why not? Because if you c4. Okay, I think g3 was. But b3 is able to b6. Okay.
B3, G6.
I want
b4
knight c3.
It's too much.
Knight
C6 maybe. Should we go? Yeah, I was thinking like if they go 96, maybe if you put knight d5 first, we can.
Yeah, 95 to d3.
Yeah.
Okay, b6.
d3. No,
we can't do this.
Yeah, no, it's very safe.
Yeah, but black can go bishop b7, d6, knight to 7.
yeah, that's also.
I don't know.
I think
Okay, so D4 is
I like d4 more.
So D4. G3, G6, C3.
I mean, also, if we're always considering this stuff for...
But why aren't we going c3 first? So we were.
And we're back here live in Vegas from the fabulous Wynn Resort in the midst of the player discussions around round number 5 in the lottery that was just drawn. It will be position 503 that the players will do battle here. And as we can see, Hans Neman continues to sit on his own, but it's been working for him so far. As I turn to my two experts here, Tanya, I'll first come to you because as we sat down from our short break and took stock of the position, one of the things you called out was kind of how quickly you feel this position could transpose into something that feels quite normal to a standard game.
Hans Neman is Han Solo in this tournament. I mean, he just sits by himself and works things out. And like you said, it's worked to perfection for him. He's one of the co-leaders alongside Pragnananda with 3.5 out of 4. Coming back to your point about why this position just seems to resemble standard 5-1-8 so much. Look at the placement of the pieces. You know, you've got one of the rooks in the starting normal position, White's right side of the board and for the black pieces as well. You can imagine an early castle. The knight comes out, a standard castling setup, the central pawn moving forward. You know, the bishop opening up, the dark squared bishop already on the correct square as it is on 5-1-8. Again, we've got 3 pieces, the rook, bishop, and the king, where they usually start, and an early castle in the cards. I think this is going to be a more sort of a strategic, cagey fight than what we've seen so far, David.
Yeah, that being said, if I know these 16 players, they will be wanting to kind of get as far away from normal chess as possible. That's the spirit of freestyle chess. They'll be wanting to throw a spanner in the works, make it a bit more spicy somehow, rather than just transpose into what looks like a normal position. We've seen a lot of chaos the last 2 rounds especially, and I have a feeling that something is about to happen.
I will say, though, seeing E4, E5 as the suggested opening moves definitely pushes us more in the direction of, the most standard game of chess we've seen.
Now B4, at least that's a bit...
There we go.
We go c4 and...
Would love to see b4 on the board, you know, before it gets into standard territory. You want that move in. Would throw the spanner, as David, you mentioned. It also feels like, you know, the bishops on the right side are also perfectly placed to get them into an early Fianchettoed position. So really interesting. I think we'll see some of the players who are on the bottom of the leaderboard. You have to make it to the top 4, perhaps go for these non-standard setup, try to bring in the chaos early on. But those who are feeling safe, who are feeling in form, I think we might see a more standard approach to the position, you know, starting with the central pawn moving forward. Or maybe David's favorite, the English, might appear on the board.
Yeah, and in this position especially, I would say it makes a lot of sense. Just pushing a pawn forward. Players love to open up their queens, or their vision at least, on the first move. Here we see Hans Neman playing against Mr. Solid, Lenia Dominguez, who's drawn all 4 games so far. But yes, these storylines are starting to emerge. The in-form players versus the out-of-form players, the players in must-win situations, and players who are just kind of quietly and confidently ticking along.
But I think that statistic that you pointed out there around Linier is what makes this matchup very interesting. So far, he has been essentially the stonewall defense against his opponents. It is draws across the board, but Hans Neman has been the one taking the fight to each and every one of his opponents. With 20 seconds on the clock, the question is, can he break through Linier's defenses? Can he bring another full-point victory into his camp, or will Linier have something to say about that, either forcing only the second draw of the day for Hans, or even reversing it and doing what no one else has done just yet and taking him down?
Yeah, it will have to happen at some point, but will it be this round, as the handshakes do get this game started? And Dominguez, he's a very traditional player. He's not the type of player who'll go too chaotic. We see the D pawn push. Always slightly surprising to see an undefended pawn in the center this early in the game. That pawn has no backup, but it does open up White's bishop. We saw the D pawn push there. I'll just bring the correct game up. That's my bad, everyone. And here we go. Already attacked. This is my point. You need to spend another move to defend your pawns in the center.
And that's a connect 3 already on the board for White. I think what Dominguez wants to achieve in this position is a really nice center. Once the pawn in front of the king moves forward, the knight jumping behind it, and then get that castling set up in. You know, we know Dominguez, he likes to play these classical positions. So perhaps more of a standard 5-1-8 is what we're going to see being developed here. I like this pawn wall against that bishop at the corner of the board.
Yeah. And I think maybe the way to play against Hans, because he's in such full flow right now, is to make it a bit quieter, is to try and take away some of the activity he can generate, the chaos that he thrives in. And Dominguez, I've known him to win so many nice, beautiful positional masterpieces when he's at his best. So we'll see. Interesting start to this game, forcing Hans to think. This is definitely the furthest behind on the clock Hans has been already so far today. 1 minute down, 1.5 minutes down feels like eternity by his standards.
But you also think that pressure, it kind of builds up. You know, you have this incredible start at the beginning. You're on 3.5 out of 4, and you couldn't have really asked for, maybe Hans Neman could, because he was almost winning that game that he drew. But then you know you're so close to your goal, and as the rounds keep going by, fatigue starts setting in. You know, your mind, you're sort of looking at these ghosts as well, and so close yet so far, that feeling. So it's so important to keep your nerves under control as well, and that's always a challenge for every chess player at every level, David.
Yeah, definitely. It's something I've struggled with. I know a lot of even elite players struggle with from time to time. At all levels, it affects you. But Hans, he's dealt with it before, and he's very, very focused. I think maybe out of everyone, he's the most hungry. And normally just wanting those wins, wanting to kind of show the world that you can compete at this level, it just gives you that extra edge.
But he needs to make a move. I mean, that's a very long thought on just the second move of the game.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. There's one other board with the exact same board state at the moment, and it's Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces, who is also sitting on a very long think for how to respond in this situation particularly. I wonder what's catching their ire, what's really making them consider.
Yeah, to my mind, the most natural move is to push this pawn forward in the center, not just taking space, but also making a threat of the black bishop coming out and actually trapping the white queen. The white queen would then be lost, but of course that would maybe be prevented by the white knight coming out or the white bishop coming out to create some escape squares for Her Majesty there. Very interesting. Odd to see maybe that longer break affecting Hans Neman's rhythm there.
Yeah, because he ultimately does reach for what you felt like was the most natural move. So I imagine he also considered that very early on and still took several minutes there to consider it and all the possible variations.
And now the bishop coming out does trap the white queen, but that can be blocked. It's actually played, can be blocked by the white pawn now that the white bishop protects this square in the center.
No, so an early break in the center, some trades coming on. The Fianchetto bishop for white is off the board. The white queen will centralize itself, targeting the pawn in front of the black king and also the pawn in front of the black queen. I like that square that the queen's landed itself on. It looks like Hans took some time, but sort of calculated his way through over the next few moves, the sequence that he's blitzing out now.
I just want to point out this sequence, until this last move that he's just played with the black queen, it also occurred in Vidit against Sam Sevian. It also occurred in the game Hikaru Nakamura against Ray Robson, and it was about to occur in the game Sindarov against Prague. And yeah, Caruana against Erigaisi going the exact same way as well. It looks like everyone concurring on the best mode of development in this one.
And the one thing that I've noticed in the Grand Slam so far, which is different from our previous ones, and I'm going to turn to you guys on this, is that the players are not looking up. I don't think they can follow the other games on the screen.
That's exactly right. Yeah, as compared to previous events where we've had some monitors available, all the monitors are set ahead of them on the stage.
Exactly.
And facing towards the audience.
So you're saying that this game is happening across the field right now. It means that all the players have navigated their way through to this point. It's not looking over and just going like, you know what, he's playing it, it's got to be the right one.
Yeah, at best you could do would be just look across, but that would be quite a perceptive eye you have on that massive stage to see some of the other chessboards in play. Small deviations now starting to creep up in a number of the games. And there you can see the beautiful setup that we have here at the fabulous Wynn Resort. Again, I mean, 10x, 20x, whatever kind of scale you want to put it on, it's been impressive the way freestyle chess has leveled up from Wiesnaus to Paris, and now here in Las Vegas, the city of spectacle.
Getting bigger and better every time. And in the meantime, a queen trade about to occur on this board as Hans Niemann tries to neutralize White's early initiative. White has the pawn center, the connect three that we talked about, blunting the black bishop in the corner. So here, Dominguez has reason to be happy, but with the queens off, the space advantage, not such a big issue, and black is rock solid with no weaknesses. Tanya, it looks like Hans Niemann wants to dig deep and make this one difficult for Dominguez to win, but yeah, we'll see how it plays.
I like how he's handled it, right? We were talking about that 2-minute thing he went into, and then move after move, just getting in the speed there, getting the queens off the board. It looks like he kind of evaluated this endgame as, sure, Dominguez has got that extra space right now, a better pawn center, but shouldn't be enough. We see the queens come off the board. Lenier, his knight jumps forward. I don't think it's going to stop there. There's another square that it's eyeing right now, closer towards the black pawns. But look at that. Hans now catching up on the speed. He hits that knight, comes in with the attack, and is he going to strike in the center with the pawn in front of the king moving 2 steps forward?
Looks like that's his plan. No matter where the white knight goes, you can break out in the center. Maybe you continue kicking the knight back, but looks like Hans has a plan in mind. This one looks very quiet, looks roughly equal. I think we should maybe go around the horn and check out some of the other boards.
All right. Yeah, well, we can start here in this group. Maybe zoom out to the 4 board whenever production has a moment. Make some of those comparisons around the minor deviations that have sprouted up from the beginnings of this very position. So again, just to give everyone a reference, top right-hand corner, that's Neman versus Dominguez, which we have been spending our time on so far. And we can take a trip around the horn like you mentioned. It's Hikaru Nakamura down there in the bottom left. He's the current 2nd place finisher, or holder, I should say, here in this group. He's in a battle with Ray Robson. Very even, though. Look at these eval bars. The computer is really calling this a dead ball state.
I'll also point out the bottom right board here, Fabi with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi, incredibly important for our standings because both these players are right behind, right below that halfway mark of making it to top 4. Fabi at 5th currently and Arjun at 6th with 1.5 points. So a very important matchup in this one, and I think that's the reason why Fabi's declined that queen trade on the central line. He keeps as much tension on the board.
Yeah, we're starting to see players wanting to take risks to try and improve their chances as things go on. Vidit is a pawn up, meanwhile, against Sam Sevian. I'm going to say for Vidit, it's must-win territory. He just needs to win the rest of his games. It's that simple, and he needs to hope that it's enough. Winning all 3 remaining games might get him a tiebreaker, but he might also be the first player to lose his chances of making it through if he's unsuccessful here. And maybe we can check out the other group too.
That's exactly where my head was at, hopping over to the other group to see how those 4 boards look. Our first check-in here with the white group. Again, Magnus Carlsen having taken a bit of a beating in the last round. He's now in the hunt to try and chase down Prague in the standings. So you can see there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that's a big matchup actually between Sindarov and Prague. 3.5 to 3 points apiece.
And the Magnus versus Wesley board that you earlier pointed out, not a single pawn, not a single piece has been traded. So that's also looking incredibly tense right now. Magnus has managed to get one of his pawns, that's the bottom left board, on the other half of the board over to Wesley's camp. So getting some space, getting ready for that knight jump towards the center. But I'd say let's go to the youngsters. I mean, Prague leading that group with 3.5 out of 4. And he didn't do it anyway. He did it by taking down the world #1. He's up against Javakir Sindarov, who had a crazy game against Lev, right? First, it looked like he was lost out of the opening, and then Lev just blundering a rook away.
In we go. They're the 1 and 2 in this group at 3.5 and 3 points apiece. Of course, they are playing each other here, so that means that Magnus Carlsen does have a chance to catch back up in the standings if he can get it done against Wesley So. But look at this. Time differential on these two. 9 minutes to Sindarov's name, just creeping under 4 minutes here for Prague.
Yeah, and Prague on the board as well in a bit of trouble. We do see the evaluation bar on White's side here, and that's because it feels like Prague has already misstepped. He's brought his queen out just on the last move, the black queen, maybe aiming to do a Hans Niemann and trade off, but bringing this queen across costs a lot of time. Not just that, but the queen is in the firing line. The white knight is about to centralize. Maybe you can go the other way too, and Prague will be losing a lot of time. And I'm surprised it says this much of an advantage for White, but I do feel that he's stumbled across a bad plan, and maybe that's what has cost him all those minutes on the clock. 5 minutes down now as he comes to terms with the fact that, there we go, the black queen in a bit of danger.
And, you know, you jump in with the knight, attack the queen. You jump in with the bishop, attack the rook. Development with tempo after tempo. I'll also point out the one thing that Prague is relying on is a central break by moving that e-pawn 2 steps forward and trying to activate his pieces. But let's point out that Sindarov can clamp that idea down by pushing his f-pawn next move 2 steps forward, taking full control of those dark squares, making sure that Prague isn't able to free up his pieces.
Yeah, it feels like Sindarov owns 70% or more of the board right now with the way that the pieces are laid out. Bishop slides up into the fianchetto position. This is an opportunity to trade.
Yeah, take it off the board. That's Black's best defender. Black's king kind of lacks pieces around it once those pieces have been traded. Historically as well, kind of in classical chess terms, you would say that that was White's bad bishop. White's dark squared bishop was on the same color as all of its pawns anyway, so he's essentially traded off his bad bishop for his opponent's great defender. And as Tanya pointed out, this pawn formation just looks glorious. You know me and my connect 4s, but 2 connect 3s to cut off for that.
Love it. And next move, you know, it's easy to be White here. You bring your knight out, you get your king to safety to the left side of the board. You're looking at a pawn storm on the right side of the board. G4, F5, all the ideas coming in. Prague on the defense of this one. You sort of lost a key bishop in the position. White's beautifully placed all the pawns on the dark squares, controlling, gaining so much control. Javakir on the front foot here. And look at the clock. Prague hitting the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, that's not a great sign. It really reveals to the opponent that you might be struggling to come up with any active plans. White's bishop as well, superior to the black bishop. This is all looking fantastic for Sindarov, who's backing it up with speed. Either way, it feels like 4 points, we were saying, is the magic number. One of them is going to get there this round. One of them is going to almost bank their spot in the top 4 there.
Yeah, without a doubt. And both players, regardless of result, should still feel confident coming out of this matchup, not just because they'll have, you know, ended their game with one of their other top contenders, but they both sit well above the rest of the field. Can't let too many opportunities slip away, though.
Wow, he's still thinking, Pragnananda. Yeah. You would just assume after defeating Magnus Carlsen so convincingly that you've kind of got the energy coursing through your veins and the adrenaline pumping, but struggling here.
He just got into trouble very early on. You know, Javakir, the way he handled the opening, and Prog with those slight inaccuracies, not breaking at the right time, taking the wrong structure, and allowing Javakir to be the first to strike in the center. And since then, he sort of made sure that Prog gets no counterplay. He's trying to ease off the pressure, get as many trades into the position as possible, open up the bishop. Makes a lot of sense, but is this the moment that Javakir declines the trade? Does he jump forward with the knight? Because that would be the first move that I'd want to get on the board.
This way, towards the black king.
Why not?
Yeah, looks very good. I guess even if you allow the trade, the one move you don't want to play is to actually capture the knight on black's terms. There would have been a capture with the black pawn and lines opening up towards the white king, but instead, okay, he just develops his other piece. Very logical too. Now your move, Tanya, looks very, very tempting coming forward. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see the white king castling, but for now, a bit tricky to do so without dropping a pawn.
But then perhaps what Prog has set up is to plant his bishop on that diagonal to try to trade things off. Again, I think it's a dream, you know, when you've got less space to maneuver around, you want to get as many pieces off the board rather than keep them on the board. He's also making sure that it's not so easy to get that castling in on the left side. He's targeting that A2 pawn. So a tricky move by Prog. He's got little time on the clock. Javakir on the front foot. Should we go around, take a look at some of the other positions as Prog goes into defense mode in this one?
Yeah. And maybe we can zoom out. I'm interested to see whether... sorry, go on.
I think let's go to Magnus Carlsen, right? He's the guy who's now in the hunt, right, behind these guys. And I'm very curious to see how he's kind of maybe recoiling from that loss that he just took from Prog last round. He's up against Wesley So here. And look at this. Another player with the black pieces in a bit of time trouble. I mean, 3.5. I'm not going to call it, you know, it's a scramble just yet, but you're working with half the time of your opponent. Feels like a lot of the players with the black pieces are struggling to find maneuvers here early in the game.
Yeah, and this just looks like a normal chess position as we see bishops being traded off here. It looks like an English opening or a Sicilian defense with reversed colors, depending on your preferences. And notably, Magnus is the only player who went for this variation. Everyone else went down the same paths. It looked very similar, their pawn structures. Magnus here, maybe wanting to target Wesley. Wesley with a horrible blunder against Vincent Keimer in the previous round, going from dead level to dead lost in one move. And yeah, Magnus has had the upper hand in recent times against Wesley. So it's looking very good for white. I like the fact, Tanya, that he's about to undermine the black structure on this flank. It looks like black might be left with some weaknesses. Overextended as well, the black king slightly vulnerable on the diagonal.
I love that plan. I think we're going to see that being played out because you're not only undermining the structure, you're creating some beautiful spots for your knight to hop on. If you were to recapture, if Wesley picks that pawn up with his own pawn, look at that square in front of that. Magnus can now start relocating his own knight and land itself there, eyeing that overextended pawn formation that David was earlier highlighting at the center of the board. So it looks like it's playing perfectly to Magnus's strength, you know, these strategic positions. And the thing is that at elite chess, at this level, when you see a player struggling like Wesley is, he's at one point, a big blunder coming off in that last round, you know, he's got an X on his back. You want to try to strike as quickly as possible, and I think Magnus totally smells blood there.
Yeah, and I've got to reiterate like how bad that blunder was. We saw Levon Aronian blunder a rook in one move, but I would argue Wesley's blunder was even worse, losing a queen in one move.
Well, and if Magnus smells blood, I tell you someone else who should smell some blood in the water, that would be Nodirbeck Abdusatorov. He's in a match against Vincent Keimer now, recognizing that Vincent did just pick up his first point in round 4. It came after 3 successive losses to open up his round-robin tournament. So Nodirbeck, perhaps this is his turn to kind of strike from a 2.5-point position into that top echelon and secure a bid for the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, but again, a big clock differential here, 2 minutes against 6.5, and the black bishop attacked is about to move. The most attractive square to my eyes is this one, just kind of blocking the white pawns on that flank. Maybe you want to leave that square vacant. No, he goes there. The black knight is about to come into some very juicy light squares a bit later on. It just feels like white bishop in the corner, a bit of a bystander. All things should be roughly level, but the clock and probably the initiative slightly on black's side.
Exactly. And this, again, Abdusatorov, one of only 2 players with the black pieces who has the time advantage. And I bet you can guess who the other player with black pieces with a time advantage is. That's Hans Neman on the other side of the bracket. So, again, things look good here for Abdusatorov. Let's go back to that other group, but I want to start with Vidit Gujarathy up against Sam Sevian because we've talked constantly about Vidit and his story here in freestyle chess, is that he finds solid, decent positions through the mid-game and then some small opportunities slip away, and it ultimately spells disaster for his Grand Slam chances. Once again, through these first couple moves, it felt like the computer's starting to move ever so slightly in his favor. The question is, can he capitalize here and now and start moving from his half-a-point position right now in the standings?
Well, he really needs to do it. This is a make-or-break round for him. Vidit Gujrati's story at Freestyle Chess has been a horror story, starting from Paris, you know, finishing at the absolute bottom of the table. He scored 2 points in the round robin, and it all started with his game. Take it over. Take it over, David.
It all started with his game against Magnus Carlsen for Vidit, where in the round-robin stage in Paris, he was odds-on to draw. He did everything right, but ended up blundering after move 100. It was heartbreaking, and he never recovered. Here, he hasn't recovered from a tough start either, but there's 3 games to go, including this one in the group stage. He's lost 3 games. He needs to win 3 games to get to the 50% mark and give himself any chances. This is also like the dream scenario for him. Look at the clock situation.
Exactly.
Almost 6 minutes against 1. Normally it's the other way around for Vidit, but also the board. Black's bishop stuck at home, looking a bit silly there. Black's rook, like, that's a fianchettoed rook. You never want to fianchetto a rook, ever. Bishop's the only piece that want to be on the long diagonal. And in the meantime, white is the one gaining space. It just looks beautiful. Positional advantage for Vidit.
Yeah, so by all accounts, this is the position that Vidit wants to be in. He has his opportunity to strike, but he has to strike here and now in this round to keep his tournament hopes alive for that upper bracket. As he tries to get it done against Sam Sevian, we're going to move on to Hikaru Nakamura, who's up against Ray Robson. Again, a very similar time discrepancy you'll see here. Player with white pieces, well above 5 minutes. Player with the black pieces, well below 1 minute. So really, it's incredible to me how lopsided these time advantages have become here in the 5th round.
Yeah, and for once it's like the slow players like Vidit who are up on time, and that has actually happened on some of the other boards as well. This time we're used to the scenario of Nakamura being very, very practical with his clock. Ray Robson, time trouble addict, down at 20 seconds. He trades bishops, but the white queen is so close to the black king. You've got to be feeling uncomfortable. Not just that, the white bishop staring at it as well. All white needs is 1 more piece. 3 is the magic number, the bishop and queen attacking. But if the knight ever joins, or maybe a rook on the open file, that could tip Ray Robson over the edge here.
And Hikaru is not only playing the position, he's playing the clock as well, right? Declining any queen trades that are possible, just making sure that the pressure stays on black, which is 15 seconds. He wants to build that attack as well. Ray Robson, he slides away from any pins on that central line. But this is a long game ahead, and I think Hikaru should be very happy with the outcome. He's got a potential attack on the right side of the board, and also the advantage on the clock. And I wanted to just say, David, shout out to you to know exactly where I wanted to leave it. That, you know, for Vidit, it started with that Magnus loss in freestyle. And this whole event in Vegas is a huge opportunity for him, because he's been a last-minute replacement for Gukesh. After Gukesh withdrew from the tournament, Vidit got this huge opportunity to come in. So the way it's gone so far was not part of the plan for him.
No, definitely not. And it still looks good for him as I'm keeping an eye on his board over there on the side of my monitor. I do want to hop now to Fabiano Caruana versus Arjun Erigaisi, just kind of finishing our trip around the world here in Group B. This one looking fairly stable, at least by the computer's standards. Again, Caruana sitting at 2 points, half a point ahead of Arjun here, but both of them still very much on the bubble. And so a lot of work to be done in the final few rounds here today.
And this is very interesting because you've got a 3 versus 3 formation of the pawns on both sides of the board. You know, pieces are coming off. It's hard to see any imbalance in the position, and yet the bar says that it's in fact Fabi who's got a slight pull in the position. And I think the reason for that is the king, which is slightly weak for Arjun. You know, the dark square is under control by the white queen there, and you've got all these ideas of eventually planting a knight to e5 and trying to create some play. But is it going to be enough? And to me, the feeling is that perhaps not. This should be closer to a draw or an Arjun hold than a Fabi grind.
Yeah, Fabi just can't win at the moment. 4 draws for him as well. 4 draws in a row. He's had some very promising positions against Nakamura and against Sevian, but yeah, it shouldn't be too dangerous here for Arjun Erigaisi, as long as he can prevent a white knight getting in, as you say, Tanya, or maybe prevent the white pawns from destabilizing the black knight. He goes away. And I think we should maybe also go away from this game for now.
Yep, we're going to hop up to Hans Niemann, the final bout here in this group up against Linier Dominguez. We're going to check in with that just before we go back over to the other group and maybe see some thrilling finishes to a few games. In this one, looks like Hans is finally wrestling a bit of control. Lanier, we said he was, you know, he was a brick wall that people have not been able to necessarily get through just yet and take down. Hans, he's challenging to be the first to do it.
Wow, how does he keep doing this? He keeps outplaying these strategic geniuses like Lanier Dominguez, and his last move is fantastic, Hans Neman. He's paralyzed the white army. The white bishop cannot move. It has to defend a pawn next to it. The white rook cannot move, has to defend the bishop. The white knight cannot move, as the black rook is cutting across the second rank as well. And Dominguez is just reduced to waiting moves. This pawn push achieving nothing. It's just whether black can improve. That's the big question. Is it enough, as this white rook is going to sit on a really sad square?
This is incredible play by Hans. I mean, again, you know, he's playing against this world-class opposition, 3.5 out of 5, looking at a position where he might even convert this one. He was the one who took those 2 extra minutes at the start, and look at the clock position. It's Dominguez down to 1 minute and 15 seconds, while it looked like Hans has been playing on seconds ever since that move 3, where he finally took some time. He's rerouting, relocating his pieces, now eyeing that E3 square, the knight jumping on via the F5 route into more active pastures. Hans Neman just playing incredible chess today.
Yeah, this is world-class stuff from Hans Neman, top form. And Lanier Dominguez is struggling to even make a move here. Maybe he has to activate the white king just to get it off the back rank where it's currently trapped. But yeah, looking very good. Hans a big favorite in this game.
Yeah, already looking to define himself within the realm of freestyle chess, carve his name into freestyle chess history with his first performance here, live on stage with us all. Back over to the other group, Magnus Carlsen. How mad is he? Quite mad. He's coming back with a fury here against Wesley So after taking a loss in his last round up against Pragnananda. It's looking a little dire here for the player with the black pieces.
Yeah, Wesley might be down and out after this game. If he loses, he'll be still stuck on 1 point. And currently, it's an easy material count. It's a rook for a knight in Magnus's favor. And I just want to quickly take us back a few moves as Magnus ponders what to do next to this moment with the white knights jumping, the black queen currently holding everything together, but stepping back, walked into a beautiful sacrifice by Magnus Carlsen, a check, giving away the white knight, and after a capture, there was a rook trade and a knight fork at the very end. Once the dust settles, the queen moves, we see that the black knight is hanging, and Magnus, this is how he won a rook for knight. If we catch up with the current position, yeah, we're still in that scenario, and the white queen pinning the knight, that should decide things.
Fantastic tactics there by Magnus Carlsen, but right now there's a threat that Wesley's setting up, right? He wants to slide the queen all over to the king side and start putting pressure on the g3 pawn. Magnus has to figure out, does he have enough time to activate his rook? He says yes, he does. He doesn't care about what's happening on the right side of the board. But is that pragmatic by him, or is he allowing Wesley some counterplay? Because I would be looking at that queen swooping in towards the white king.
Yeah, Magnus, he's a brave player at the best of times. Occasionally he's a bit fast and loose with his king, but I guess the white bishop can step back and defend everything on this king side. It's all covered for now, and just the fact that the black knight is pinned means that only the black queen will be attacking. I agree with you, Tanya. It doesn't look super straightforward, but it should be winning.
You know, we often talk about how Magnus's colleagues, especially his own generation, and he seems to have this big effect on them psychologically. It's like he lives rent-free in their head. And I think Wesley is one of the players who struggles with that. We've seen that in their matchups sort of play out so many times. Would you agree with that, David?
Yes. There was a time, again, it was 2019 with the kind of Fisher random match that they had when Wesley just dominated Magnus. And then in 2020, during the pandemic, and 2021, they had all these online matches. Wesley was kind of holding his own, beat Magnus in a few matches there. But yeah, ever since, and actually even before that, it feels like Wesley just shows too much respect to Magnus, tries to make draws, he plays a bit submissively, and it hasn't quite worked out.
All right, so Wesley pulls the trigger on the move you were talking about there, though, Tanya, looking for that counterplay as his only out.
It's coming in, the queen's in. Not just that, with the pawn pin, the bishop is also eyeing the h-pawn because it can be picked up on the next move. How dangerous is that? You've got to watch out because the white rook is ready to come in, but it feels as if Magnus has unnecessarily allowed Wesley some hope in the position, some breathing space, some ideas. Perhaps needs to be a little more accurate now.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, ever since we joined it, we knew white was winning. We showed this cool tactic that bagged him some material earlier, but Magnus seems to be going astray. He wants to use the white rook to come up this way, but it's going to be really slow, and there's going to be some checks in the process. I also don't understand why Magnus is hesitating. That's the only way to defend the pawn in front of his king, by dropping his bishop back. And maybe he's calculating what happens after that bishop takes pawn sequence that you mentioned there, Tanya. But either way, the time advantage dwindling as well. Could we see a turnaround, a miracle by Wesley So?
Well, and we're seeing that become the reality on a lot of the boards. You know, the time advantage that once existed for a lot of the players with white has begun to shrink, while a number of them still hold a small one. It's no longer 5 minutes, right? So we'll start to see a number of those games get to a bit more equal decision-making situations, scary decision-making situations.
Yeah, okay, he's still thinking. In the meantime, we do have a couple of results to update people on.
Yeah, Hans Neman taking that victory over Linier Dominguez, I think as expected based on the position where we last left it. And then Levon Aronian continuing his pattern of games, winning on the black side, losing on the white side. He'll take down Bibisara in his game to move up to 3 points out of 5. So it still keeps himself well within contention, but might want to find a little bit more consistency in our final couple rounds. Those are the only 2 results as of yet. I will mention, though, that Vidit continues to look good in what needs to be a big game for him up against Sam Sevian.
All right, but this is really confusing what's happening. I mean, it's really the only way to defend that pawn. He gives a check, and it turns out to be a mistake. Magnus taking so much time on the clock, only to walk into this idea that doesn't work. He pins that knight on f7, and now Wesley, can he take the pawn on g3, or can he give checks on the light squares to that white king? These are the 2 lines that he's looking at.
Magnus has blown it. Magnus is not winning. Like, Wesley can force a draw immediately with a queen check here and a repetition. But like you say, Tanya, the kind of acid test of this whole sequence is to take this pawn with a check.
I think one of the problems there, and he's going to go for it, but I was going to say one of the things that would be kind of sitting in the back of my mind if I'm in Wesley So's position is, even if I were to get a draw out of this situation, that basically ends my hopes of an upper bracket quarterfinal, because I'm only sitting on 1 point. So do I try and fight against all odds to turn this into a winnable game, or do I just try and get away with that 1 draw and maybe I can get a tiebreaker near the end of the day?
Yeah, the problem is his hand might be forced. The black knight is about to drop off, so he might be, might feel compelled to continue giving checks now with the black queen. This game would just be over, but no, he goes for it. Wesley So.
He throws it away.
He throws it away. Now there's no more perpetual check. You can give checks from behind, but the white king is going to walk away from the danger.
And there was absolutely no need for him to do that. He could have just continued with the idea of the queen checking the white king endlessly, instead of giving this opportunity for him to just run away to safety. And now he realizes, but it's too soon, too late for Wesley even. With no way to defend that knight on f7, he has to rely on checks. But he's going to run out of them once the king gets to that dark square at the center of the board.
And the white king is actually going to walk the whole way around its own bishop, use the bishop as a shield, and maybe even walk around up the board. The black queen is fighting a battle on her own. That's the big problem. And I'm just surprised. Wesley, he wasn't really playing for a win with this sequence. He was still playing for the perpetual check, playing for the draw. And he could have done it in an immediate way.
But this is what I was talking about. Somehow the Magnus effect just gets magnified when he's up against Wesley. Seen him do this so many times in better position, kind of bail out too soon. And then in positions when you feel like he's got everything under control, these slips that happen, Wesley gives the check. He moves now the bishop out of the way so the queen can at least defend the knight. But the e5 pawn is hanging as well that Magnus can snap up with a knight on f7 pinned.
Yeah, that's a free pawn. You've got to be accurate as Magnus Carlsen, because the black queen is actually threatening to give checkmate on the next move if she steps 1 square back. But here you do have the luxury of time. You can take this pawn. You can maybe trade some queens, do some stuff along the way. Okay, it's not as over as I thought it was. I must admit I missed this move, bishop takes pawn, with the idea of this counterattack with the black queen defending. But Wesley's still on the brink here. His tournament chances hanging by a thread.
But can't White just grab that central pawn with the queen? I mean, to me, that looks like the hand move that's screaming to be made, the most human move in the position. Or is that a trap that Wesley has set up for Magnus?
According to the computer, best move, queen takes pawn with a check. But I think the difficult stuff comes later when the black king moves. The white queen apparently has to retreat the whole way
defend
back.
That square.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. The checkmate square, okay.
It's not 100% obvious for Magnus Carlsen, who's down to under 30 seconds now.
Not an easy find. To see that square, you need full board awareness. Retreating moves are the hardest in chess. Will Magnus find it?
Ooh, what do we predict?
But also, David, if not, process of elimination, I mean, that checkmate in one needs to be fought against. He's reaching for the pawn, he takes it with the bishop.
Ooh.
And look at that, did you see the reaction? Magnus, did he miss this move? Did he miss the king sliding up?
I think he's miscalculated something. Only one move for Magnus not to lose now. Magnus needs to run away with his king, admit that he's just blown his advantage. He needs to move his king.
Oh no.
It's checkmate.
Checkmate on the...
It's checkmate in a few moves. It's a queen check, it's another queen check.
Yeah, he defended the square for this move, but...
Oh my gosh.
But once the black queen gives a check, the white king will be forced to step across, and then you can use this square.
Exactly.
And Magnus had no time to think of anything else, and Wesley's got 50 seconds to figure this out.
It's mate in 4. Magnus has blown it.
That's step 1, 3 more moves to go, and Wesley will get the win. What a turnaround.
Let's see the realization on Magnus's face. He's laughing about it as he offers his hand in resignation. It would be checkmate in 2 from this point.
That's stunning. A couple gifts given away today by Magnus, and one of them goes to Wesley So in this round. From 1 point to 2, he goes here in Vegas. I said it at the top of the day, this city might have some magic in it for him, and I think that magic just paid off for Wesley So.
That laughter was not one of pleasure at all.
No.
That was pure pain, realizing what he had done from a winning position to lose it in just a few moves. And Wesley gets a win when it looked like all was lost for the American Grandmaster.
That is so important. Magnus now is on the brink. He's going to be fighting for his life in these last 2 rounds. He needs to up his game. Really uncharacteristic. In the meantime, some games going on.
Yeah, from here, I want to go to Nodirbeck. He's somewhat got Vincent Keimer on the ropes. Not necessarily by the board state. Well, he does have a pawn up, I can see, as we flip onto it. But more so just from the standings implications, right? I mean, Vincent Keimer knows that this is pretty much do or die time. And again, Abdus Satorov, he smells blood in the water.
Yep, it's as simple as being a pawn up here, and not just that, another pawn about to fall. It might be a 3 versus 0 pawn situation here on that left flank. If black gets one more move, only counterplay here for Vincent Keimer is his own pawn on the other side, but it's currently blocked by the white king. Tanya, this should be winning for black now.
This is huge for black because the white rook is so tied down to that c-pawn, which is far more dangerous. You know, the path is just clear. The knight's going to assist it on the next move if the rook tries to block it from in front. Otherwise, just 2 steps away. And Nodirbeck knows he has this in the bag. That pawn keeps moving forward. It's going to be defended by the black rook on the next move and the knight jumping in as well. This is Keimer's last few moves in this game and perhaps his last real game for a shot at the qualification for the top 4.
Yeah, even if he wins his last 2 games, Vincent Keimer, he'll end on 3 points, and that shouldn't be enough. Unless results all go in his favor, he will be right on the edge in this tournament. But Nodirbeck now, moving his pieces in.
I mean, Magnus Carlsen's on the edge as well after 2 back-to-back losses, you know, first against Prague, and that almost felt like a one-sided game by Prague, but losing to Wesley right now, he's in danger zone as well.
Yeah, I mean, things are heating up here down the stretch for all of our players. And I saw a result just fly in from the other boards. We'll check in with it maybe after the round has concluded. But it looks like Vidit ended up losing his game to Sam Sevian off of a late game time pressure blunder. Perhaps we'll replay that, but we want to watch the live games as they play out. I say that, I just saw another eval bar swing, so I'm going to throw a fastball at production here. Let's check in with Fabiano versus Arjun. A moment ago, that one looked dead even to me, and now all of a sudden, Fabiano, as I can see by the eval bar, is in a fully winning position. What just happened, David?
Essentially, in a race here, white has stolen a march on the enemy pieces. He's going to take a pawn now. Bishops are better than knights with pawns on both sides of the board as well. And some calculation is needed. Fabiano has only 1 move to win. His bishop is attacked. The black king is threatening to step forward as well to completely sideline the white king. He needs to solve both of those problems by using his king to defend the bishop, meaning that the black king cannot step across and guard everything. He moves his king to the wrong square, though, and now black has counterplay with the knight.
And the point was, in the other line, the white king is close enough to trade the bishop for that knight and run back into that defensive position, but not anymore. And will Arjun go for it? He's given a shot at counterplay. He will not say no. He will jump in with that knight. And Arjun, the worst is behind him.
Yeah, that was a strange oversight. He found the right idea, Fabiano, but to understand that the black knight jumping in is Black's key idea. I don't think that's so difficult. So Fabiano missing an opportunity, but Arjun needs to play that move.
He's checking in with his clock, reaches for the knight. He will make the move.
He does, and is Fabi relying on the G-pawn moving one step forward, trying to deflect the defender? He does. Arjun's calculated his way through. He goes to the pawns on the left side of the board, and we're going to see all the pawns being liquidated off.
Yeah, but White's run out of material here. The Black King is going to step across and win the White pawn. The Black Knight is going to give itself up for White's other pawn, and a bishop alone, not enough to give checkmate. This should be a draw now, barring something crazy happening. Fabi just can't put the ball in the back of the net.
It's crazy, right?
So many winning positions, and you just can't finish them. At some point, you've got to start wondering whether this is your day.
Yeah.
That would be his 5th draw in a row.
Exactly.
Unbelievable. And out of so many positions where he's pushing for that win, and he knows it now, the Black Knight comes back, attacks that pawn, just not giving Fabi the time to grab that last remaining pawn that Arjun has with his own king. Now Arjun's going to move. The knight capturing the pawn, the king steps back. This is going to be handshakes. Fabi's 5th draw in a row coming in. Wow.
Yeah, a couple more moves on the board just to play it out. And there we have all the pawns picked up. Now the minor pieces go. There, the handshake is extended. That's the conclusion of our 5th round here in day 1 of the Vegas event. It's going to be a draw, the 5th draw in a row there for Fabiano Caruana. For Arjun Erigaisi, with just that one breath of life, he steals a draw away from the jaws of defeat, and he moves to 2 points out of 5.
Wow, so much to unpack from that round. So many twists, turns, turnarounds. And ultimately, a lot of players left scratching their heads about what just happened. These are the money rounds now, upcoming.
You know what's interesting to me about this round is 2 draws, 6 decisive victories, but 5 black victories. And I'll remind everybody that we started this entire round out talking about how there were 5+ minute differentials in the time banks going through those mid games in which it looked rather dire for the black side of the board, and yet they all managed to pull it out.
Yeah, and we saw Anna Kramling start by choosing this position, this fateful position, and ultimately those time differentials, those favorable positions, they didn't all end in the way we expected. I'm still recovering from that Magnus Carlsen blunder. Maybe we can break down why that was checkmate at the end, show it in slow motion. But also, the turnaround for Vidit, heartbreak for him. He's probably out now, no chances for the top 4. And yeah, Wesley for Arjun, some real miracles.
And meanwhile, Hans Niemann, he continued to impress with his technique in the endgame against Dominguez, getting that win. And this was the roller coaster game, right? The realization that Magnus had when he walked into that checkmate, playing a flawless game with the white pieces, getting a position where it looked like he's about to make his comeback win after a loss against Pragnananda. And then just it all slips away in that final moment. And David, I think you're going to break this down for us, but oh my goodness, what a round this was.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings just so we can see where everybody falls. Then we'll go ahead and look through a couple of those decisive moments from this round that just concluded. Again, Group A, Pragnananda still up top the table. He hit that 4-point marker that we talked about, essentially guaranteeing himself through to the upper bracket quarterfinals. But he doesn't want to just rest on his laurels in these last couple rounds. He wants to keep the pace ahead of everybody else, giving himself the opportunity to pick his opponent from the opposite bracket 3-4 positions. Just around this one out, you got 3.5 points apiece there for Nodirbeck, Abdusatorov, and Javokir Sindarov. And then, of course, Levon Aronian continuing that very up and down journey through the group stage. He does have 3 points to his name and currently sits in 4th. If we take a look at Group B, though, you're going to see a very familiar name up at the top of the standings. That's none other than Hans Niemann. He's at 4.5 to his name, continues his blistering pace. 4 points for Hikaru to hit that 4-point marker, and then a tie between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana at 2.5 apiece, with Lanier and Arjun and Ray all just barely outside of that playoff picture.
This is absolutely insane. I mean, with 2 rounds to go, I don't know who would have predicted that Hans Niemann would be leading Group B with 4.5 points, and Magnus Carlsen will be out of the qualification mark at 5th place with just 2 rounds remaining.
Don't want to count anyone out just yet, especially not a man like Magnus Carlsen. But if he's going to make blunders like he did in this most recent round, this would be the kind of form where he is the most vulnerable. So let's pull that up. Let's start there with the blunder that spelled disaster here for Magnus against Wesley So in round number 5.
Yeah, and I'll just break it down from the moment that Wesley took a big risk. He'd already fought back here, Wesley, so with the black pieces. He was doomed earlier. He was down a rook for knight, and it looked like this knight was going to fall anyway. But here, if he was playing a normal game, he might have forced a draw by giving a check with the black queen, and essentially there's no way for the white king to run away. If you try to move towards the queen, your bishop falls. This would spell disaster. So the white king would be forced to retreat, and the black queen would continue checking forever in these types of scenarios. But Wesley here, fair play to him. He took a big risk. He actually took this pawn with a check, allowing the white king to start running away. And it was in this position that he set a trap for Magnus that Magnus fell into. Bishop takes pawn. The most natural move was actually the winning move for Magnus Carlsen. This was the tricky part, giving a check. And when the black king moves, the one he struggled to find was retreating his queen, the only winning idea to pin the black bishop, and not just pin, but also prevent the black queen from giving this key check on f2, checkmate in this case. This would have been winning for white, but in the end, bishop takes pawn, and disaster struck for the world number one.
And
blunder.
this was just one of a few moments of craziness that this round offered up to us. It was in that other group, Vidit Gujarati up against Sam Sevi, and again, just the story of his freestyle career so far, finding himself in good position through the middle game, and even with the white pieces this time around, he at one point had that time advantage that every other player with the white pieces had, but it slipped away in the end, and a dreaded blunder in the final couple moves just hands it right back to Sam Sevi.
You know how that game ended? It ended with Vidit losing on time. He was still doing well in the final position. That is the problem. He blundered away a win. I'll just show the final few moves here. If we could see the eval bar, we would even see that it's completely on white's side. White is a whole piece up Vidit. He has 3 pieces, 3 minor pieces, knight, knight, bishop. Black only has 2 knights. If he'd moved his knight forward, which he tried to do in a moment, he would have just won this game. Trade the knights, push the pawn, game over. Instead, he moved his king back, and when the black knight moved, he tried to make this move. Still a good move, still a better position for white, but in making this knight move, his clock fell. He lost on time.
Oh my.
Absolute that's heartbreak. That's heartbreak.
That
That's insult to injury to your journey through the entire circuit so far. And unfortunately for him, it means that mathematically he is out of range of that top 4. Can still jockey for position within the lower bracket. And for those of you who might not have been around at the top of the day when we discussed some of the format, the important thing to know is once we go to the playoffs, top 4 from each group go into the upper bracket. You have to make it into the upper bracket if you want any shot for first or second place in the overall standings from this event. That said, lower bracket you can achieve as high as 3rd. So it's not entirely over yet, but it's still not looking great.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking though, like you said, the manner of how things are going. Just even when you play a perfect game, to let it slip like that, to kind of forget about the clock. And yeah, for Vidit, it's just been a day to forget. Hopefully he can recover and make a surge in the knockout stages.
But we've seen this story play out before, right? Which is what makes it so much more surprising. Vidit is a player who I know takes his learning, takes his lessons, and is able to sort of bridge those holes before he comes on to the next one. This is exactly what happened to him in Paris in the round robin, you know, getting into those time pressure positions, just bungling up every single good position that he had. And then the same storyline continues here, and the dream run, well, there is no dream run for the Indian Grandmaster in this one. It's been a disaster from the start, and it's goodbye to any hopes of getting the championship here in Vegas.
Now that said, if we kind of turn our attention towards round 6, we have some very fiery matchups in store for us. I'm just going to list out a few. I'm taking a look first, of course, at Praggnanandhaa, who has impressed us over there in the white group. He's up against Levon Aronian. We'll see if that trend continues as Levon flips to the white pieces, where he's yet to even score half a point. You've got Magnus up against Nodirbeck. That one, of course, has a lot of history in freestyle chess, but Hikaru Nakamura and Hans Neman are about to step in the arena together. We'll see if Hans Neman can keep pressing in his group. We're heading back into the arena for the position lottery. Fiona, take it away.
Welcome back. 2 games to go, so things are really heating up now. Only one player is sure to make it to the top 4, that is Hans Neman. He has a big matchup coming up in this following round. You can see the players just arriving behind me. And I'm also going to welcome to the stage from the US, the local content creator. Please give it up for Jules Gambit. Jules, ready? 524. Position 524. Thank you so much, Jules. Quick question to you. You were in Weissenhaus, you were in Paris. Now it's on your home turf in the US, in Vegas. We have an audience for the first time. What are you making of the first day of the event?
It's very cool, very nice having like a huge audience, a lot of energy, and I love having it in my home country.
Well, we are delighted to have you here, Jules. Thank you so much. I'll leave you, put the number over there. Right here. She's off, it's okay. Just right here. And the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. As I said, only 2 rounds to go. So we're into the money time. Have fun.
What?
D4, D5.
Yeah, D4, D5. Yeah. No, D4, yeah.
At least it's the best game maybe. D4 or C4. C4, F6.
Yeah, C4, F6 doesn't look good.
C6, E4.
So if you don't go C4, then you have to play D4, E4 basically, right?
No, but E4, D5.
No, I know, but E takes, Queen D5, Knight E3 maybe?
Queen D7.
Knight D3 and D4.
H1, G1.
Because I'm going to go F3 then. I don't know. F3, C3? So sure.
I don't know if I think Queen on D7.
Okay.
We're going D8.
No, but after E4, I mean, is D5 the only option, or do we have other options?
And use C5. But I don't know if it's good. Probably not very
So
good.
it feels weird, like Knight E3, Knight D3, D4. Maybe it's okay.
E5 can't be terrible, but maybe it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, probably E5 is hard to do.
What about this?
Yeah, D4 is the most important.
Yeah, D4.
But it's like you can't play C4, so it's...
B5, you cannot play C4. B5? B5, E4.
No, I mean D5.
I see D5. Sorry. C4.
D2.
4.
C3, E4, no maybe.
Yeah, C3, E4.
Yeah, C3 makes sense. C3, C6.
Knight G3
Or like, what's wrong with Knight D6 also?
Nothing.
Just stop.
Knight D6, Knight G3, right?
Yeah, Knight G3.
No, why not C6, yeah?
C6 also.
Hmm?
Knight G3 again.
C6 also Knight C2? And Knight G2? Okay, what's your idea?
Because now you're weak.
What's wrong with E5?
E5.
Yeah.
It's very natural, which is even first move.
Knight G3, C6. No, that's... Okay, what about Knight G3 first move?
Yeah, no, I think Knight G3.
D5, D4. And you're going to do both.
Yes, from Scandinavia. No, Knight G3 makes sense, actually.
D5, you want to go Knight.
Knight F5, yeah. G6 you want to
Knight
play?
F6.
Yeah.
Sure. Knight F5.
D5, Knight F5, Knight D6, followed by Knight D6. I don't understand what's the problem here. I just play Knight D6 next move.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is
Strange to play Knight F5.
No, okay, Knight G3, D5, yeah. I think you shouldn't put D5 for any move, actually.
Free move.
Wait, so D4, D5? D3, D6 is just Knight G3 and then what?
E4.
Just E5. No, but E5 I take and go Knight D3 maybe.
Bishop C3.
Bishop C7.
Also, Knight G3 I can play H5. It's possible.
Yeah, this is
Or, I don't know, E4.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
So let's say E4 instead of Knight G3.
Yes, sir. E4.
If I take E5, you want to go D5 or what? Yeah, D5 was like, no, black's completely okay. Like,
How do you play after D4?
no, I think you should have like 97 maybe.
Decent, take Knight C6.
I was not so sure. You're about to say after Knight G3, take C4.
Knight G3, D5, C4.
DC.
You want to take everything before you move? You pass it.
No, better. Better. F4. No, but not H5.
Also we can take
The bishop on g1 is the only
Both the same problem.
But we listed
both exchange. Yeah, with the calls back.
No, but then you can h your bishop h. And then knight h.
No, but this pawn is.
And this?
Weakness, right?
This?
Where first no knight g3 was?
e5.
E5?
You want to play f3, yeah? You want to say that the bishop is better placed, yeah? b6 we don't want to play. 92, 96, not b6. 93, c3, yeah?
Yeah,
Slightly
it's
better.
free tempo, no?
Preparation finish. Preparation finish, yeah?
E5?
Yeah, okay, e5 and b4. Huh?
B4?
93, 93,
Should have
93.
spoken up.
Okay, so 6, 3. Now black has something like queen g5, yeah? Before 93.
3?
What's wrong with me? But we were gonna play. But we were gonna play 93 anyway, yeah? So it's a better. Maybe. So here.
And d2 probably.
Now probably c6, bishop before 97. This type. We should take this one seriously. But you could. 97.
Seems easier. C4?
I don't know, bishop f4, g3 you want to play. But I don't know, this bishop is...
I think I play.
Well, you don't like c4? This bishop is a bit idiotic in Germany. It's too slow, I think.
Well, but you can just go here.
Just like this.
But what's the... Okay, so
F6.
F6.
Like, I was also thinking h5.
English page 7, castle F5.
Ah, yeah. What is doing?
No,
You want that? Even d5.
yeah, yeah. Unless it's both fine.
He's not gonna find it. Nah, he's not gonna find it. Okay, it's not. Then okay. What about Scotch?
F3 or C3, I don't know.
Yes, C3. Ponziani, yeah? Good old Ponziani. I'm thinking like 93, then try to play with 92. Huh?
96. Yeah, makes sense.
What happened?
D5.
Aha.
F6.
What about this?
Fine, yeah. E4.
Okay, first not really.
No, but why H5? Yeah. Knight F5? G6, Knight H6.
No, knight 96. Then knight d6. Just the
Ah, yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, yeah.
This knight is not doing anything. No, I think d4 is the best. Just after e4, to play slowly.
And c5, f3, 96, what do you do?
Mere minutes away from our penultimate round here on day one of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour live in Vegas. And as you can see here, it's position 524 for each of our players. And it's going to look mighty familiar to our normal starting position. The one major difference here being, David, the bishops and the knights are flipped in both positions. But that's it.
It's bizarre. I've seen this position countless times before, but that's normally with newcomers to chess, setting up the start position wrong. And this time, nope, it's no mistake. It is simply the position we're forcing our grandmasters to play. And Tanya, that means 2 undefended pawns each, and maybe a bit of a optical illusion for the players.
And those are on the G file and the B file, and completely agree. I think my mom and dad still set up 518 exactly like this. You know, this is 524, just 6 positions away, and that's why we see so many similarities. David, it looks like to me that we're going to have a very, very standard chess position out of the middle, out of the opening in most of these fights right now. For some players, these 2 rounds are so incredibly make or break, right? Especially those who are sort of within striking distance, but need that win. And one of them is Magnus Carlsen. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, looking extremely chill with his hot pink jacket behind him, looking away. You know, he's at the top of the leaderboard right now. He's got a big one ahead of him. He's playing his bestie, Hikaru.
Yep. frenemies. Hans Neman, Hikaru Nakamura, the two HNs of the chess world. And yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed by Hans Neman. I can't reiterate enough just the practical skills. He's been playing a lot of matches lately, and I wouldn't be surprised if he holds his own in this next one too.
No, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, wasn't it during our interview when we asked him, David, that Hans, which player would he like to analyze with before the start of the game? And he said the one and only Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, there you have it. Didn't take the time, obviously, as they're on opposite sides of the board here to analyze this one together. But we'll see if the path he has been blazing for himself through these early rounds continues to look as easy as it has been for Hans Neman over there in our Group B. Of course, still plenty to be decided in Group A as well, as Praggnanandhaa is stepping up against Levon Aroni, and we'll check in with that match in a bit as well. Magnus Carlsen, he's locked in battle with Nodirbeck Abdusattorov. That one has a lot of history here in freestyle chess, where it hasn't gone well for Nodirbeck in the past, but Magnus does need to start getting some things done to get back into that playoff picture. Of course, we start here. Hans Neman, Hikaru Nakamura. Who will come out on top in this one? Both players hopping out of their seats.
Right after move one, Hans starts with the king pawn opening, in this case moving it 2 steps forward. Gets up, leaves, jackets are off, gloves are off from the very start. Hikaru just adjusting, jadoobing his pieces right now. I think we can expect perhaps a copycat move there, taking control of the center. I'm thinking the knight comes out next. White finds a way to get the dark squared bishop into the game with the f-pawn moving forward. Get that castle in, and once again we will be back into 5-1-8 territory.
Yeah, it's all about the knights. The bishops are pretty easy to sort out. The knights will fight for squares in the center. And most likely at some point we will see a central break. Hans Neman, meanwhile, plays a very logical move, unleashing the bishop, as you mentioned there, Tanya. And yeah, unless this one explodes in the center with either Hans or here, maybe first Hikaru playing these pawn breaks, then it's going to become very slow, very much about maneuvering. But we'll see what mood Hikaru's in.
Do you think this is the kind of position that Hans, being the current group leader, was happy to see? That, you know, it might be played out a lot more like a normal game, and he can kind of just keep up the consistency, maybe even force a draw pretty easily and just continue to cruise through the final rounds?
Yeah, I think especially with white, it's unlikely that the opponent will break symmetry. You should be pretty safe. So I don't think any complaints for either of them. That being said, Hikaru with black, a draw is a decent result for him too. So ultimately, I think we might see scenarios where neither side wants to take too much risk.
I think to that point, the main differentiator here is given that tournament situation. Hans is at the top of the leaderboard, Hikaru just behind him, right? So a draw kind of suits both of them. But let's turn that around. If any of them was playing for a win and needed that result with just one game remaining after this, I don't think they would have been as happy to see this on the board. Because this format is designed to level the playing field. You know, there are no comfort zones, there are no opening preparation, so you can expect a fight from the start. But a 5-4 is what we have right now, so close to a 5-1-8, and again, standard chess ideas brewing. Those safe for the top 4, I think they're relatively happier than the ones who are struggling right now.
Fair enough. And such is the luck of the draw sometimes here in freestyle chess. You got to get it done when the position allows you to do so, and not every position is made equal.
Exactly, and talking of a position that isn't equal, I wonder whether it's time to move to Nodirbeck Abdusattorov against Magnus Carlsen. This position relatively symmetrical, just the knights, because Magnus, I'm not sure whether he's on tilt or whether he's just desperate to break the symmetry. He's doing some strange stuff in the opening.
Well, it's a good question, and I'll almost turn the question back on you, as you're, of the three of us, perhaps the man most familiar with Magnus Carlsen. Do you get any sense from his play? Is it desperate play that Magnus is putting out there? Is he reaching a bit?
Well, he very rarely loses 2 games in a row. Like, everyone loses 1, even Magnus. He normally bounces back great. He played 90% of a great game against Wesley, let it slip. But this opening, it does reek to me of Magnus trying to do a lot and trying to desperately create winning chances. The reason here is because simply White has a pawn center. White has a beautiful center. I don't really know what Magnus has been doing with his pawn moves as he brings his knight across. Yes, he's now trying to prepare a break in the center, but it does feel like he's being provocative. And Magnus, true to his heart, I don't think he's a provocative player. I think he wants to be a very correct classical chess player.
Yeah, this move most recently given a question mark, kind of offering a trade of the bishops here on the dark squares. Could capture back with either the pawn or the knight, develop the knight or unlock the rook that's in the corner of the board. but Magnus is now going to finally strike back in the center, right? So recognizing at some point he needs to fight for control, and this will be that moment.
But there's a big question now, and that's going to tell us about Nodirbeck's mindset as well right now. You know, he does have the option, whenever your opponent's knight is on the square where Magnus is, you have to start thinking the Alpha Zero-esque way. You've got to start thinking of those flank pawns moving up the board. But it's also sort of playing with fire. It's such a committal move, getting that H-pawn to steamroll up the board. Nodirbeck instead decides to play it slightly more safe. He does develop his piece and kind of sets up a, well, I'm not going to call it a devastating check, but an uncomfortable check on A4, because there is no happy piece that can block it. It might make Magnus take certain decisions with the king that you're not happy with, lose the right to castle as well. We might see that being played out. A bishop check landing, forcing Magnus to slide up with the king to that F8 square.
Yeah, and at least we don't have to worry about long castling later in the game. Magnus's king is committed to this square. Yes, it costs the white bishop a bit of time. The white bishop is probably going to retreat. It's not doing much on this diagonal anymore. But small victory for Nodirbeck. Magnus, I think he's just trying to play quicker. The clock situation maybe cost him a minute. When it ticked down against Wesley, he got nervous. He's still over 10 minutes, Magnus, despite having made some big decisions already.
We've seen the clock come into play in a number of our games. Use every advantage available to you.
Yeah. Hans Niemann's recipe for success so far.
But the thing is, right, you can either play fast or good usually for most chess players. And Hans looks like he's up for both these tasks. He's managed to keep the accuracy as well as the speed on the clock. And right now, Nodirbeck, he slides the queen up, so perhaps eyeing the king to safety onto that left side of the board, at least keeps it flexible with his options. He might move the knight up, or the h4 idea that we were earlier highlighting. I'm not liking Magnus's position in this one. And David, if he goes down 3 in a row, I mean, how do you even bounce back from that with just 1 game remaining?
Disaster for Magnus. If he loses this, he'll be on the brink. It's that simple.
Absolutely. And also, I would contest that us mere mortals, we can't play fast or smart. So, you know, I'd take either of those, to be honest. I did hear, or have been checking in with chat a little bit, and I see some people asking and wondering about these headphones that we see a number of the pros wearing, as perhaps David's jumping into a puzzle about. No, I kid. A small technical malfunction, my friends. We'll get that sorted as quickly as possible so that you have a pristine image of the games. But while we fix that, I'll just remind you at home, the reason why a number of them are wearing headphones, this is our first event here in Freestyle Chess where we have a live audience in venue with all 16 of our players. So they were each offered the opportunity to have noise-canceling headphones if they so desire. It is not a requirement. It is entirely their choice. Magnus, one of the players who has elected for that headset.
And I think it's not just headphones. I think some of them have also got the earpieces, the earphones on as well. So you can choose one or the other. I have to say the AirPod Max looks extremely cool, and most of the players are loving that look. And of course, we've got chess being played in front of a live audience, and that is the future of the game. You know, that's what we want to see more of, and this is a start towards that. Meanwhile, Abdul Sattarov with a start towards a lot of pressure in the position. He's making his intentions clear as he gets his king to the other side of the board that he's going to be hunting down Magnus Carlsen's king.
Yeah, just thinking about the tournament situation, I don't think a draw is the worst thing for Magnus Carlsen. I know it's hard after 2 losses, you want to bounce back with a win, but in the final round, he will be playing an opponent that's probably on paper he should be pretty confident of playing against. That is Bibisara. So a draw here, a win in the last round, that brings him up to 4 points. Maybe that would be enough. But yeah, it feels like Magnus taking big risks already.
But that goes back to our earlier discussion, right? For each of our players is understanding the course of your own round robin. Which are your favorite matchups? You know, both from a player perspective, stylistic perspective, then of course, what are the demands of results given the number of rounds remaining and where you currently sit in the standings. So yeah, for Magnus Carlsen, we're still kind of looking at that magic number of 4 points. And it is well within reach. As you mentioned, perhaps a draw here, win in the last round, is the recipe for success for him.
Magnus definitely did not factor in a loss against Prague and Wesley, and that too back-to-back, you know, thinking that he's right now in 5th place, in a position where he's under pressure with the black pieces. A loss in this one, he's not even within reach of that 4-point situation that's much needed to make it through that top 4. Magnus Carlsen, this is such a big game for him. He tries to create counterplay on that left side. He's advancing those pawns. But white extremely safe in this setup, you know. Healthy pawn formation, pieces at the center of the board. Magnus, he's trying to push though. He wants to get that B pawn rolling up further. Has he made progress, or do you think this is nothing to worry about for Nodirbeck?
The trend of the game, Magnus is improving the position. Nodirbeck's just been making like non-committal moves. It feels like Nodirbeck would be very happy with the draw in this game. He's like, okay, I'll just put my pieces in the center. You do your worst, you do you. But that isn't a good strategy against the best players.
Well, yes and no. Again, I'll call out the fact that if Carlsen's going to make it into the top 4, he's kicking somebody out. That means he's chasing Levon Aronian, Javakir Sindarov, Nodirbeck Abdusatorov. I don't think he's catching Prague, who kind of just is a step up in front of the rest. But therefore, you got to imagine which one of those guys is ultimately going to let enough points slip to give that opening to Magnus Carlsen. And if I'm Nodirbeck, each of us gaining half a point and me keeping a full point advantage on you isn't the worst result.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So maybe Magnus has done calculations. He's that kind of player. He always knows what needs to be done. There have been World Championship matches where he'll take a quick draw because he knows that's kind of increasing his odds. He always plays the odds there. But yeah, interesting dynamics here psychologically.
Yeah, in fact, I think the player that Magnus Carlsen is sort of hoping has a poor result in this round is Levon Aronian up against Prague, because Levon sits at 3 points, just a half a point ahead of Carlsen. So if he manages to take that loss, as he has with his patterns all day long on the white side of the board, that would put him well within striking distance of Magnus Carlsen. We have a real interesting race in the final round of the day for that final spot here out of Group A. We're taking a look at this board between Aronian and Pragnananda here for the first time in round number 6. I see a small time advantage here for Levon, and nothing too crazy happening on the board just yet.
Yeah, this is a Levon who wants to play a bit more solid with white. I think for Levon, just judging by how things have gone, a draw with white would just feel like a relief at this point. He knows that that would also probably be decent in his attempts to stay ahead of Magnus Carlsen. He's also playing the informed Prague. Tanya, there's only one real tension in the position. Yes, the knights might get traded, but the pawn center about to explode, then symmetry.
And I think both players want that trade on their terms. You know, if white was to capture the pawn on d5, then one of the pieces that Prague has sort of plants itself to the center of the board. If Prague was to do that and capture an e4, that would allow Levon's bishop to land on a nice open diagonal. So perhaps keeping the tension will be the name of this game. The situation, the tournament situation that Lev is in currently, I think the approach is sort of more cautious, where if the opportunity presents itself, he'll take it. But will he take the fight to Prague? I don't think so. I don't think that would be very pragmatic against Pragnananda currently, given the fact that perhaps a draw in this one and then a draw in the next one should keep Lev safe.
So it's pragmatic play, it's level play right now.
Oh, well
it's looking very, very balanced.
As is the case across the majority of our boards. Nothing, and this is what we expected, right? It's the reality of the position. It's going to feel very familiar to a number of players. It's the kind of position that they can ultimately warp it or transpose it into something that feels safe and familiar. So I'm waiting for the first player to really take a risk here and try and blow a position open as they start to get more desperate coming down the stretch.
But let's point out that Pragnananda has been really impressive in
impressive.
In this round robin stage so far. Already at 4 points, 2 games remaining, including this one, and you just feel completely safe about making it to the top 4. And along the way, you've taken down the almighty, the big one, Magnus Carlsen as well. So you have to be feeling confident about your, well, not just your chances, but your overall form in the tournament. We see the trades happen. This one has become sort of the standard 5-1-8 middle game that we so often see. So let's back down from here. Let's check in with some of the other fights. James, do you want to take us somewhere? Because chat, once again, you know where they want to take us.
Well, I know where they want to go. It's none other than Hikaru Nakamura versus Hans Neman. It makes sense because this is the top ticket bout over in Group B. Again, half a point separates each of these players, with Hans Neman being the one in sole possession of first place. Last time we left off here, it did look like a pretty standard middle game. And as we check back in, we'll notice that eval bar is dead even between the two. So we're still waiting for something to break.
Yeah, and it's one of those standoff positions where it's very hard to come up with a coherent plan for either side. It looks like white's got a very nice, beautiful pawn center here, but you can't really step either of them up. Just to mention one thing you don't want to do for Hans Neman, for example, if Hikaru just waits, you never want to take a pawn in the center because you get left with an isolated pawn, a very ugly pawn in the middle. And likewise, Hikaru doesn't want to break the center. If he takes on Hans's terms, then white gets a uncontested pawn duo, and that's beautiful for white. So Hikaru, true to form, doesn't commit. And yeah, this standoff, it's just neither side wanting to pull the trigger.
This is always, this is always one of the toughest moments in a game, particularly for us lower or middle elo players, right? Where it just feels like, okay, I've done all the basics. I've done what everyone always tells me to do. You know, centralize my pieces, control the center, develop, get my king to safety. Now what? Now what? And then the impatience starts to creep in, and eventually you make a move that's too committal. Obviously, these players don't necessarily suffer from the same woes that us mere mortals do.
But they are human. Eventually, the pressure, the tension might build and become too much. Hans also 2 minutes up on the clock in this game. Not easy against Hikaru.
I was going to say, and against Hikaru of all people.
That's just been the most impressive part about his play, you know, maybe amongst other things like playing just absolutely gorgeous chess over the board, just his time management, even against someone like Hikaru. Hikaru now shuffling his rook, perhaps eyeing a break on the left side of the board, wanting to push that a-pawn 2 steps forward to open up some lines. Meanwhile, Hans, he just keeps the speed going. You know, he's got his plans, he's got his strategy, get the pieces to better square, activates his knight. But again, what's next right now? Who will strike first? Will it be Hans who moves the b-pawn 1 step forward, or will it be Hikaru who gets that a5 break in first?
Hikaru's literally done nothing in the last 5 moves. His position, all of his pieces and pawns are exactly where they were 5 moves ago. He moved his rook across 1 square, moved it back, and then moved it back where it came from. He moved his bishop forward, then back where it came from. He's just waiting and saying to Hans, you cannot improve anything. But Hans Neman there, despite the question mark attached to that queen move, it does feel like he's going forward. The white knight's better placed than it was. The white pawn on this side gaining some space. Just interesting strategy. I think Hikaru is feeling the heat a bit, at least on the clock.
All right, I'm going to ask sort of a meta question. What are you looking for here in either position as a player that will finally give you that permission to look for the break? Like, what is that linchpin that you need to see on the board that goes, okay, now is the moment?
Yeah, normally it's when you feel your pieces are all perfectly placed and maybe the enemy pieces aren't quite ready, and then you'll go for a pawn break. It's going to be something to do with the pawns, whether it's Hans Neman stepping forward on this side of the board, whether it is stepping forward in the center or trading or jumping forward with a knight. You just wait, you have a plan, and you just wait till it's perfect, or you try and force your opponent to kind of trade on your terms. But yeah, it's very difficult. It's always so concrete. It often relies on a 3-4 move variation that someone has missed further down the line.
I've got a fun variation for you guys. What if white was to slide the rook over? Now, one of the most natural moves in this position is to line up the rook against the black queen, also targeting the c6 weakness. And then Hikaru moves with his own bishop forward, hitting that white rook that has just moved ahead. And maybe we can show that line. Then we see a little back and forth between these two players, and a little repetition happen on the board, and it ends in a draw. What are the chances of that happening?
I'm not going to say nil, but I would be surprised. I think Hans Neman just wants this.
I think he just wants to fight.
Wants more?
Yeah.
Wow,
if it were any other player sitting in 4.5 to 4, we're in 1-2 positions, I think, yeah, then you're more likely to see that draw and say, let's just continue to extend our leads in the top 2 spots and move right along to the playoff picture. But there you have it. We kind of have our answer. Neman sees his opportunity to strike. He's run through the calculations. He feels like at the end of whatever variation he just calculated, he does come out on top.
And I think that was the linchpin, the black queen stepping across 1 square. Now, Hikaru's about to make a move. He looks very interested here, but taking this pawn might be something he wants to do, but the white knight would have stepped forward and hit the black queen, hit the black bishop simultaneously. So I think that was the trigger for him, the signal that he should be going forward, and Hikaru tries to bypass that pawn. But now this is where the tactics, this is where it begins.
This is starting to get very, very fun in the center, right? Because white can take 1 pawn, black will take the other corresponding pawn on the D line, and things are about to blow up suddenly in a position that just looked like a waiting game right now. And I wonder how much of an advantage that 1.5 minute that Hans Neman has. I think that's going to play out to quite a bit right now. He does slow down to calculate all the possible trades. The first one I'll be looking at will be taking that d5 pawn.
You go up a pawn, and if the opponent takes, the white rooks look perfectly poised. This one is not easy, but very professional from Hans. He's been racing through the last few moves, but as soon as there's something to calculate, that's when he pauses. And he doesn't play your move from now, Tanya, taking the pawn. He plays your move from earlier, lining up against the black queen. He loves tension, Hans Neman.
It's a very tense position, and I wonder if Hikaru will continue with the plan of putting pressure on that rook that's just moved there, sliding up with his own bishop, asking some questions. Or is he going to try to block matters? Now, the thing is, if you push that pawn one step forward on the C line, you've sort of eased off the pressure, right? Which gives white a free hand on the right side of the board. So that's not something, that's not Hikaru's style of play. It's not what he wants. Hikaru says, I'm game on. Let's keep the tension on the board.
Nobody wants to blink first here.
Party on the C file.
Yeah, traffic jams. The black queen just wants to.
Do you think we'll ever get because we got the full file in Paris. We had 8 pieces on one file. I don't know if we're ever going to get that again.
Block the whole C file.
Yeah.
You need a bit of help.
It would take some time.
All right, should we move out of this one and check in with Magnus, whose position in the top 4 is far from secure right now. He's got a big game ahead of him. Yes, he plays an underdog in the last round. He'll be up against Bibisara. But before that, he's up against Nodirbeck, Abdulsatrov, and we left this when we felt that it was Nodirbeck who was playing for the advantage. A lot has happened. David, I think we just back up and do an action replay before we break this down.
Yeah, let's go back a few moves. I'll bring it. Actually, we weren't here so long ago. We talked about how the black pawn had started advancing. Now the white pawn starts advancing. Notice how king's on opposite flanks. That's the side you tend to play on. This allowed en passant, which did indeed happen. You take a pawn as if it just moved 1 square. There was a trade. Rook's coming off 2. I'm very surprised Magnus allowed this because it looks scary, but the corner square is covered by the black knight right now, so the black king's safe. And the white pawn finally insisting on going forward. This is a sacrifice. Magnus didn't take it because this structure really favorable for white. And this is how we got here. A knight stepping forward, trying to trade. Black says no. And yeah, this is the live position. What do we make of this? Pawn takes, knight takes.
Absolute chaos is what I make of this. I mean, it's so difficult to understand, James, what you want to recapture with. I would be so tempted because I plant the knight there, but also taking with the pawn comes in with a tempo.
Yeah, I would. Oh, that's a good point. See, I'm tempted to keep my pawns connected, even though there can be that recapture, diagonally the other direction. I would want to keep those 2 pawns somewhat central, take with the knight. But to your point, maybe gaining that tempo is more valuable.
But the other thing about capturing with a knight is that you also leave the F line open, right, where you can actually target the queen and the king long term. Let's also point out there is a tender D4 pawn. So the knight jumping onto that square will, in fact, defend that D4 pawn, which otherwise would be lost to a rook capture hitting the white queen.
And that's kind of the scary thing for me in Magnus's position, right? The disconnected pawn. So he's using his minor pieces there to kind of shore up the weaknesses in defense of his king and play that front line, or that defensive line, I should say. I still am looking, though, for how we get, let's say, that light squared bishop involved here for Nodirbeck, because we, with the opposite castled kings, typically you need to overload and attack, and be the one who has the initiative in these situations.
I think Tanya has an idea here about how to get that bishop in.
Oh, no, I'm going to pass that one to you, but I'm just thinking Nodirbeck hasn't taken his decision what he wants to capture with, and that's going to determine so much. He eventually goes with the knight and answers James' question as well, improves the position of the bishop, blocks that pawn on d4, also eventually eyeing the C line opening up right now. Magnus has got a beautiful post for his own knight at the center of the board, but watch out, there are checks on the last rank.
Yeah, that's the move you want to play as black. You want to put a knight in the court, in the center, but the white rook will infiltrate with a check. Maybe still possible. Magnus is looked like he was about to reach for that piece. There we go. He does allow a check, not fearing any ghosts, because the black bishop will drop back, self-pin and block. And it's all holding together by a thread. But Magnus, at least he's suffering for something. He is a pawn to the good. He has this very powerful, strong pawn in the middle now.
This is a game for all 3 results. Anything can absolutely happen in this one. I mean, that check looks incredibly scary. Yes, black has got the bishop to block it, but you land up in so many pins. And imagine if there's a way to get the queen into the attack. I'm looking at the open C line as well. And perhaps Nodirbeck can slide over his queen to try to give that check that David is highlighting right now. What do you think? What do you think the players, how are the players evaluating this right now, David?
I think Nodirbeck feels he has very good compensation. He's like kind of, anytime someone starts playing with their sleeves like that, you get a bit excited. It's his type of position. He's on the attack, Nodirbeck. White's king super safe. Pawn down, I don't think he cares so much. Magnus, positionally doing very, very well. That's what he loves, but he has blundered a few times in the last 3 rounds. This is blunder. I mean, this is just a blunderful position.
It's a blunderful word.
It's so rich in blunder potential.
That's a beautiful term. That is a beautiful term. Well, we'll come back to this one in just a bit, but I do want to check in with the player that Magnus Carlsen is trying to chase down. It's Levon Aronian, again, who is the most reachable player in the top 4. But if we flip over to that board here, up against the #1 in the group in Pragnananda, you can see a small advantage here starting to develop for Levon. Perhaps we can walk it back, see how he found his way here before getting back to Magnus Carlsen. And Hans Neman as well.
Yeah, he didn't even want to grab a pawn there, Levon Aronian. That is beautiful. The white king prevents the black queen from coming in, and look at how white's pieces are coming. But let's quickly walk it back. As you mentioned, I'll just show the last few moves, because here it looks quite level. Just the fact that the white rook is posted up, that's the big difference here. And after the black king slid across, this was maybe the move Prag had missed. Rather than trading everything and going for a drawn endgame, he brings his rook up to the 7th rank, 7th heaven. We see some exchanges. And look, another beautiful exclamation mark move. And another one. And Prag is definitely suffering here. This is the worst position he's had all day. And rook takes pawn looks like free snack here.
And one of the best looking positions for Levon when it comes to piloting the white pieces. So we're expecting him to cruise to victory here. We can return to that Magnus Carlsen game just to see how it continues to develop. Very tricky situation. We did see that rook infiltrate there on the 8th rank. Of course, the bishop dropped back in response, and now of course we have symmetry between the pawns on the left-hand side locking each other up.
And the thing is, the bar says this position's balanced, but look at the dynamics on the board, right? You've got this imbalance of knight versus bishop. Magnus is king in the open, and just the gravity of this match. What's at stake here? Magnus Carlsen loses, he's kind of out of the championship race. I mean, he doesn't reach the 4-point. He'll need a miracle to make it to top 4. I don't even know if mathematically that would be possible for him, especially with Lev looking like he's about to get the win in against Pragnananda. So for Magnus, surviving this one, absolutely critical. But David, are there chances of turnaround as well? Magnus, can you see a universe? Can you be Doctor Strange for us and see a universe where it's Magnus who starts to push here?
He needs the queens off Magnus Carlsen as soon as possible. The black king is so open, so weak potentially. Queen and knight are known as a devastating combo. So if he can trade queens, I think he's got great chances, Magnus. He's a pawn up still as well. But I would, for once, pick white. Normally I'm quite materialistic. It's just the feeling that the black king is caught in the crossfire from so many different angles, so many checks lined up. It just looks so dangerous. And look at the clock as well. Magnus, too slow. He's not at his best today.
This is getting very scary. He's under the 1-minute mark, and Nodirbeck with more than 3 minutes on the clock. Also, that central extra pawn that you're talking about, David, is about to fall, right? Knight takes pawn is a big threat on the board. The queen can't leave this diagonal. If you step that queen, taking that e5 spot, there are all these ideas of queen landing on c4, sliding up the board, and then really doubling down on that bishop.
Yeah, Magnus, he's got to be so careful here. And he pushes a pawn, kicks away the white knight, which will happily retreat and take this pawn, as you mentioned there, Tanya. But this is, wow, this is very dangerous. There are some knight checks in the air once the black queen moves, some discovered attacks against the black rook. Magnus, he better have calculated well, otherwise he's just losing here.
I mean, I'm also thinking about the knight jumping on him. Isn't that a move that you have to calculate right now? Doubling down on that bishop on g8? Or will Magnus just slide up with his king? But instead, Nodirbeck does pick up that pawn, material balance restored, and we've got Nodirbeck who's on the push here. It's Magnus's king that's feeling the heat right now. A threat on the white knight?
This is genius from Magnus. White only has 2 moves not to lose now, due to this pin in the center. One of the moves is so devilish, so difficult, I'm going to say it's not going to happen. Pawn pushing forward in the center to e5, allowing the knight to drop, but then going for an attack against the black king. That's so unlikely to happen. Knight check is actually, it looks odd. It looks like an invisible move. It can be captured by the black queen, but then the rook would fall. Then the black king will just move, and we'll head to an endgame.
That is actually a stunning move, the second one that you pointed out. That wasn't on my radar at all. You know, I was thinking about this pawn move forward, but knight e6 is beautiful. And the only reason that it doesn't work is because black has the king move. But look at this. You can't take with the bishop because the king is pinned. You can't take with the queen because the rook's hanging in the starting position, David. Just so many threats on the board. But like you're saying, the king simply slides up. And then we're going to head into a trade, perhaps the dream that Magnus has in this position. Get the queens off the board.
Okay, I know things are heating up here on this board, but disaster may have just struck for the first time for Hans Neman in this tournament up against Hikaru Nakamura. As we get here, you'll see well within the favor of Hikaru piloting black pieces. We're going to roll this one back because a moment ago, out the corner of my eye, this one looked dead even. So, David, help me understand. Where did it all go wrong for Hans Neman?
Yeah, just a few moves ago, it looked like a very, very balanced position, but Hikaru suddenly turning things in his favor after Hans made a series of mistakes. He first took a pawn in the center, given a question mark. This isolates all of the white pawns, and f5, a beautiful move, preventing the white knights from stepping into the middle, and Hikaru switches focus here. He grabs a pawn on the edge of the board, and this is how we got here. A bunch of trades did indeed happen, but once the dust settled, it is this position we find ourselves in. And quick material count shows that black has an extra pawn, and the white king not feeling comfortable at all.
Well, for both these players, you know, you've got Hans at 4.5, Hikaru at 4. At least there's no pressure of qualification as such, and it means a lot for pride, glory. Yes, both want to get a win in against each other in this one, but it looks like it's still a position where the fight is on. And I'm going to really say, let's go back to the Magnus board, because Magnus in danger territory is just one of it. Also, the position has completely blown up.
Yeah, we'll go back to Magnus. Hikaru's in full control here. Great move there. He's going to trade off some pieces. He's going to be a pawn up long term. Hikaru should win, but Magnus Carlsen is a piece up in the meantime after Nodirbeck has done some crazy sacrificing. We'll see it just as the dust settles, and this position should be fizzling out towards a draw now. But for a moment, it looked like Nodirbeck was going on the attack.
Okay, so maybe Magnus Carlsen escaping with a draw then in this situation.
And it's happening right now as we see the players repeating, but it was absolute wildfire on the board, and Magnus Carlsen keeps his chances alive.
Got there just in time to see it. He now moves up to 3 points. Nodirbeck slotting up to 4 points. That ties him with both Levon Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, as Levon did end up putting the clamps down on Pragg, getting his first victory with the white pieces today. So back over to Neman and Nakamura we go to see how this one plays out. A thrilling conclusion to a battle for first place in this group. And right as we get there, it looks like the concession was made. Hikaru Nakamura snags first place for the first time out of the hands of Hans Neman.
Yeah, in the end, from the position we saw, Hikaru just systematically traded pieces, traded queens, rooks, bishops, and was just a pawn up and about to win more in the final position. Hans Neman resigning quite early, I'm going to say, but a mark of respect to his elder countrymen.
And what a moment to get that tournament lead in, right? You've got only one more round to play, and you know you'll have this big incentive, this big plus at the end if you finish at the top of the leaderboard to pick your battle for the quarterfinals. But I will say, in the history, in the tradition of freestyle chess, that's never worked to a player's favor. You know, those finishing at the absolute top in round robin somehow just aren't able to prove their pick.
Now from here, I want to jump to another Group B board. It's Arjun Erigaisi up against Sam Sevian. Arjun Erigaisi entered this round with 2 out of 5 points. He's facing a 2.5 point Sam Sevian. So a victory here does a massive, or is rather a massive boon for him in the overall standings climb, as he would leapfrog Sam Sevian, who is in that big tie right now on the bubble position at 2.5 points. And right now it's looking good for him. Time trouble for both players, though, as we come down the stretch.
Yeah, black is a pawn up, and it's a very powerful pawn that Erigaisi might be tempted to push here and now. This is a runner 2 squares away from touchdown. Pass pawn is a pawn that cannot be contested or blocked, and by an enemy pawn, and here the white knight struggling to hold the fort here. It looks over.
And that's a royal pass pawn, right? With just 2 steps remaining, and who's even stopping it? The knight is attacked, you move it anywhere, the pawn moves 1 more step closer to that promotion point, and I'm not even seeing a way. The queen can't slide back. The knight is hanging. Ideas of the check that you were highlighting as well. Sam Sevian, he keeps fighting. Queen takes knight coming in with a check. Promote that pawn up, big material.
Yeah, I would just take that knight, bank it. Just go up a piece, but Arjun wants more. He gives a check, allowing the white rook to drop back and block, but now he's going to promote to a second queen. Look at those 2 queens side by side, the black queens there, having really infiltrated, and when the dust settles, he will be at least a rook to the good, Arjun Erigaisi.
Currently 3 queens on the board, not something you get to see every day, and Sam Sevian resigns.
Yeah, 2 queens from my opponent is enough to concede defeat. Arjun Erigaisi, big victory for him, moves up to 3 points and slots ahead of Sam Sevian in our overall standings. We have 2 boards left, still going at it, but we're going to hop over to a Group A bout. It's Javokir Sindarov up against Wesley So. This one incredibly interesting just because of, again, the number of players that are now moving towards that bubble position. Yes, it's a 1.5 point spread between these players, but if Wesley So can convert, all of a sudden he's back within striking distance going into our final round, and what a turnaround that would be for him based on the way his day started.
Yeah, he would join Magnus and they'd be neck and neck heading into the final round of the round robin stage. But this one is crazy. We just see a trade there. It's 1 rook and 2 bishops for a queen. So on paper, Wesley So should be winning this. It's a big material advantage to have 2 bishops and a rook, but the black queen's so powerful, so strong in the center, and there's a pawn next to it as well that might start marching down the board. Tanya, who would you take?
I think there's just concrete reasons that white can't hide the king anywhere, and maybe there are just perpetuals across the board, or you end up losing material.
It's a draw on the spot.
It's a draw on the spot. You give a check from the center of the board. If the white king falls on the left side, then you give a check on the other side of the board.
Oh. Okay, I saw an eval bar swing for a moment there, and that's already the pieces being reshuffled onto the board. That leaves us with Fabiano Caruana up against Ray Robson as our final in-play board.
But that draw means that Javokir moves on to 4 points, right?
This is
he's
true.
looking good in his top 4 campaign. Meanwhile, for Wesley at 2.5 now, it might be the end of the road for him. He can't reach that 4-point marker.
In fact, actually, we have 4 players at 4 points in that group.
Wow.
It's Prague, Levon, Javokir, and Nodirbeck who are all sitting at 4 points. So you're just looking at anyone with 3 or better, right, who is in striking distance. And that means Magnus Carlsen at 3 points.
What a final round we set ourselves up for. This is incredible stuff.
Yeah, that is absolutely spectacular.
I don't think anyone would have predicted that it would be Magnus who'd be fighting for survival in the very last round.
Yep, and now he'll have to get at least the full point victory and hope that one of those 4 takes a full point loss, essentially, to buy himself a tie in a playoff situation for that final spot into the quarterfinals. Of course, here, Fabiano, he doesn't want that, or neither does Ray Robson. They just want to get straight in. And again, this is a situation where half a point separates each of these players. So leapfrogging here for Robson would be phenomenal if he can end up getting a victory. For Caruana, the real question is just, is it a drawish day? Will he ever be able to find a victory?
And this time it is in a winning position for Fabiano. I think he would be very happy with the draw here. As our chat says there, non-stop 3-1-3, Drawbiano, Candruana, and it does look dead level. He's a pawn down, but white's 2 pawns don't make a great impression. Doubled.
Fabi Drawwana.
Yeah, imagine cruising through to the knockout stages on the back of 7 draws. Rock solid. But yeah, this one, I think Ray is just playing on because he has the extra pawn. It's symbolic, purely. Very unrealistic, the winning chances here, barring a big blunder.
And what makes that, draw streak even more impressive is that this is freestyle chess, where you barely get to see as many draws. Imagine a 7 from a single player. Well, right now he's on 5 out of 5, and this one, that knight which is in front of that extra pawn, and there we have it, Fabiano's 6th draw in a row, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fabiano Caruana.
Mr. Consistent, as we said.
Hey, he really is, right? And hey, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It served him well in our previous events. While he hasn't managed to get that #1 spot, he overall in our standings is sitting very pretty in that #2 position, and it's because of consistent performances like this.
Yeah, what a final round. So many big names, household names here in the chess world. They'll be fighting for their lives, fighting for that top 4. Fabi in the danger zone, Magnus in the danger zone. And yeah, so many twists and turns ahead just in the next hour alone.
Yeah, a fascinating picture unfolding in front of us as we had Jules Gambit helping us out with the position lottery in this one. And then quickly into the games the players went. Again, it was all about Hans Neman versus Hikaru. Magnus, of course, trying to strike back as well and keep his upper bracket hopes alive. He managed to do just that, but it's looking slim. Levon, he was shirking the pattern of the day for him, finally taking a victory with the white pieces and slotting up into a 4-way tie for first in his group, 4 points apiece in that one.
That's a happy situation to be in for Levitt, especially that he started the day with a loss against Wesley So. And for Magnus Carlsen, he's up against Bivisara in that final round. So he knows he's playing the underdog of the tournament, and he knows he's got his shot at getting that win and getting that spot. But so much of it also depends on the other players, because there are 4 players with 4 points on that group.
Well, here you have it. Let's get straight to it. This is what matters. With only 1 round of play left to go, you can see 4 players tied for first with 4 points apiece. Those are the 4 that currently are sitting in upper bracket contention. Magnus Carlsen, the only player that can strike into that top group, as he is sitting just a point behind them. But it will be a difficult ask. He needs one of them to lose their game in its entirety, and he must come away with that victory just to tie at 4 points apiece, force a tiebreaker. From there, we can hop back over to Group B, where for the first time, you're going to see a different name adorning the top row of this table. It's Hikaru Nakamura, now with 5 points to his name, just a half a point ahead of Hans Niemann after he dispatched him in the last round. Then you've got that tie for third place between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana, both at 3 points apiece. But as you can see here, there's plenty more people still in play. 2.5 points apiece for Ray Robson and Samuel Sevian. They each are well within striking distance, and even Lenier Dominguez still has an opportunity to do it. Same kind of situation as Magnus Carlsen. He needs a victory. He needs someone in that top 4 with 3 points to take a full loss and maybe end up in a tiebreak scenario with none of those 2.5ers having something to say about it. So still a lot to be decided here going into a final round.
Still so much jeopardy. And Dominguez, imagine losing 2 games in a row, including to tail end of Vidit, and still having a shot at qualifying. That shows how close this group is. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen, I think that's the big storyline for now. And unfortunately for him, 2 of the rivals 1 point ahead play each other. But he needs a helping hand from someone.
And that's the 2 young grandmasters from Uzbekistan. That's going to be quite a fight as Javakir Senderov will take on Nodirbeck Abdusattorov. And I think Magnus should be happy about that, because that means one of them will get left behind.
Well, he's hoping that they don't just navigate to a draw. If they do, they just put themselves out of reach. He cannot catch them if they choose to draw each other at 4.5 points apiece. At best he can do is reach 4. Nodirbeck and Javokir, they draw here, they move to 4.5. So then he's actually looking more at someone like Levon up against Vincent. Vincent could play spoiler here, taking Levon down and keeping him at 4 points. Or Wesley So up against Prague, delivering the loss to him would lock him down into 4 points as well. So there are still multiple pathways here for Magnus, and we'll keep track of them all throughout the next round. And then, like we said, on the other side, just reading through some of the matchups for Hans Niemann, he definitely had a couple of heavy hitters at the end of the day. He already had to go up against Hikaru. Now he's up against Fabiano. We'll see, though. Fabiano, as we said, it's been draws all day. So perhaps each of them just bank half a point and continue to float up the standings. But that said, I don't think Fabiano should be comfortable. Right? 3 points is top 4 right now, but you're only a half a point lead. So a draw, as it's been all day long, does not lock you in. You need a full point to extend above everybody else. It's looking sketchy for him. I might be feeling a little pressure if I'm in Fabi's situation, just because I haven't been able to materialize a victory.
Definitely, and playing one of the informed players in the chess world. Yes, Hans Niemann just lost to Hikaru, but Hans is so dangerous. A loss here, and Fabi is very likely to get leapfrogged. Wow, I mean, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana in the danger here. Tanya, it's just unthinkable. Some of these kind of freestyle chess specialists as well, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, already kicked out of the race for top 4. Who would have thought it before this day began?
Literally no one, David. I mean, this is a crazy end to our round robin, right? Going into this final round, and the biggest names in the chess world sort of struggling to get in. I mean, Group B that we've got right now with Fabi at 3 points, Arjun at 3 points, and then we've got Sam Ray with 2.5. Just such a neck-to-neck battle. What are we predicting? Will there be a fight? Will there be tiebreakers for that 4th spot in either of these 2 groups?
It would be fun, right?
Yeah, I feel like there has to be at least one tiebreak between the 2 groups. Which one it will be, that I don't know if I'm willing to venture a guess.
If one of the players in Group A, in Magnus's group, even loses and is at 4 points, I'm talking about one of the four who are on 4 points already, and Magnus is able to win, that means we get more chess there, because he goes at 4, he joins that player, and there might be a fight for that 1 spot.
Exactly, and that I think maybe would be then the more likely scenario is in that group, because he basically has 3 boards where there's an opportunity for one of those players to drop into a reachable position, right? So he just needs 1 result off of 3 boards. 33%. 33%.
On the other hand, he's a bit unlucky that he's not playing one of those 4 players above him. Then he would have his fate in his own hands.
That's true.
And it's always tough when you're relying on other results. You're relying on some favors elsewhere.
But that's also such a double-edged sword, right? Like, Magnus has been so shaky in this round robin so far, and playing these top 4 guys who are bringing on their A game, how would he be feeling right now? The good part of that setup is that he's playing a player who has been struggling, who is an underdog, a clear underdog. Magnus is a massive favorite in his match against Bibisara.
And his situation is a really unique contrast to what's going on in the other group, because a lot of the players who are on the bubble in the other group are just straight up playing each other, right? So there maybe is a little bit more of a my destiny is in my own hands situation. I'm looking at someone like Ray Robson at 2.5, playing Arjun Erigaisi at 3 points, right? Either one of them getting a full point victory, again, leapfrogging the other. Same kind of situation with Sam Sevian at 2.5 to Lenier Dominguez at 2 points as well. Either of them getting a decisive victory. And then the question is really how formidable is Fabiano up against a Neman who looks to be on fire today, however, taking his first punch to the face there against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of jumping in the next round, that's for sure, from game to game as we try to follow the storylines and who might be about to leave that top 4 conversation.
And I want to talk about that Group A one more time, because we spoke about Javakir taking on Nodirbeck, right? Now, 2 country mates, they've been teammates in the Chess Olympics as well. What are we expecting with 4.5 sort of putting both of them safe? Will they have sort of that safety first, cautious approach, or because it just doesn't make sense trying to go all out against your country mate at this point?
No, it's too risky.
What are the rules? Are they allowed to agree a draw? I don't think they are, right?
No, so you cannot agree to a draw before move 40 except by repetition, right? So there can be no draw offer prior to move 40 from any player. They have to at least get to that move and then offer the draw. However, they could find their way to a repetitive state, and a draw can be called before 40 moves at that point. Again, I think it's high risk, low reward to go for the win in their game. There's just really no reason to do it. You should be hoping for that draw. Either way, that's for the players themselves to decide what's their best strategy going into what is our 7th and final round of regulation play. Once more into the player hall we go to Fiona for the position lottery.
Welcome back to the 7th and final round of this rapid round robin. This is the crucial games. Both groups are incredibly tight. Remember, the goal is to get into the top 4. I know the players want to get on with it, so without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage John Weaver of Advantage. They are major investors of Freestyle Chess. Give him a round of applause. John, are you ready?
$5.49.
So position 549. And John, we mentioned you here with a couple of friends or colleagues. You are major investors in Freestyle Chess. For the first time, we have an audience. What are you making of the experience today?
Well, it's just incredible to see all these people here and these incredible world-class competitors in an action-packed and exciting format. And I think we're all just excited to see this last round play out.
This last one promises to be the best one just yet. I'll let you go and enjoy it. The players are already preparing, so we'll give them a moment of silence. And to our audience, please enjoy the final game.
Manager would say
96.
Take seriously.
No, you should open the queen. No, the queen. The queen is the perfect square.
F6.
F5.
But what if I play at 45?
No, you don't block. You don't do the queen.
I don't care.
Okay,
hand is helping us.
I don't think you put the button.
You want knight c3? Yeah. Okay. Also f5. What's the big deal?
Some queen c5.
Ah, f5, yeah? Yes, okay. C6 you want to play before, no? Knight C6. Black is doing fine, huh? Yeah, 4d5, what's the big deal?
Why not f5 first? d3? It's a problem.
Knight C6, what's the problem?
Take c5. f5?
Oh, no, I think takes f5, no? This is natural move. What? E5. Ah, e5.
d5.
Yeah.
h4, h4.
93.
Take? No, take it because regardless.
We have to win now.
You have
d5?
-1 also. Yeah, I also have to.
50% magic.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, actually already.
E4? G4 also is possible, yeah?
No.
But it's a very natural one.
g4? No, come on. What is this? G4 is so stupid.
H4.
Come on. F6. No offense. You're going in the center. Yeah, E4, F6 or E5? No, F6, D4.
There's
D4,
not-
D4, D4, D5, F3.
Yeah, C6. It's not the end of the world.
C6 actually. Now you develop on
Knight G6, B5. Solid though. Solid.
But that's it, no? E4 is the main. Maybe E5? Take D5? Take D5? G4? G6? That's just bad, yeah. I don't know, maybe. You can try that. Maybe. E4, E5? F3? No, G6.
Alright, you don't want to
play like Knight G6, G3 or something. It's not crazy.
No, no,
Knight G6, G3, I mean, it's not so
I can, yeah.
Try things. But probably it's okay for them. Take an E6. Okay. What's it?
Knight C6,
C3? Yeah, take F4. I really feel like there's some issues there. So let's say E4. If I have a bishop B3, you don't have
I think this is a good choice. This
Yeah,
feels very dangerous.
Yeah, Knight G3, Queen F2, and then push
Yeah,
F5.
this is very dangerous.
Knight C5. I have a mission. Some sort of.
No, it looks good for white. Yeah.
You visit or not active?
So wait, after C3 flash, you play what, F5?
What's wrong with this?
No, E4. Take Knight A4, A5.
Knight C5?
Yeah. Bishop B3. It's Bishop B3. No, okay.
It's a very castle one also.
Yeah.
No, this looks very scary.
Yeah.
Maybe it's okay.
At least it's also risk free. Okay.
D4, D5, C3 is even more safe now.
Yeah, if we want to be really safe. You can't go wrong with C3. It's not possible to battle.
Yeah. Actually, Knight C6 is D4.
Yeah, maybe.
Take that.
No, take D5. Take D5, Knight B4.
Yeah, Knight B4.
Maybe 3 F5.
Knight F5.
Okay, let's start with C3. It's more fun. Okay, it's a dumb position. We have to do some position.
any of us in a must-win at all?
Just you, right?
I'm in a must-win? I didn't realize.
No, you're third and fourth, right? Yeah.
I think you should be three or something. I'm not in a must-draw, but I'm not in a must-win. We're the same situation.
Yeah.
So C6, another and F5, another 2, we're happy with that. So we play H4 and then Queen comes to H2, Bishop F4.
No, F3 also possibility.
Yeah. At least it's a little bit better.
Go to negative 3 should be.
I like negative 3 H4 playing.
And off we go into our final round of regulation play here on day one of the Las Vegas Grand Slam. You can see our starting position 549 and the heat map that we've generated. This comes from a database of Chess.com games from things like Freestyle Fridays, so plenty of data around this starting position 549. But David, I think what it tells me is that it is an unfigured out position at the very least, because I see a lot of different squares that have been occupied at different times as the first move.
That's right, a lot of different opinions here, not much consensus over where to begin. The brightest red in the heat map here is in the center of the board, so opening with either the pawn in front of the white king or the pawn in front of the white light squared bishop. They look like the most likely scenarios here. That being said, the players here, the group that we see in front of us on the camera with the white pieces, they've also been debating other alternatives, including opening the white queen up quite early. So we'll see. Tanya, predictions in the opening.
I like those 2 pawn central moves at the center of the board. I will point out that 5 of the pieces in the starting position are exactly like we have in the 5-1-8, starting from left, the rook, knight, bishop, the king, and the rook, which means, once again, the makings of sort of a strategic standard fight might happen in this one. We saw those heat map with the red markings on. It felt like play was around the central pawn moves there as well. Not a single pawn is undefended in our starting position. I think E4, D4 that you're highlighting right now, most likely we'll see one of these 2 moves being played out on maximum number of boards.
We should also mention position 549. That's the 4th position in the 500s that we've seen, and some clear similarities. A lot of the games today starting with the white rook in the corner alongside a knight and bishop. Other pieces jumbled, but at least that gives the players some kind of map in terms of what they should be aiming for. And yeah, in the meantime, that man, Magnus Carlsen, all eyes on him this round.
Yeah, so go ahead.
No, James, go ahead with what you were saying.
I was just going to say, with a minute to go, I think it's a good opportunity to reset the stakes going into this final round, as Magnus Carlsen will, of course, be one of the players that we keep a keen eye on in his matchup against Bibisara Asabayeva. That's because he requires a win, not a draw, a full victory here just to put himself in contention for a top 4 spot. But he isn't in control of his own destiny. Not only does he need the win, he needs one of those 4 players sitting at 4 points to ultimately take a full loss in order to force a tiebreak and get inside that top 4 position. On the other side, we've got players like Fabiano Caruana who are just sitting in that qualification spot, but still plenty more in the hunt who can take him down if he manages not even to pull off one of his now patented draws against Hans Niemann in his final round of the day.
Yeah, so many storylines, and this is the countdown to round 7 of the day. We'll see the handshakes and drama guaranteed.
This is going to be a final game to remember. I mean, so much on the line. For Magnus, you know, all he can control is what's in front of him. He has to win his game. There are no other options. And sometimes when you've got that situation, you just know you have to focus on the job at hand. That's going to be our biggest matchup on Group A. Magnus must win, then hope for the best on the other boards. And in Group B, Fabiano Caruana with 3 points is against a very in-form Hans Niemann, who's making some noise in Las Vegas. He's making some big noise right now. He lost his previous game to Hikaru, but what a day he's had. And we've got moves on the board. It's liftoff, a Dutch, as we like to call it in the standard 5-1-8.
Yeah, and the Dutch defense maybe an homage here to the fact that Hans Niemann used to live in the Netherlands. I heard he was a cycling champion back in the Netherlands as a child when he was living there.
I need that backstory.
That came out of nowhere.
I'm going to be talking to him. I'm going to ask him that question tonight. That's fascinating. But this is also our first opportunity to see Hans coming off of a loss, right? And so while he should feel very confident just in terms of his overall standing and his outlook towards the playoff picture, this could be the most vulnerable he's looked all day, and the opportunity for Fabiano really to strike and get his first win on the board.
Yeah, and very solid move, this last one from Fabiano. There were maybe more aggressive continuations, I'm going to say, including pushing a pawn in front of the white queen, just trying to open her up. But he just wants to go for this connect three formation, solidify things, maybe develop the white light squared bishop. Hans Niemann going for what we call a stonewall Dutch, with pawns all on the light squares, making it hard for white to break out in the center. And yeah, this promises to be a long maneuvering battle. Neither side wants that immediate action, it feels like, as Fabi develops his knight.
And Hans is not on the board. He just left, and wonder where he is, because the clock's ticking down. As this one, you said it, David, a stone wall structure, which means it's going to be a slow grind. I want to go back to something that looks nothing like a slow grind. Take a look at what's happening on the Magnus board in Group A. He's playing against Bibisara. Once again, of course, Magnus a huge favorite in that matchup. He's playing the lowest rated player in the tournament right now. And we've got a position that's already fire on the board at the center. You know, we've only had pawn moves so far by both these players. And there's big tension right now. Magnus going all out early on.
Yeah, it resembles the kind of the opening stages, the middle game stages of the Hans Niemann against Hikaru Nakamura battle from earlier, where there's two pawns kind of with a standoff against this one pawn. Neither side wants to blink. Bibisara clearly doesn't want to take in the center, giving Magnus two strong pawns there, while Magnus doesn't necessarily want to capture and break his structure either. He first brings the knight out, adding pressure to her center, and then we'll see Magnus try to get pieces out the way to castle. I would pick white here, probably, just because it looks like Magnus is better developed, but still early days.
Yeah, so let's go back to the demands of the moment, though, right? The idea that Magnus Carlsen needs to get a full victory here. Do you feel like the position lends itself? Obviously, he as a player is favored, and you would expect in the player-to-player matchup that, yes, he could get it done. But he also has to have, you know, the landscape with which to make it happen.
Yeah, I think he should be happy. Immediately, he's got an asymmetrical position. That means black hasn't been able to just lock down the pawn structure and make it about maneuvering. Bibisara there just moving her queen out the way. She'll move her knight next and maybe try to castle. But yeah, it's of course hard to tell. But I think Magnus, just the fact that he was given this position with some kind of normal patterns to fall back on, and the fact that he's got the center first, should be relatively content.
But the question will be how long that's got to go on for, right? Because if you're playing black in this position, and especially Bibisara's last move, what it hints at is the knight comes out of the way on the next move. You go short castle and then perhaps aim for maximum tension by pushing your own e-pawn 2 steps forward and those 4 pawns facing each other. Magnus, does he have enough time to sort of not only complete his development, but play for that central advantage early on? He's the one who goes into a bit of a think right now after Bibisara's last move.
I have a feeling Magnus wants to castle on the longer side, so moving the light squared bishop out the way, moving the other bishop out the way, and getting the white king castled brings the white rooks to the center as well. It just feels like maybe that's the direction to go, especially in the must-win situation. But we will see. He moves one bishop first.
He hears you. I think he's going for your plan. You want to try to create as many imbalances as possible.
I'm curious why he chose that square. I guess maybe he didn't want to allow a pin on this diagonal from the black dark squared bishop. But yeah, looks like a bit of a timid move, but the idea is much more aggressive.
There was a time in the day when Magnus's heart rate was at 40 in an absolutely chaotic position. And here we're just getting started. But you know what? That just tells you about the tournament situation. He's around the 90 mark already.
He's not heartless.
Yeah. I was going to say, honestly, though, if I was his doctor, this would make me feel better. The 40 from earlier was actually concerning to a degree. So now he is looking a little bit more human.
Well, he's played some human chess today, I have to say. Usually Magnus Carlsen doesn't make the mistakes that we've seen him. So it feels like the heart rate's catching up with just that we've seen from him. I mean, especially that turnaround in Wesley's game. I'm still thinking about just how uncharacteristic that is. And it just sort of changed everything. Just shook up the entire standings, the tables, and Magnus's form put under question.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, if he doesn't manage to make it up into that top 4, there's going to be some pretty interesting reflection on, let's say, his performance in group stages of previous events, where he's not always coming out of the group stages in first, but maybe the format of those previous group stages were better suited for just getting him into the playoff picture, where he really then starts to just turn it on and run the table against everybody else. I think it might be wise for us in this group to take a bird's eye view, zoom out, because it's all three of the other boards in this group that could ultimately play into his success of making it into the top four. So as we do, we're going to hop out. You can see any of those players that currently has 4 points to their name, if they take a loss, Magnus Carlsen is in striking distance. So he's looking at all three of them, and so are we. David, any of those three in particular looking to you like they might be servicing Magnus Carlsen in his efforts?
Well, I think we have to check out the developments on the board. Sindarov against Abdusattorov, the two Uzbeks, the good friends, the teammates on the national team, because that is not good news for the Norwegian Grandmaster, for the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. It looks like those two are very happy to play it safe. And it looks already at this early stage like it could be fizzling out towards a draw. Yeah. First thing we notice, queens off, knights off, blocked formation, both sides have connect four.
Tanya, we asked the question, 4 points apiece. If they go to that draws position, they are completely out of reach of Magnus Carlsen. I think both of them realized that going in early.
And this is exactly what we had predicted as well, right? It just doesn't make sense given the tournament situation, how much risk the two want to take. They're good friends, they're countrymates, they get this 2 connect 4, and in David's book, that sort of nullifies each other, which means draw is the most likely outcome here right now. They're playing copycat chess. Look at the symmetry in the position. So this means most likely both these players move on to 4.5. Uncatchable by Magnus Carlsen there.
Just want to point out the last move, really disappointing to see, because we had that formation that James was talking about earlier in the day as well, with total gridlock on the E-file.
And ruined. No, but either way, this slims the chances, right? This is narrowing the path.
But you asked the question, which player is favoring Magnus? There is a board, and it's an unexpected one. Check out Vincent Keimer against Levon Aronian. I think Levon, at 4 points currently, could be in some trouble there. Vincent putting the pressure early in that game.
Yeah, and Levon Aronian so convincing with black. Up to this point today, he has black in the final game, and a draw would be just phenomenal for him. As we see this position, let me bring it up, this one. And again, it looks like the stone wall formation we talked about earlier, but this time it's very different because there are some open lines. And I do fear that this pawn is a bit of a target for Levon Aronian. The white bishop is coming, the white knight is already hitting this pawn. It's only defended once. The white queen is already poised to give a check. It does feel like dynamically Levon Aronian a bit behind in development. Vincent with a great start to this game.
Yeah, we have to get our knight out of the way if we want to protect that with our own pawn. Otherwise, I don't see too many easy ways to do it. I guess you could slide your queen out just for the time being.
I'm also going to add, just to set the stage a little bit, is that you've got these 4 guys with 4 points, right? A point ahead of Magnus. The most Magnus is aiming for right now is a playoff for the 4th place. But it's not just these 4 guys. I think everybody else in the tournament is also rooting for them. I think nobody wants to see Magnus make it through to the quarterfinals.
Vincent can hear us. He was smiling there. He was having a chuckle.
I mean, this would be a sweet note to an overall sour performance for Vincent Keimer, right? Because again, he is not playing for top 4 contention. He would be at best maybe playing for a 5th, 6th slot and getting the opportunity to choose his opponent in the lower bracket. But still plenty to happen here between him and Levon Aronian. I think we should hop over to the other group, check back in with Fabiano up against Hans Niemann, and then we'll come back in to see how Magnus Carlsen's chances have developed in just a moment's time. Because here, once again, I'm wondering, is Caruana going to finally find his first victory of the day, and in so doing push himself well up into that top 4 picture?
Yeah, this is another reason I love freestyle chess. You get all these pretty patterns. Here, Fabiano pushes his pawn forward in the corner. All of his pawns are on dark squares. A very clear strategy here. The eval bar says decent advantage for white. That means there must be something here and now because it's so blocked. Give black a couple of moves, knight development, maybe the queen moving out the way, a pawn striking in the center. It's just dead level, and the white queen is not so well placed. So I do wonder whether it's here that he needs something special, Fabiano.
And as we see Neman taking his seat once again, I just received word that he took a long stroll, stopping at every single one of the other 7 boards on his way back to the table here against Fabiano. What's that double question mark, though? It does equalize, but that suggests we couldn't even necessarily find what was the advantage before anyway.
Yeah, I think the way to an advantage was to be a bit more ambitious, a bit more energetic, keep the white knight on the board, which is about to be traded off now. If he brought it the other way, he could have launched a pawn storm in the center. Now he's not going to have sufficient time. There was a trade of bishops, and if knights leave, it's just so blocked. Bishops do not enjoy such close positions, and looks very level, Tanya.
Absolutely. I mean, this last move by Fabi, kind of just continuing the narrative that we've seen by him, right? Where he's just getting these solid positions and letting go of that early opening opportunities right now. For Hans, he looks completely chill about his chances. The more pieces that come off, you know, you still have a very healthy pawn formation. It's hard to imagine a situation where he'll be under too much trouble. If the knights come off the board, you can imagine Hans moving the queen away, getting that central break in as well. And if not, I don't really see a way where Fabi can retreat the knight and claim any advantage right now. I think Hans anyways wants to get that e-pawn moving up 2 squares, but not anymore. Fabi clamps down with f4, but still a knight trade, just the bishops as minor pieces left. Draw the most likely result in this one already.
Draw the most likely result here. A draw already occurring over in the other group. Nodirbeck and Javokir did find their way to a very early draw. Both players still had 10 minutes on their clock with the increment that they had spent throughout all of that. So 4.5 points apiece. They will sit in playoff picture, and that means Magnus Carlsen's hopes narrow down to just 2 other boards, needing either Levon to take a loss or Prague to take a loss in their matchups.
That means, James, that in Group A, Nodirbeck and Sindarov are the first 2 players to make it into that top 4. They are through. Nobody's catching up with them.
Absolutely. Locked in. Very well done from 2 of our young guns here on the freestyle circuit. They have found ways to surprise and delight us every time they've stepped onto the freestyle stage.
Yeah, very impressive. There we see Nodirbeck just checking out the other games, maybe hoping that Magnus doesn't make it through.
Honestly, I would be if I were him, because that has been his demise in previous events.
Well, like you said, right, same group, so at least he doesn't meet him in the quarterfinals. And that's something to say for Nodirbeck Abdusatrov, who's had that bad luck in Weissenhaus, in Paris, but it will not be in Vegas. I think for the Uzbek fans, it's a big moment. Both their prodigies make it through to that top 4.
Well, as we say, Magnus needs 2 things to happen. He needs one of those 2 players I mentioned before to lose, but he also has to craft the victory himself. So let's touch back in on his board and see if he's done the work that he needs to do to even put himself in the position that he so desires, at least a top 4 and scraping into that upper bracket quarterfinal.
Wow, fair play to Bibisara. She's handled this opening phase really well. I did fear for her, just the fact that Magnus seemed to be ahead in development, but now it's become much slower. Magnus now offering a trade of queens. Against Magnus, you know how that ends up. The problem is there's no real alternative. She had to trade. If the black queen had gone back, she would have been walking into some tricks on the e-file. There would have been knight takes pawn tactics. So now we see white with the bishop pair, although not the most impressive bishop pair in the world right now, and black trying to clamp down everything on light squares for Bibisara. Magnus, he wants to teleport this white knight into a beautiful outpost a bit later, but it will take a while.
That's going to take a while, and for Bibisara, I completely agree. I think she's played this position, this opening, all handled her troubles out of the opening pretty well. You know, there's a nice post for her own knight that she can relocate it to via the edge of the board, and she's doing just that, eyeing that c4 square next, jumping in with the knight. Magnus, it looks like he's looked far into the future as he blitzes out his move. He does exactly the same. And now is it time to jump in with the knight, attacking that bishop, and maybe even setting up the a-pawn, moving 1 step forward and asking some questions on the left flank.
Yeah, it just looks like her position is fine, but I've seen Magnus win this pawn structure so many times with both colors. Given one more move, he'll save his bishop. The big question is whether you take that bishop before it runs away. And for Bibisara, the problem is her dark squares. The white knight is coming very quickly to an outpost that can never, ever be challenged. And Magnus, he's very flexible with his pawns on the other side. This is just Magnus going back to basics. And this is what Magnus has been doing since he was a kid, this type of slow positional grind.
And I love how instructive it is that he's happy to give up the bishop pair as well. Once again, if we take off the 2 bishops and 2 knights, you know, white is left with this really good knight against black's really horrible bishop on d7 stuck behind his own pawn. So those trades will only favor Magnus. Again, the problem child for black is that bishop. Bibisara does not go for the trade. She improves the position of the rook. Now, no more offer of that bishop on the board, it's perhaps time for Bibisara to improve the position of her other knight. Start looking at ways at greener pastures, a better square for the knight that's stuck on the right side of the board.
How do you do that, though? You have to drop it back first. Okay. There we have it. She will begin the reroute.
This is just, yeah. I don't want to be too biased, but I've seen Magnus do this countless times.
Far too many times.
I wouldn't say it's biased to say the player who's been at the top of the world for more than a decade's time is expected to come away with a victory.
But I wonder if Bibisara's placement of the knight was simply to defend that tender spot that you were earlier highlighting so that you can reroute the bishop now and improve the position of the light squared bishop via the other diagonal.
Yeah, I think that is her plan. It's what she needs to do before the white knight does take a few steps into the black position and go for this backward pawn. White's intentions are clear. There's a backward one here. The problem for black is you can never really step it forward. You lose pawns in the process. And yeah, it's just one of those positions that's very, very stable. It's just hard to find a plan. You don't have any pawn breaks, no real activity. Black really misses her dark squared bishop in a position like this. A dark squared bishop would plug all the holes and even have some attacking ideas. But yeah, this type of slow position, Bibisara is a very active player. She's a very dynamic player when given the opportunity. That's why she won the World Blitz title a couple of times. But this doesn't feel like that type of position.
And what adds to the sadness if you're playing black here is that you know who you're up against. You know, one of the greatest endgame players of all times. I mean, Bibisara is fully aware of the Magnus touch in these endgames. She knows she's got such an uphill task ahead of her. And even though it's balanced, it's almost not too far from reality to say that it would be a miracle to save such a position against Magnus, where he just keeps on maneuvering his pieces endlessly. There are no big trades. The rooks will stay on the board for a long period of time. The minors will be on the board. And Magnus will find a way to break through.
Yep, and a pawn push, now a big positional threat of pushing forward even further, trying to break through on the dark squares, trying to undouble the white pawns. So I don't think she should hesitate. She should clamp down on that side, and it's still going to be very difficult for Magnus to make progress. It's only a tiny advantage for white, objectively, but it's just whether she can handle the tension long term.
It does feel like black's rooks are so much worse, though, to me.
No targets.
Yeah, no targets in the position. Magnus is the one who's got all the targets to be looking out at. And one target that he's looking at, which is beyond his own board, is Levon's board. I'm going to point out, you know, Prug, the other player who's on 4 points, he's looking really good in his matchup against Wesley right now. That position looks like if anyone's going to be pushing, it will be Pragnananda. But Levon in big trouble. Magnus needs one of these two players, Lev or Prug, to lose their game and win his own game so that he can tie and play that tiebreaker for that fourth place finish. Vincent keeps making progress. He doesn't have a shot at top 4, but he's playing spoiler right now for Levon Aronian.
And Magnus, a silent cheerleader for Vincent Keimer right now, hoping that he can dispatch Levon Aronian and keep him within striking distance.
Ooh, big moment, a check. Normally that's automatically replied to with a king move, but you could also drop back your bishop and block and gain a bit of time. The white queen would recapture potentially with a check. Either way, even if the white king does move away, it's all about Levon's king. It's on an open file, cannot castle for at least a couple of moves, and that spells danger. White is ready to pounce with some checks. This looks terrifying. Even if we didn't see the eval bar, I think a glance alone at this king would be enough.
Just no way to get it to safety, right? You're far away from getting that king to castle on the left side. The right side isn't possible anymore. And this looks absolutely disastrous for Lev. And Lev's nightmare would be to lose this and play a tiebreaker against Magnus after the performance that he's had in the round robin.
It's looking very likely at the moment, though. Yeah. And the bishop does drop back. Levon immediately running the whole way back with his bishop. Ooh, an ugly move blocking in the black rook, but maybe feeling it was the only safe square, and at least with a threat of his own.
Okay, but the bar seems to say that there should be a knockout in this position. Is there a knockout, or does he just keep putting the pressure on? Does he keep piling the pressure on, move the bishop away, threaten a check?
Moves the bishop away, threaten a deadly check. I mean, it looks so elementary, I'm going to say, just to sidestep that threat. Maybe even slide the white rook across first. That looks very tempting too. You could probably even just get away with setting up some threats along this diagonal, which he does. Vincent Keimer, watch out, that black queen, black rook, they're about to be skewered.
Yeah, honestly, that d-pawn feels like such a huge threat in so many ways. It's preventing the light squared bishop or the knight from kind of jumping out and playing a defensive shield to the king, and then supporting any kind of a forward pusher, like you said, setting up that beautiful skewer into the queen and the rook on the long diagonal. Right now, Vincent Keimer is getting it done on Magnus Carlsen's behalf. It's not over just yet. And as we make our trip back to the Magnus Carlsen board, I wanted to make a quick pit stop into the other group because I see a number of the games developing. First, we'll go to Fabiano versus Hans Niemann. Here you can see Fabiano Caruana, a beautiful advantage for himself, somewhat mirroring the same eval bar that Vincent has, but a different board state that's provided it to him.
Yeah, I just want to backtrack on this board a few moves because in the space of 3 turns, it's exploded. Hans Niemann kind of took his eye off the ball in a very healthy position, and it was around here. It's very blocked. Hans missed after moving his king. The white can blow open the center, trying to get the queen in, and of course, unthinkable to allow that queen to enter. So he had to take the other way. Suddenly, the pawn steps forward, and white's rook is playing the key role here, and that's why we castle, guys and gals. The black king is now out in the open. White's king, super safe meanwhile.
Super dangerous position here for Hans Niemann. Of course, his overall position in the tournament isn't that much in danger. It's Fabiano who really wants to get some points on the board. And while he's sitting at 3 points to his name currently, the other player that we haven't talked a ton about in this group with 3 points to his name is Arjun Erigaisi. He's in a very similar position to Fabiano, just playing a less formidable opponent by the current standings. He's up against Ray Robson, but Ray Robson is one of those players who's trying to rob him of that top 4 spot. But currently, Arjun, small favorite in this one.
Yeah, given a double question mark this last move by Arjun Erigaisi, just to show what he should have done 1 move ago. He should have been kicking away this black queen just in order to castle. It's that much of a priority for the white king to get castled, the other rook to leap over. So the fact that he's moved his rook up the board, I'm going to say a very natural move, Tanya. He wants to attack the queen anyway, but maybe a small misstep there. Sorry.
And a big misstep by Ray Robson in return. We see the double question mark appear. So is it the move that you're highlighting? Because it comes with a big threat, right? It's not just the queen. It's X-raying the rook, which has just moved to that spot. And after the trades that would happen, there might be a weakness on that 8-7 pawn that will be falling at the end of it. So maybe the gamble has paid off. The rook lift has paid off for Arjun Erigaisi. And we're going to see this line being played out.
Yeah, it's another case of just a very weak king and lack of development. Black's pieces on the back row, the knight, the bishop, don't make a great impression. Yes, the white queen hasn't entered yet, but as soon as white gets castled, it feels like the whole white army is poised and ready for the action.
Super scary, but can black just grab the h4 pawn, saying that, you know, yes, I look dead lost, but at least I'm going to play for something. At least I look dead lost for something. It's a pawn.
And then the white rook will act like a yo-yo, go back where it came from, and pick off the h7 pawn maybe.
It's happened, David. We might see this being played out.
Yeah, he had to, I think, Ray Robson. Running away with the queen, retreating never feels good with no time on the clock. But Ray, again, that time trouble coming back to haunt him.
Absolutely. He's got 17 seconds to his name. Arjun Erigaisi just about to dip below 1 minute for the first time in this bout, but he's in full control of this one, so we got to go back to Magnus Carlsen just to see if he's able to put the finishing touches on his matchup and pull himself up to 4 points in a possible contention for a tiebreak scenario.
And I will just say, I mean, this is going to go on for a while, James. Maybe we go to Fabi versus Hans, because we're going to see handshakes very soon in that one. You know, for Fabi to get to 4 points will be absolutely critical, David, if it's possible at all, because the position is wild there, and Fabi's the only one having fun.
I hear you. As quickly as we got here, we'll try to divert, take a detour back over to Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann. Because like you say, perhaps moments away from a handshake, it's looking very good for Fabiano Caruana, possibly picking up his first victory of the day. And there it is, the handshake extended. That is a massive victory for Fabiano, and exactly when he needed it.
He's through. He's through. It's that simple. And great result for him. A draw streak long over. And Vincent Keimer, meanwhile, about to win against Levon Aronian. Maybe we jump over there.
Let's do it. Fabi, 6 draws, 1 win, goes through into that top 4, takes down a very in-form Hans Niemann. What does that mean for him going down to Hikaru, then to Fabi? Will he get back his form in the quarterfinals tomorrow? Meanwhile, Vincent finds his form very late in the day.
You're snapping your fingers over there, David. Come on.
Beautiful rook sacrifice by Vincent Keimer on the last move. We just saw it. And here we go. He takes a pawn. The black knight is doomed. It's over. The black king sitting in the middle, sitting in duck here. It's just over.
And this is hugely important because as that move was made, a draw was found on Prague versus Wesley So. That was the second of 3 boards that Magnus had as an out. And there you have it, the handshake. Levanaronian, he throws in the towel. Vincent Keimer moves up to 3 points. But more importantly, he does a great service to Magnus Carlsen. He keeps his tournament hopes alive. The possibility of forcing a tiebreaker. And it's looking like we're heading that way.
The boy who knocked down Magnus Carlsen in Weissenhaus, who won the whole tournament, and this time he had no chance to make it to top 4, but finishes the round robin in big style. Magnus has got to be feeling the relief now. His fate in his hands. If he has to play for that tiebreaker, he needs to get the job done on his board. But what's going on there? Magnus, he's got an exchange.
Yeah,
he's an exchange up.
Yeah, just as we were jumping earlier, he found a cool tactic. Bibisara put her rooks on the wrong squares, and maybe just very quickly on the small board we'll show what happened. She put her rook on a vulnerable square a few moves ago. Look how these rooks are both on light squares. Pawn to a4, hits a pawn, wins a pawn, since after a capture the bishop zooms up and it's another skewer. The 2 black rooks find themselves caught embarrassed, and that's how Magnus won a rook for bishop. And if we fast forward to the live position, still some chances of a fortress, just because it's hard to break through with any of the white pawns. But ultimately, the black knight's so stuck, the black bishop stuck. It just feels like a matter of time.
But you've got to be feeling for Lev right now, right? He has this performance in the round robin. He first in Weissenhaus has a terrible start, is looking to re-establish, himself in the Grand Slam tour, has this brilliant 6th-round thing, and then goes down to Vincent Keimer, a completely out-of-form player. And he's looking at fighting Magnus for that 4th spot. That's a situation no player wants to be in.
Absolutely not. Going down to Vincent Keimer, that one's definitely going to hurt. But really, I think the game that'll eat at him is that Javikir Sindarov game, where kind of blundered it away. Could have never been in this position if he had played just an ounce better earlier on in the day. But such is the unforgiving nature of freestyle chess.
Yeah, and Magnus could have pointed to the game against Wesley So, blundering checkmate from a position he was just winning 2 moves prior. In the meantime, Bibisara, she's doing the right thing. She's just sitting still. You don't want to touch too much when you're trying to build a fortress, especially when you have a minor piece against a rook. You don't want too many open lines. But whether it holds is a big question. It just feels like sooner or later black will be forced to trade off or commit something, and then white's pawns will move. White's rook will have targets. It just feels like Magnus is formulating that final stage plan now.
I can also reveal the results of another game from the opposing group. Arjun Erigaisi also managed to come away with the victory over Ray Robson. He was the other player sitting at 3 coming in, moving up to 4. He qualifies through, just like Fabiano Caruana does as well. So actually, the top 4 is set over in that group with Hikaru, Hans Niemann, Fabiano, and Arjun. They will be the 4 that qualify through to the upper bracket.
Fantastic group we've got that going on. And then we've got 1 player who will make it through in this one, as 3 have already gone in. So this is where the fight's at right now. Bibisara trying to hold an extremely difficult endgame. David, if you're black here and you want to set up a fortress, what kind of plans are you looking at? Do they exist?
That's the problem. I don't know if they do exist. At some point, Magnus will be forcing Bibisara to trade a set of pawns. I would expect the white rook to come back. And, okay, he first trades off, trying to force things immediately. And, ooh, tactics from Magnus. He captures a pawn, double exclamation mark given by the computer here. If the knight takes, the pieces get skewered yet again. The white rook slides across, and the bishop and knight have been lined up together.
That's exactly what we see play out on the board.
One of the pieces can give itself up, though. We'll take a pawn in the process, and it will be 3 pawns versus 2 pawns. But the fact that the black pawn in the middle is isolated, distance from its fellow pawns, mean that a fortress, very unlikely. If you could kind of pick up that pawn and put it nearer the black king, then maybe things hold together. But Magnus here in full control.
And if Magnus goes on to play the tiebreak against Lev, let's remind everyone that in their matchup, in their head-to-head, in the round robin, I mean, Magnus completely dominated that game.
I mean, I know we're in the city of magic and magicians, but I wasn't necessarily certain that Magnus was going to pull the rabbit out of the hat this time around based on how things looked going into these final couple rounds. By the grace of God, I guess, a couple things broke his way. And then when his destiny was placed back in his own hands here to get the victory, he looks just on the verge of doing so.
Yeah, and it's old man chess, Magnus would say, with the way he's done it, this slow, stodgy endgame, eventually finally breaking through. But Bibisara, the reason she paused was because she had to decide which piece to give up, the bishop or knight. She chose to keep the knight. Tanya, maybe the best practical chance?
And now if you're white, yes, it's the best practical chance and you feel like you have everything defended, but the white king just joins the party, right? It's about to land on that e5 central square with ideas of even sacrificing your rook for that knight and going into a winning king-pawn endgame. The knight's going to be overloaded. You're going to attack that piece, force it to get out, and then win the central pawn as well. So Bibisara forced to get her own king out right now. What is the winning plan? I would still think you want to get your king forward and start pushing your pawns.
Yeah, the problem for black here, for Bibisara, is that her knight is just frozen for the rest of the game. If the knight is ever kicked away, you simply lose your central pawn, and once that pawn drops, it's pretty much the end of your resistance. You're right, for Magnus, it's not 100% clear what comes next. Probably you push one pawn forward. Ideally, you want to get your king in and push both pawns forward, but the further you push them, the more likely trades become. A rook against a knight with no pawns is a draw. So Magnus needs to keep at least one of his pawns alive later on.
Well, it's really interesting. Magnus is, in this group where actually we've got 3 qualifiers already, and they're all from the young generation, right? You've got Prague, you've got Javakir, you've got Nodirbeck. So it feels like the exuberance of youth is prevailing in Group A, a very different storyline from Group B. So Magnus or Lev, one of them who makes it through, will be keeping the old guard alive in this group.
That is very true. However, there are kind of those persistent 3 figures of the old guard, right? Who look like they are on their way in. Obviously, Hikaru and Fabiano, 2 to already make it through. Magnus, just ever so close, still has a little work to be done. But those 3 continue to hold strong against the younger generation.
Yeah, and the pattern of the previous Grand Slams, the young guys do so well in the round robin. They always seem to be thereabouts, but come the knockouts, experience tends to start playing more of a factor. And Bibisara, unfortunately, this is what we call Zugzwang, and the Black King will, I was going to say need to retreat, and the White King will step forward, but instead she gives up a pawn in an attempt to simplify the equation here. Will Magnus take this pawn, separating his own pawns, or will he step forward? I expect him to take that one, but nice try. She's trying to get her own king active.
Yeah, you want to try to get as many pawns off the board as possible, so Bibisara aiming for that. And this is what we were talking about earlier on in the game, right? When the position was balanced, Magnus playing the maneuvering game, just how incredibly hard these endgames can be to hold against the world number 1. While saying that, I also realized that in our top 8 of the quarterfinals, we've already got the world number 2, 3, 4, and 6. World number 1 still not in the mix.
Oof. Bibisara, her pawn was not captured. There was a threat of stepping forward with the white g-pawn, undermining the black knight, which was pinned, so she had to step back. Now, I'm wondering whether Magnus goes the long way around, uses his rook to try and catch this intruder before it starts running even further. But maybe it's just time to bring the white king forward, the white pawn forward. The black knight has been destabilized, and that means the fortress has been broken. Yeah, looking very good now. This is the final stages for Magnus. Tiebreaks.
Tiebreaks just around the corner. Hikaru did manage to find a victory over Vidit as well. As we're watching this one come to a conclusion, that means he solidifies first place in his group. That is important. Gives him the option of his pick from the 3-4 positions here in this group, which could very well be a Magnus Carlsen. So if you're picking the opposite group and Magnus is the 3rd or 4th, you want to be able to choose as opposed to being the 2nd slot and being relegated to having Magnus Carlsen as your opponent.
Who's in 2nd slot? Is it Hans Neman?
Yes. So, oh my goodness.
Are we on collision course?
Oh my goodness. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we'll be able to talk a bit more about that at the end of the day, but I think you might be right. We are, of course, relying on Magnus closing this one out, and he will do just that. So he now moves up to 4 points, tying Levon Aronian 4 points apiece, and a tiebreaker to come, deciding that 4th position in this group. Oh my goodness.
It was the quarterfinals match between those 2 players in the World Blitz Championship. Will it be the same storyline here? But right now, the job isn't over for Magnus. He's just got 1 foot in. He's confirmed that tiebreaker with Lev, but he needs to take Lev down. The time format's about to change. It's going to be a shift. And there we see the players analyzing, but the chess is not done in Group A.
And well played to Bibisara, who put up a real fight there, nearly set up that fortress against Magnus, but was ground down. Nice to see them discussing the game afterwards as well. Really classy touch from both. And yeah, Magnus, when the chips are down here in Vegas, he tends to rise to the occasion. Will he do it yet again against Levon Aronian a bit later?
Yeah. Common characteristic of any sports best, right, is they seem to make it happen when all the odds are against them. Following Magnus as he kind of strolls over to the one remaining game left in play, and that's Sports Linier Dominguez Perez up against Sam Sevian. Now, given the results of the remaining games in that group, both of them are out of contention for a top 4 spot. But now they're playing maybe for the right of choosing their own opponent in those 5th through 8th slots of the opposite group.
But I mean, then it's almost if Magnus wins his tiebreaker against Levon, it happens, right? Because there's just no way on earth that Hikaru's picking Magnus as his opponent for the quarterfinals. Just saying.
That would be the ultimate power move, but I don't expect to see it happen, yes.
And this one, meanwhile, a dominant position for Linier Dominguez Perez, who, okay, there, blocks any threats from the Black Queen towards the White King. But I was going to say, he is a pawn up, a couple of pawns up even, not just any old pawns. The White H-pawn about to land. Some nice knight forks in the air as well, and the White Rook infiltrating. This should be over any moment now, as long as he plays it accurately. And he has plenty of time on the clock, 30 seconds here. Queen moves, getting out the way of her pawn. This could be the clincher.
Very strong and very clean there. You know, you've got all the activity, that pawn queening. Meanwhile, no coordination in the pieces for black here right now. No way to actually find a way towards that White King. The White Knight beautifully placed. Not only an attacker, but also a key defender to that c4 pawn. And Sam Sevian with seconds, I think he's about to resign.
Yeah, not much else to do. He drops the queen back. That's a really sad move to play. If you're being cynical here, you could maybe step the White Queen forward. The Black Pawn is the only real source of counterplay here. The Black Knight, a decent piece as well. Tanya, what's the finishing blow? What's the most professional way of closing this out?
Well, I would be trying to think about how I can assist that H-pawn to queen right now. Do I jump in with the knight? Do I have enough time, or bring the rook to that H-file to defend the pawn? And now threatening H8, that is a promoting move. Will that force even Sam to put the rook to the corner of the board? Instead, he goes for an attack. But what happens after H8 becoming a queen is the big question here.
Apparently it wins. Apparently it's that simple, but you don't want to calculate when you have no time on the clock, and Linier is the consummate professional, very, very experienced player. He uses his knight now to stop any shenanigans, and he's going to make a new queen. Don't take that rook. The black rook is not actually threatening to come behind with a checkmate because the white rook is covering it. X-ray vision there. But now you can make a new queen. Black doesn't actually have any threats.
And there's no time to get your own queen on the board. This looks like a move away from resigning if Dominguez was to put that second queen on the board.
He's playing with it in his hands. He's got a queen ready to land.
It's about to happen, and it does. You have a check on c1, and that's what he's calculating. What happens if the knight jumps in, the white king slides back, then slides forward, and you're a happy camper on c2.
Yep. There we go. It's going to play out that variation. You mentioned, Tanya, it's a check. You can give one more discover check with the black knight, but the white king has a nice, safe escape square.
And notice how the black queen can't slide up to f5 because of the pawn on that black king. There's going to be no repetition here. White king does move forward, and Sam Sevian runs out of resources.
That's it. No more effective checks. You might see a handshake. White has a whole extra queen.
Yeah, this is a beautiful display here from Linier. There it is, the handshake, and he gets his first victory of the day. He was somewhat following in the footsteps of Fabiano Caruana as things kicked off with 4 draws in a row before falling down twice, but ending his day on a high note, moving up to 3 points out of the 7 rounds. But we are guaranteed at least one tiebreaker, and that will take place between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian on the other side of the group stages for the final spot in Group A.
Wow, in 7 rounds, 7 hours, pretty much the players have been sitting at those boards competing. They need to dig deep. Magnus, he's got to start as a favorite on paper. Levon is slightly older. You've got to wonder how he's holding up after that last round defeat. He's got to go again, dig deeper. But these were the world number 1 and 2 back in the day, as we see some of the highlights from that round.
really back in the day. And speaking of what's happening right now, I just checked our FIDE rankings for July. You've got world number 2, 3, 4, 5 already in the mix in that top 8. Magnus Carlsen, if he wins, you'll have the top 5 players of the world battling it out in the quarterfinals. And what a day it has been of chess, but it doesn't stop. Winston Keimer is the man that Magnus Carlsen needs to be thanking right now for Lev. Such a disappointing heartbreak, brilliant run through, and then to go down to the player who's at the bottom of the leaderboard, only to face Magnus Carlsen to try for your chance. That's a situation no player wants to be in. But the game goes on for Lev. What does he have to do to take this match against Magnus is what he's thinking about, and there's no easy answer to that question.
Magnus Carlsen better be taking Vincent Keimer out to dinner as a thank you, buying him a breath of new life in this tournament, and it's not done yet. Here you can see the standings for Group A. You've got 3 players all sporting 4.5 points. It's Pragnananda, it's Nodirbeck Satorov, and Javalkir Sindarov. They are already booked into that upper bracket quarterfinal. It's Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aroni, and they're the 2 who have to play for that 4th and final spot. The loser of that match will fall down to 5th, ultimately getting their choice of opponent in the lower bracket quarterfinals. From here, we can flip over to Group B, where things are a little bit more set in stone. It was Hikaru Nakamura who, by the end of the day, really began to separate himself from the rest, taking one over Hans Neman and then even doing one more in the final round. Look at that, 5 wins and 2 draws on the day, not a single loss to his name, and 6 points total. He might be the man to beat. Hans Neman, though, also scoots right into that 2nd place position at 4.5 points, and then Arjun and Fabiano each slotting up to 4 points apiece. They are already in to our top bracket bouts.
Hikaru undefeated. I mean, he just crushed it. 6 points, that's a massive score. 6 out of 7. What a day, what a performance it's been. And I think the chess fans love to see this, right? Hikaru on his A game means this is going to be a big fun tournament for all of us. This one, a tight bracket that we see. But now it all comes down to the other Group A, Magnus versus Levon.
And Levon, the only player across both groups not to make a draw. Mr. Decisive.
Yeah, but not always in the way that he'd want, right? Again. So I think that's the real question for him in the streakiness that he's shown today. Does he continue the streakiness? And if so, which part of the pendulum swing is he on? Or does he finally become a little bit more rock solid here in his last step out in the group stage against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, it's tricky. If you play too solid, if you play too passively against Magnus, he will tend to punish you a bit later. So maybe that's just the best bet, just to keep doing what he's doing, Levon, and hope that he manages to hit an upswing in this next bout.
Now, while those couple players rest and retool and get ready here for this all-important tiebreaker, we're more than excited to be joined by none other than Hans and Neman after a very impressive group stage performance. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on qualifying through. You had a blistering start to the day. I think not just in the impressive victories and decisive victories you put up, but also with the pace of play that you put on display. What do you attribute your seeming intuitive mastery of freestyle chess to?
Well, I've prepared quite a lot. I played probably 6 hours of training games a day, as many as I could. I was running I have to rotate training partners to ensure that I get enough games. So I really prepared a lot. I probably know every game played in all the past freestyle tournaments by heart, or at least the common themes. So I've really immersed myself into freestyle and haven't opened chess space in a while. So I feel like I really love the format, and obviously an opportunity I've been waiting for, so I certainly was not going to waste it.
And not waste it, did you? I mean, again, I think you were setting the pace for the rest of the players, particularly in your group. Your group, though, very different story than the other one, where there was a little bit more separation between the rest. So was there any element of the overall standings that came into play later on, where you're just playing strategically for certain amounts of points to bank through, or are you just driving for the victory no matter what?
Yeah, I think I lost the intensity towards the end once I clinched it with 2 games to go, right, which is so rare. I never could have expected that. So, if in my gaming against Hikaru, I would have, kept control if there was actually something on the line. And then same against Fabi, it's not the sort of professional thing to do would have been to maintain intensity throughout, but it's been quite a long day, and I had nothing to lose really. But even though I lost the last 2 games, let's say for the beginning of the game, I outplayed them both quite easily. So I feel like I'm in great form. I'm managing my time well. I really feel like I'm getting to the core of the positions. I've had some. I think the opening I was most proud of was when I played f3 c3 against Vidit, and I got this sort of commanding advantage. And that wasn't such an obvious sort of thing. I had seen this concept where the main point is that I don't yet want to commit to either playing f4 or because let's say the pawn on f4 will be hit by a tempo when black plays c6 bishop c7. So here I was hoping he would play f5, and then I'd hit f5 with a tempo. So I don't know. There were some, I guess, no, not bishop c, knight b3 first, but even bishop b3 was possible. That was sort of the point. Bishop b3 was also another thing. But anyways, he sort of he went, yeah, maybe not here, but I like this, and I saw no one else played it, so this game was quite nice. Ef4 was quite, I just have so much initiative. I gained 2 tempo in the opening. I'm developing. F4 is a bit overextended, and this was quite a nice positional game. So,
talk to me about your approach to evaluating the positions, because we've seen across all of the different Grand Slams so far, different players, not just yourself, choosing at times to go sit off on their own and not be a part of the group discussions or the group think. Do you think there's almost a danger at times of being, in that group of 8 where everyone starts to funnel into a specific idea and maybe traps themselves, whereas you sitting off on your own can really, not get too swayed, let's say, by somebody else's perspective?
I just did, you have 8 people on board. It's a bit unproductive. It should be different. It should be multiple boards. Like you can barely. I had to sit on the floor to reach the pieces. So 8 people is a bit. This is too many chefs in the kitchen. So,
yeah.
If it was 2 or 3 or perhaps I would probably team up with whoever was doing the best. But with 8, I felt like it was best to sort of stay in the zone and not. Sort of open myself up to any distractions.
And super impressive by you today. I mean, to make it through to that top, to the top 8, to the top 4 bracket there with 2 rounds to go, and that was awesome to watch. Your clock management, as you mentioned, the moves on the board, just super impressive. We loved it. But I want to look ahead right now because Magnus, with that win, he's going to be playing the tiebreaker against Levon, a huge favorite on paper, head-to-head their scores as well. Right now, it looks like he might be the one who takes that match. And if that was to happen, there is a big chance we get a quarterfinals between you and Magnus because Hikaru gets the pick. Hard to imagine him taking Magnus there. How do you look ahead at that matchup? Is that something at the back of your mind?
Yeah, I would say that that's a certainty. If he does win, we did have an early quarterfinal match in the World Rapid and Blitz, which was incredibly close. So obviously, it's a bit weird to have it immediately, but if you compare the level of play today, I think I showed much better chess. So, and again, the Levon is no slouch, and so. He first has to get through him, and then I'll be waiting.
It is a very anticipated matchup for the chess world, and is that something, that noise around it, how would you block that out?
Well, it has been quite a long time since I have been on the biggest stage. So I have been preparing and mentally and obviously on the chessboard for so long. So when you've thought about something and you've sacrificed so much for something and in preparation for it, you've already sort of lived the moment in your head 100 times. So that makes it a lot easier to handle the stress.
You talked about kind of the intensity of the day. Obviously, it was a marathon, 7 games in a row, 10-10. But there's going to be a bit of a switch up in pace as you move into the quarterfinals. Now we move to 30-30. For yourself, how does that change of pace, ultimately affect your approach, your confidence level going into specific matchups? Because as we've seen, you're happy to push the clock. A number of other players getting into time trouble. In previous events, a lot more time typically being spent on opening moves. Do you see yourself going down the same path, or are you going to stick to your guns and really put the pressure on other people?
Well, I think that actually all of my missed points were actually a product of time pressure. Against Hikaru, I sort of was in control of the entire game. and things sort of went awry once I got to, it became a blitz game. Against Sam, I had a completely winning endgame, and time pressure failed to convert. And against Fabi, okay, if it wasn't the last round, I would never lose such a position. So if I assess the pure chess side of things, and I haven't really been outplayed by anyone, let's say from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
So when you sort of lose a game in time pressure, it doesn't feel as bad as, let's say, how I defeated Arjun or Vidit or Dominguez. So I still feel a lot of strength and I feel like I really understand and I've had so much practice coming up to this event that I'm looking forward to the longer time control, but obviously I guess it'll likely, the playoffs get faster, so I think many matches will go to playoffs. So I think you just have to be in good form.
David and I were calling the action on the plains, which you won and earned your spot into Vegas, and that was a fantastic performance as well by you, Hans. And you said that, this tournament means so much to you coming in. Do you think you've been able to sort of deliver on day one? Are you overall, not just the scoreline, but happy with the quality of play that you produced today as well?
Well, I think that my start and the quality of play and sort of dominant in some games and others shows exactly why open qualifiers are critical to every single tournament and to ensure the meritocracy of every tournament, because clearly I'm one of the better players here, and I've been deprived of opportunities for a while. So I would hope that other tournaments have more open qualifiers, because it's really inviting the same people over again does not exactly ensure that the best players are there.
And what would you kind of classify as a good result come the end of this week?
First place.
First place. Nothing less?
No.
Fair enough.
I like it. Strive for the best.
I don't feign humility like my competitors, with all due respect to them. Like this whole humble act is getting a bit old for my opponents.
We move into this final round. I just heard that the position was drawn as position 42. I'm hoping that we could maybe get a graphic of it up, because I'd love to get your insight before the players ultimately step out.
2 games of 5+2, right?
Yes, 5+2.
Levon is it's very dangerous.
So here we have it. Position 42 up on the boards. Anything jump out to you in particular?
He starts with white.
Yeah, Magnus will have white, it looks like.
Well, the right side of the board is the same.
Mm-hmm. That's 5-1-8 as the standard position.
It feels quite balanced. All of Black's pieces are... So usually you can assess the general elevation position by looking sort of how well the pieces can coordinate. So the right side of the board, right, is sort of symmetrical, so the pieces are placed normally. On the left side, sort of the bishop's already on the open diagonal, so they're quite easy to develop. And the rook on c8 supports c5, and the knight on so in these positions, it's usually the openings can actually go both ways, because it's so symmetrical and so balanced. Sometimes one side might overpush. Like for example, a move like e4 would be a mistake, probably because of c5. It's hard to say, but usually the main move that punishes e4 is c5, especially now the queen is opened. Early on, the queen scope is quite important. Sometimes when the queen is in the corner, it'll play a vital role, sort of corralling that queen or controlling its space. Here, it's less clear. Since white has quite easy development, there's not as much immediate pressure on the queen. Some positions, the pieces are just sort of hard to coordinate. They're getting in their own way. Here, you don't really have that issue. So I think that if, it should be quite balanced.
I think that's one of the interesting things for myself as a player, not near the ratings of any of you in this room, that I've begun to notice, or at least, begun to gather as a pattern from a lot of you grandmasters talking about it, is that you know, the development of pieces in freestyle at times, based on the starting position, can be effectuated by just a pawn movement, right? Because of some of those pieces maybe sitting on a long diagonal where in a normal game you would actually have to get them out onto the board themselves to effectively, you know, get them in the game.
So the way that I would, you know, presume things will continue is, let's say, c4 and, you know, probably c5, and then let's say b3, b6. A lot of the openings in freestyle, when you're unsure, are just making a move that can't be bad. So a lot of times players will try to be creative, or they'll try to recollect some past position they saw and replicate the concept. But sort of plain logic can be quite an effective tool in freestyle. So, sometimes, you know, the simplest solution is the solution. You know, for example, I would say knight f3, knight f6. You don't really want to play d4 yet, because.
So Hans, if you had to make a prediction, do you think Magnus starts with c4 on move 1?
Yeah, I would say so. Or, you know, b4 is possible. I would say b4 is another. Either c4 or b4. I would say.
So in this case, though, I'm noticing, right, that so far we've just followed symmetrical lines. Which position or which side of the board would you prefer to be on in terms of being the one to actively break that symmetry at some point?
Well, obviously you prefer white, but this is definitely a favorable position for white. I mean black, just because of how symmetrical it is. If you're not on some positions, you know, the king is already raising. All of black's pieces are reasonably placed. Like sometimes. Okay, for example, let's say you put the bishop on e8, the king on c8, and the rook on a8. You know, there's not really much pattern that you can sort of rely on. Here, it's almost like a regular position. If you, for example, let's say c4, and you know, the right side of the board being symmetrical, sort of, you know, gives you a lot of patterns to help guide you through the opening stages.
It's go time. We're going to find out Hans's predictions here.
No, I'm excited to watch this.
Watch with us.
No, I will. I don't want to miss. It'll take me too long to get to my...
You're right.
There you have it.
Magnus goes for c4.
Yeah, b3, b6, yeah. So we'll probably go for symmetry, but I really don't... e3 is... Yeah, it's an interesting move. Probably trying to confuse Levon, because he's going to play b3 next move. You know, he could be angling for b4, potentially.
Is he also sort of hinting at a central early break, getting that d pawn to move up the board?
Yeah, no, d4 wouldn't be good now, because you just take d5 and then...
So first you want to finish development?
Yeah, well, you know, if d4, I would take and play e6. And then b6. Okay, so now b6.
All right.
Hans is just calling all the action for us before it happens.
Yeah, but a small amount of dysymmetry, which is intriguing.
For now.
For now, right?
I can barely read the value. It's so small.
Yeah, it's impossible to read on that screen.
Almost 0.0.
G6, yeah, that's not... I don't like that. But
Why do you not like it?
Because you can take on f6. And that's Magnus's dream. It's king f... okay, no, what is the...
Castle.
You should have taken knight e3, and he just plays in the light squares. This is not... I don't like this.
Still a pawn on b.
Okay, this is just very, very even.
The bishop isn't open yet, so he still has to get b3 in. And he probably...
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Sorry. I don't know. See, even it's, everyone can hallucinate. Everyone can hallucinate. I guess bishop e7, b4 is the point. I'm not sure why he's hesitating. He needs to sort of move. He's taking too much time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a change of pace, right? We're going from 10-10 to 5-2. That's a pretty significant switch up.
There are some knight g4 ideas, just to mention, and some attacks against the h2 pawn in some scenarios. So, yeah, you've got to be a bit careful. But Magnus does try to break the symmetry.
But Hans, also from like a top grandmaster perspective, for Levon, right, he has this run in that top 4 qualifier, goes down to Vincent in the last round, has to face Magnus. Is that sort of a tough situation to deal with in your mind as well, when you almost feel like you've made it through, but now suddenly you find yourself here?
Yeah, I would say that the momentum, considering the past results, is certainly not with Levon, but, you know, it's, I don't think that either of them wanted to have such a stressful day. Because for me, I was relaxed the entire day. I'm just completely, I felt no pressure the entire day.
Yeah, Levon has had a very streaky day, and in fact, midway through the day, dropped a game that possibly, you know, if he had maneuvered a little bit differently.
It just takes one little piece of momentum for either player, and because this is such an easy position to play, I don't know, it's sort of, I don't know, it's technical, so, but the time usage is not great from Levon. But
what type of player strength do you think freestyle chess is best suited towards?
I think it shows who the all-around best player is. I think it freestyle forces you to be sort of able to handle a wide variety of positions, and you can't really. H3 is a bit soft. H3 is a bit soft. I don't know. I don't see the issue.
The bottom.
E6. I would like some. I would play something. You know, E6. I think just not stop 95.
And do you trade? Do you go into an endgame in this position, or do you just keep the?
No, the thing is that his time. You know, he's okay. He's playing a little bit. B8. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. D6. Now there's just such symmetry that.
But a draw in this first game would be a great result, a great start for Lev, no?
Of course. And now I suppose the bishop on 8 is better than the bishop on e2. And bishops on the dark square bishop will probably be traded. So I could see this actually. He could, I don't know. It's quite balanced, but I don't see black risking much. In these slightly worse positions, things can go wrong very easily. Like my game against Dominguez, it looked completely drawn, and then I slowly created some issues. Yeah, 97 now.
Hans, you play a lot of blitz matches. Do you just train by pure practice? Is it about physical training, mental training?
I think, well, there are a lot of statistics about 960 that, of freestyle that you can sort of look at how, look at like the top moves that are common, or you can see there are a lot of engine games, so there's a lot of data to assess and to sort of absorb. But I would say practice is certainly probably the most effective training method.
And you know, we often talk about in our studio when there's an endgame and Magnus is playing it, the Magnus touch in these endgames, he just seems to grind them out, does it time and time again. Does this have the makings of that, where we can see certain maneuvering and sort of a grind down in vintage Magnus style?
Yes, it's possible, but Levon, you know, is also quite a positional player, so it's not. Just the time is the issue. That's my concern. He should play rook b8, I think. And then 92. Yeah, rook d7's a bit. Knight b5. Starting at a7.
Also, it's just been crazy to see that Magnus is in this spot, right? Fighting for that 4th place. It's something that few would have predicted at the start of the day. You playing in the other group stage, was that something that surprised you as well, just the way the day turned out?
Yeah, it was quite surprising. Seeing so many 2 consecutive losses.
Yeah.
So.
Fabi as well, you know, sort of waiting for that last round win and not really sure of making it through.
Yeah, well, 7 games isn't a lot.
Yeah.
It's not really. I guess the previous tournaments there were double round robins. There were. You had much better. You had a bit of a buffer, but now there's really no buffer. I don't like this rook on d7. I don't like the coordination. It's just getting squeezed. And the time's going down.
Getting squeezed, time going down. How many times have we heard that storyline when a player is playing against Magnus Carlsen?
It's been a while since I've seen Aronian play this slowly. I've got to...
yeah, he needs to wake up.
It's been a long day, I guess. But yeah, he spent a lot of time and not much has happened in the game so far.
And more than a minute separates them at this point. Only +2 on the increment. So very hard to build a time bank.
Can you 97? I don't know what.
Now he goes for rook b8.
So what kind of trades are you looking for in this position? If you're on the defense here, you got less time on the clock. What are the exchanges as
well, D4s.
D4 for Magnus?
Yeah.
It's just about when, whether he rushes it or... I could see Magnus, like, he likes to expand, like, put his king on F2.
Probably F4.
Yeah, start pushing some pawns on this
F4, G4. You're just kind of stuck. It's the issue.
Both players playing very slowly.
Yeah, very slowly and a very locked position.
Coordinate pieces better. His coordination's quite poor. But he's going to go, like, he needs time to go knight c8, knight e7. I think d4 is, I think it's time to strike. But you never know in these positions.
Yeah, very hesitant though from both players.
Yeah, he's taking a bit, yeah, no, time, now the time, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's leveling out.
Unless he finds a direct sequence here, he risks Levon consolidating. To me, knight c8, knight e7 is, if you can get that, then you're kind of holding on.
And this has been a massive moment because just like that, the clocks are equalized.
Yeah, he's taking way too much time. If he was going to play d4, he should have done it a minute ago.
There it is.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, yeah.
Immediate recapture. And now we build more tension in the center of the board.
Oh, this isn't that obvious. What does the engine say? Black is better.
Yeah. By the slightest of margins.
Wow, yeah, he has knight c4. Wow. Wow. Completely, yeah. Knight c4, knight c4.
Oh.
Come on. Oh, wow.
He does it? Wow.
Momentum shifts.
Yes.
See, that's what, no, he's way too nervous.
And just
spending
like
all of
that.
his time.
And he's got more time on the clock as well now.
No, he's freezing now.
I'm shocked Magnus.
No move.
After a long
Rook
day.
b4 is coming. a5 is a threat. Completely paralyzed.
Yeah, and now
Knight
got only
d1.
30
Knight
seconds.
d1. Knight d1.
And you can't even take that knight on c4. You end up losing.
Knight, yeah, but knight d1.
What's crazy is the engine wanted you
Knight
to take,
a3.
but it
Knight
wasn't good.
a3. Knight a3. Knight a3. Come on. Knight a3, rook b4. Knight a3, rook b4, and he's in huge trouble.
Black pieces are coming in.
Knight a3, gotta move. He has to move. He's got 25 seconds. Yeah. This is.
He's got 50 seconds on the clock.
This is also a great move.
Okay, yeah. Second
Yeah, no. This is going to Levon.
You're calling this out? You think Levon takes
absolutely,
this?
absolutely.
He wins?
Yes. There are no moves.
That's looking really good. 14 seconds here.
Knight e3, knight a3, knight e4. Rook b2, knight e4. He's panicking. 10 seconds. Either he goes adrenaline mode.
Oh my goodness, 7. He's got to play something.
No
Knight
move.
a3 is a big threat.
Knight
This
b2.
is looking tough. He's got 5 seconds. 5 seconds on the clock. He only gets
Take knight
per move.
e4. Take knight e4. Oh, and Levon is calm. Okay, take the knight e4. Come on. And then knight back to c6 and just push the pawns.
It's happening. He does it. He wins a pawn.
Just go back d4.
Levon in full control here. He's up an extra pawn. He's up on the
He's
clock.
got the time, 5 seconds. But he has to move fast. He has to keep the pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
So uncharacteristic Magnus Carlsen.
Knight c6. Knight c6. Move, please do not. Here you have to take the time edge. This is the most important thing. You can't get below 20 seconds. The second you get below 20 seconds, a5, a5,
You
please.
just have to just
A5, A5. Move.
Keep tossing the ball back to
No, but he's getting. You can't get that low. Here you can't hesitate. It's so good. A5. No, A5, A3.
He's not pushing it yet.
D4. D4. Please move. Okay, but he has to be aware.
Yeah, Levon has to go. Magnus,
like watching a car crash.
Magnus is living and dying by his increment right here. Down to 1 second. Does make a move just in time. Back up to 4. 13
Knight d4, A6. A6. Prophylaxis. Prophylaxis. Come on.
Prediction here, David.
Okay, this is it. This is it.
Levon's winning.
Rook
Levon's
c4. Rook
winning?
c4. Rook c4. Rook c4. Simplify, please. Come on.
He's giving you what you
There's
want.
no chance now.
He's just got to do it quickly.
That's game over. Rook c5.
Well, you heard the call from the studio. Hans is calling it over. We're waiting for the stamp to be put on the game, but this would be huge for Levon to go up 1-0 in the playoff here in the first of the two 5+2 matchups against Magnus Carlsen.
e5, okay, e5, e5, e5.
It's still 2 extra pawns, but I'm going to say, you know, Magnus
there are miracles and there are, okay, rook a, just f5, h5. I don't like that move. Rook a, rook a5, game over. Bishop takes, okay.
Do you take that third pawn?
Of course you take that. Is that a rhetorical question? Now bishop, okay.
Bishop back, defending the king.
Yes. I don't, you know, just put rook.
Look at the clock now.
Levon is very low on time.
Yeah, they're playing on increment right now.
I mean, Magnus has built a bank. He's up to 16 seconds, actually. He's been gaining time with his moves.
Don't get your rook trapped. Oh, rook b3. That's a classy move. That's a very classy move. Check.
Go for the king side pawns?
Yeah, and then king f8. Just slide the king back.
Okay.
King f8. King f8. h4. Rook h2. f5. Go f5. Rook h2, f5. Oh, my mood is transformed.
What's your mood now?
You're coming alive in this moment.
You know, there are very few pleasures in life that compare to this feeling. Bishop g4. Wow, what an amazing move. Wow. g5.
How over is this?
It's pretty over, but it's like it's entering. It's a little bit. Rook d4. Okay, no, this is over.
Oh my goodness. 2 extra pawns.
Okay, just not run the king. The king. No, run the king. Run the king.
Get the king to the other side of the board.
Okay, Levon, this is the Russian school of chess. It's time. I don't like this. Wait. Rook b8. I don't like this.
If Magnus survives this one,
I'll be amazed. Number 1.
Can we go f5, please? It's time for f5.
He goes f6, more conservative.
Just to confirm.
Oh, very good. Very good. Wait.
There is a slight delay on the board with
h4. h4.
Yeah. Our board.
Okay. Oh, yes. Woo! Yes.
We got Levon, biggest fan in the studio right now.
you're really cheering for Lev right now.
Are you surprised?
Absolutely. Well, I'm not surprised. My God, and there it is.
To win the next game.
Oh, Levon! You guys were saying early quarterfinal match.
I know.
You know, Levon. You know,
taking my word.
You know why he's playing so well? Because he played a practice match on endgame.ai. He beat me. So I honestly think that this is all thanks to me.
And it was an endgame win for Lev.
Absolutely. Levon is embracing the endgame spirit.
We thought it was written in the stars, the way that the end of that regulation play was coming down. We were like, all right, they're destined. They're on a crash course for a quarterfinal matchup. But right now, Levon has something to say about that.
Sometimes, you know, destiny isn't meant to be.
Yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen will is back against the wall. We just know what
I'm staying.
Like
I'm the new fourth commentator.
Yeah.
These are the three musketeers have been transformed.
This has been brilliant. This is a new level of energy on the desk right now.
Oh,
we're happy to have you.
You know, I used to be a content creator back in the day.
No one can write Magnus Carlsen off. Yes, he's got that 1 point deficit. Yes, he has to win on demand. But this is freestyle chess. No way to shut the game down. And it's far from over.
Far from over, but Levon, that is a juicy, juicy victory.
And it kind of goes back to his pattern from the day. He's had a lot of success on the black side of the board.
Yeah.
No, Levon is like, you know, he's when it comes down to it, he's very, very sharp. You know, he knows how to. He's probably got the most experience at the top level out of anyone here. Other than Magnus.
I mean, a 25-year Grandmaster at this point, right? 42 years of age, hitting Grandmaster at the age of 17.
Yeah.
That's a ton of experience.
That's what me and him share, the late Grandmaster sort of achievement.
What also makes this win so incredibly impressive, you know, Lev's coming from a loss against Vincent Keimer in that round-robin stage. He's playing this endgame where he's on the back foot against none other than Magnus Carlsen, a player who grinds them out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then turning it around in the style that he did and gets that first win in. You got Jan Butner here as well, who's in absolute disbelief with everything that's going on.
Well, yeah,
everyone
rightfully so.
He's gonna, Hans Neman is gonna take our jobs.
No, and that's the thing. Hans, you got to go to the finals because if you don't, they're gonna replace one of us with you, and that's a problem for our careers. Okay, so
no, listen. You know,
If you want to stay,
I am honestly. I think that I had to lose those 2 games as a sacrifice to the universe.
Yes,
I gave my energy to Levon.
You put this into the universe.
You know, listen. I lost those 2 games to sort of give some of my karma all the way to Levon. So he has my power now. He has my spirit, and I am so impressed.
Well, I think then that tells me that you perfectly understand the idea behind freestyle chess, right? To be a massively entertaining broadcast, right? And you've delivered us just that. Set us up for such a brilliant tiebreaker.
I wonder
here.
why people don't invite me if I'm such an interesting person, you know? Maybe you guys should call the St. Louis Chess Club, call up Vikanze, tell them, listen.
Look, I'll call everyone I know, but I just don't know if I know anyone who has.
I haven't played
power
in the last year. If you forget, I have played 1 serious classical tournament in the last year. My last round robin classical tournament was last October. I'm almost like retired and going to be a commentator like you guys. Maybe a podcaster.
You're right.
You know, maybe
maybe
it's time to just be a freestyle podcaster.
Well, here at Freestyle, the couch always has a place for you, man. You can always jump in. All right, but predictions for this one.
Lordy.
He starts with the black pieces here. You know, there's only one result that keeps his run going. How does he do it? What is going through his mind? You know him best, David. Take us through Magnus Carlsen's mindset right now.
Oof. Hard to say. I think he's just trying to forget. I think he just wants to move on, focus on whatever the new position will be. I think it's more important Levon's mindset. If Levon is as stable as he was for the second half of that game.
Look at him. It's a shark. Going around. Levon is circling his prey.
Levon, though, he's only won 1 white game so far today. He's won 4 games with the black pieces. So yeah, despite having the advantage of the white, it's
no. But if you look at the previous game, Magnus tried to overpush in a must-win against Nodirbeck. He got completely outplayed. The issue with freestyle is that if you try to overpush, which you often do in a must-win position, it can backfire terribly. If you look at the Robson Aragaisi game, he got wiped off the board. So, it depends a lot on the opening position. If Levon gets a position where his pieces are regularly developed and he has smooth play, he's going to be forced to create, so Levon is not really the guy to sort of play passively and keep control. He's more the one to sort of create action himself, so he'll be welcoming any complications. So
you think Magnus should just be solid and wait for his shots?
The principal thing is usually to just be patient, especially with his time control, but it's extremely hard to have that perspective, considering that I don't think he's been close to being knocked out in any previous tournament, right? Like this would be, this would not be good.
Definitely not a familiar position here for Magnus Carlsen. You say that the starting position is oh so important to determining
absolutely.
Yeah, how this is going to break down. In just about a few seconds, we're diving into the arena to get that final position in our second tiebreak. Fiona, take it away.
Welcome back to the second playoff game. Levon Aronian won game 1, which means Magnus Carlsen is now in a must-win situation with the black pieces. They will play the same time control 5+2, but with a new position. And to help me draw the next one, I would like to welcome to the stage co-founder of Chess.com. Give it up for Danny Wrench. Warm welcome, Danny. Are you ready?
Position 383.
Fantastic. Danny, thank you so much. We're all missing the bathrobe the first time you've been dressed. Give it up for Danny one more time. The players will get 5 minutes now. And to our audience, enjoy to the players. Best of luck.
And here we go. It's position 383 to define who goes through in the top 4. And here we see a very different type of position. It's queens, bishops at one edge of the board. And
well, this looks like the exact position we had in an earlier game. Actually, this is...
very close.
Wait. Only one thing was flipped. Wait. In my game against Ergaisi, the first round, this is eerily similar. Wait, no, this is like almost the same. The left is, look at it, it's incredibly similar.
And maybe Tanya can check that.
Yeah, check. No, I'm sure it's incredibly similar.
And what strikes the main factors?
No.
Yeah, this is the first round position, and you're absolutely right. It's
Oh, no. Sorry. It's the fourth. The right side. No.
It's the rook and knight that have been swapped over.
No. There was another. Sorry, there was.
But that was the long-range pieces on the left side of the board.
What?
But we have had these dynamics, David, as you were pointing out, the queen and the 2 bishops on that right flank, and there we've got our first move in, or not yet. The players are still thinking.
No, sorry, Vidit. Actually, can you check my game against Vidit, round 4?
Sure.
I believe that was with the bishop on d1 in the center. You were showing.
Yeah, but the other pieces look
Yours and
the left side is very similar. Wait.
What would you say are the main factors of this position?
Well, f4 and you get the initiative, right? So f4, he can't really play f5. It's too symmetrical. Like, just go to the beginning. This looks incredibly similar.
Are you thinking this is a good side?
Oh, look, it's the bishop. It's similar. It's similar.
But more to the first round that you were talking about, David.
Yeah.
We have seen these dynamics. All right, first move predictions. Let's start with David. What do you think Levon, needing only a draw to go through in this one, will be his move of choice here?
f4, obviously, attacking the... Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to do...
Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's saying
I agree,
F4.
Hans, go on.
No, definitely f4, and this looks actually really bad because f4, knight, b6, g3. White's king's already castled. You've got super simple development. Like, this is a dream position. You know, if everything was in disarray, it would be far more concerning. But this is actually, everything is already developed normally. So I think this is a great start for Levon.
So you think, despite being far away from the standard chess strategic positions where you've got familiar patterns, Levon's happy with this freestyle draw?
But the bishops are in dream positions.
Yes.
The king is perfectly safe with 2 rooks next to it. The knight is springing into b3. You have no issues. So he just has to play normal logical chess, and everything will be fine. Like, it's not... when the positions are complete disarray, black can be better after 2 moves. But in this position, like, black has 0 chance for an advantage. Maybe I would take 10, 15 moves to hope for an advantage, as long as Levon plays normal chess.
1 minute and 39 seconds before the first move starts. If you could tell Levon one thing right now...
For example, an idea is f4, knight b6, f5. Sort of playing against this bishop on h8.
But tell me this, Hans. You're on Lev's corner right now,
Yeah.
and you had to tell him one thing before this very potentially final game. What would that be?
I'll tell him that I will send him, he'll get a PayPal wire from me after he wins this game. A generous PayPal wire. He already won 10,000 for beating me in endgame, so I would, give him a little tip for his gracious victory.
Where are these funds coming from, Hans?
Endgame company, startup, venture capitalists.
And maybe a piece of this $750,000 prize pool too, you know?
Fair enough.
We don't know how much Hans is
No,
walking away with at the end of this.
he wins this game, 5% of my prize money, just a little. Or to a charity of his choice. Now, I'm really getting karma now. Maybe, if you have yes. If he wins this, I will have Levon dedicate a portion of my winnings to charity.
Okay. Well, there you go. If that doesn't set the stage perfectly for what we're about to witness, it's the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, in a position we never thought he'd be in, fighting for his tournament life here in a tiebreak scenario against Levon Aronian. There's one match to play. It's 5-2. Levon has the score lead 1-0, so it's a win or nothing here for Magnus Carlsen if he wants to keep his first place hopes alive. With 5 seconds to go, off we enter into the battlefield to see who comes out on top.
He just has to be a lot faster than the previous game. Because the thing is that Magnus showed incredible weakness with low time there. He spent 2 minutes on, it was in complete control, so as long as Levon has the speed, f4, yes, exactly.
He starts
Knight
with your
b6. So knight b6, f5 is kind of a nice move, but in a position like this, when you have that edge, there's no point in taking a risk like that. Here, you just sort of want to develop normally, and you know. So now I would say, I don't know, maybe e4. Yeah, he's just keeping things. Yeah. Now, if the issue here is that if DE bishop takes e4, e5, there might be bishop c5. No, though, wait, what would you play? You know what? Wait, could there? Is there?
He could go in the center immediately, right? With the queens lined up against each other.
Yeah, I would say that you just, if knight d3, the point is that after, so the point is that if knight d3, d5, bishop g2, e4, then bishop h3 check, similar to my game against Erigaisi. So if he gets f4 and e3 and everything starts getting traded off, there's really no risk. The main sort of, this is a very common thing that happens, but e5, knight d3. The only thing is that he doesn't want to be too soft. Yeah, knight d3. No, this is good. This is good.
But a player on a must-win side for Magnus right now, David, should he be pleased with just the imbalances that exist in the position, or do you think the trades in the center favor
what does the
Levon?
engine say? Just look, is it 0?
It's a slight favor towards Magnus Carlsen on a high depth.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
0.2 in his favor.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a low. Yeah, I don't know how.
I have a slightly.
Oh, I see. Sure.
Yeah, over here, so I can catch you on the numbers.
I don't see why black is better, but it's hard to.
Yeah. Apparently, the next few moves might be critical. If the pawns just disappear, it's going to be level, as you said.
Yeah, I don't, because I have knight d6.
Played.
Oh, that's okay. Bishop g2, e4, knight c5.
It's such a forcing line, this one.
Yeah, it's entering. It's becoming quite.
It's all happening, by the way, as you're calling it. It's on the board. This is the position that we have.
Yeah, this I don't. Queen f4.
Wow, I'm surprised Magnus took that. He could have kept the pawn on the board, broken the symmetry.
Yeah, and look at the time usage. He's down a minute as well. So, I really think that considering how poorly he played in time pressure, Levon needs to push the clock because the nerves. He was incredibly nervous.
I would agree. That's a good reminder that they went into the end game there where Levon had a solid time advantage, and by the end of it, Magnus actually had more time on the clock, and that was with 2-second increment that he was able to build a time.
Yeah, but the thing is, well, this I don't like at all because you're taking bishop c5 or even bishop c5 immediately. I don't know. Bishop c4 is a very bad move. There's no point. Like the bishop, you don't even want to take on d3. Why are you giving away your? That's a sign of nerves.
Yeah, for the first time, the computer slightly moves in favor of white.
Bishop c5, bishop d3. You take an f8. You play cd3, and black doesn't really have many ideas. Where the pin, you castle. White plays king c2. You can if you ever want to take on d6 and symmetrical. So this is not. If he finds bishop c5, then there's really no risk.
All right, well, it's left to play. He's still thinking about it. Now under the 4-minute mark. Bishop c5 feels also like a natural human move here, no?
No, but the really tough part about the knockout format is that if you could just play the game like it was any other game, the level of play would be higher for everyone. Just like in my final 2 games, if I wasn't thinking about, I've already qualified, then I would not have played so poorly. So he probably should have just played queen takes f4 or maybe even bishop d5. I thought I don't know. It's hard to say, but sort of with the match situation, even taking bishop c5. Yeah, I don't know. Bishop c5 first would have been because now knight. But now, so this is the issue, right? He's playing for symmetry, and he's afraid of any imbalance, which I can understand it, but there was just no from a logical perspective, why are you taking? You're just developing your opponent's pieces. So I don't know.
You start playing the tournament situation rather than the position.
So
on the board.
they're both sort of susceptible to that. But okay, I guess you'll play rook e1.
You've got to take that open line.
Still, we're talking about like a minuscule advantage, right? Rook E1 castles, it's hard to see where exactly.
But Magnus has got to be feeling the relief over the last couple of moves, no?
Yeah, I don't think, again, the time. The thing that's really, really hard is that you, when you play Blitz, it's the intensity's on. But in the previous game, the intensity sort of wasn't, it didn't turn on. So, I don't know, you take...
This is one of the moves the engine was asking for a while.
Yeah.
And are we expecting Lavon to get his king to castle as well to get the other rook into the game? Connect those rooks. Trade, castle.
You do it now, probably.
It's quite a difficult, I don't know.
If you had to make a prediction here, Hans, is it going to fizzle out towards a draw?
Yeah, it should be a draw.
Well, that's all Lavon needs. That's all you need.
Well, Lavon first and foremost,
yes.
But I certainly won't lose any sleep.
Exactly. Will you lose sleep if that wasn't the case?
No.
No. Castling does occur.
I think I'll get much more sleep than after my calm day. Then.
Would you not like the opportunity to go at Magnus again, though, Hans?
Of course, it's a good experience to play the best players in the world. But sort of, I can't. It's hard for me to hide my contempt.
Knight's leaving the board as well. Magnus pushing a board.
Yeah, there's a little something, but
more and more pieces liquidate, though.
There's a little something. He really has to be cognizant of the G1 bishop. This reminds me of a game against Dominguez.
Is the knight on B3 bad?
So he needs to go king C2. Yeah, he needs to bring the knight to like D3, for example, like knight C1.
Okay.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, knight C1.
That last move, hinting at the plan.
Okay, if you something like D4 would be a very. So now D4 is a possible at the right moment. So let's say rook E8, you just take and go rook F1, and then you can go sort of B3, knight D3, and then everything's protected. And you sort of want to go like B3, knight D3, C4, and then the bishop comes C3, and then everything's fine. And the bishop on H8 is not that great either, right? So as long as the knight doesn't get, yeah, this is very, very, very hard to find even a sliver of hope. So knight D3. And everything is just so solid. And then I get rook F8, I would go B3. And then rook F1, you can go rook E1 even.
Just no pawn weaknesses to target right now, just complete balance.
Even a move like B4 isn't that bad. But I wouldn't play B4 because, for example, B4, D6, B5. You should just play rook E1, B3, you just wait. The onus, and even look at the time, he's got an extra minute. So, but here you just wait. You just stay patient. You have nothing to lose. You just wait.
But when you need only a draw, exactly, right? Like a move like B4 is not what your hand wants to make.
Of course not, of course not. So here I would go A4, even bishop B3 is a solid move, but a little bit, yeah, bishop F4, I don't know. Bishop B3, I don't really, it's a little bit, it's not bad, but okay, rook E1. Rook E1, please. Again, here you have to move. This is the issue. Like, from all my experience in Blitz, and online Blitz especially, you really just... In this position, there's no difference between A4 and rook E1. It's not going to affect...
It's not a critical decision.
It's not a critical... So knowing when to take your time on critical decisions is so important in these crunch times. Like, okay, bishop F4, he's just going like, just ruthless. He wants to go bishop B5, D6. Rook E1.
Do you want to trade one side of rooks, getting into that E8 square while it's stopped?
No, I don't know. I don't really. I kind of like the. I would play something. I would play B4. No, B4 now. He can take. Yeah, I just don't like. I don't know. I think H6, G5. I could see it going wrong. But yeah, A4 is the sort of a. So now, yeah, H6 you have...
Magnus doesn't even need to see it. He just needs to smell it. If he does, he will go for that opportunity. Is he
H6, H4. I think you should just play H6, H4. Just keep the balance. You can even look at something like King B3 now. King just, I don't know. You kind of... It's hard for... And now h4, black has no way to make progress. The bishop is stuck, rook can't, f7 can't move because of c4. So now he trades, okay.
Hey.
Something very, very small.
Yeah, rooks will leave the board
But
here.
it's annoying. It's annoying. It's not like there's something, I don't know. The time is, you know, I'm concerned about what's going to happen when the time gets low because I could see
5 seconds between them
he
now.
has to move. He has to move.
I mean,
Please move. You can't.
It's about to equalize.
What's the point of thinking here?
If Magnus gets the dub in this one, if he equalizes and goes into a second tiebreak,
just-
once again becomes a massive favorite.
To Hans' point, he just spent 30 seconds about to just end up making a move that
Why is he
probably
looking
was
away?
likely
Why
to
is
be
he looking?
made, right?
Look at the. Please move. Move. Oh my
Felt like he was distracted there.
Maybe there was sound.
Yeah. Is there sound in the playing hall that you
No,
guys
it's
are
not that.
experiencing?
But please. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's now down to seconds on the clock. It's under 20 seconds for Levon.
Yep.
No, you
Make
should
a
go.
move. He hasn't played.
Now dipping into single
What is
digits
he
here.
doing? No, you. Come on.
Needs to make a decision. He'll drop
Is
the
there a
bishop
delay
back.
or no? There's no. Why?
Black rook can now come in, maybe.
Yeah, this is an opening to slide down. Double attack on the bishop and the pawn, perhaps.
Yeah, but now he's down to 7 seconds. Anything can happen in this endgame.
Magnus taking his turn to think, though. He's only got 15 seconds to his name.
A complete
Poor time management from
threat
both sides.
in body language. I think Magnus senses it.
Finds the best move in the position.
Now the black knight can jump.
Yeah, forced
He has
to
91.
defend.
Wait. He has bishop f4. Bishop f4. Please move.
The computer calls this zeros, but again, we don't have much time to work with here for either player. 5 seconds to either player's name.
Rook g2. Rook g2. Rook g2. Rook g. No wait. Rook
Then
g2.
rook f1.
King d1's. Yeah.
So I think Magnus is doing what you did to Dominguez earlier, potentially.
Wow. Wow. What a nice move. Knight g2.
That gets the brilliancy.
Come on. Take.
Attacks a pawn. And look at that. Players playing on that
g5.
last
Take the knight h3.
Okay.
Take the knight h3. Come on.
Must to find it.
Come on.
Oh! A small inaccuracy.
Come
Magnus
on.
Carlsen.
Move. Knight f3. Knight f3.
Levon in the driver's seat, just needs to keep moving. As you hear Hans saying, that's it, just move. Ooh, and an inaccuracy comes out the other way.
No,
Does
it's
Magnus spot it?
g2. Control. Now g5. Okay, a4, g5. Push. Okay, this is good.
Drives the
Push.
Drives the rook away. Magnus Carlsen about to be knocked down from the championship bracket here.
Oh, the race is on.
Check. Knight f3.
Okay, king
Move.
slides over, defends against the promotion. Now what? Knight's coming forward.
If rookish. Knight d4, knight f5. Wait, knight g5. Okay, that's
Whoa!
Knight h. Wait.
That's a Hail Mary.
Knight f7 was winning.
All right, but he doesn't find it. The game goes on.
Knight f8. Okay, this is it. Okay. Rook g5.
But 2 seconds on the clock for both.
King e3 next. King e3. No!
Wait.
That was a knight fork. Black could have won on the spot. Magnus could have won a rook.
We're back. There's new life, though.
Come on.
Back in the position.
It's still game on. Anything can happen here.
It's level again.
Couldn't ask for a more thrilling conclusion to a group stage here. But just like that, the computer's at straight zeros. It's calling this a dead draw with perfect play from both players.
Check. What is?
Hans wants to check. Levon won't give it to him. Rerouting the knight. Looking for the dance. Loses the pawn.
Rook c7.
Yeah, but this is tricky.
Wait.
Magnus has the A passer now, which is about to go down the board.
Trade that off.
Yes.
He's about to pick up the B6 pawn next.
Time pressure for both still. 5 seconds to their name. 2 seconds down the clock for Magnus.
Check. Come on.
A lot of dancing here. King gets shuffled to the right-hand side of the board. There, another pawn gets picked up.
Oh my goodness.
Please tell me you won. You won.
There it is. The resignation. Levon Aronian. A 2-0 victory in the tie-break against Magnus Carlsen. It's not a position he wanted to be in, but even still, he fights through the tenacity from the 42-year-old Grandmaster, Levon Aronian. He goes to the upper bracket.
You know what they say? Karma is a... And I'll let them finish the sentence.
Fill in the blanks.
Oh, wow. Levon. Dude, Levon, I am taking you to dinner tonight.
What a relief that must be for him. after an absolute marathon of the day. 7 grueling regulation rounds into 2 5-2 tiebreaker matchups against the world #1, and he gets it done in both of them.
And the congratulations they're pouring in. Just what a moment it is for Levon Aronian, you know, losing to Vincent Keimer, almost being written off. Magnus Carlsen, a huge favorite in that matchup, and then getting that first win in, holding his own in the second one, and Magnus Carlsen drops out of the championship bracket. Unbelievable things on day 1 of the Freestyle Grand Slam in Vegas. Happens only in Vegas.
Absolutely
What
stunning.
happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I think it's my time to let Levon enjoy. Okay.
Yeah. No. That's fair enough. You've given us
And I
so
might play
much.
him.
You very well might be playing
How can I go for rooting for him to play against him? It's going to be so tough.
Well, we'll see, right? Hikaru does get to choose between the 3rd and 4th place finishers from that group. Let me find the 3rd place, because Levon will take 4th with that.
Okay.
And let me try to remind myself. Actually, after this, we'll be able to...
And Nodirbeck. Between these 3 players.
Yes.
So Nodirbeck and Sindarov, they drew that game. Prague as well.
To see their tiebreaks because they all tied, right? So I assume you don't play tiebreak for the
No, not for that.
That'd be a bit much, huh?
That will be decided in some fashion. You will be left with the unchosen of the 2. So there is a distinct possibility you end up against Levon, but...
Well, I'm quite happy that Hikaru chooses my fate. It's quite poetic.
Yeah, it is poetic in a
We
way.
have such a great camaraderie.
I never know when you're serious and when you're not.
You know that, honestly, there's been such great American camaraderie in Vegas. I don't know what it is about the Sin City that brings out the Patriots, but I'm feeling closer than ever to the American team.
Well, on home soil, quite the performance from a number of our American pros. Hans, thank you for giving us so much of your time, my friend. We weren't necessarily expecting to have you for both games, but I'm so glad that you did join us, because that was so much fun, and we definitely could use your energy during those last 2 games.
Listen, I'm honored to be here and appreciate your time, and looking forward to tomorrow. I am. My mood has been transformed since my 2 consecutive losses.
Likewise, my friend. Well, either way, I'm sure you are a bit exhausted, and we want to make sure that you are fully rested to put on a show for us tomorrow. So I'm going to let you go. Once again, congratulations, and I can't wait to see what you put on display tomorrow.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Hans.
Thank you.
Woo! As Hans steps away, the 3 of us get to sit and reflect on just the absolute spectacle that was on display today.
Hans has got a round of applause here in the studio.
And deservingly so. Absolutely. Not just for his play today, but then for the show that he put on for us. Let's take a final look at the standings here for both of our groups. We'll start with Group A, and then we'll check in on Group B. Oh my goodness, y'all. All 16 players still have things to play for, but the important thing is that line in the middle of your screen right there. Everyone above it has qualified into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Everyone below it into the lower bracket quarterfinals. If you're first or second, you get to choose between 3rd and 4th of the opposing group. For your opponent, same thing for 5, 6, choosing between 7 and 8. But as you can see here, it's Pragnananda, it's Nodirbeck Abdusatorov, it's Javalkir Sindarov, and it's Levon Aronian, who scraped by into those top 4 slots and booked their ticket to the upper bracket quarterfinals. If we slot on over to Group B, we'll see some big names up top, of course, and Hikaru Nakamura, who definitely turned on the gas in the later stages of the day, putting up 6 points to his name, not taking a single loss, with only 2 draws, robbing him of a perfect 7-win day. It's Hans Neman, the man who just absolutely put on a show for us all here as a commentator as well, who took 4.5 points to his name for 2nd place. Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana will each share 3rd place, essentially, with 4 points. They will be chosen between to play the top 2 slots of Group A. Whew. Wow. Is that how you expect? Is this the 8? Now let's go back to how we kicked off the day and what you thought might be the makeup of our top 8. For me, obviously Magnus falling out. Vincent Keimer, I think, is a name that people are going to be surprised to not see occupying one of the top 8 slots.
Yeah, I think Group A is where the surprises lay. Group B, Hikaru, Fabiano, Hans, and Arjun. I think they were the favorites. They were the top 4 on paper. They made it through, but Magnus dropping out. Vincent, Wesley, so arguably a bit of a surprise, Tanya.
I completely agree. I mean, Group B, super predictable with that result. All the favorites go through, you know, everyone who the fans were rooting for. You name them all, David. And I think for the Indian fans as well, to see Arjun in the mix and then Prague in Group A. It's been a good day for the Uzbeki grandmasters as well, both Nodirbeck and Javakir. But the biggest shocker of the day, it's got to be the world #1 falling below that mark. Will not be fighting for championship in Vegas. Will not be fighting for his second slam here. And I think this is a script nobody could have been written. No one could have written, you know, with Levon going into that tie break. For us to have Hans call the action on that, which was absolutely insane. And Magnus losing that first game. What a day of chess it's been. Absolutely unpredictable in Group A.
Yeah, it's
real stuff here.
It's a different kind of energy, you know, when you have when you get to sit next to a pro player and experience what's kind of flooding through their body, the adrenaline of the moment, right? As he's witnessing Levon dispatch Magnus Carlsen and Rob. You know, many people maybe a quarterfinal that they would have wanted to see, but perhaps giving Hans the road he wants to the finals.
And you know, Hans can be polarizing, love him or hate him, but he's just so unfiltered with his emotions. To watch him in action there, as he was clearly rooting for Levon to take it through, you know, and he did just that. But what a brilliant performance by Lev. The pressure that he must be feeling in that moment, you almost feel like you're giving up as a player and you're fighting against world #1. As it gets faster, the time format gets faster. You know, you've just lost the game to Vincent. Incredible show there by Lev on the stage and by Hans in our commentary studio.
Yeah, congratulations, Levon Aronian. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, showed a lot of fight today. But again, this was a marathon day, which kind of leads into a marathon event, right? 4 more days to play here for all of our players if they want to go the distance. And so, you know, again, I think for all of them, it's about making sure that they show a level of consistency day over day. That's been something that we've pointed out in the past. You even referenced the idea of the hot starts for the youngsters, where the experience maybe takes over more in the bracket stage. I think that same question will persist as we move forward throughout the week.
That's right. Some of the time trouble issues that we mentioned today are likely to play less of a factor for the rest. But yeah, the nerves, I think all of the players, they deserve a good long rest after what we witnessed today. I think other than Hikaru, who coasted through, everyone else had some edgy moments throughout the day.
But I want to ask you, David, because I think for everyone, it almost felt like a given that Magnus is taking this tiebreaker. I mean, a clear favorite on paper. He has these brilliant results against Levon. Their earlier encounter in the round robin, Magnus completely dominated. What do you think went wrong for the world #1 here?
He just looked tired. I hate to say it, you know, players of a certain age, it's hard to play 7-8 hours in a day. I mean, Levon's even older, so he did fantastically well. But especially the first tiebreak game, it was a level position. Hans was saying, like, why are they thinking? He was right, Hans. They were both super slow. I've never seen Magnus play that slowly before in a Blitz game. He's the world Blitz champion so many times, but that was by far the slowest I've seen him.
And there might be a harsh reality of, you know, the unforgiving nature of a single-day group stage, 7 rounds in a row, right? Where if you're just not having your day, all it takes is for you to have, you know, your second best day and for someone to have their best day, you know, and all of a sudden you guys flip in the standings. Obviously, today broke down in phenomenal fashion, but we're gearing up for some incredible matchups tomorrow. We don't know what they are just yet. As we've mentioned, the players tonight at dinner in those 1, 2, and 5, 6 spots are going to get to pick their matchups. We maybe have a sense of what some of them will be, but now that we do know our top 8, Tanya, looking towards that upper quarterfinal, now who become the favorites? Because Vincent Keimer's out and Magnus Carlsen's out. Those are the 2 guys who have won our previous legs. We don't have any previous winners still in it. Is it now Fabiano's time to rise up as Mr. Consistency, or is Hikaru perfectly positioned with finding his form, or will we have somebody like Hans Neman coming in and stealing the show?
You know, whichever way that goes, it sounds like an absolute blockbuster to me. Loving it. And for Fabi and Hikaru, they're also hungry for their first Grand Slam win. And I'm going to point out, for Magnus, it didn't just come down to his tiebreaker against Lev, right? It was those 2 back-to-back losses, especially against Wesley. That was a painful one. I mean, he had everything under control. He could have wrapped up his qualification in that very game, but losing, getting checkmated at the end of that. And then since then, it's been a tough one, and he finds himself in that loser's bracket. He will not be fighting for championship here. Guys, it's about prediction now. Who's going to pick who in that dinner that we're talking about? You know, for Hikaru, he goes first. to pick the players from that Group A, it's going to be between Javokir Sindarov and Levon Aronian. What do you think, David?
Well, Hikaru and Javokir Sindarov have history. If we remember, in terms of picking Sindarov, we thought back in Weissenhaus that he would be picking Abdusattorov. Instead, he chose Hikaru Nakamura, knocked down Hikaru Nakamura in a long marathon quarterfinals in the playoffs tiebreaks. I think Hikaru would be very brave to choose Sindarov. I think he picks Levon. Hikaru against Levon has a very decent score. So I just think he'll choose the older player.
Okay, well, that flies in the face a bit of, again, what has been the pattern of the past, right? Typically, the experienced players then going for a young gun and saying, I'll take you on in that slower time control. And so I was actually going to say other way around. I expect him to pick Javokir, although you could make an argument that the streakiness of Levon still throughout the day makes him vulnerable. That makes him dangerous, too. But I think the fact that he had so many decisive games one way or another definitely is an intriguing element to the decision.
And I think what's going to be also interesting is the decision for the other group, right? Now get this, James. Prague tops the table, and he's going to pick between his best friend, Arjun Aragaisi, or Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, Lord.
That's a really tough one because you really want to play Fabi. Mystic Consistent is what we've been calling him. Finishing runners-up, finishing second in Weissenhaus, finishing third in Paris. And what a day he's had here as well. 6 draws, 1 win, not a single loss. I mean, for Prague, an incredibly difficult decision. Do you pick your best friend here, Arjun Aragaisi, a beast as well? Or do you play against Fabiano Caruana, Mr. Consistent?
I kind of want to see him play Arjun, but I don't think he will. Like, friendships, you know, they can be broken. If
stay split, give us both a chance, kind of a thing.
Exactly.
Who knows? Who knows? I tell you one thing, I'm glad I'm not in the position to have to make any of those decisions. That's up for the players tonight at dinner, which we'll have in just an hour or two. For now, that's going to do it for us on our first day of the Las Vegas leg, rather, of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We are back tomorrow, 10:30 local time. That's Pacific time here for show start, 11 a.m. for the game start. So make sure you mark your calendars. You will not want to miss some of these amazing quarterfinals as all of our players step back on that stage. We'll catch you here same time, same place tomorrow. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time is mine.